Welcome to Blast Premier 2023. 12 Blast Premier teams will begin their quest for victory in a season group stage. Teams seed each other, creating 3 groups of 4. These teams then play out a double elimination best-of-3 group stage. The 3 group winners go straight to the season final. The remaining 9 teams will fight it out for 3 season final spots in the cross-group gauntlet. The 6 teams that failed to qualify for the season final will be cast into the showdown, where they must fight to survive in a merciless single elimination format, where they will be met by 10 teams from open qualifiers from around the world. Each seasonal showdown will be split across 2 regional tournaments. 8 teams will compete within a European and CIS bracket, whilst the remaining 8 will battle in the Americas and rest of the world bracket. Winners of each showdown will secure their place in the season final to join the 6 teams from the group stage. The 8 finalists will face off in a GSL format, leading into a single elimination playoff bracket with quarters, semifinals, and grand final. The champions of the season finals will be joined by exceptional skilled teams, including winners of the CSGO majors, ESL Pro Leagues, as well as the 2 teams that topped the global leaderboard. The global leaderboard is a year-long point-scoring system that takes into account the performance of Counter-Strike teams from leading tournaments from around the world. Teams hoping to qualify through the global leaderboard will have until November 28th to claim as many points as they can in a number of events. In the event of any duplicate winners, spots will be open to those who have fought their way to the top of the leaderboard. These 8 champion teams will come together for one last clash as they battle it out for a prize pool of $1 million. Join us in 2023 as victors are crowned and heroes are made.
The spring groups return, and what could have been a marathon yesterday was more akin to a sprint. That started off with FaZe bolting out of the gate, with stand-in at.CET posting a 2.02 map rating, his highest ever on LAN versus top 30 opponents. Sadly though, the Americas struggle continued when Liquid entered the server, where it was more of a trickle than a flood, as OG washed them out in a 2-map affair. Nexa looking like an absolute beast, particularly on that second map in double OT on the grounds of Nico, also looking like an absolute monster. G20 came through as they managed to take it down big in a 2-map affair. It was quite a quick day with those 3 best-of-3s, but we have 3 more coming up today. Joining me, as always, is Maniac and Pimp down here on the floor. Gentlemen, yesterday was full of highlights. I want to hear your best one.
Definitely the OG Liquid game. I think this was the highest quality we've had. The second map delivered on all fronts. We didn't know which way it was going to go. We had crazy situations. We had thrown away rounds, incredible clutches, moments where we were just pulling our hair. So for me, the vote goes to OG Liquid. That was a banger of a game.
The fact that all the games went 2-0 was very surprising to me. I thought there was going to be a little bit closer. I thought, at least in the last game of the day as well, big against G2. Of course, we know G2 are playing some good Counter-Strike right now. They're coming out of a win of Abu Dhabi, back from the break. Nico played a fantastic game, as you also said, Freya, but I expected it to be slightly closer. I expected it to be more competitive, but yesterday we got the favorites winning, and then, of course, OG pulling off a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, if you're a big fan, shout out Maui, I know you're watching in the green room, you were hoping for that to at least go to 3 maps. Obviously, for them, it was extra painful, Dust 2 being removed from the pool. Now they have to find somewhere else as a home ground.
I don't think they were that far away from a 3-mapper. It's just the first map. When you're in that situation for big and you're still trying to rework your identity map-wise, you've lost Dust 2, it means that your pick is a must-win. You're going to get punished. They allowed Inferno to go through. We know how strong G2 are on the map. I don't think there ever was a conversation about Inferno. Regrets will stem from Mirage and that very tight loss.
Also, just want to give one more shout out to at.CET in our first match of the day. He's actually a contender for our Mersk MVP title at the end of the tournament, which is nuts because he literally had a couple of days to sort of grab his gear, come over here to Copenhagen and stand in for FaZe.
I think I read somewhere online that was the first time he dropped a 30 bomb in more than 3 years. So the fact of the matter is he's coming in as a stand-in for FaZe Clan after not really living up to the potential in NIP, after really not burning off the server, then straight away as a stand-in for FaZe, he's dropped a 30 bomb and really makes a case for himself and makes a case for perhaps, a team out there looking the way of at.CET.
It's a beautiful kind of scene for him to be playing on right now. Here, a lot of eyes on his, and he's on the bench of NIP, of course, not the best position to be in. But now he's kind of made his marketing as best possible. He destroyed his opponent on the first game. He's going to have more occasions to put himself out there and get his credit up.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from him. I also want to check in with what you guys think was your favorite highlight of day number 2 here in Copenhagen and our CS Money play of the day. What was crowned our third best play?
Third is going to be Grim, even though we start with Kerrigan's Grim, working his way with the FAMAS, weapon that is not that easy to handle, but still doing beautiful work on that retake on the B side, clearing angles after angles. Great 4K for Grim.
Number 2 is none other than Dexter from OG Esports. Again, having a great showing yesterday against Team Liquid and the AWP power right here. In a very pressured situation, he's hitting the shots left, right, and center and finishing off with that no-scope. The reaction, of course, coming in from Dexter. Very happy about that round. We also do get to see it in slow-mo because that no-scope right there ain't easy at all.
He was completely caught off guard and he did his best, but the winner is none other than Nico with that beautiful pistol play on Inferno, P250, crosser placement pristine, never using more bullets than he has to. You can see how he's precise, he's calculated, he is disciplined, closing it out. Beautiful from Nico.
Cool, calm, collected coming up for Nico there. There was a plethora of highlights that you could have chosen from just that Inferno map for Nico. He was such a beast on that.
Remove the name from Nico in that P250 clip right there, and I call cheats. The fact that he's able to be so clinical, so precise with the P250, never stressing, never doing a wrong move right there. I wish I could play Counter-Strike.
I thought you were going to say it could have been me.
Nah.
I thought he was going
I know
No,
you're decent with the P250, but you know Nico.
Jacob is embodying the VaxSucks subreddit live on air today. Absolutely love that. Also want to check in with exactly what we've got on the card today. As Group C is going to be gracing our screens as we do have one final debut to be making, of course, G2 with that absolutely beastly performance from Nico. That cements them in the upper bracket game. Big, unfortunately, falling into the lower bracket. Of course, gentlemen, though, no elimination coming out of this one. This is essentially, I guess, seeding, but with a spicy little qualification right at the end. That is a really cool shake-up to the format, the fact that you're playing literally from day one for a spot at the Spring Finals.
Yeah, absolutely. You can definitely secure your spot at the Spring Finals only through that bracket that we just shown. The rest, if you are one of the unfortunate teams that don't make it through directly, it's about where you place in the gauntlet. How many games will you have to go through to survive to go and grab that last spot? So you want to be as far as possible in the race so that you don't have to play 3 best of 3s to qualify, because there's quality all around the corner.
And when we're speaking of NIP and NAVI, what's so interesting about them is obviously we've got 2 transfers, 2 roster moves coming into this new season, which is quite common when we're coming into a brand new year of Counter-Strike. So I want to check in with what our players are thinking of that.
Making a transfer is a big decision for a lot of teams. Like if you're a top 5 team and you want to change a player, that is a huge risk.
When we talk about transfers, there has to be some sort of disconnect between expectations of a team, goals, and what is that frustration or that disappointment is always the source of any kind of transfer.
To make a good transfer good, I feel like it needs to have a lot of discussion and needs for you to think that it's gonna work in the long run.
So I think it's very key to know first, like, which role do you need the new player to fill in your team.
I mean, obviously the main one is like if they fit in the team role-wise. You don't want like two people doing the same job on the team. Most teams try to balance it out with like how people play and try and find like the ideal situation.
A huge factor is, of course, is he working out socially with his teammates? And you need to know how he is as a person, not only as a player, but also as a person, because he needs to fit into the team. The best ever, oh my God.
When it comes to the best transfer, there's an obvious choice.
If you think about the Astralis era, that's one of the best.
Kirby, who kind of initiated that move, willing to move away from the Astralis, and Magis comes in.
I think it worked out so well because he was exactly the missing piece that they needed to fill out the puzzle. I think he played perfect roles that they were missing in the team, both offensively and defensively.
Unsuspectingly, they become the absolute team that will terrorize everybody. Went on to create the era, win all of these majors. Historically, that has to be the most successful transfer we've seen. In 2022, Rob's joining FaZe definitely made all the difference in the world for them. Kerrigan finally had last piece of the puzzle.
I mean, they won the major after he was on the team for like, what, 6 months?
I would say the best transfer in 2022 is definitely Monesi.
I feel like something I got to be a part of for a small time was Monesi to G2, and I feel like he proved himself last year, and I think he's only gonna do better.
He's young, he's quick, he's an opper, he has insane movement, it's one of very many clutches.
For us, when we changed Yabi in instead of Refresh, we wanted a new boost to the team.
I think a lot of people doubted their decision when they removed Refresh. First event with Yabi went horribly wrong. Last place in the main stage of Cologne, of course, but they kept on believing in their project. We could see how they ended up the year, winning in Copenhagen, of course, the grand final in Rio. And as far as I'm concerned, it's also one of the most successful changes we've had in 22.
Hat-trick to NIP is a very exciting transfer. He's like the same type of prospect that Monesi was last year.
NIP have needed an opper for so long because S-Tag was kind of forced into it, and then they had Rez opping for a little bit, so I guess role-wise, Hat-trick makes the most sense for NIP. I think they're going to be a lot stronger now.
I think one team that maybe has benefited from staying together is maybe G2 is a long shot, but I think they played really well at the last World Final.
I think Liquid can still be a strong team. If Yekindar just keeps doing what he's doing, just fragging out everyone, then I think they can still be a good team.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to start the season. I'm just feeling super excited. They, as well as us and all the teams who picked up a new player, they're trying to prove it now.
Yeah, and proving it once again into a brand new year. For maybe people that aren't, too familiar with the CSGO ecosystem, the CSGO calendar, Matthew, why do we commonly see teams making roster changes now?
Well, I think we first have to differentiate the changes that you kind of have to go through, whether the timing or not is suitable for you, and the ones that you can plan. I think when you can plan a transfer, you want to do it as far away from the next major, probably, because you're aiming for that 4, 5, 6 window of period or month window in front of you, so you can get rolling with the new roster. And I think the new year is kind of even mentally is a great place to start with a new project, put your best foot forward. Would you do changes in January if you were a GM?
It's one of the few off times you have, right? A month off for Christmas, a month off when none of the teams are playing tournaments 24/7. So in a very saturated Counter-Strike calendar, it is one of the few options as a team. You actually have a chance to sit down, evaluate your project, and figure out whether or not a roster change is needed or not.
Hashtag New Year, New Me.
New me.
Absolutely love that energy. The fact that when we're coming into some of these roster changes, and you gave some great insight in that very piece alongside the players as well, expectations versus reality, because a lot of the times, we see a honeymoon period happening when a player enters a server, then, maybe we have in our minds that's going to continue on forever. Sometimes it doesn't. And then on the flip side, we have players that enter and don't really make the waves initially, but it's more of a long-term drive. What's your kind of take on that?
Yeah, I think that transfer is one word we use, but the reality is there are many different scenarios that can happen. First of all, you can either bring a very established player into a roster and you're hoping for immediate return on investment, you're hoping for immediate performance. I think Device or Astralis is one of these cases where we're saying, man, you better bring the fire immediately. And there are cases where you are kind of planting a seed with the hope that something is going to turn out great for you, maybe in 3 months, in 6 months, and they get surprised. I don't think anybody had expectations that high for Maniac when he joined G2. We knew he was good, we knew he had talent, we knew he was spectacular in the Academy League, but no one could have seen that tsunami that completely took over Counter-Strike. Sometimes for the good, and sometimes for the bad, and there are too many expectations.
It all depends on what purpose you're making that change with. I'd argue Rob's coming into FaZe, that was the missing piece in the puzzle. Obviously, that made so much sense in terms of the role, in terms of the player profile FaZe needed. Rob's is a player that got into FaZe Clan, and he elevated the team, right? That was the whole purpose of bringing him into that lineup. Whereas a guy like Yekindar coming into Team Liquid, a different story, a strong individual, a guy that is going in and now becoming the superstar of Team Liquid, setting himself up within that squad, setting the rest of the team up around him as well. So you can, have different purposes, different angles going into these roster changes. As said, Rob's a guy that elevates the entirety of the team. So does Yekindar, but he does it by being an individual that is actually centered around himself.
And I like what Jacob is talking about, the Yekindar effect on Liquid. We all talked about it on multiple occasions, the impact he had on that philosophy. I think prior to the transfer, it's important that the team agrees on what is going to happen. Are we grabbing this guy and are we just plugging him into our playstyle and you better just smile and shoot people in the face? Or are we going to welcome his ideas, welcome his philosophy, and then maybe rethink our own approach? And I think this is where sometimes transfers fail to come to fruition, because there is a disconnect between what the team is hoping to get from a player and what the player is hoping to bring to a team. And this is something that has to be discussed prior, and maybe we still have to make progress in that.
Brings us into the discussion about who makes the changes as well. It's 5 years ago, 3 years ago, it was the players. Players ruled the teams.
Completely.
If a certain player wanted another player out, he would be out of the team despite having a contract whatsoever. Nowadays, we're trying to move it into a mid-ball, a little bit more of a professional environment, so to speak. You have the GMs, you have the coaches with more responsibility as well, and the disconnect you're talking about. What if the GM, what if the organization think it's a really good idea to remove a player, bring in another one, whereas the rest of the team is not aligned with that? We've seen certain cases where I feel like the team hasn't agreed with a GM's move, and that can cause an awful lot of turmoil within a squad.
Not saying that's exactly how it went for Vitality going away from the French-speaking roster, but we literally had interviews with Apex saying, you know what, this wasn't my decision, but I am going to respect what, the management thinks of this Vitality project, moving into international waters, bringing in the Danes, and then subsequently Spinks later on.
And then that makes life for whoever is coming into it that much harder, because not only do you have to prove yourself within the team in terms of what you can bring to the table, but then you have to prove to your teammate that the original idea was good. And that's a double fight. And when you are losing that battle, you feel like you're losing on multiple accounts. People are mad at you because you're not performing. The players themselves are mad because they maybe did not agree with that idea in the first place. So you have to convince everybody that this is what is supposed to happen. And that, I think, it challenges the bonds within a team. It challenges everybody and their relationships within. Because if I disagreed with a move and a move is forced on me and this is not going well, then I'm about to be real frustrated. And that is a huge challenge.
That's how it's been in Counter-Strike for a long, long time, especially when the players were ruling these roster changes. I remember it, and probably you do as well. You had these discussions, you had these groups within the team, maybe 2 players sitting in one room on TeamSpeak, 3 in another, and you're discussing whether or not, do we want to kick them, do we not want to kick them? And luckily, we're not there anymore, right? But all I'm saying is that we're still evolving right now. I do feel there's GMs out there, I do feel there's coaches out there who is a little bit disconnected. I think we're still trying to find the balance between where obviously you're listening to your team, you're listening to your in-game leader. Can you work with this player? It can't just look good on paper, it also has to work in reality.
Is that coming from a place of, in your mind,
it is.
sitting in a TeamSpeak server and
so
having a bit of PTSD?
Do you know how you used to find the good information back in the days? I'm talking like 2014, 15, 16. All you had to do was look at the after party. That's all you needed to know. All the roster moves would be there. You would see the French scene, you would see who was like hanging out with whom, who having a drink with whom. You would see the splits happening, see the Swedes talking together.
Drama.
If you were a writer, all you had to do was put on your goggles in the after party and see what is going to be next season.
So that's how all the journalists expense their after
I just
party
revealed the
claims.
secret.
That makes
That's
sense, because that's where the real research goes on.
Oh,
I do just want to put a pin in your point about Yekindar, because we were discussing in the green room, maybe, obviously we've got the really hyped transfers. I feel like you'd put Maniac in that equation, obviously Device coming back into Astralis as well. Who's your biggest underrated transfer that we've seen recently?
I think in terms of result versus hype that it provided, it's probably Yabi to Heroic. I don't think it made a lot of waves when it happened. I think people thought, okay, it's an acceptable change. Refresh was a little bit underwhelming. Yabi was not necessarily the main star in Flame, but he's kind of a good player. Let's see. And then remember, Cologne went to absolute trash, so people doubted that move. And then after time, months passing, people started to realize, oh damn, like he's actually providing. He's got a couple of great games under his belt, and now Heroic suddenly is at the top of the mountain. Not to say they're gonna stay on it, they still have to fight for it. But I don't think we gave that too much weight, and it turned out great for Heroic.
And that's exactly what I talked about, right? You put in a role player. Yabi is put into this Heroic lineup with a certain role, a certain job to do, not necessarily to be a m0NESY, not necessarily to be a Yakinda, which is why it goes a bit under the radar, because I fully agree with you. It's been a very strong move for Heroic. To me, the most underrated raider or transfer in that regard has definitely been Yakinda. The fact that he came into Team Liquid and has made them relevant again. People seem to forget that Liquid were in one of the worst crises of all time when they had Shocks within that lineup for 2 or 3 months. He didn't move to LA. They didn't really practice. They delivered some horrible results, and who knows what would have happened to Team Liquid if they didn't get Yakinda. Right now, they're a top 3 team in the world, at least according to the HLTV ranking, and I bet you without Yakinda, Liquid would still be in a bit of a crisis.
It's kind of mad, isn't it? Because Yakinda's integration was like a whole piece. We were kind of looking at him and saying, is he just going to plug and play? Are Liquid relying on him just to come in and change the whole system?
It was a lifeboat.
He actually did that. Like, it's insane to look at. Now they ended 2022 with number 3 in the HLTV ranking?
I mean, it's been an incredible uprise, as Jacob was talking about, and there were that much more obstacles that could have happened when you have someone with a strong personality coming into a project that is also composed of players with experience, players with veterancy, players with ideas. You have so many possibilities for clash. What if you and we don't see eye to eye? I have my strong personality, you have yours. It is bound to go into the wall, but somehow it clicked, and it felt like they agreed with the ideas he brought in, and he also kind of found his way. Some players moved a couple of pieces. We heard about NAV and the positions he had to give up. This is an example where things could have gone wrong in a whole lot of scenarios, but it seems like things are clicking, and they're definitely on the up and up.
The beautiful thing about that move is that I think we all saw it coming after a couple of weeks. The fact that Elise was out there, publicly speaking about how much he respected Yakinda, how much he was listening to him, how much he was learning. You can initially always get a feel in certain interviews by talking to certain players, whether or not they're adapting the new player, whether or not they're actually respecting the guy coming in. And that was my big concern. As you said, Yakinda coming in with a very strong personality, a very strong player profile on the server as well. You gotta allocate space for him. You gotta allow him to do whatever he feels comfortable with doing. And you can argue that Elise would have been perhaps a clash right there, but it took a couple of weeks for Elise to go out there publicly and saying, I'm learning, I'm loving playing with Yakinda. And from that moment, I knew that was gonna click.
And then the tail end of the year, Elise was also quoted as saying this is the closest it feels to the Grand Slam winning roster, which is a huge accolade to be putting on Liquid right now. And yeah, props to Yakinda for bringing so much to the team. That kind of begs me with my last question of when you've got transfers and new players coming in, when you're looking at the experience from the players as well, how do you kind of handle players differently in terms of how you mold them? Because m0NESY, obviously, former G2 coach Xtaz, had quite an open sphere of being able to mold m0NESY as a personality, a player within the game, whereas you've got a guy like Yakinda, obviously he's got an idea of how exactly he likes to play, right?
Yeah, well, you kind of synthesize it in your question. There is no one magic formula as to how you integrate one player into a squad. You have to, and that's probably the coach's role, the IGS role, the management's role, you have to know what are we looking for? When are we looking for, or when do we want these results? What is the term that we're looking for? Do we want to peak in 6 months, in a year? Do we want instant result? I think once you have answered these questions, then you know with what mentality you're entering the transfer, you know how you're talking to the player. But it's also a matter of, and sometimes I like to put that idea out there, when a new player joins the lineup, of course it's on his shoulder to perform first. Sure. But it's also on the rest of the squad to make sure that he's providing his best. Maybe it takes a little bit of effort, a bit more talking together, getting on the same page. Glaive in the interview talking about humanly he has to fit. Hey, I also, as a standing member of the lineup, I have to get outside of my comfort zone, come to you, the new member, and hey, let's work together on this. Maybe I have my doubt about you. Maybe I don't know if you're gonna perform. But if I wanna give this roster a chance, I have to step towards you, I have to talk to you, I have to make this work. And then if it doesn't, at least I've tried.
In reality, it's very complicated, right? I think we've seen a lot of talents out there who got a move and they never shined. I think of Acor as a great example. When he was playing back in Trick, he got a chance in Mouse and he never delivered. Acor was never the player he was supposed to be in Mouse. Went back to a Gamer Legion now and he's flourishing as well. He's showing some of that talent and you never really know, right? You gotta try, you gotta put him into the team and you gotta know the limitations as well. I remember Nexa saying in that transfer video as well that we got a guy like Hetrick coming in. The prospect of Hetrick is the same as the prospect of m0NESY. I fully disagree with that. I'm sure Nexa didn't mean it by no harm, but m0NESY is a generational talent. You see very few of his types out there. And once you have a talent like that, let him flourish. Let him do his thing. Let him get comfortable with the setting right here. Was a guy like het.CET, you probably got to give him time. You probably got to ease him into things, and you got to manage your expectations just a little bit. Because if you think het.CET or any other out there, any other player, any other talent is like Maniac, you're going to be so wrong.
Well, we will be seeing him entering the server rather very shortly indeed, but I do want to take a look at what else is going to be on the cards at day number 3 here at the Spring Groups. Of course, we're going to be circling back to Group A to end out our day in an absolute Danish derby, Astralis taking on Heroic. Not before EG take on Vitality, but first, it's time to see a new look NAVI taking on NIP. One final New Year debut as both rosters ready to display a fresh face. 2 youngsters and former teammates now on the opposite sides of the server as MPL graduates to the main NAVI squad. Abu Dhabi marked a first dip into Sun maps, but unfortunately not too much more than that. In the NIP camp, however, we have het.CET, also hailing from the NAVI junior squad and now cementing his first spot in a permanent Tier 1 team. So Matthew, why is it that we are so hyped about het.CET entering the server today?
I don't exactly know why, because my point was going to be we might just be exaggerating what he might solve for NIP. I think there is an extraordinary amount of pressure on his shoulders to perform immediately. This might come for 2 factors. The first one is we've all been fed up with the AWP situation in NIP, and suddenly we see the light at the end of the tunnel where Rez is finally lifted from that responsibility. He can go to rifle. And the other is my dear top 20 HLTV players, it's not like they did a whole lot of work. 7 of them went for het.CET. So I'm just sitting at home thinking, damn, like he must be something incredible. That in itself, it kind of builds that pressure and the expectations for him.
It does build expectations because we have seen seen him perform well at the lower stages of Counter-Strike. Obviously in the We Play Academy League, he's been owning it up both with the rifle and the AWP. That's the thing we're getting into later, whether or not he's actually an AWP player or a rifle player. He's been a bit of both in his relatively young career. And another fact of the matter is as well the fact that Blade said it in a couple of interviews that he didn't feel het.CET was ready for Tier 1 Counter-Strike. He was within NAVI, and right now NAVI were in a situation where they could have kept het.CET within their lineup instead of NPL, but Blade has gone with NPL. Blade think there's more to offer for NPL, at least in the role he wants him in NAVI than in het.CET. So do we really stand here and expect him to be somewhat like m0NESY they let go? No way. Absolutely no way. het.CET may be a great talent, but there's only one m0NESY out there. So as you said, we need to manage our expectations just a little bit.
Yeah, definitely a curious case and a lot to prove for het.CET coming into things. So let's hear a few words from the in-game leader. It's Alexi B.
So Alexi, you guys are looking back at your last game, which was all the way at the full finals. You've had a significant bit of time off. You've added a new player. Rez now off the AWP, and so much has changed. So how has this year started for you guys? How much time did you get to put in with het.CET? And what are we looking at with this version of Ninjas?
I mean, once we started the season, we started a bit before the player break actually, with some discussions because we didn't know, like the Blast game started already, and fortunately we are playing like the last matches kinda, like we're in the last group, so we got 1 or 2 extra days, but still we only got to play maybe a week and a half or something because we had some obvious media days. het.CET wasn't ever filmed in an NIP shirt, so all those things, and obviously got to know each other. But I think we got some preparation in at least, and yeah, I mean, to make me comfortable at least, because if it was a bit smaller, then I would be kind of stressed, so to say. But now I'm feeling good, and yeah, we got some working yesterday as well, some good preparation, and I hope we're gonna show a good NIP today.
Now, in terms of what you said about getting to know each other, I want to focus on outside of the server, because what I've seen from you guys' faces so far, just seeing you about, is a lot of smiles right now. I just interviewed het.CET. He seems very comfortable. So how is it? Has he been able to fit in quite well?
I think so, actually. I was kind of surprised that he gets along with people really well, and I feel like, yeah, it's not. You would always think that these like younger players who are coming in might be a bit more shy, etc. But I felt really surprised that he fits in so quickly, and that's a really nice thing. And I think we have some pieces, especially our coach, who is kind of bringing everyone together and on the same level, kind of. And yeah, I mean, I feel like it's been really nice, and I really liked Daniel.
And you're smiling the whole way while saying this, Alexa. This is giving me a good sign for sure. Now, I want to touch on one thing with het.CET, though, is back when m0NESY was on the team, he wasn't a main AWPer. Then once m0NESY left, he was given that chance. You guys obviously may have been able to pick from different AWP players to come into the team. Why was het.CET the one for you if he wasn't a natural AWPer? What did you see in him?
I mean, we obviously tried to interview him and talk with him, and I feel like he's been picking up the AWP even earlier and just overall enjoying play with the weapon. But I feel like I really like the fact that you have a guy who grinds a lot of CS, and it's kind of any weapon given to him, he feels comfortable, right? And I just feel like when you have a guy who grinds so much and you can see the talent already, and he's like on top of that, he's playing really well on the academy leagues, and he even got a chance to substitute for NAVI. Obviously not playing with the AWP, but then he had a tournament where he played with the AWP sometimes, and you could see that he could pull it off and he could do damage. So I just feel like an AWPer is definitely what we needed here, but I think that he's gonna fit in the job, and he just needs to play a couple Tier 1 tournaments in a stable team that he doesn't feel as if he's a substitute, and he's gonna learn a lot.
I love it, man. This is sounding very positive. Now, in terms of obviously het.CET coming in, it's going to mean Rez is back on the rifle. How much of a change has that done to the rest of the team? What kind of things has this done to make it better for you guys now?
I mean, I think that the thing is we are definitely super comfortable playing the sides. Like Rez brings a lot of confidence. Like, you know what you're getting from him. You know what he's capable of. He doesn't really have, in my opinion, he doesn't have too many flaws, you know? and it just feels really easy to play with that kind of guy in your team, and you know where to put him, etc. I think the only thing we have to make sure that is going to be happening during these couple tournaments for us to improve is the overall, I wouldn't say communication, but within communication I would say like having a voice on the sides, because obviously Putte and others had responsibilities, but I feel like now that everything kind of changed, all the dynamics changed, so we have an Oper who's a bit inexperienced, so he's maybe not taking as much initiative as he's gonna take in a couple months, when he's evolving. So I feel like all the rifles and all the individuals need to step up now to make sure that, we're talking and we know exactly what to do.
Great insight there from Alexi B, and thank you so much, James. Thanks for that one, as always. I want to go back to the point that Alexi B was talking about as to exactly why they brought Hedrick onto the squad, because we were talking about his history just as a player, and you were pointing out, Jacob, he isn't a native AWPer. Is that just because he was on NAVI Junior at the same time as Manasi, so he wasn't going to be picking up that weapon?
Could be, right? You look through his stats from the last 4 years. He didn't really play many official games in 19 and 2020, but in 21 and 2022, there's a big difference between Hedrick and what kind of weapons he was playing with, because in 21, he was on this NAVI Junior roster with Manasi, and as I said, no doubt that he was the better of the two. Manasi were the big talent, Manasi got the big green, so in 21 you could see him having a lot more rifle kills, using the AWP way less than he did in 2022. Now in 22 he got more responsibility when in NAVI Junior. He maybe have evolved into a new player, but when he stood in for NAVI in the group stages right here, he was also playing with the AWP instead of Simple from time to time. So it is a player that has done it, but it's young. It's a young Hedrick. It's a guy that hasn't really developed his identity. So I like what Alexi B said right here. Give him some experience, give him some stability, and let him try to evolve as a player.
And what we get from the Alexi B interview as well is that outside of a few very exceptional cases, you're always taking some sort of gamble.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing when you give a chance to a young one. Sure, there is Saiwu over here and there's Manasi over there, and it's almost a guarantee they're gonna perform. But the harsh reality is, if you're gonna go into an academy league, if you're gonna give a chance to a rookie, there is a chance that you are wrong. There is a chance it's not gonna turn out. So what do? You scout for qualities. You open your eye and you look for the attitude, you look for the will of the grind, you look for the attitude when he's playing a game. Is he taking initiatives? Alexi B is saying he's not now going to act the way he's going to act in 6 months. Yes, but I would argue that you can see the first signs of it. You can start to see if he's going to just defect into like passive mode, or he's going to still take risks. And that is something that they can have a look now, and they can kind of mentor or push him to do that more into the future.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense how Alexi B was, epitomizing the risk reward for this one coming into the squad. So interested to see exactly what he's going to be delivering on at the server, but also interested to hear what he's saying on the mic.
People that didn't look back at you when it came to NAVI Junior. Originally you were a rifle back when Manasi was the AWP, Now you're playing onto an AWP. NIP have this routine of, say, not having natural AWPers, but have you always wanted to be an AWP role? Is it something you've been looking to do?
Yeah, I wanted to be an AWPer when we had third roster with NAVI. We swapped with Manasi on some maps. Some maps he was main AWP, some different maps I was main AWPer. So I was like always watching on top AWPers, and I wanted this role.
Nice. Okay, so you want it, now it's time to make it your own. So with your time on NIP, in terms of preparation, getting ready on all the maps, how ready would you say you are? How confident do you feel, maybe in like, you give me a percentage, and say, okay, I'm 60% ready for these maps?
Yeah, I think I'm ready like 60-65%, because still I need a lot new to learn. But it's also great experience, and we can use this tournament to see like on what should we work more, and also just to have some fun and enjoy the game.
I think there's a couple of reasons why, everybody's excited to see this roster move happening. First of all, it's great to see a potentially young star coming into the roster, but also we're now freeing up Riz once again from taking up the AWP.
Yeah, and we're gonna have to see whether he immediately goes back to his form prior to the AWP switch, which I would argue at the beginning of 2022 put him in the top 10 to 12 best players in the world, at least by the numbers. But it is possible, and something we have to consider is the impact on his confidence that run with the AWP had, because he's a player, he's a huge human. He was sky high at the beginning of the year, then he struggled with the big green. Where is Rez now? Is he ready to deliver his best Counter-Strike, or does he need some time?
It's a fair point, because we've seen players change roles and never come back to their old self. I take Valde as a great example. In Denmark, he was rated as one of the most talented players out there, one of the most talented riflers. In North, he had a strugglesome period, transitioned into being an in-game leader, then back to the support role, and we never seen the same high level from Valde. So there is a risk right here that Rez is going into that up role thinking, I can do it, losing a bit of confidence, coming back to the rifle, and just losing that edge you're talking about. We have to realize that it's the smallest percentage that divide these players. So I would be concerned as well.
And I guess we're circling back to a topic that might be a little bit smokescreen by the arrival of hat-trick. The rifles on NIP have to do a whole lot of job. They have a strong rifle core. If you consider Brolan, Rez, and Hampus, that's a very legitimate trio that you have on the rifle. But Alexi alluded to in the interview, they're going to have to do even more right now. They're going to have to maybe micromanage a little bit, give more impulsions, but also have a lot more of impact. I think Brolan did great at the very beginning, then he defaulted back to being a little bit more silent when NIP was struggling. Hampus was massive when Rez took up the AWP. Turned out that didn't stay, that became consistent, sorry. So all of these questions surrounding the rifles are still valid, even though hat-trick is coming in and he's under the microscope.
Let's flip the script to talk about NAVI coming into this series as well. And there's a hell of a lot of storylines that we could be diving into with this one. Let's touch upon MPL, because obviously we saw him at the World Finals. Any takeaways from that? Because it was only 3 maps that he actually stepped in on.
Yeah, it was a terrible debut, to be completely honest, for NPL. Unfortunately, he didn't get much done whatsoever. It wasn't a good event for NAVI as a team. It wasn't a good event for NPL, but it's not defining him, right? It was not a career-defining event in that regard. He came in with no expectations whatsoever, and he delivered nothing whatsoever. Yet he still got a chance. Yet he's still been chosen by Blade. So we must assume that there's been going something on in practice. We've seen some of the games in the We Play Academy League as well, how he was owning and tearing up that league. So we know there's some talent hidden behind NPL, and we also keep referring back to the story with Bit, who also started off very, very slow when he first was integrated into NAVI. So I haven't lost hope for this guy yet, but I'm not going to beat around the bush. It was a terrible, terrible debut for him.
I'll give him the chance. Look, I'm not going to make my opinion on 3 games. That would be completely ludicrous. Yeah. Something deep inside of me isn't okay with Electronic being an IGL. I cannot come to peace with it. And fortunately for NAVI, my opinion don't mean squat. They know what they're doing and they have their blueprint for the year. But when you have a rifle that has belonged to the very best players in the world for years on out, I don't think you should burden him with that. I don't think you should put it on his shoulders. You should let him explore his, I want to say potential. That's not even potential. It's level. Yeah. Like it's actualized in the last few years. And still now I think he's struggling with his role and all of the changes happening in NAVI. And I know the talent that they have can lead them to a victory on short term because of how strong the roster is, but long term, I'm not at peace with it.
And when we speak about the struggle, I think the Electronic point incredibly apt in terms of the whole picture of NAVI, but also strangely enough, Simple hasn't been reaching the heights that we know and love him for.
He's been suffering a little bit. His individual level hasn't been as high as we normally see him. It's not like he's a bad player by no means, but you see it right here, 1.14 rating in the last 3 months. I did some digging, and I'm pretty sure that's the lowest he's been at in 3.5 years. That's quite significant drop-off in individual level. Of course, it speaks to Simple maybe not feeling too comfortable in the current surroundings within NAVI. It speaks to NAVI as a team not finding the same amount of success, so it's obviously harder to get a higher rating, but it is a major issue because you're pointing it out Electronic right here. He's not really thriving in the role he's in because he's also at his lowest rating in the past 3 months. He's been in almost 4 years. So you have your 2 best players, your 2 star players, the 2 guys who's delivered you so much success throughout all the years, the 2 only constants within NAVI, not delivering as of recently. That's a massive issue. I'm not looking towards NPL. I'm not looking towards Bit or Perfected for that matter. They'll do fine. I need to see Simple and Electronic bounce back. I don't doubt they will, but it's been a while.
Yeah, well, hopefully he's going to be showing up to kick off 2023. But let's get a few words from him, courtesy of Banks.
Sasha, you made history getting the 3rd time being the #1 player in the world, but I noticed something on your Instagram stories. I saw some healthier food photos, some gym coming in as well. So is this a way you plan to be even better coming into this season? Is this a new change?
Yeah, I feel like I'm going to be much better than last year because I'm fully changed how we're going to live, So healthy life together with team, and hopefully we'll make better and better results.
I like it. So we're going to go and get ourselves into a good situation in and out of the game. Now, you said back to me at the World Finals that you wanted NAVI to make a decision on the roster. You've now got MPL. You know which 5 players you've got here. So how's it feeling to start off with? Do you feel more comfortable? Do you feel like you've got some stability now you can work with?
Yeah, it feels more stability because finally, from past 3 months, we have a player that we are playing
6 or 7 maps together. So finally we understand what we're going for for this season. And that's going to be important test for Nipal as well, the Blast groups and EM Katowice.
Now, what would you say is the biggest difference between MPL and SDY?
I think SDY better understand when he did some mistake, because he has a lot of experience as a player as well. And I think Nipal is just better with his individual performance, like with his aim, but with understanding of game, they're still on same level. But because Nipal is young, he has more chances to understand the game faster. So Blade has a chance to teach him more faster than he taught someday.
And before, when we were looking at the World Final, I saw that you were also helping MPL quite a lot, sat by him when you were talking to him before the games and stuff. Is that going to be the same thing, more like you and Blade coaching him a bit?
Yeah, and there is Electronic as well, and there is Ami as well, so everyone trying to help, yeah. There is a Bit as well, who was in NAVI Academy as well, so everyone's trying to help him to feel more comfortable in game and outside of the game.
Now, MPL did already play 2 maps for you guys before, so has it made this easier throughout practice?
Yes, it made much easier, and especially we had more practice on maps that he didn't play before, so it's going to be nice.
Okay, I'm looking forward to it. Now, with both yourself and Nip coming in with new rosters, do you expect this series to get a bit messy at times, to get a bit scrappy?
Yes, I think the first game of the season, especially for Navi as well, is going to be a bit shaky game, because we just need to understand from first round what kind of preparation we had and how well we prepared for this tournament.
And you will obviously know Hedrick, but he filled in for you, so you maybe not played directly with him. But do you feel that he is a natural AWPer? Because he used to be a rifle, and NIP seems to love having AWPers that weren't real AWPers.
I like how Hedrick played, and I enjoy how he played when we played together when he was a stand-in. So I think he can become a strong AWPer.
Are you going to shut him down?
Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully. The first game of season, I just need to show this kid.
Confident words, as always, coming out from Simple. I do want to reflect back on what he was saying about feeling better just within himself as a person, because we can't forget the wider context Simple had to go throughout last year.
I know, 2022 has been real complicated for Simple, and that's what's crazy. He's still topped the chart, still the first player ever to be the 3rd time best player in the world. But I feel like all that frustration that was bottled up towards 2022, I think he's going to unleash. He's going to start 2023 differently. He's going to put all discussions to bed, and he's about to smack them.
I'll buy into that. I'm not worried whatsoever. I did my homework. I was watching some Simple stream over this break, and he did his homework as well. The individual level he was showing us his stream, it was absolutely stellar. So I agree with you. Simple, he's here to make a point.
Well, it sounds like Simple and the rest of the squad are ready to get this series underway. We're going to be starting off on NIP's map pick of Inferno. Let's let the new squads make their debuts.
Welcome to the opening game of the day. We've got NIP and NAVI playing in a best of 3. I'm excited. Alex, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good about this one because I really want to see what's cooking there with NAVI Jr. We've got a few players that are alumni of the squad, and we're going to see who comes out on top as that academy project has shown its value.
It's crazy, isn't it? How many people have made their way out from obviously from this particular academy team, but also in general, just others. It's been a real success. I hope it's going to continue into this year. We're going to start on Inferno, and I'm definitely very curious about how it's going to play out. NIP, they're on a mission to try and revitalize and rebuild Swedish Counter-Strike, and even if it takes borrowing from a couple of other countries, I still think it'd be a huge success if it could actually work. I still want to see it. They've got a good shot at it here. They're on the T side and already being run it down for the middle. It's NPL to get the opening kill off the map onto Alexi B, and they actually are trying to back out again already.
Oh yeah, and they've made their way through apartments. NPL presented with another opportunity, but not able to connect. Simple on the bomb site. Finds the Gush onto Brolin right through the corner of that box, but now it's a hold state. NIP have found themselves into pit, but they know that they can't approach so easily.
They have Hampus in the middle who could try and backstab somebody, but he's already been found out. Does tag a lot, and Rez running out. He actually gets away with it. Brolin with a headshot. NIP coming out of this fight somehow on top. Rez finding one more kill. NPL, the only one here who could maybe stop them, and he will. Taking down a hat trick on top. That is a crazy fight at the end. I don't know how NAP even got into a position where they were about to win that.
That was so close, and something about rookies on pistol rounds. What is it? I don't know what's in the air, but all of these kids are doing so well when it comes to the sidearm. I'm impressed with NPL in this one, but, still a long way to go. And this, yeah, that was such an awkward position for NIP. They found themselves in pit, but there's just no way that they were able to really pounce on the site. No way to find a strong, concerted effort. No utility. And at that point, they just had to hit shots, and it was Navi that found them.
Quad kill on him to begin with. And definitely some of the focus today probably going to be on NPL and his general performance and what we expect of him. So nice. We've seen a couple of players already in the past couple of days that have, maybe outshined our expectations. Yesterday, Nexa was having himself a crazy game. So yeah, maybe he could do the same. That would be nice. Rez slides into the angle with the deagle and takes down Simple. That's a good start from us in play, but Rez is not letting off the gas just yet. Drops MPL, and now he's ready for more. He's peeking it. He knew. He had such a good read on that bit. Eventually, he's going to get a double kill, but still, the bomb site's under a lot of pressure at the moment. Perfecto trying to get into a better position. Electronic running, but that's surely being called out. I'm pretty sure that's being heard. Alexi on the corner. He's low on health, though, and the bomb denied. No plant just yet.
The HP is so low for NIP. I'm not sure how they're going to be able to find themselves an entry route to this bomb site. They are trying to approach from 2 different angles. And Electronic, he's taking one away from them. Pushing through short means that there's less opportunities for NIP here, as Navi have shifted their defense, and it's done wonders for them. Alexi B did not expect Perfecto to be there, and it just leaves Hampus, 33 HP. He'll probably wonder why nobody's even defending the bomb, and he might actually get a bomb plant because of this. Yeah, he's going for it. Objective-based gamer.
Yeah, that would be a nice little bonus, wouldn't it? Getting 3 kills and a bomb plant on top in a round where you don't have that much to work with. Just the openings from Rez is what got it. That's pretty great. What a success.
That was a lot more interesting than it should have been off the back of Rez. And so NIP will have a solid bye moving to the next one. With this game, I mean, there's just so many storylines packed into this one. The fact that you're getting Headtrick, who is supposed to be seemingly the savior of this NIP roster, as they were basically playing hot potato with the AWP in the previous lineups. at.CET was using it, obviously. Rez picked it up for a bit. And I don't even think either of those players were too bad with the weapon, but to be a team that is truly contending for titles, which is what Jonas Gunderson wants from NIP, you do want to have that primary be a player that is committed to the weapon.
And it also feels like if you give Rez the AWP, you're taking away a really potentially powerful rifler, which maybe is a bit of a shame. Those could be hard to find as well. And Rez and Brolin as a core rifling duo, I could see that being an interesting combination. So I'm excited for it. I think it could work out as well. Third round is up, and we've got AKs on the side. of NIP. And obviously the fact that they lost so many players in the previous round, Navi, you couldn't tell on the scoreboard they were on the money. 2,000 Electronic and everyone else is pretty much broke. So they really need to keep winning here. Otherwise, NIP will make a swift return into the early part of this game. And that's absolutely not what Navi want at all. They're pretty far back on all sides of the map right now. What do you think about that?
Yeah, they're not really doing anything with the weakened weaponry. Usually you want to make a play, try to get an MP9 involved early, take down one of those premium rifles on the other side. But Navi are comfortable with their 2-3 setup, and that may be a bit concerning given the fact that they are playing at a disadvantage here. They don't have an AWP. They only have a couple of M4s. And Hampus, he's sneaking up close. This looks like it's going to be a very well-timed push because that player from Navi is not even there. NPL, he's not looking.
By the time he comes back, is he going to be expecting that much? Even if he came in time, there's 3 people on the other side. They smoke him off, though. 27 seconds, and they get through Hampus on the opening kill. But Bit and NPL quick on the return. Alexi finds a couple of stunning headshots. One of them through the smoke, and the bomb is planted swiftly behind that. Perfecto and Electronic. Even if Alexi's low on health, the money, you have to think about it. If you throw this away, you don't have anything to work with. I think this is probably overall the statistical better play. Just those 2 rifles can win you the next round. Otherwise, you've got USPs and probably nothing else. What an opening from Hampus, though.
Yeah, I love the strategy that Alexi called there. They recognized that they were being allotted so much space, and when you have space towards Banana, when you have space towards Bracket, sometimes the wealth of options, it gets away from the in-game leader, but I think Alexi knows exactly how he wants to convert in those kinds of situations. Use every single point of entry to the fullest effect. Come from the long side, short side, and get that apartment player activated, and they can all converge on that bomb site, and you could see that there was just no way that Navi were going to be able to put together the crossfires necessary in order to put together a solid defense.
Boom. He got so deep in. Imagine that's how deep you get. You're in graveyard by the time you're fighting in the A bomb side. That's the first kill of the round that Hampus got from that position. That's really rare on Inferno. And just a great exploit of the fact that nobody was really holding Arch all the way back in library for MPL before he got smoked off even, couldn't even really help out. So, interesting times. They bought an MP9 on top on the Navi side, but they're not in a good position right now to do much of anything. And they also have very low grenades. And like you said in the previous round, normally that means you're going to try and be more aggressive and more active because you don't have the nades to buy the time anyway. So you might as well just try and see if you can win the fight before it becomes a problem.
Yeah, I would love to see Navi just be a little bit more proactive on their defense. Playing back against a team like NIP has already shown to be ineffective, needing to get into their faces, needing to just try a stack, anything to keep them guessing. But once again, they've settled into this 3-2 setup. This is what you do when you just think you are the far superior team or you have the far superior weaponry. But in this case, I don't think Navi can confidently say that they have either, especially given the fact they're trying to incorporate a rookie here. So we'll see. This time it looks like NIP, they're feigning that they're going for a very similar strategy to the previous round, like draw a Navi rotation. But no, Navi, they just keep holding on to this setup. They're very confident in the 3-2. We'll see if that comes back to bite them as NIP are setting up for the B hit.
I don't even know what kind of magic it would take for this MP9 and the M4 to hold against everything that's coming. Flashing their way through. Great work right here. Just absolutely perfection. Brolin and Alexi on the openings, but I think more than anything, the grenade usage coming through the smoke is probably what sealed the deal there.
Yeah, when you're desperately charging through a CT smoke to find an in, it's just going to be a tough battle. And NIP, once again, just with that map control, able to find a really solid hit onto the bomb site. I really just think Navi need to think about being a little bit more active across it. And for NIP, this is a good sign. This is what you want to see from this team. They're not overthinking it. They're not trying too many fakes. They're not trying to push and pull. They just are given space, and they know how to convert with it. That just shows that the fundamental game plan here has been rock solid for the Ninjas.
Definitely something to be desired from the Navi side. Like you said, maybe giving them that control. Could be difficult when you have all the weapons, but I'm curious if they are going to try and switch it up. They do obviously have a couple of players that are, could be very explosive. Probably simple is, if you get the AWP, you send him down banana somewhere. You can send him down middle if you want to. You can take some of that initiative away from the NIP team. That'd be interesting to see.
The most active round we saw from Navi was the pistol.
Yeah,
they were just moving all over the place. You thought that was going to set the tone, but quite the opposite, in fact. And so Navi, they're going to have to find something else in the upcoming round. But it's tough to piece this one together. You have just a scrappy buy, a couple USPs. You would love to see NPL get activated, given he has the best weapon for the team, but it's a huge ask for a rookie.
It is, and it's also it could be tricky, right? If you get too active and it gets lost, and no one else can pick it up. There's some balance to be found there, I guess. At the end of the day, it seems like they're just going to be staying pretty far back once again and waiting it out. And this is maybe, this is one of those rounds where it would be a shock if they could do much of anything. I do like this double setup though. Bit is at least able to convert on that. He picks up the AK instead for obvious reasons. Going to be able to fall back and make it a 4-on-4.
You're going to take that trade if you're Navi, figure out some positions of the opposing team, but NIP, they aren't even interested at the A side of the map. They are all in at B. Utility flies out. It's a clean take. There's no contest from Navi. And so, Simple will be able to take that AK into the upcoming round. We see that Navi didn't invest too much into this. They were just trying to play with the save weaponry from the previous. And NIP, once again, they get an inkling of a feeling of where the Navi setup is. They just go for the straight hit into the bomb site. It's been pretty clear-cut CS thus far. Nothing too crazy, not the kind of mind games you may have expected from Alexi B.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that can sometimes be some of the strength of Alexi is when the calling is just flowing a little bit more, and it maybe doesn't have to be so calmly. We're also playing Inferno, so not to say that it's necessarily an easy map, but if you get the banana control as much as they've been doing on the NIP side, it feels like that's also a gift. You don't want to turn that down too often. You're like, all right, cool. We know everything from here on out, and we have the better weapons, the better grenades, so we might not get that later on. Like, there might be a time later where you have to fight for banana control, and then your option, your time window to try and exploit that B bomb site might be gone. So just do it when you can.
Yeah.
Timeout called from NAVI.
Yeah, obviously Blade hasn't been liking what he's been seeing. It seems like Navi, they've just been playing on their heels, playing on the back foot. I would love to see just something active, any kind of plan into this round for Navi. I will say they will have a more even buy, which is something that they have lacked versus NIP, and maybe they can test their firepower with a more standard approach, but I can't imagine that Navi aren't going to change things up a little bit. Overall, on the scoreboard, no real standouts just yet. We've yet to see Simple and Electronic get on the board, but at least NPL, Head Trick, at least they've got some frags to their name. The rookies chiming in.
And for Electronic, I mean, someone who is, I think, world class at playing on Inferno in general, like a terrifying force to be up against. That's something that you certainly expect that sooner rather than later he's going to be put into play. That's Perfecto burning alive at the start of the round to Brolin's Molotov, presumably trying to push all the way down, which again is actually what we talked about, trying to get a little bit of aggression going, but he got stopped at the half wall. That's crazy.
Yeah, the play was there, the idea was there, but the execution missed the mark. Perfecto, I don't even know if he was shot at too much or anything. It seemed like he took full utility damage, 100-0. I have to assume he was maybe blind at some point there. Just unfortunate beginnings for Navi in this round. They're going to have to play with a man deficit, and NIP does seem like they're actually just posturing as if they're going to take bracket, and NPL, oh, he's by his lonesome. I want to see this. What can the rookie do as everybody's charging against him?
That Molotov went a little bit deep maybe, and they're going to smoke it off anyway. They feel it. That's a good read for NIP. They have a good sense already that it might not be that much here, and there's no follow-up nades. That's suspicious if you're on the NIP side. No more grenades coming your way. Great spray down, though. They weren't even looking that way. That's crazy. Finally, Rez able to take him down. They're going to be worried instantly about what's coming from CT spawn. He swings for the fight, but goes down, and that might be the last chance they had at a bomb plant there. Very difficult for Head Trick to find that plant now that he is alone on the site, although he's going to find Electronic, and that might make it a bit easier. I thought actually Electronic would have waited for the rest of the team to show up. Simple still walking up Banana and looking for his first kill off the map, and that's a little bit strange on its own. Hampers is going to deny it. Good job on him. It's Bit to take down Head Trick, and now it's a one-on-one. And a quick smoke. He knows exactly where Hampers is. Very low on health on the Swedish player as well. That makes it tricky, even with the smoke up here. Going to be hard to sustain a fight through that one. He's going to go for it. There's an HE on top, but only the chicken went down. The defuse continued. And Bit, he just held it ice cold on the other side.
Yeah, well played right there by Bit, knowing that Hampus would have had to charge through. Also was probably alerted to the fact that Hampus was tagged up, that he's not going to want to actually take the duel head on, and so he just holds the defuse, sticks it. We see the opening kill there, but overall, this is a nice round for NAVI to get back into this game. Even though the initial game plan didn't go accordingly, they were able to win in the waning moments of the round.
Yeah, and that was a bomb site being attacked on it. It was one person defending with 3 on the A bomb site, so the fact that NPL was able to pick up those kills, and yeah, it's a very, very slow start for NAVI, but the fact that they're tying the game, I think it's pretty fortunate at the moment. It does look like they're having to shake off a little bit of rust. Speaking of which, Simple getting caught by Alexi, just putting some speed behind that, rushing around the archway, and leaves Bit alone in the pit. He's in so much trouble right now. Backup is coming, but presumably it's going to be too late. He's trying his best to stay alive inside of the smoke, but they're looking for him. Oh, that reload, very awkward. That could have cost him everything. NPL showing up as well. Electronic at range with the MP9, and suddenly it's a 2-on-2. That seemed like a big misstep. They had him dead to rights in there, and somehow he got away with another kill.
Alexi just ran out of bullets there. It was so awkward. Hampus, though, he actually is taking initiative. They haven't even planted the bomb just yet. Electronic could swing for the trade, but misses the timing. Now creeping up through bracket. Hampus, he's keyed in onto this angle, and he hits the shot, closing it out for NIP. You're right, Anders. That was a little bit cumbersome as NIP were trying to breach the bomb site. Alexi B running out of ammo, has to switch to the sidearm, and you would think that Bit wouldn't have had any chance, but he stayed alive for so long. The rotation came in, and it made things quite hectic. And I think this Simple death is incredibly uncharacteristic, and we haven't seen Simple miss the mark like that for a while. It feels like he's still getting back into the flow of Tier 1 CS.
Well, it's a rude awakening right now, because NIP look really fresh. They look like they're ready to play. Hampus probably one of my favorite players to watch on this team for a whole host of reasons. I still think he's probably the most impactful player in Sweden. I don't know if he has the highest ceiling. You could make an argument that somebody like Brolin could eventually, but I think in terms of what he does inside of the rounds, it's just so crazy to me. So I really love watching Hampus play, and yeah, he's off to a pretty decent start.
Yeah, I am also a Hampus fan. He's incredibly high variance, but when he's on, you're right, it's pure impact. He's looking for cheeky entries a lot of the time. He's always trying to make his presence felt. Okay, that's a surprising win for NAVI. Might have to actually think about this round a little bit. Felt like these pistols were not likely to find a win, but now you have to sweat a bit, and you can see that NIP deploying some utility, but NPL has taken such advanced position. He knows it's just a ruse.
Yeah, he's had everything. Going to be calling it out. You can see the rotation on the map behind it. They are well aware that this could be happening. They obviously could not pick up the rifle out here, so that's a real shame for NAVI, because that would make it much more interesting. But still, it's a 4-man stack inside of the B bomb site. The boost up. Perfecto is down there as well. Who knows what could happen? We're down to under 30 seconds. Early shot is coming through. It's Bit to pick off Alexi. They're still trying to power their way through, but with only 20 seconds, they're going to have to speed this up. They can't necessarily check everything in the bomb site. They're still trying to. Hetrick running close to the Deagle, and Simple goes down. That's still the smoke. Perfecto, he nearly gets both of them, but the bomb is eventually planted. It's Hampus to go down next, and it leaves Rez entirely on his own. Low on health and in a 1 versus 2. He's got the right idea, but can he hold that angle? Not for long. He's worried about it, and Perfecto sneaking in and executing Rez at the end. A round that probably NIP should have been winning right out of the gates, but it just fell flat. Brolin going down outside of B.
And the NPL position right there towards Boiler. I think he's the silent hero of the round. Not sure how much he contributed in terms of fragging, but in actuality, if he didn't leave Boiler, or if he did leave it, if he did die, that could have been a completely different mid-round for NIP. But NIP, it's like they funneled themselves right into the stack. Navi knew exactly what was going on because NPL just held on to that information. So good macro play from Navi there, using the rookie, using his position to the fullest effect. And NPL's actually sitting at 9 kills already. Not bad. Oh my goodness, that's quite bad.
Double nade, maybe more than that, landing on 3 players for NIP. Yeah, NPL is doing a good job. Him and Bit both.
And Pimp said it on the desk. What NPL did at the World Final, it was terrible. It was really bad. It left a lot to be desired, but I think at this point, you almost just have to trust the NAVI junior system. You have to trust what Blade sees in players, because when Bit was brought onto the roster as well, there were growing pains. He wasn't immediately the top rifler that he is today.
Sure.
And yet, here we are, lo and behold.
Always count on Jacob to tell me the hard truths, you know? I feel like that's a good skill that he has. Got to be careful of more grenades in the middle here. Running into, but yeah, I mean, it's also presumably just generally a very hard lineup to fit into, because you are playing next to some players that take up a lot of space, and there's learning an entire structure that's obviously with Blade, like you said, going to be just very, very difficult. So I'll allow for some time. It's encouraging so far. The new year treating him pretty well. He's going to win the fight against Hampus. He's one of the only players left on NIP with any real health in this round, so that's a problem. Roland stepping up to the swing, and he's going to be taking at least MPL down, but we're under 20 seconds now. This is a little bit scary. They do get the kill on Bit. That's a headshot from Broland, so he's found 2 of the openings that they needed to even get close to a bomb plant in this round. That's a great impact from Broland finally as well. 3 on 3, and the bomb is going to be planted, and the question is, what could they do here? Simple found his first kill as well in the meantime.
The positioning is so interesting for Navi. I don't know why they're taking so long. I think they've already chosen to save. I don't know why they haven't even made their way up mid whatsoever. Hedrick's getting a little bit confused right now, and I am as well. They had a kit, but maybe they just didn't favor their chances. But if they knew the HP of NIP, they would have gone for this. 2 players, sub 40. Brolin, the most with 58 right now. Navi's firepower, Perfecto, Electronic, and Simple, you think they definitely could have breached this bomb site, but they're just exercising caution here. They see the money that they have, and they recognize that Perfecto can drop a gun, and PL can buy himself. You could have a full buy going in the next round, as opposed to going for maybe a sub 50% attempt at the retake.
Yeah, I think it's what our much taller friend Launders would have called unconfirmed damage.
Exactly, yes. That's the perfect way to describe why they didn't go for it.
Yeah.
Because of the unconfirmed damage against those players that were double naded, Navi just had no idea how close they were to really winning that round.
Timeout from NIP. In spite of the win, feeling like there are maybe a couple of things that need to be brushed up on here. Obviously, DJL behind them. So far, I'm really excited. But I've been through this journey before with NIP, at least with the core of the team, of course, like a different lineup now. But I get to ride this little bit of excitement, and then they just fall flat later on. So I don't want to get too carried away, but I kind of do want this project to work. I think that it has some promise in it still. If they can get everything unlocked, I think it'd be really interesting. So far, so good, at least. I think, of course, with Hedrick playing the T side, I mean, it's worth saying as well, T side of Inferno, we're not going to see the AWPing just yet. It's very unlikely that we're going to see a huge impact from T side AWPing Inferno, I guess.
Right. It was a point on the desk that Hedrick was a rifler on the team when Monacy was on Navi Jr. It's kind of hard to take that weapon away from him.
Sure.
But he was actually proven himself in the Academy League to be a quite substantial rifler. He was hard carrying this team. Even when NPL was on the team with him, he was the hard carry, even while wielding the AWP and the rifle. He was more or less a star hybrid, I would say.
But maybe on the second half, things could change. Well, they got the AK. They saved the rifles, obviously. Some of them on the Navi side, 3 of them that they could. They don't have any money to work with. Another very good grenade there. Utility damage working out decently for Navi in some of these rounds. But we've seen in the past what happens if you give NIP the banana control is they end up executing into the B bomb site. And so far, there's only 1 person defending. So they've got to be worried about that, at least on the Navi side. Now, they are holding close to top mid, so they have a lot of information to work with so far. Sure, NIP will want to try and push them back a little bit here.
Yeah, the nades come out. We see the triple setup here for Navi. Looks like it is about to be breached. The approach comes. NPL lying in wait. And NIP, they don't commit to it just yet. The nades are out. Another flash. All right, they're going for the re-hit here. There it is. Excellent flash. Simple blind on top. But NPL collects 2 kills. This is a deadly crossfire. And NIP, despite the opener, they were not able to convert.
I'd love to see the timing of NPL going for that peak, because it felt like it happened just a second late that maybe NIP were all focused on the bracket side instead of Arch. It looked really interesting, because otherwise, normally, if you go for that much of a heavy mid take, someone's going to be looking at both sides, right? But maybe the timing was just off. Either way, great stuff. But yeah, you're right. He's so flashed here.
Oh, he just sprays through.
Well, okay. Why don't I think of stuff like that?
Wow. NPL, top fragging, 12 kills. So much impact in this game already. Pistol round, his positioning, the multi-frag there.
So to answer my own criticism, they did think about it. They smoked Arch to avoid that crossfire. And he's like, I don't care. Oh, here we go. Broline on the opening. This is so huge. Every time you could do this, if you have a player that you can run up at the top of Banana like this to catch openings, it is just such a luxury. There are some teams that have that, and some teams struggle with it for all of Inferno. There's a follow-up. Simple. Gets blown up. Roland absolutely ready. And Perfecto back here. He is in an all-out frenzied panic. There's nowhere to hide. And Alexi will find him, and the rest will have to save instantly. A 6th round for NIP.
Oh, yeah. Brolin just bullying his way up Banana. That's what you want to see. When he was taken in by the Ninjas, Hampus said, if you want to be the best Swedish team, you got to get the best Swedish player. And I know you said, Anders, that Hampus is the most impactful, but I still, to this day, hold the opinion that Brolin's the best.
Yeah, I said impactful a little bit cryptically. That's my way of covering myself, right? I can never be fully wrong. It's like, how do you define impactful? Well, whatever my own imagination tells me.
It's a seemingly hot take, but it's one that you can always back down.
I can always backtrack it.
Yes.
No, I mean, I'm fully ready to concede that Brolin in the future. I actually think he's, for the longest time in NIP, has been super disappointing. But I agree, mechanically, there is a world in which he can shoot way above what Hampus is doing. So I'm okay with that. But I will say this. I think Hampus is super unique, maybe not just in Sweden, but I think, you know, in World Counter-Strike, Hampus is one of those people who just makes opportunities for himself and his team out of nowhere. He just manufactures an opportunity, and I think that's so sick. That's so rare. Most players need more of a team to set them up. There's like, this is part of a bigger strategy. We create an opening by using all these grenades. Sometimes Hampus just does it on his own. He's like, I see a window. I'm just going to take it and do it.
Yeah, and to counter that a little bit, though, I think that before the DJL inclusion, Hampus was so good at calling his own number, finding some entry on basically every map in the pool, but it was about piecing it together. And I think the structure that DJL brought has now connected the way that Brolin wants to play, the way that Hampus wants to find his cheeky entries, and it's a much more cohesive picture now, which is why I actually think that Ninjas, even though they did not, no one on their team right now was in the last year a top 20 player, but I think they can be greater than the sum of their parts this year. They have their roles in a much more defined position. We know that Alexi is a player that can actually bring up a team that doesn't necessarily have star power. And I also think on top of that, DJL is constantly refining the way that this team wants to play, making sure that they stay up to date on the meta. Because when Alexi has to do it on his own, we've seen that the teams that he lead can hit a high peak, but they don't actually get to the summit.
They're currently ranked 16th in the world. Now, you're a big fan of crazy predictions, start of the year. Where are they going to be at the end of it?
Oh, the end of the year.
Give me a classic Maui Snake prediction.
I'll give it to you more like where I think they can reach.
Okay.
How about that? I think that this year, it's safe to say at one point they'll hit 6th.
Oh.
Yeah. They'll touch it. They'll touch that 6th space.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like it. That's something to look forward to. Well, write it down. You can tweet it later at him if I certainly will.
They're always a team that just seems to somehow stay alive in tournaments. There was, I think it was Katowice last year. Hampus was sick. There were so many things working against the team, and yet they just kept winning all their matches. And it was almost kind of hilarious. Like, their IGL wasn't even feeling good or anything. Nothing was going their way, and yet they still always find ways
That's not that
to
long
make
ago
it difficult.
they brought Alexi onto the team. I mean, like, those things take time as well. Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious. I think 6th is even cracking the top 10 right now is so difficult in World Counter-Strike, isn't it? But who knows? Maybe they could. Round number 13 is here. It's been NIP dominating most of this. The fact that they got 7 rounds already is definitely cause for concern for Navi. Even worse, the money is not looking that great for them. We don't have that AWP on Simple. We've got a couple of FAMAS in play. Don't know if is it FAMAS? FAMI? What's the plural of FAMAS?
I call them my fam.
Fams. All right.
The family.
Nice.
A family of FAMAS. It's like a flock of geese.
There we go. A gaggle of FAMAS. Regardless.
Yep. I don't know who's coming up with those those plural forms.
Get the English students on it. Somebody find out.
Need that. But this is a scary sight for Navi. Just have to say, the 3-2 setup that we were wincing at earlier on in this half is what they have reverted to. They lacked a plan in this round to take some initiative, to hold some forward space, and now we're seeing them back up into a position that they're all too familiar with, and they have faced defeat in.
Yeah, 3-2 and a passive version, so there's no info on top mid, no info on banana. They don't know really much of anything. Yeah, I agree. It's a bit scary. And they're facing the Orb of Hetrick, which I think is interesting. They don't know about that necessarily yet, so we'll see if there's going to be an angle peak somewhere and somebody just walking into that shot. 30 seconds, running the clock down low. Now they're being pushed. They were already passive. They're pushed even further back, squeezed into the bomb site. And down from the Bit is trying his best to keep this alive for them. But the fight's already right on top of them. It's NPL again. Huge double kill with the FAMAS. How does he keep doing it? Again, he was the big point of criticism coming into this best of 3, and so far, he's definitely outlived everyone's expectations. Hampers on his own, walking away from it. A 6th round from Navi, but I still don't think that it doesn't take away from the criticism that is not a great defensive setup.
No, one more breaching flash, and that would have been lights out for Bit in the pit. That was a great hold from him, though. He was able to capitalize off the fact that there wasn't the needed utility to make his life difficult. And one guy that I think last year a lot of people wanted so much more from was Bit, but I'm glad to see him stepping up here, mechanically speaking, even though he was pressed into a very difficult situation and one that relied on his mechanics so much so. So NIP, they call the timeout. I think everything was going well for them up until the fact that they just were shot in the face. Like, they were in the right positions.
Yes.
They were converging in a way that should lead to a round victory. But the one flash that I guess I would highlight that was missing there, or at least it didn't catch Bit in the moment, would have been the graveyard flash. Usually comes from apartments, usually lands right in that area to blind the mini pit player. Didn't see it right there. But Navi, they're going to take those.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely huge and unexpected. And if not for Bit getting that first one, but also obviously MPL double with the FAMAS is another thing that doesn't necessarily happen if you replay that round once again. So still, I would say a good win for Navi, but I don't know if that's if you give NIP the same position again in this round, I would say they probably win it right away.
Oh, and that's a great nade. It's been NIP that I've usually been on the receiving end of utility damage early on, but NPL down to 56 already. And I definitely agree with you. I would hope that that doesn't lure Navi into this false sense of security that they can just play back and rely on their mechanics and their aim. And so they actually are playing a more forward defense. It's a nice change of pace.
Yeah, good. Let NIP fight for it just a bit. Let them use some nades like this one, the Molotov here. Let them make sure that they have to do something more than just walk up banana and take it. See, Broline is close. One good pop flash. I think he's being set up in the background there from Hetrick, so all they need is the timing for it, and they're going to be able to swing that corner. Very difficult to hold. There's the pop, but good. He just turned away. Perfecta was looking straight into the wall, and he gets a double kill behind it. 2 on 3, and that's great. Even if they eventually win the battle at top banana, because it's way outside of the B-bomb site, they can't just rush on there and put the bomb down. They have to wait it out. Creeping in is Rez on a solo mission to try and save this round, and that will be denied a bit on the opposite side of the railing to take him down. So great stuff. I think Navi picking the right idea. A little bit more forward, not super aggressive, but just enough to stop NIP before they can get that staging area outside of the B-bomb site.
Yeah, and no shame here, Hetrick, to just save this op. 10 seconds left. You'd have to sprint it right into the bomb site, and yeah, it does look like he's going to opt to just sit in the archway itself, or maybe even CT. Oh no, he's actually finding Simple. Wow, that's actually a pretty impactful kill. Don't think that, oh no, Navi do have enough money to buy another op, but it is going to be at a big cost. And this is very nice from Navi to see them go for that forward fight. Even when Hetrick was able to find the second kill, they don't know that nobody else is in B, that he could have just charged into the bomb site at that point. And the forewarning that Navi had allowed them to rotate safely, and at that point, NIP, they just kind of ran out of options. They were so in the dark because the fight was taken on Navi's terms this time around.
Yeah. Ooh, this is awkward though. 15th round, and you have to go into it with a couple of Tech 9s, a Mac 10. Oh, and that one AWP. He's challenging Simple of all players in the middle, and Simple's not having a good game. It's 1 and 12 for him at the moment, so That's maybe not the start that Navi needed here. 7 rounds, I'd say, is already pretty good for NIP. If they can steal another one and win the half, that would be quite interesting. What a start.
Yeah, we'll see what splits the difference between these two teams as they are tied up. And what is this, Navi? They're giving up B entirely. All 4 players. This has got to be a bracket regress from Navi. There's no way they can just play this completely in the dark.
Yeah, they're moving up apartments as well. I think they are thinking about finding the information, but...
Oh, wow. Brolin doesn't commit?
No, he didn't want to go for it. Hampus, though, is still in a very powerful position here. Bit might be dead before he turns the corner. Oh, he crouches right under. The timing could not have been better. He's very low on health.
They're hearing that. NIP heard a couple of players in the apartments there. Saw one, of course, but there were more footsteps. And NPL, he's holding on to this boiler room. Brolin's right around the corner with the op. This is so scary.
Oh, he didn't see him. That's crazy. He turned his back, and now NPL, something might be in trouble. Yep, head trick showing up with the AWP. And it's a 2-on-3. Spit inside. He's low from earlier. 1 bullet and he's gone. It's a drive-by. He just explodes him. Head trick. Styling on them in this round. A 3rd kill. And Perfecto has to go for the clutch here in the 15th round. Not going to be close at all. Quad kill at the end. And an 8-7 win of the half for NIP. We'll see how this unfolds. Second half is coming right up.
But no! Why did he turn around, Jason? Make it make sense!
You're so sick, Monacy. You're so sick.
That's what he always says.
Ilya,
you're nuts.
Brain just swinging with the bat, but what about pistols? The prowess of the pistols!
They're coming down.
They drop down ladder! How does he manage a kill like that? AK from Hooksy recovers! And G2 out of nowhere!
Oh, they've got a little bit on a low buy too.
Pop, pop with the pistols! And we've got another tied game!
It felt like all the X Factor was in phase.
That's so sick!
Wow.
Flames is rotated off. They're putting a lot of faith in the hands of Dexter. Config's gonna challenge early and quietly.
Dropped mid and doesn't commit to B. Instead, he's clearing out A,
They
which
can't
is where
fall
the
back.
bomb is. And if the bomb tries to come back now, it's gonna go right into
Whoa.
it. But no! Why did he turn around, Jason? Make it make sense. Cadian's found him, and that was a huge opportunity. That was the chance for OG, and it's just sailed right past them.
Oh, and now Config has infiltrated the CT side. What a heartbreaking maneuver. Whoa, what happened?
Dude, that is brutal. That is like walking into a room and upon getting there going like, what did I need from this room again?
Yeah,
like,
why did I come
that
here?
was like the Counter-Strike equivalent. He gets all this way up and then he's like, what am I even doing right now? And then just turns around.
And now that AK, given over to Nico, fully HP, nearly, sitting into this backside. And it's his brother right in front. Body guarding, body blocking, and JKS goes down for essentially free. 3 CTs meant to work this forward. Utilities off of the mark. Can Hunter sell this? Can Nico clutch it? Will he be needed? Because that Tech-9 drops, and here comes Nico's rifle. It's headshots galore. All 3 dead, and Nico's gonna keep it back and forth.
Tuck them in, son. They're put to bed. What a round from Nico. Was that possible to defuse after that kill?
I don't even know.
I don't even know. The first 2 might have been good enough. Of course, he had to make a show of it.
This has just got to be the read. They've moved into the site. They're closing the gap. No, Util's coming out! And Bit, that is a crazy shot. One more, man. He does do damage. He threw a bit of Util down under the bomb. The molly.
We are getting into the second half. We're on Inferno still. It's NIP and Navi. And Hetrick had a bit of a quiet start. Finally picked up the AWP and it looked really good. Of course, the Tech-9 drive-by at the end also something to really look at and think about. Overall, NIP looked way more in control of this opening half of the... I mean, it's a close... Scoreline-wise, it looks close, but it feels to me like NIP are the more prepared team at the moment.
I would say that the game plan that they showed in the first half had a lot more to it in terms of elements. NAVI so frequently just playing back, letting the action come to them and hoping for the best. And we see that NIP were able to win the half just by a single round because of that. Played it right into Alexi B's hands. A slow approach, though, on the pistol for NAVI. They want to see, once again, if the action's going to come to them. They will have to make an aggress eventually.
And they have a P250 on Simple, who's had one of the worst halves we've seen out of him for a really long time, but only slightly worse than Electronic. So, I don't know, those are two of the superstars that you expect to do lots. The fact that Navi have got 7 rounds and Simple and Electronic didn't even show up is in itself a bit of a mystery in some way. How does that even happen? Well, the answer is that BIT and MPL were the ones that did. Still, you would expect more. Body blocking the smoke is a great idea. Still maybe creating a bit of a gap on the one side for him. He's trying to get the jump over, but failing it just a little bit. Not quite getting the headshot that he needed, and it allows Navi to get through the smoke and onto the bomb site. And this might be an afterplant a little bit sooner than they would want. Simple throwing through a bullet. The smoke is fading and executed by Alexi B. 2 great shots, stopping the bomb plant and turning it into a 3-on-3. That was some expert timing.
And he just took his time with the shots, just lined them up precisely, made sure he didn't miss. But we could see that Rez be coming from Banana, and this is a fake smoke coming out from Hampus. At one point, Rez will have to push through that smoke and might actually create an angle for him if Navi expose themselves to it.
Yeah.
But he's taking so long.
This is sick.
They do have a kit, though.
Just picked up by Hampus. It was on the ground, but you're right. They might not think anyone's coming from there because why would NIP throw the smoke? So let's see if this works out. Bit not interested in the smoke. He's going to get the headshot instead. Rez getting one more in return, and Electronic trying to stay in the corner, but he can't. He's going to be found. Headtrick gets one shot, but the time is simply up, even with the kit. Headtrick has to run for it, and Navi, much needed pistol round, and they had to really fight hard to get it as well.
That was just a tough one for NIP on the retake, given that it just took Rez quite a long time to get into position there. He has to push through the smoke. He has to clear Banana too. And we can see that Navi, they're pretty happy about winning this one because, like we were saying, it did feel like NIP in that first half, they were the ones that were finding great initiative. They were the ones that were in control of the game. And yet still, Navi, despite all the win conditions seemingly in NIP's favor, they've tied it up. Simple's not even really in the game yet. Electronic neither. Some unlikely suspects, some unlikely round victories for Navi.
Makes you wonder what happens if Electronic and Simple do show up for the second half. Do they just blow up NIP? I don't know. Presumably, not everyone on the Navi side could play super well all at once. Typically, you don't get the full 5-man effect, but it'd be fun to see. Good grenades. I think they've got a whole bunch of them stacked out here, so Alexi, he can keep throwing them in, but looks like Navi might just want to go straight for it, so might be too late to throw any more nades. Yeah, going to be spammed right through. Roland trying his best. Another reach sheet, but it does go up. Almost looked like he just tried to lay on top of it. Low on health on Navi. Some of those extra nades actually could have made a huge difference, but they got pressured so hard, they could never really find a way to throw them. That's a shame.
Yeah, that's going to be it for the round. It did feel like there were many reasons why NIP would have been able to hold on right there, but Alexi B, he wants to toss that smoke in time, and Navi, they were just too close. They closed the distance. They were able to find themselves on the site, and Brolin too, just having a tough time there at Coffins. It's 2 rounds in a row now where he seems to just kind of be fiddling with the utility around him, unable to just find a clean shot, and this is one of those moments where you just tell Brolin, just trust your aim. You have great individual ability. You don't have to overthink it. And this is sometimes sort of the rust that you get from players coming back from the break. They want to make sure that they're playing the more disciplined style, the structured CS, because during that break, everybody, there's some people scrimming, but most people are just getting their reps in via FPL.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a big topic conversation. I think it was talked about yesterday as well, how a lot of the big upsets can happen out of breaks.
Yes.
Tends to be the case. But obviously some players are just slotting right back into it, so some players just don't seem to be affected by it. Right now, Navi, at least to me, feels like it's not 100% there, but then again, they are very experienced, the majority of them, so you have to assume that that rust will be worn off pretty quickly.
Yeah, the scores that you see right now are indicators of who just had the more fun holiday season.
Who's really been unplugging the whole way. It's probably true.
I don't actually mean that. I mean, you can have, you'll obviously have fun if you just get better at CS too.
That's where the real fun is. Winning.
Yes, exactly. That's why we're all here.
Bit has got 19 kills and 16 on MPL, so still something to really work with for the Navi side. Pistols on NIP. They'll have to wait it out a while longer. That's a nice double tap. Headshot and then the body shot to finish off Electronic. Rifle a little bit out of distance. Can't really pick it up just yet. But also makes it a little bit uncomfortable for Navi if they want to fall back. They might have to leave a couple of rifles now in this position. There's no obvious way on that side of the map to throw them away and outside of the map. So maybe you just want to keep fighting this and make sure they never pick up the rifles, because that would be a real shame. In the back of the site, yeah, look at this cheeky play. Alexi hoping that someone's going to walk into that P250. Calling it out now, so the backup is going to be coming, but it'll be another 10 seconds, maybe 15 before they get here. Running down Banana, and it's a jumping match. Here's a classic.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out to Vegas Squadron.
Oh, he actually had an MP9.
Oh, it's an MP9, you're right.
Yeah, okay.
Stole it. All right, cool.
Yeah, this becomes very difficult now, though, for NIP. Simple is already holding the line with the AK. If Alexi B was able to find one more in the back of the site, I would say that this is completely doable, but 3-on-3 retake when you just have pistols. Hampus, you might want to just take that armor into the next round. Nope, he thinks otherwise. Wants to take a crack at it, but he is punished for such. Now, Navi up 10-8, but first gun round on the way. We saw Hedrick warming up with that AWP in the first half. Took him a while to even equip it, but once he found it, he was able to take down the likes of Simple, able to find some impact in mid-late rounds, even actually moving through the apartments, an area you don't usually want to take an op to find a frag. And so we want to see if he can actually piece it together, but no, he actually doesn't have the money for it.
Oh, that's such a shame. Yeah, even if he did, it's obviously, it is a risk, I guess, to be lacking the grenades and some of the utility. It's such a core mechanic on Inferno, but maybe later we can see it. Still a very close game, but this one for NIP, having lost the pistol in the second half, you don't want to delay coming back into it too much more. See how NIP plays. We talked about Navi being a bit passive at the start of the first half, and it was a little bit annoying to watch. It'd be cool to see if NIP can find some way to impact it. And already, they're at least throwing a lot of nades down the bottom of Banana, which is a good start. It looks like they're going to go for the 4-1 split. Once they've dumped all of their nades, they're saying, all right, fine, you can stay here, and I'll do the rest on the other side. Brolin, I think, hanging out on that side. Look at the push, though, coming in. The timing is pretty good when there's only 3 people here. And Simple, a double headshot, the last one through the smoke, through the wall to bring down Alexi. I don't even necessarily know how, but it's a good shot nonetheless. And Brolin on his own over on this side. So that's actually a devastating round loss here for NIP.
Yeah, they actually had control of Banana. They had that space. But the rotation from Alexi B didn't really contribute anything, unfortunately. Just getting shot through a smoke, through a wall, in the face. The setup wasn't even that bad. Having a triple short lean with 1 grave, 1 behind the sight box, 1 in pit, that usually should be able to actually inflict a lot of pain, but the entries were very swift for Navi. I'd say that the utility that supported their push also exceptional, as it took away a few of the possible angles and was able to center the attack. The entries knew exactly where they needed to look, and thus it made their lives relatively easy. But NIP, I think they did a good job in terms of taking Banana there. It's just that they couldn't get that rotation quite quick enough.
And something else maybe to think about. I was trying to make a mental note. Whenever I see a T side that can get all the way to the hay cart before they get noticed, I'm always so curious whenever that happens, because there's so many plays you can make, and that's basically what happened here, right? Even if there were 3 people on the A-bomb side, the first fight happened, I think, against Rez, when it was basically the gun stuck around that hay cart, and that's deep on the A-bomb side. If you can do that on the T side, a lot of really flashy plays you can make from that position. So if that continues to be a weakness for NIP, obviously not in this round, because they're really holding middle. 3 people, a huge crossfire in the middle. Brolin's still the first to go down, and now 1 good flash here could be a little bit of trouble. Rez thinking about it. A running shot and a deagle on the other side of the crossfire. And Simple and NPL, they are blown up.
Wow. Just double peeking down mid. Works out for the pistols. NIP, looks like they just want to play this 2-2 setup, though. Navi, they're still flirting with the idea of bracket, but once that smoke falls down, I think Bit has actually beaten it, but they're just kind of posturing around the position. And look at this from NIP. They were in the 2-2, but they gave it up. They left Hampus all by his lonesome there. And this is going to be a very tough ask of him. But NIP, they're gathering information quickly. Every second that Navi takes means that NIP get a step closer to this bomb site and to pull off the successful rotation.
35 seconds. Oh, and it pays off just hiding in the corner, and actually it works. Inside of the smoke, they've almost found Rez. I can't believe he's still alive. The grenade almost chases him down. He's got so many lives in this round. Headtrick goes down, Alexi sneaking around the back. He couldn't pick up a rifle because they've thrown all of them away in the middle, so he's still stuck on that 5-7. But a quick headshot to make it work. 15 seconds, and the pressure is on Perfecto to either find the kill right now or find some space to get that bomb planted, but this is risky. He fakes it once up on the high ground, and he takes him down. That is an all-in risk. If Alexi doesn't buy, then he runs out of time, can't plant the bomb, and it's a painful way to lose a round, but what a play.
Yeah, he would have just had to scramble forward if Alexi didn't bite there. And yet it comes out. This felt like NIP was about to steal this round, but Navi stayed composed in these late round moments. Perfecto also just so cool under pressure. Does not matter what the stakes are, doesn't matter how many players there are that could be in so many different positions. He just centered himself, and he knew exactly where Alexi was in that moment. Alexi had even had an option to rotate potentially, but Perfecto just honed in on it, trusted his gut.
That's 5 in a row for Navi. 12-8 scoreline. They're doing very well. Brolin, though, pushing down even through the smoke as he takes down Simple and Perfecto both. He put a stop to, but even Electronic, I think, was in a little bit of trouble there. He was half blind when that was going on, so 3-on-4. Good, strong start for Brolin, and an assertive play to stop Navi from doing anything.
Oh. Alexi right on top of the sandbags. They overlook it for a split second, but NPL, he's able to find the trade, and now we see Headtrick tested. Lone defender towards B, 2 players approaching him. He's able to take down his counterpart, the other Navi Junior player, and now Bit making his way forward. Does recognize Headtrick's position, but Headtrick with the nice headshot to take down Bit, showing that he's a cut above some of those other Academy players that have gotten the call up.
That was a nice shot, that last one, and even just not getting baited out, it's something that obviously is hard to create a highlight of players not getting baited into shooting that AWP, but it is such a rare skill because you do that, and that's their ticket into the bomb site. That's when they can really run you down, so just a lot of patience on the first couple of jiggles. 12-9. What a needed round for NIP.
Okay, early banana fight. Last time around, Brolin was able to do God's work, taking down 2. This time around, he is stopped in his tracks. Too much utility from Navi. They have top banana control already. It looks like NIP want to play back at this.
Oh, Navi, they're not going to slow down. They're going to keep going. This is a bit scary. 2 people defending, and one of them dies. It might be all over. Alexi surely going to get grenaded out of this position. You can see they're already chasing him down, and Simple pushed in front of the smoke behind that tree. He's going to find both of them. And he's up to 8 kills now. It's still not super impressive, but given the fact that he was almost not present at all in the first half, this is a scary moment for NIP, realizing that they might have woken up Simple.
Oh, yeah. They gave him time to get into the server, to check in. The GOAT is here. Still yet to hit double digits, but if you had told me that Navi were up 13-9 versus NIP and Electronic and Simple were sub 10 kills, I would say, how is that even possible before the series started? And now that they are here to play, connecting with 3 combined total in this one, it's a worrying sight for NIP. Your window, it might have already left. It's not going to get any easier. I'll just put it like that.
And again, it's so crazy because that first half just felt like it was all in NIP's control. It felt like they had such a good game plan. They were executing it well. Navi obviously held on to some extent, but now it's just a very, very different feeling. A third timeout being used by NIP to try and get things under control in the second half and find a way to get some of these rounds really working. But Navi are looking like they're waking up from that slumber, and that's a very bad sign for the NIP team.
Yeah. Interesting decisions that have to be made for NIP here. Obviously, the previous round just being taken from them with force. They were unable to even contest Banana. It was just a utility dump from Navi. And we saw how imperative, how important it was for Brolin to get activated in that position, for them to find their solo CT round victory. So this time around,
it also just, doesn't it just suck as well that you have a game where Simple and Electronic both doing Planty, but then you've got Bit dropping 23 kills. Like, come on.
Yeah.
You can't even use that little holiday for anything.
That's a redemption arc. Yeah. Bit still a very solid player in the previous year, but didn't reach the heights that we saw in 2021. And now it feels like he's back. Like he never left.
Gotta be frustrating if you're on the NIP side to realize, man, that window, like you said, is closing rapidly. Rez hiding in the corner, very low from Hampus shooting on the other side, so NPL goes down. But Bit is ready to bring it back and Simple through the smoke. He saw the traces, that's the M4A4, not the M4A1. So a little bit more risky to be shooting through the smoke like that. And Head Trick, he's, wow, okay. People just dying through the smoke whole round, that's fine.
Yeah, Navi just found so much form in the last couple rounds. Feels like everybody is unplayable now. Any duel that you think is 50-50 is now Navi favored. Doesn't matter what the circumstances, and they're just moving as a unit. They're shooting you through walls. They're adding insult to injury. Alexi down, and that was just, that was the up dog peak, Anders.
Yes. Roland, what? I mean, there's nothing you can do, obviously, but NIP as a whole, they're wrecked.
Yeah, this is looking really grim for the Ninjas' chances. And what was a nice debut from Head Trick on the first map. Still have to give him some props, a commendable effort thus far from him. 15-11 scoreline. Although it is being dwarfed by the resurgence of Bit.
Jesus
26 Christ. Kills for this guy.
Couldn't even leave him alone at the end. And there's no slow peek about it. He's just running through the map. It's too slow for Bit at the moment. He's like, I want more.
Yeah. It doesn't feel like he can lose to anybody right now. Wow.
That one's, you know, a little bit more labored, but some of the other kills that Bit's been getting has been so on point.
Yeah.
14-9.
Jeez. Tough to find an answer here for NIP, but it has to come now. Double nade onto Perfecto, 23 HP. They would love to finish this kill off, give themselves just some kind of edge into round 24. Gotta stand your ground, Ninjas.
Yeah, time is running out for them. NPL solo play just creeping out, and he gets the shot, taking down Rez. And unfortunately, the only challenge would have been a FAMAS at range. You don't really want to swing that if you're Hampus, and he doesn't. The bomb is miles away, so even Navi are surprised by the success of that A hit so far. And they're like, wait a minute, we have the bomb site, but the bomb is miles away, so what are we going to do? Hampus taking down Simple, this time a little bit closer. Plenty of time for Navi if they want to wait out and see NIP's response here. Perfecto is very low on health, but only his head is really sticking up, so Hampus could still be in a rough position when the smoke fades. There we go, he's been spotted, and the information passed on for sure.
Bomb finally arriving. Hampus still trying to toy with this duel as Perfecto is in the pit. Does look like Hampus is going to get the better of him. So they evened out the numbers. But NIP, they're not in a great position for this, and it doesn't look like they're too interested either. Ready to give up. Round 15 for Navi. Despite the awkward positioning of everybody across the map, it just wasn't good enough for NIP. Instantly recognizing that the health, the weaponry, utility, all of it, not good enough. This was a very cool call, though, from Navi, I have to say. NPL just using the timing towards apartments, crouch swinging out to find an unsuspecting Rez. That's just not usually the entry that any team is going to opt for on a typical round of Inferno. You don't usually see the first contact coming out with an app swing.
Yeah, that's super devastating and probably very frustrating internally in NIP. If we had a mic'd up moment for that, it's got to be so devastating. You're like, what? Is no one watching? How did he get that deep? You know, how, are they just in our minds now?
He just walked out apps.
Yeah, I'm inside of the A bomb site, and I'm the first casualty of the round. Cool, thanks. 15-9. Navi, the right back. I mean, can't believe it when I look at Bit dropping 27 kills. I think, all right, well, that's probably part of the reason why.
Yeah, just unusual suspects that are supporting him, though. And it does look like they want to go for the fast approach towards Banana again. This is where Brolin has been most successful, as he's able to take down Perfecto already. Nice start. This is what NIP really wanted in the previous round. The kill barely eluded them as Perfecto kept himself alive, but this time they've got it. And they've got some damage on Electronic too, and they even want more. They're fighting for this space. Alexi on top of the sandbags, but you can't fool Simple twice. That's the second time Alexi B has tried that position out, and you see that he's punished for such.
Yeah, first half Simple would have lost that fight, but second half Simple is looking more fresh. He's got his eyes back. 4-on-4 right now with over a minute left, but look at how far stretched out they are. 2 in pit, basically 2 at the B bomb site, and the entire middle of the map is just wide open. If Navi find that out, they could do a lot with it, but it looks like maybe even this is a fine play, right? They're playing an isolated 2-on-4 at the B bomb site. That's probably worth it.
Yeah, it's just such a tough hold, but there is great utility for NIP. That's what they've got going for them here. The Molly has been deployed, Hetrick rotating in, and Brolin, he's had mixed results here at the Coffins, and it is unsuccessful this time around. NPL, beautiful shot, Simple, trying to one-way that smoke towards the Coffins, inflicting a little bit of damage towards Hetrick, but the number advantage firmly lies with Navi.
As it does, an Electronic this deep in, Hamper's not even going to check it, he goes down immediately. Rez and Hetrick to try and hold on to Inferno. It started so well. They got so many rounds in the first half, and in the second half, they get wiped out. Simple with the headshot at the end. That's a beautiful comeback for Navi. Slow start, but definitely showing that they've still got what it takes. So that is terrifying if you're NIP. You wanted way more out of that, given how the first half played out. You were probably expecting for that to be some kind of a victory, but Navi says, hell no. So really good job. We're going to go to a break, and then the second map is coming right up.
Welcome everybody to Skin Riders. We are here with Blast in Abu Dhabi, and to my left there is this beast. Twist will do us the pleasure of being in it and going around the laps. What he's gonna do is draw skins, in fact, and then we're gonna have 3 players guess which skins these are.
Why is the painting just so bad, guys? They don't want me to succeed.
This right here is like something that a child would draw.
We need some art classes, so we help people start doing like normal human beings, and right now it's a complete mess.
I just see some people trolling me. A player or an animal drew this. I think a player, probably not a good one, but a player.
Like someone smashes the color on the paper and just like draws with his finger. But I'm not sure why there is so many dots that are like going out of the USP. And they're also not only going out of the USP, they look so... They're just, you know, a mess. Every drawing is a mess, and I'm not sure who to blame.
Yeah, I would just say USP 0.
I think the skin is USP kill confirmed. It's either kill confirmed or Cyrex, but I'm not sure if there is even a Cyrex USP.
I think the skin is kill confirmed, even though it's black and scribbled and stuff. I can't think of anything else that looks kind of similar.
Guys, Dualies. How can I know Dualies' skins? Oh, I don't even know a name of Dualies' skin.
All I can think of is like they're blindfolded or something.
Some control initially shown by NIP, but completely stolen out of their hands on their own T side by NAVI. Once NAVI were warm, they were simply on fire, as it was only one solitary CT round for the Ninjas in that second half, Jacob.
That was a scary game for NIP, and also a bit of a scary game for NAVI to begin with. There's a lot of signs of some of the players not showing up, some of the guys not doing like they normally do, but as we discussed, you know, they won in a pretty clean fashion right here. Never felt like NIP were any close to actually adding any pressure towards NAVI, and that was a bit disappointing because I feel like there was a lot of gaps open and a lot of opportunities for actually making a dent into NAVI.
Yeah, that second half was really deflated from NIP. Honestly, in the first half, I felt like Alexibi had good reads on the Navi's defense. I felt like he called a couple of very great timing, very good executes. He had a few of his players that were catching up. We see here the scoreline, or the stats rather, for the first half. Rez had 11 kills. Alexibi was doing a decent head trick as well, silently but surely on 11. It looked like this was good for NIP. This is an 8-7 T-side on Inferno.
It's the electronic and simple combining for 3 kills in 15 rounds. I've
Almost unheard of.
never seen anything like it. There was a bit of resurgence coming in for Simple in that second half. Obviously also part of the reason why I never really got close. You get to see the full stats of the game right here. Simple did finish with 12 kills, Electronic with 9. So they did a little bit more on the T side, but we gotta praise the youngsters. We gotta praise the rest of the Navi squad, because it was NPL, it was Bit who kept these two guys, two of the most crowned players within Counter-Strike history, alive in this game.
It's absolutely insane, particularly when we're looking at just the stats from that first half as well, ending up 8-7. The fact that even, as you were saying, without Simple, without Electronic, even basically present within the server, they might as well have had their eyes shut. The fact that they could still stay competitive in that one and then just turn it up a gear coming into the second, I mean, testament to the full Navi squad.
Yeah, testament to the roster, the depth of that roster. I think Bit on the A side, when he was CT, was a full turret. He stopped so many attempts from the side of NIP, and NPL did admirably on the B side. But you can flip that equation over to the other side and say, if you're NIP, when are you going to beat Navi if it's not when Simple is having a 1 out of 10 million game, and when Electronic is also finding absolutely nothing to work with? Bid was lights out. He, for my money, completely saved Navi at the beginning of this game, and it's great to see him pop off.
It's great to see him back, because coming into Abu Dhabi, I remember us speaking about he was also in a bit of a rough period. Couldn't quite replicate the performance we saw in 21, was struggling from an individual perspective. In Abu Dhabi, he did okay, and now coming into the first game of the season, that's the Bit that we saw in his debut season. That's the Bit we saw in the rookie season, where he went in and won everything he possibly could win. Headshots left, right, and center. And as you said, a turret on the CT side and a turret on the T side as well. He was everywhere.
And that's an incredibly scary opposition to be facing up against. And I love how you touched upon, you know, towards the tail end of 22, we were placing more emphasis on Bit, considering, you know, his rookie number, or his rookie year rather, he was posting up some absolutely stellar numbers. You know who else was struggling in Abu Dhabi though? Arguably way more. Was NPL, and he showed us that we were all wrong for showing that, you know, his debut back in Abu Dhabi, that wasn't the face he wanted to be showing.
No, we weren't wrong. He played horrible in Abu Dhabi, but this time around he played fantastic Counter-Strike. I think you said it as well, Matthew. In that first half, he was, you know, together with Bit, a complete lockdown over on this A-bomb side. They couldn't do anything with him, even on the A-bomb side as well. The thing is, you see this highlight package, and he's all over the map. You see him on A, you see him on B, you see him in pit, you see him inside, you see him on balcony as well. He had a lot of influential kills and a lot of impact in this game, and it was great to see him bounce back and show some of that promises that we were promised with NPL.
And it's funny because there were some variation from the CT side of Navi. We've seen here a few highlights from NPL in different positions, but I thought they lacked movement. Somehow on their CT side, either they were too passive or they just overrated their ability to stop execute. There was so little attempt at regathering information, sending a player forward. You saw how many times Simple was playing from library, he was playing from CT spawn, and Alexibi was given a whole lot of space. And for my money, that's why NIP were able to win so many rounds. But I guess we can move on to the second half and talk about the woes of NIP there, because their defense, it had more holes than the best Swiss cheese I've ever eaten.
It was absolutely dismal. You can see Navi just there painting, I guess, the scoreboard pink in the sense of all those T rounds coming through and through. And we were looking at the scoreboard and saying, you know, Headstrick, props to him for his first showing for NIP. He was trying to bolster up some numbers, but then you made an at point. You actually look at the ADR basically on every single NIP player. Just wasn't really much going on in terms of kills.
Lack of firepower coming out of any of the NIP players. We didn't see Rest pop off. We didn't see Brolin pop off. We didn't see Headstrick pop off, even though he had a decent showing. We didn't see Hampus do much in this game either. And Alexibi, he's not supposed to be the star fragger, but he didn't do much either, right? So you had no one popping off. You had no one matching Bit, no one matching NPL. And that's one of the concerns we had coming into the game as well. I look towards this NIP roster, and I agree with you. Rifle power-wise, firepower-wise as well, there's a lot to work with. But do they have that clear-cut star who can take over games or met some of the best in the world. I didn't see this game, and I could worry that could become an issue in the future.
And that's exactly what we were hoping for with this roster move from NAP. We were hoping for it to kind of relinquish, give more control to the riflers to really show their star power. We are now moving on to Navi's map pick, which will be the grounds of Mirage. So Danny, what should we be looking for in this one?
Navi have played Mirage a handful of times, but I actually want to break down this interesting smoke they used in the last time they played. So this smoke here, even though Mirage being a 10 years old map, this smoke is a little bit unique. What we see here is that Perfecto is going to toss this smoke here from T-spawn, and it lands towards Catwalk, but it actually lands not directly on Catwalk, it kind of lands right about here at the entrance of it. And the smoke is a little bit different than the typical top mid smoke that you see that a lot of teams throw that allows them to basically just cross towards mid. This smoke lands right over here rather, and it kind of cuts off this entire catwalk angle. Now, what this does is it actually blocks a very common peak that CTs like to do, which is a cat jump peak. Normally with the typical top mid smoke, there's always going to be a gap on this left side for Ts to be able to cross over. But with this smoke that Navi throws, sometimes this smoke actually lands a little bit deeper, so it completely cuts off this catwalk player entirely. You can see how Navi uses smoke here. You'll see that from Bit's point of view here, as he comes out towards this mid position, with that smoke landing a little bit deeper, it allows him to basically come out towards mid, where Elige, he did the cat jump here. He doesn't have to worry about him at all because of that smoke. And what that does is it ultimately allows Bit to kind of come over here and focus on this connector area completely. He's able to take a very isolated fight, and as a result, he doesn't really have to worry about that right side. You'll see that from Elige's point of view, as he comes out, that smoke, it blocks him entirely. He can't even see where Bit is coming out from towards that middle area. And even when Elige wants to come back behind the smoke and try to jump on top of the sign, you'll see that Simple, he's already primed in on it. He knows that this is a very common reaction for CTs who are playing that catwalk position. So interesting smoke. They don't throw it all the time, but when they do, this is something to look out for.
Really great breakdown once again there from Danny, particularly as when we're looking at the wider context. Obviously, Navi were one of many teams that were somewhat wounded by the removal of Dust 2 in the most recent map pool change. Great to see them being proactive and showing us some new looks on Mirage.
Yeah, you're definitely right. And I think due to the quality of the roster and obviously the quality of Simple, we have a tendency to underrate how much work they put into these refined details, right? They've messed around with the map pools. They've taken risks for sure. I think for my money, they have one of the strongest and less predictable T side that there is in the game alongside with FaZe, and this is why, like, a couple of refined details, a smoke that is slightly different, a timing for Bit that he knows how to exploit, Simple waiting for that peak over there. These are the details that Blade and Electronic and the crew of Navi is putting forth so that they can remain unpredictable on the T side.
It's not looking good for NIP, is it?
That's a 0% map win right there.
0% map win rate. Of course,
not many maps played, but still
coming into a new season with a new player, so lots can change. You know, you can work on your map pool, but we know Navi to be notoriously strong on Mirage. We know Simple to be notoriously strong on Mirage as well, and we did see him wake up a little bit on Inferno. So I'm worried, as Matthew said, if NIP couldn't beat Navi on Inferno with the way things were playing out, what stock do we put in them beating them on Mirage?
Yeah, that was going to be my final question. Is this going to be Simple from the first half of Inferno or the second half of Inferno?
What do you think, Freya?
I mean, my fantasy team begs that it's the second half. I think you're the same there, Maniac.
Yes. Mathematics and stats are on our side, okay? What happened, that was the odd event. That was the exceptional. I think he's going to revert back to his general tendency, which is to be exceptional.
Yeah, lightning doesn't strike twice or doesn't not strike twice. I don't know how the
same
saying
event,
goes.
whatever.
But anyway, the sun rises in the east, sets in the west, and Simple, he is guaranteed to be showing up on this second map. At least my fantasy team is hoping so. We're going to be jumping into Navi's pick of Mirage after this.
Welcome back, everybody. We are ready to get into the second map. It's going to be exciting. It's NIP and NAVI playing each other, and the first one went to NAVI. Now, before we get into it, we do want to remind you that if you sign up over at blast.tv, if you remember there, not only can you get access to the great live stream, but a lot of cool stuff, you can also pre-purchase tickets on the 23rd before the general sale. That's on the 26th. You get like a 3-day advance before the rest of the hordes of people come in and buy all the tickets for the Paris Major. You want to be able to do that. That's going to be super exciting, and they get sold out quick, so don't miss the opportunity. Just to remind you guys, Alex, what are we thinking about this second map? How is it going to unfold? NIP, can they get some revenge on Mirage? Is it possible?
Well, the Deaths brought it up. NIP haven't been looking too sharp on Mirage. I think that's the biggest concern for me. I think Mahone already showed a great strategy from NAVI. We know that they have the tactics on a map like this. They have the firepower on a map like this. So it is an uphill battle for the Ninjas, who just took a while to get going there, even though it felt like sometimes they were outplaying NAVI, sometimes they couldn't still convert. And I think that's more of a testament to just how strong NAVI has come into this season, Bit especially.
Yeah, he really carried them through. Without him, it could have been a very different affair on Inferno. But here we go. NAVI on the T side, NIP on the CT side, and we are ready for Mirage. It's Alexi looking on top of the box, boosted up. He sees a couple of people. Could at least call it out. I think he spotted out Bit, so he knows. That is so patient. Not firing any early shots, not revealing his own position. And he just takes him down. Okay. He blew open the cover and just deleted Hampus from the round. That's something.
That was disgusting from MPL. Explosive. So, Ninjas, they're up against... Okay, wait a second. All right, Brolin's actually fighting back into this one. There is a way for Ninjas to piece this one together. NAVI have not yet planted the bomb, and that actually leads to a bit of confusion, it seems like. I don't know if Brolin is well aware of Electronic's position, but he's swinging on out. He wants a little bit of info, but he's punished for it. And now Electronic, he's activated, leaving just Rez in the 1 versus 3. First headshot there onto NPL.
They got so curious on IP. They needed to know. They had to know what was happening on the bomb side, and that's what NAVI were expecting. It's not much of a necessarily a deep strategy, but just giving a little bit of space for the enemy team to make a mistake, and they did. And NAVI will end up winning the pistol round, because I mean that could have been difficult otherwise. If they try to fight for the bomb plant, they're fighting at range against CT spawn against USPs. That could have gone really badly. So nicely done from NAVI. I mean, some of these shots are great, but I think the act of waiting a little bit actually probably was what won them the round here.
It shows a lot of composure in that moment, because NAVI, a lot of teams, they would have felt like the smokes are fading. We need to get this bomb down right now, right here. But they just hold on, and it's NIP that are the ones that feel disadvantaged. And because of that, they think they need some more info, they need some space, something to work with to get back into the round. And that's exactly what NAVI recognized in that moment. So whoever called that hold, they're the ones that really deserve a lot of credit in that round. Always difficult in CS to give proper credit when it's the comms that are what's winning rounds.
Yeah, we don't most of the time know exactly how that's going to play out, but that's a good idea. All right, Hampus, he was boosted up, I think, from the middle to be here really, really quickly. Now there's kind of smoke everywhere. But BKM didn't get lost inside, and they've traded places somehow. That's a bit interesting. Mac 10 on the other side. This position for the T side to have it is just, it's such a versatile position. There's so much that could be done, and just pure information in terms of listening to where people are walking around on the CT side. Nice position to occupy.
Yeah, and this is yet another interesting position for NAVI. They have those players, and it looks like they're opting for the B split. Hampus playing right beneath the window. There are 3 players here for NIP. They have a real opportunity to shut down this NAVI push, but Simple with the early entry. They're still prodding into the bomb site. 30 seconds left, and Simple, he's actually thinking otherwise. Brolin snuffing out that Perfecto lurk, and now this becomes very confusing for NAVI. They are trying to breach this site, but there are too many NIP players here. Headtrick, Brolin finding frags across the map, and now NPL, he is just a mile away from that bomb. There is no chance for him to win this round.
Yeah, they don't have the time. That's actually crazy. Brolin obviously picking up a triple kill has a lot to do with this one, but ultimately NAVI just not maybe seizing the opportunity when it was there. Maybe could have gone a little bit quicker if they wanted to, but regardless, It's going to be NIP winning the round back. What a surprise.
Yeah, very strange audible there coming out from Navi. We just saw an incredible mid-round from them on the pistol. This time it comes back to bite them. They feel like there's an opportunity that they might be running into a stack towards B, and so they try to revert the bomb all the way towards that other site. And I actually, it might not have even been a bad call, but it was just an even better defense by Brolin, shutting down 3 players there, showing that star power.
Absolutely huge. All right. That was unexpected, and it seemed like that was going to be part of the script, but it is. 3rd round. And NIP, they not only win the round, but they get to pick up a couple of weapons, or at least the AK there. They get to keep the Scout and the MP9, and because there's not that much on the Navi side, can work just fine, which means their economy is also going to be growing maybe a little bit earlier than otherwise. 2 Deagles. Tech9, P250, and a Galil on NPL. See if he can continue the good start that he had on Inferno into this map. That would be crucial. They're trusting him with a better rifle at the moment, and he's going to win the fight against Brolin in Shadow. It's a decent start. Smoke there to fade back in, so not going to get caught immediately. Rez looked like he was about to be in trouble. But they've got that deep control towards jungle as the bomb is being planted. Super important stuff. He goes for another fight, and he almost wins it. Look at Amber's down to 5 health. But the bomb is planted in the back, so can Navi buy enough time here?
Got a bit in the sandwich. Alexi is trying to peek over the smoke, but look at this. Navi, they're actually finding a position that I don't think NIP is going to expect. They pushed 2 into jungle at this point. But Rez, yeah, he's unable to win the duel, and now there's still this player in window in Hampus, and so he's finding his time to strike now, but it might be too little, too late. He is so far away from the play, and even though he's going to be able to collect that kill onto Electronic, it is for naught. Navi have stolen a round away off of a beautiful entry from NPL, and really just kind of an interesting idea in the mid-late round for Navi. I can't believe they just went for that push.
Yeah, that was a really nice way to play it. And because Hampus was so low on health, he couldn't be the main guy to go and fight them again. I'm shocked that he got the 2 kills at the end even. That's crazy, but at that point it was too late. So they steal the round right back. Good work on that MP9 again. This time it's bit. But yeah, this is very, very hard to deal with. And even if NIP would have been successful winning some sort of fight at CT spawn, they can't really go out and defuse the bomb when there's 2 people still in jungle. It's just such a hard position to get rid of. 4th round coming up. And NIP, they have a little bit to work with here, but Simple, he was activated in the 2nd half of Inferno. And we expect him to keep up that style right here, and he does. Double kill to begin the round with both of them headshots in the middle. I don't know what NIP could do from here on, but it's going to be very tricky.
You had a handful of ways you could have won that first map, could have closed it out. Seems like things were going well for NIP, but now it feels like Navi have become that unstoppable force that is so terrifying to play against. Simple's joined the party. He's in form right now too, and NPL is having an excellent debut now as an official member of Navi. Brolin actually able to catch Perfecto off, but there are players all around him. He was never going to be able to come out on top there. Electronic somehow flanking head trick. Not only is Navi winning their duels, they are outplaying tactically their opposition. This is a very scary sight for NIP.
There's a reason why we call that position sandwich.
Yep.
That's what happens.
He was the meat.
Yeah. Which I guess in this metaphor is somehow bad. I don't know.
Navi were getting that bread as they were the bread.
Wow, that's so very deep. You tell you've got that philosophy background.
It's poetry in motion.
Nice. Regardless, it is a 3rd round for Navi. They've picked it up, and obviously with that kind of a start, it forces NIP's hands. They lose 2 players in the middle. They have to try and, rotate around and try and do something to figure out what's going on. Ultimately, they'll save the M4 and Alexi. It's about the best that we can say. T side of Mirage, 3-1. Yeah, I'd say this is a good start. We can call it that.
Yeah, and despite the, I'd say, tough times that Navi faced in the previous year with the IGL swap, they still managed to be a very formidable offensive team, even when Electronic was at the helm. I think it's been seared into people's brains just how cumbersome some of the rounds can look, how clumsy they are once they switch IGLs, but in terms of win percentage, they actually were above 50% for the year on T side, which is not something most teams can say.
a little bit of a boost. This is very cheeky, but it's also an all-in. It's hard to escape from this position. They're making it work so well. Maybe they don't need to escape. They're fighting their way out instead. Alexi with the double, but Electronic and Perfecto, they're getting back into it. And you see the Molotov at the feet. So that does come back to bite them a little bit. And those were the rifles that they had. They're gone down in the underpass. The rest are all pistols.
Yeah, that was getting out of hand. It was getting a little bit messy, but Navi were able to clean it all up. And I think that's going to be it for this round. The shot onto Rez. A great attempt to get into this one for NIP. The double kill from Alexi showed some of his individual prowess, but I love that Navi just had that contingency plan. They had a way to converge onto that position. Perfecto was there, the molly, the push from the other side from Electronic, everything working together. And look at this.
Yep.
I don't even know if NIP are going to be able to take anything. Head trick. He's trying to fight for it, but the quick switch, it betrays him, and that is it. No one alive.
Yeah, really great work. Don't let them get away with those AKs. Don't make it easy on them. Expensive for NIP to start to ramp back up into this first half here. Opening for Navi is now just looking better and better all the time. They do lose a couple of players in this round, so I guess that also cost Navi a bit, but I think that's a cost they're willing to bear. Head Trick has picked up the AWP, and I'm excited for that. On a map like Mirage, I want to see if he can be the difference to get NIP back into this first half, because they really need it right now. Oh, and there's a gap. If somebody jumps, nobody will, but he's seeing it for sure. It looks like a straight default A execute.
Yeah, I think that's what we're getting here. Brolin playing very far back. This is probably going to lead to a retake attempt from NIP, unless Brolin can truly shut him down with this one way. It's a very well-placed smoke at that, and there we go. Tracers aren't there. He's able to just snipe him from up the top, takes down NPL, and Navi, there's hesitation now.
They're thinking about it, almost isolating Brolin behind the triple boxes. That could have been deadly. He's a grenade away from death, but he's finding one more shot to take down Bit. That's huge. Finally, Simple chiming in. And that's the opening that they maybe needed. See if they can get a quick bomb plant. They still have Electronic down in the middle. Oh, he's got a couple of targets right on top of him. I'm not even sure that might have been a resolution issue there. 2 versus 3 now, and Perfecto and Simple, they have 50 seconds. And NIP's already made the mistake once when they were in this position of being a little bit too aggressive and wanted to find the info. This time, it doesn't backfire on them. Hampers just walks in and shoots Simple in the back, and now it's all on Perfecto, fighting out in the open. Gonna pick up 1 kill there, and he knows the threat of that AWP towards CT spawn. He does not want to test it. Keeping his eye on it and looking for the rifle instead. It's on Rez over at the jungle. Surely Rez saw that. I feel like he did. And Head Trick, yeah, that's the information. They're playing off each other. Really good stuff here. 19 seconds, and Perfecto, he should never be able to win that. And indeed, NIP will pick it up.
They just tried to challenge Brolin, and he had the counter utility necessary to stop him in their tracks. A great attempt at the very end to try to get back in the round between Simple and Perfecto, but it was just too much to handle. A very simple call. Navi have really been finding so much mileage with their mid takes, but they wanted to just switch things up. Not necessarily a bad idea, even when things are going well. You just want to make sure you're not giving your opponent a steady diet of anything. That leads to disaster. It leads to stagnation, which can be one and the same when it comes to the CSGO meta.
Feels that way, doesn't it? Once you introduce any amount of doubt or hesitation into the game, it just, way more mistakes tend to happen. You need to get in that flow state, but finding it is not always easy. 3 Tech-9s setting up outside of B. It is a classic, and it can work. 1 good flash to get a couple of people out from the hallway. I feel like that's what happens. If you get stuck in the hallway, then maybe it's just all over before you even get started. But if you can get out the window and down onto the low ground of the bomb site, it's different.
And it's very worthwhile to test out Alexi here. Not really known for his anchoring ability. He so frequently on his previous rosters had to even clash with other personalities to try to get his favorite spots, which are towards mid, cat, connector. It's where he likes to be. He doesn't like to be pushed into a corner. And so Navi looks like they're going to test him if he has improved his anchoring ability or if the old dog didn't learn any new tricks.
In the middle, a little bit of a distraction. Electronic going down. Alexi is here, and with the smokes down and everything else, this is so good. They can't even make it through. Really well timed. A double kill for him. And they never really get anything rolling. They didn't even get really to jump out. That wasn't even a question here. They just get stopped way before that happens. Simple testing his deagle a little bit. but ultimately it'll be another round for NIP. Third one on the board, and that's what they need. They really, and more importantly than that, perhaps, they get to keep everyone alive.
Yeah, that's huge. They're starting to finally build some momentum. It was a very rough start for them in this game, but they're coming back. And Alexi, just a well-timed smoke. Right when he needed to throw it, and then playing off of it. It's very simple, doesn't look too flashy, but it's what you need to do sometimes. And the easy kills in Tier 1 CS, those are the ones that are arguably harder to get. Because everybody is making sure that the tactics are there, there's depth in the strategy. And so for Alexi to make it look that simple, I mean, I question his anchoring ability there. But, you know, if you find the timings like that, doesn't even need to be too flashy.
And somebody has to do it. I feel like especially anchoring the B-bomb side on Mirage could just be one of the worst jobs. It feels like long stretches of boredom when nothing happens, and then half the time you're retaking an almost lost A site already. You're the last man. You're like, oh, I guess I'm showing up when everyone else has failed. I have to try and save everything. Not a good time.
Probably the least desired position across any map in the entire map pool.
Yeah, it's got to be. It's got to be close. Well, Simple's picked up an AWP, and everyone's excited. Headtrick on the other side has his, but so far it's not been a really AWP-heavy affair between the two teams. Maybe that can change. Adventure towards the middle. Rez rifling up close. Headtrick covering him from a little bit further on back, and Hampus is on the other side of Connector and ready to do something. They can really crunch the middle here in IP if they want to, and Alexi's just playing for the defense. Looks like they could test him one more time, but this time with a lot better weaponry.
That's what's scary. Alexi playing a very similar game, going for the jiggle. He has the smoke ready to deploy as soon as he faces any intruders. And that might come in just a moment's time. But Navi, they're still feeling out middle. Electronic and Bit are working their way up Connector, and that might be the cue. That might be it. They lost the players towards middle. That's one prong of the attack taken out, and Alexi deploys the smoke once again. This is just perfect timing, stopping Navi right in their tracks. No real way for Navi to get back in this one unless NIP gift them some frags.
And the way that Navi want the middle part of it to be at least successful enough to distract from the B defense so that they can put the rest of it in play, but yeah, the rest of that plan never comes into play because they get shut down again in the middle. Good stuff for NIP. That's 20 seconds now, and I mean, barring some kind of crazy double kill in the next 5 seconds, they're probably just going to wait this one out.
Yeah, I'd say one very slight difference between Electronic and the Boomich time for Navi is that both of these teams are trying to implement a very similar offense where they're trying to accomplish two things on the map at the same time. But what Boomich was so great at in those kinds of moments is that he would be such a decoy. He would be such a great decoy.
Yes.
It was almost representative of who he was as a person, where everybody's looking at him and he's staying alive somehow as he's making these maneuvers to try to take space from opponents. And he's causing all this confusion, but Electronic just not quite as slippery. That's kind of a big difference for me. He's better at winning the fights outright, but sometimes it's just about making sure that his presence is felt, it's known, and almost something that you can't actually immediately deal with, so you just have to reformulate your defense around it.
Something that I see sometimes out of someone like Carrigan too as an in-game leader, someone who can do something that's just so off the wall that you're just not even expecting it, but you're right, maybe not so much for Electronic. Speaking of which, he walks right into that AWP from Headtrick, who's now got it down on the ramp, and he's not going to miss the second opportunity either. Bit, if you want to come for it, you're going to have to face right into this rifle. And eventually, they're going to be backing out, but that's a decent trade. Up close with the AWP. And Navi gets slowed down once again. NIP standing their ground in this second half now, trying to see if they can hold on to it on the CT side. Perfecto, though, wide swing coming out of the Palace, and it's a 3-on-3.
Yeah, sometimes that's all it takes. For the man that is usually the closer of Navi, he actually was the one that opened things up. Alexi B and Headtrick approaching from CT. That's the flash right there, but right before it, Headtrick's able to hit the shot. In fact, it's a nade. As Simple takes down Headtrick for that, and now Alexi B knows that Hampus is on the flank. He wants to let that activate.
Yeah, they have to really time this well. Perfecto's thinking about it. He's not quite sure. He's going to spot it out, finds him out in the open. The timing works against NIP, and somehow Navi find a way back into the round, which probably should not have there. That was a great start for Headtrick on that ramp. Double kill. He manages to fall all the way back at the CT spawn, but somehow Navi come back. That feels like that could be a very, very pivotal round. And NIP, off the back of the last one, where they had so much money building, it sucks to have to spend so much cash to get another buy going.
Yeah, the triple kill from Headtrick. You would think that's enough, but Navi just still able to withstand that pressure. And oh no, Headtrick, a missed shot will lead to his demise. He was so impactful in the previous round, but has no say in this one. As now Navi, rare early advantage. They haven't been finding too many of these in the last few rounds, but now they can manipulate the defense. And we see that Alexi is actually pushed on forward. This might catch NPL off guard. This is going to be a pivotal fight. And Alexi actually doesn't seem to want anything to do with it at this point.
Yo, happy to just fall back, wait it out. Put up a smoke. Don't know if there's some more on the ground somewhere in there with him, because otherwise that's his last grenade at a minute, so pretty early to be spending that. And if Navi realize that's being heard enough and NPL calling it out, saying maybe, you know, that smoke has gone up and there's nothing really following it, that could be interesting. But so far, it looks like Navi are preoccupied with the mid-control portion of this. Headtrick is, oh sorry, the NPL is just holding outside of the B bomb site, and the rest of them are working this. NIP aren't doing anything at the moment.
They're just playing back, staying with this 3-1 setup. Hampus responsible for a lot right now in this jungle, and it'll actually fall onto Alexi B's shoulders.
Oh, well, this time he's not going to be able to put up a smoke and just hide behind it. This time it's all-out warfare. From behind the bench, he takes down Electronic and comes out swinging, dropping Perfecto and nearly NPL on top. That's a great amount of damage. That is some strong beat defense for Alexi. We were questioning him early on, but so far he's really stepped up to it. Unfortunately, it still might not be enough. They had that early loss. They can't rotate through middle because that was being held by Bit, and he's still holding it and finding Brolin on top. That's so disappointing because honestly, Alexi did everything that he needed to.
Yeah, if you just take his performance alone, you have to be a little bit disappointed for NIP, but that's the power of the opening pick going the way of Simple, who was able to find Headtrick. And yeah, we see it right there from Headtrick's perspective. The frustration settles in. He misses that shot, and he knows is not long for this world. This was great. This was great from Alexi, and I'm glad to be seeing that he's not a hindrance to NIP, because it's something that usually when a player has to switch spots like that, you know, they're going to have those growing pains. But I think at this point, he's played enough B anchoring to know what it takes to be successful, and he's implementing that.
They're doing fine. I mean, everyone in terms of kills is pretty close to each other. It's not like Navi are just out-fragging NIP at the moment, but they're getting away with quite a bit. And now they're also getting that economy boost on the other side to that 2-round lead, but also NIP are just dirt poor, and that's a problem. Perfecto going to be finding Brolin. Oh, and he can't escape. Good catch.
Just hunting him down.
Just pistols on the other side, but still, you love to see it.
Yeah. Nice stuff. Looks pretty thorough here for Navi. No real way for NIP to find anything. They're playing really far back too, NIP. This is an odd round for them. They're usually pretty good at putting together a plan, making something happen on rounds like this, but this is one where it didn't necessarily feel like there was a strong idea for how they wanted to get these pistols involved. And I think Navi are going to capitalize because of that. It's very hard to see a world where NIP is able to find more than maybe 1 or 2 kills at this point.
Yeah, stealing a rifle would be huge if that was possible. But like you said, going to be taking a little bit of extra something to make that work. Maybe the Deagle could be wheeled in here. Regardless, it is definitely going to be a 7th round for Navi. And again, playing T-side Mirage. I think they're already very satisfied with this. And the truth is, from here on out, every time they can shut down a rifle round out of the NIP squad, they almost get another one for free behind it.
Yeah, there's just no cash built up for the defense, of course. Navi, on the other hand, looking pretty good after that one. And so we've got the first timeout from NIP. You can see DJL contributing. A man that I think was very much so responsible for the resurgence we had of NIP, or kind of the unexpected results we saw throughout the year, where in the beginning they reworked so much of their offense. Hampus even said at one point that he doesn't even want to be in IGL again unless DJL is there to help him. That's the kind of praise that he was throwing in his direction. And now that there is a purebred IGL in Alexi B, you would think that they'd be able to come together to put together some master plans. But I mean, this Navi offense, I don't know what that takes.
Yeah, and even worse, it looks like they don't know either, and that's a problem. I mean, what are some of the things that you think could be missing for NIP? We haven't seen, speaking of offense, right? They've been really far back. They've tried a couple of times with the trick with the boost down the middle with the Lexi, where they just had the rifle, but generally speaking, they're not very aggressive NIP. They're not really out to stop NAVI on their side of the map. Let's put it like that.
Yeah, it feels like their openers have been pretty good, but this time around, okay, Rez catches Electronic just trying to sneak through the smoke. That was a huge gimmick play, and it did not work out for him. I'm glad that Rez wasn't punished from that. That would have felt like the biggest blunder, just hand-on-face moment. Like, how do we let that happen?
That's some damage. Rez, got to be careful here. If they see it, if they see just the gun barrel, a Molotov could easily disrupt that defense from Hampers down to the sandwich. A very, very awkward position to be in once they know that you're there. He doesn't have a smoke either, so he can't put it out. He's probably dead pretty much right away. NPL does have a Molotov, and he is on the ramp, so it's not out of the question. 50 seconds still. And Bit right on the other side of the smoke in the middle. Looks like NIP want to try and see if they can be a bit proactive and find what's going on. He's going to get one kill, but Head Trick is there to bring it back. Molotov not towards the sandwich, so he can still fight it out. And Hampers may be a little bit fortunate that that's the case. Now they're going to be hunting for Simple. He's on his own, and they know exactly where he is, trapped back here, and no scopes allowed either. It's going to be Head Trick to take the last one. And NIP, a sigh of relief, surely winning another round. They desperately need all the rest of the rounds in this half. It's getting a little bit too crazy for Navi at the moment.
Yeah, and I really love this from NIP. Even though they had the man advantage, they just made a team effort to clear out middle together, swinging from the bottom of con, swinging from window. If it's just a solo play, you run such a huge risk of just evening up the numbers 4 versus 4, but in that case, there was always going to be a trade. There was no way for Bit to find any kind of multi-frag, even though he obviously got the one. So it not only provided them info, but it actually just pushed everyone together, and thus they're able to close out as a team. They got to do more. This is not a good enough half just yet. You need to come back into this one if you want to give yourself any chance.
Oh, Electronic sneaking up. He tried to do it for the smoke last time. This time, just straight up on the bench in the middle to take down Hampers, who was there for that exact reason. I think Hampers was only there to try and cover that kind of an angle and still was not really able to. So, decent start. Proline in an enormous amount of trouble, but the trade is good. Letting NPL that deep onto the bomb site in itself is a massive security risk for the A bomb site. And Bit's in the middle now, looking for it. Under a minute on the clock, and the bomb is close, but not quite there. Oh, he's getting away with a lot here. Alexi not quite spotting it on the other side. He's still, now he's swinging a little bit wider, and maybe he could shoot Bit in the back if another couple of seconds go by. 45 of them left here. And Bit's on the other side of the smoke, and that's a nice catch. He got away from Alexi. He managed to make his way through, and this is shaping up so nicely. Oh, what? Headshot through the smoke and Head Trick to take down Electronic on top. Bit is now on his own. How's this spiraled out? Navi, they played the entire round right up until this point so well. But a bullet piercing the smoke changed absolutely everything for them, and now Bit's looking for it. He knows that's an AWP peeking him, and he's gonna not show any signs of fear at all. Taking down Head Trick, and Alexi's on the other side. Bit looking for it here. He's already got 2 of the kills. He needs a 3rd, and he's just toying with them at the moment. This is taking a little bit too long. There is a smoke and a kit, but I'm not sure that's going to make a difference right here. He has to come and root him out of this bomb site and find him, and finally, he runs straight on there. Takes an extra second. I was getting worried. Looked like he was looking for something else, but do that after the defuse. Good stuff from Alexi. That first shot, I don't know how he did it, but he did.
Yeah. Beautiful shots there from Alexi. Not only that last one, but the one through the smoke on top of it. I love this trick that Navi had in the mid-round to throw that top connector smoke, and then Bit lurks into it. That is such a surprise play, but it doesn't actually even net around victory. Even with this other blinder of a shot from Bit, it is Alexi that comes out on top, and that is not a favored fight for Alexi. To have to be approaching, he's running in a straight line forward, instantly able to connect with the shot onto Bit. They have to be feeling pretty good about that one in terms of what Alexi did to bring them back. And we were talking about it, just that B anchor spot, it sometimes feels like you are just running into a hopeless retake, but being able to get that one through the smoke and close it out too, Alexi is showing his value as an individual in this game.
Which is, looking at the scoreboard, especially where, like we said, anchoring the B bomb site, it's so often when you get really bad performances from people on the CT side of Mirage. It's because they're anchoring B and there's not much to do, but he's done a fine job, even in some of these retakes. 7-6, they are not out of the woods yet, and it looks like it might be a fast play here from the Navi side. Smoke, or Molotov is holding them back on the ramp, but it feels like they're going to be pretty quick with it once it's done. See if NIP can get back into a decent position by the time it all arrives. 3 Tech-9s, 2 Deagles, and Brolent spotting it out and calling in numbers as we speak. But there's the swing. First one is out. No reload needed. Got plenty of bullets. He's picked up an M4 in the meantime. And looking for the kill through. He's almost got it on the hampers. He's so lucky to be alive. And now Bit might be in trouble all on his own. It's another shot through the smoke. This time it's Perfecto, and we're not even sure how. Alexi gets blown up. Maybe some karmic justice again from the previous round. 3 on 3. And Hetrick, does he see it? Tries to go for the flick, and they're just running. They don't want to fight it. Up in the palace in the meantime, Rez has managed to make his way all the way up here. And this should be an almost round-winning play. Getting that kill on Bit and controlling this part of the map. They know everything that's coming. This may be the only chance. A late run to the middle from Simple with the Deagle. This is a 1 in a million chance, but he's going to try for it anyway. I don't think they've heard him. It's so unlikely. They're low on health already, and there's the Molotov to put him away. They knew Perfecto is out of it, and the defuse is in. Well done for NIP.
I don't even think they did know. Sure. Hampus just turned away after he threw the molly. He just said, okay, I'm going to cover one base here with that. And it was all that they needed. Simple blocked off at the end there. He was going for the big flank. Obviously not working out. This shot from Perfecto was just random. Yeah, that's what I thought. It was just a blind shot through the smoke, and it worked out in his favor. Overall, from Navi, to find that much mileage out of a play that was pretty one-dimensional is impressive, but it puts them on a good bye, at least for the final round. These first halves of both maps have been exciting stuff. Close. Bit, he's holding towards mid. Rez with the approach, perfect timing. As soon as Bit throws that nade, it is Rez taking his life. And now Electronic, he's lost his partner in crime at the top of mid, so he's going to have to get it all done from the underpass. But NPL, he snuck out already. He's pretty deep, and it's going to net him a frag. Takes down Brolin, Rez with the return, and it looks like NIP, they can settle just a bit here.
I think just Navi trying to exploit the same tendency for NIP to push middle first, and they just want to push the A bomb side while NIP is occupied in middle, and it's kind of been working, but they still can't win the fight at the bomb side. Even if they get on there, it's not good enough to win them the round, and that's a credit to NIP. They're able to actually win the follow-up fight and get the after-plant situation in their favor. 2 versus 3 now. Electronic and Simple supposed to be an absolutely lethal duo. See if it could be enough to bring an 8th round here. They've taken a timeout. Navi, they have lost a couple of rounds here. Now they want back in. Simple only good for the 1 kill. And now the question is, how much could Electronic do from this Tetris position? 1 versus 2. They do have a kit and a smoke already put up. Right, there's the first one. Tries, he's got plenty of bullets, but he's not finding it. He's just drawing an outline. 8-7 as the full defuse comes in. NIP, they should be celebrating. Is it enough for the second half? We're going to find out right now.
When you guys were starting out as an AWPer, was there certain players you looked up to? Was there a player you thought, I like how he plays it?
I watched a lot of demos of Kenias and Device. And man, Oscar as well, back at the days, he was unstoppable.
I watched like some Fallen POVs.
Fallen, yeah.
Device, yeah. Like those hoppers.
Man, even Cold Zero sometimes. He's second hopper, but he's, yeah.
Actually, it's true. I was watching Cold Zero days before. It was one of the best examples for me was on Cash. Okay. If you're gonna talk about like main opers, it was Device most of the times, and Sasha, and Fallen back in the days, because he even gives some guides for Brazilian fans, and I had some people in my friend list that was good at translating. So nice. They was giving me these videos, and I was watching Mirage tips from Fallen. I even told it to him when we meet first time in real life.
Like Colzera, he made this highlight right on Car Mirage. Yeah. Like people in the future, like he's not main op, right? He's rifle, he's anchor maybe even. No, I don't remember. But people will think he's an op, right? Because of this highlight. It's crazy.
Ones that stay in your mind for sure. And when you're doing that, right? You're looking at these. How do you translate what they do and something you can put into your game? Does it need to be a player that plays same position, or is it just the fact they use the AWP?
Like for example, like if I play against a team, I try to watch like before the game starts, try to watch like some POV of Oper against who I'm playing, right? But for example, like on Mirage, like when we played against NAVI, I remember like I tried to watch like simple POV, but it's hard to prepare for him because it's like you know, like it's an Oper who's always moving, and you cannot like predict where he will stay. You know,
and you know, sometimes like Monacy can watch my demo, and I understand that he saw my last Mirages, so I need to change something.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're mind gaming each other?
No, of course.
Yeah.
It's like this between teams as well.
Oh.
I'm watching the Poe demos as well, but I like to see more like small details when he's trying to pick somehow or he has some.
I'll go stairs.
I'm coming city.
He's went through smoke stairs.
I'm coming city.
I'll try to spam the short.
I'm trying to search.
Nice. One more was come.
Yes,
Nice.
triple
Fire.
I think he's firebox of it. I'm searching.
Can be ropes.
Yeah.
I don't know, bro.
Yeah.
Then he's searching ropes.
I'm searching.
Default.
I knew.
Nice!
Nice, top city. For sure.
Nice, Alex.
Nice, good job, good job.
One of the absolutely critical rounds that NIP needed to win. It was very, very close at the end. A bunch of the rounds that they could have just as well lost. At the end of it, they kind of keep up with NAVI, but you were just saying in the break here, Alex, that probably that's enough for NAVI to have a pretty decent shot at winning this map too, and that would be a 2-0 victory overall against NIP. So the Ninjas, they need to do something. They need to step it up right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Alexi B is going to have to show his value, his worth. He's been a great caller on Mirage for some of his previous teams. I think of OG and how they were able to push and pull defenses, manipulate them. And this time around, it does look like it's going to be a multi-layered approach. There's a lot going on here for the pistol, but it starts with this early A play. This pressure is now going to confuse Navi because they might think it's all towards this side of the map. But in fact, Headtrick was waiting, lying in wait, top mid.
That is sick. The smokes to get close to avoid the USPs. Little P250 sniping at a distance. The bomb is planted already. How do you even retake this if you're Navi? You don't have a smoke currently. There is a kit, but that doesn't really matter. You need the smoke to try and get in there and put some pressure on the NIP team. And they still have Hampers in the lower dark, or in underpass, sorry, to try and get there. Electronic finding some kills back. It should still be a little bit too late. They're trying to tap that bomb, but they're just out in the open. There's no real estate here for Navi. It's Headtrick to close it out. Great job. A very well executed round for NIP.
LXCB comes up with some of the sickest pistols in Tier 1 CS. There's so many different layers to them, so much going on. Rarely just this simple approach. He's always been working with pieces in the past that, in some ways, are there's less power to them. There's less firepower. And that is why he has to always implement such crazy tactics. Works out in this one.
Let's go. Yeah, it is very, very impressive to see. And, you know, when you're under a little bit of pressure, as they certainly are on the NIP side, being able to pick up a pistol round to start the second half with doesn't secure you a victory, but it is a nice feeling. Gets everyone a little bit more fired up. Headtrick top of the board right now for NIP with 14 kills. That's an encouraging sign.
Yeah, we've liked what we've seen from Headtrick in the last half. Finding some openers, closing some rounds out. But Simple and Bit, they're going to connect on this B defense. That is a nice hold, a double peek, in fact. Hampus still trying to press on forward, but there is a smoke right there. That is so awkward to play around. But Headtrick actually is able to take down Simple because of it. But they're just jumping through a smoke.
The 5.7 is way too powerful for that. Pistol is, I mean, it's proven itself over the last year to be a very valuable tool, and especially that short range. We have a look of confusion on your face, Mal. You don't...
It felt like NIP could have just settled. They could have just waited. but instead they wanted to force the issue. They probably thought it was just one more defender left after they took down Simple, so they wanted to take him out, but it wasn't the case.
Is this the FOMO I've been hearing so much about?
just wanting to get in on it. Just thinking the iron is hot. Thinking that it's a bull market. Not the case, though. Still bearish. And you can see that Hetrick, he'd love to just sit back and relax, but he still wants a way back in this round. Electronic dancing with him around triple. He's being shot in the back. There's so much pressure now. And with the way Electronic's playing this is hopeless for Hetrick. No way he was going to find a kill there as everybody was swarming him.
And there was 9 seconds of the clock, so it is on Hetrick to make a play, and Electronic knows it. Really well done and smart play. Okay, that's super unfortunate, obviously, on the side of NIP. Having won the pistol, running into the double kill of Simple on that scout, and then the 5-7 to follow it up is just devastating.
Yeah, this is just a tough situation. Again, DJL calling the timeout, things not going accordingly. You don't survive the force buy from Navi.
Saying, we said in the practice, don't run close to the 5-7s.
Don't run through the smoke at the 5-7.
It isn't worth it. No matter how much it feels like it is, it's not.
No. Especially when Bit's on the other side. With the game that he's having, the series. It's been a little bit quieter here on Mirage, but to his credit, he's sitting at 95 ADR. That is impressive stuff. The kill feed doesn't look as impressive, 11-13, but man, that damage speaks volumes.
Second half on the T side, though, that should be where at least there is an opportunity for players like Rez and Brolan to show more of their mechanics, because now they're in charge of the fights in a way that you're not usually on the CT side. So wouldn't be too surprised if some of them can catch up to Hetrick and maybe even overtake him at this point. So at least you got to hope that for NIP, because otherwise this could be an even tougher affair if they don't get to play into it here. Just pistols now for the T's. And Navi not feeling too...
That was a misclick. Yeah, this is where you've got to see the tactics come out for NIP. They obviously invested pretty heavily into this round in terms of utility. They've got 3 smokes still. They've got a handful of flashes on top of that. And they're going for the late mid-swing, it seems like. There's actually nobody here from Navi, so this is some space to work with. And we saw on Inferno just how well NIP can convert if they are allotted such room.
That is something they worked quite expertly with on Inferno, on Banana. It's really nice to see. This is a little bit different, obviously, with just fewer grenades, fewer weaponry, but they're getting close. Maybe they can. The catwalk is open to them. The smoke is up still. They could find a crunch. 3 people, though. Navi see it coming. They're already in the bomb site, ready to defend it. So even one deagle headshot's not going to be enough here. They need probably 2. Rez delivering the 1, but the second has to come quick, and it's Brolan to step it up. Not bad at all. Gets another one onto Bit, the spam this time, and it is enough to at least win the bomb site. 10 seconds as they get the bomb plant, and now it's a 2-on-3. Way more success than you could have hoped for if you're NIP in the round so far. Navi, they knew what was coming and they still could not stop it. And the question is for Electronic and MPL. Are they going to throw everything away to try and do this? A jump pass with the MP9. He's very mobile with that gun, trying to look everywhere for it. He's going to get 1 shot on the M4, but it's not enough. Hampers on the crossfire, and NIP. That's a stolen round. They should never have been allowed to do this, but the Deagles ring true.
Yeah, just excellent shots there. The entry, of course, from Rez, and then Hampus lying in wait behind the bench. The first player from NIP falls, and then that's when he decides it's his time to strike. There's no way that Navi were going to expect that there in the post plant. It's such a tricky way to make sure that you win that round. And we see actually that, unfortunately, Brolan was on the receiving end of a flash assist from NPL. NPL threw a flash over market. It blinded Bit on the bomb site, and unfortunately, just one of those really small details where you think you're helping out, but you're actually blinding your own teammate.
In the middle of the chaos, that can really happen. And this time, maybe have been a bit detrimental. Electronic sneaking in, but it's back to pistols for Navi. What a time for NIP to win a round like that.
Yeah, that was much needed. The timeout working out for DJL and company. They're going to take things slow. They don't want to just run headfirst like they did in the previous anti-force buy round, charging through every piece of utility into a waiting stack. Want to make sure that they suss out the map a little bit first. Try to get a lay for the land. But NPL a little bit quieter on map number 2. And a really nice Inferno. Great coming out party, but it's settled. The streamers, they're all on the ground, and gotta actually make things sustainable now.
45 seconds, very slow. Oh, that's cheeky jump down. That's so sick. Everyone should be practicing that a little bit. MPL goes down, Rez the follow-up opening, and now it's been blown wide open on the A-bomb site. They can try and find and just flex those deagles, but ultimately, NIP well in control. That's going to give them an 11th round. So that's a nice little 3-round lead. And NAVI, I mean, this is something that was haunting NIP in the first half as well on this map. It's just not having the money to put up really decent buys. And if NAVI are going to go down the same route where they just continuously have FAMAS instead of M4s, you know, not an AWP in sight, then that could be a way for NIP to get back into this and actually win it. Not that far away here. Third map would be on Overpass if it gets to it.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting site. It feels like it's a map that NIP have worked so much on in the previous year. It was actually frequently their home map pick. They were going for that as much as they could. It started to betray them in the latter half. I think people caught on to what their strategies were. But one storyline I still want to keep looking out for in this one is just how NPL slots in for STY. Obviously, Navi having faith in the youngster. They want to see what the future holds for him. And it does seem like NIP want to test him. They're making their way towards A in this round. And I think that when we looked at STY in the previous year, he so frequently just played back. He was never really a huge point of emphasis for the Navi defense. They weren't structuring things around him, making sure that he's activated. Yeah. And we'll see if NPL either takes the reins on his own or if he's going to have to just slot in that same spot and just do better. I hope that Navi have changed the system up a little bit to enable NPL there, because playing just back, jump spotting ticket booth over and over again, it's never going to get a youngster comfortable. They're never going to feel like they have any real say on the round.
Yeah, and it's also something, you know, you can obviously become very good at just being an expert at playing one of those positions, but it can be countered. If it's too predictable, you see it too often, people start to, they feel, and even in a straight up peak, people just feel so confident knowing, well, he's there 85% of the time, so I'm just going to take my AK and swing and see what happens. Have to make it a little bit harder to read than that. Hampus, this is interesting though. He gets run down. I was gonna say, I think getting to that position that quickly could definitely catch the CTs off guard, but he's able to find 2 of them, and the Deagle takes him down. Simple, stolen the M4. Still should be an NIP round, this one. But at least Navi could maybe get away with a rifle here or there.
Yeah, this is not looking too pretty for Navi, but of course, with minimal investment, if they take that M4 into the next round, it's a nice little prize. Head trick has to turn away from the flash at a pretty inopportune time as Bit was swinging right there. But looks like when all said and done, this will be a 12th for NIP.
He couldn't escape. That's, he really wanted to.
Yeah, there was a player at top mid, player coming from jungle.
It's 12 rounds. This is, second half was looking way better. The second half on Inferno was dreadful for NIP. Got absolutely demolished, and it's good to see that it's not quite taking the same path here. Rez is on 17, Hetrick is on 17. So they've got a couple of players. I still would like to see Brolan, like the trio, to join up there, but even now, it seems to be working. Things are trending in the right direction. What can Navi do? I mean, is it just the money right now that's really that's holding them back?
I think it is. We haven't really seen a true gun round from them. The one time they were, even with more cash, it was just not the perfect buy. And so I think we're finally going to be getting that here. Although, not perfect weaponry by any means, but Simple's got the op. And I think that's the big deal here.
Hopefully it will be. Yeah, they're still lacking a little bit, maybe in the grenade department too. That's kind of tough. It feels like they've been waiting for a long time. This entire second half has just been Navi without almost any economy, pushing through the smoke down there. That's great stuff. NPL goes down. He was not expecting it. Cheeky play from Alexi. And it starts out the round 4-on-5. And now the question is, will Navi have to sort of take a risk here to bring this one back? Could they just wait in these default positions?
If we want to take anything from Inferno, it feels like they so often just submit in terms of map control. But Bit has an idea. It does seem like he wants to join up with Simple. Feels like this is going to be a concerted effort to clear out middle together, perhaps. But they are giving up B in the meantime, and that might work against them. The timing may be there for NIP. It's just Perfecto towards that catwalk, and that is very concerning.
I think not peeking with a rifle out there. Simple is in position, but stopping this alone, there are going to be grenades landing on him. Flashes left and right, and now they're getting really close. You have to think about whether or not he wants to stay. Molotov at his feet as well. He either has to commit to this or fall back and save the AWP. Perfecto, he gets one, but is quickly taken care of. And now at least he's got some defense with him. He peeks into the AK and gets taken down right away. Single FAMAS on the site now to try and hold this one off. Still 20 seconds, and the Molotov use is so good. They force him back. Beard gets taken down, and now it's Electronic in a 1 versus 3. And what looks like an impossible clutch for this one. They're all on that side. When he peeks them, they're going to peek. Oh, it doesn't even matter. Hat-trick is there with the AK. And that's a very calm and very focused round out of NIP. I love the fact that even though the clock was running low, they don't look that panicked. They look like they had that all under control.
I love the way that once NIP were able to get on the site, they didn't just autopilot run it Simple. They actually made sure that he was able to take no shots. They basically made Simple just a bot right there at that empty pillar. Like he actually couldn't get involved at all. They broke down the situation so well to target Perfecto first, and then they isolated Simple thereafter. That is well put together, and it shows a lot of composure, and that's something that was eluding NIP so much so at the latter half of the year when they had to switch to English. Like a lot of these hectic situations were so tough for them, and so what we're seeing from NIP right now is these players are getting better at speaking in a foreign tongue.
That's wonderful. Ooh. Nice shot, but once again, the truth is they need probably another 1 or 2 of those for this to even be close to a round. All they have is deagles at the moment. 22nd round here, and NIP have found the right bomb site. Only one defender, and they've managed to negotiate that. Easy enough shot. Gonna pick up the AK and try and make a run for it. 3 versus 3, and NIP en route to find a 14th round. This is so impressive. And again, I'm so shocked that NAVI have not managed to find more money somewhere, anywhere. They had 1 round there with the AWP and the FAMAS, and still they just get blown up.
Force buy wars betraying Navi. Not usually what you say. Usually they come out on top with the pistols. They always find a way to just take something away from the opponents and use that weapon into the next. But again, it's Simple saving a rifle in this one. We saw him save that M4 before, but it's just not enough. NIP are running all over them. I'm liking the development we're getting from NIP. Obviously, in that second half of Inferno, we saw that they were only able to accomplish a single round on the defense, but these offenses from NIP, they've been impressive. I think this is actually the Alexi B effect.
It does look very, very purposeful what they're doing here, especially towards the B bomb site right now. They felt the weakness. They're hitting it over and over again. Yeah, it might be against limited weapons, but the truth is it's definitely working. Hat-trick at 20 kills, 9 deaths, and only 85 ADR, but he's had a huge impact on the second map. Navi looking for a timeout, trying to see if they can do anything on the second half. This has been pretty disappointing for Navi CT side, to be honest.
Yeah, and all in all, it's pretty tough to read what you need to fix for Navi. You've been losing the mid-fight, you've been losing against B execs, and in the meantime, NIP, they've sprinkled in a couple of these fast A hits, too. So really just everything's going wrong. You just got to find some way you can do something right and hope that that plays right to counter the ninjas. It's a job only for Blade, really.
Well, now is the time for it, because they're out of map to be playing with. They have all the money they could win in this round. So this either works, or Navi just are not ready to play Mirage against NIP at the moment. Hat-trick missing a shot really rarely, almost gets burned out, but pretty quick with the smoke. Meantime, there is an assault on the A-bomb side. Good grenade to take down Hat-trick finally, but he's taken a lot of attention away, and the trading continues. Almost winning that fight is Rez. The grenade will certainly do it. Simple should. Oh, I can't believe he lives!
7 damage nade, not quite enough.
I want to see where that landed. It looked like he'd been chased him back. How does he get out? That should have been the end of him.
Yeah, as soon as he knew that it was coming, he was able to evade it. Now, Bit, this is a great position for him to take, recognizing that NIP's option is towards that B site, and so he'll be able to cut this off, but he has to win this fight. There he goes, takes down Hampus, just a little bit of health on Brolin, and he's good for it. Headshots, of course, headshot galore for Bit.
That's what we've come to expect. Good triple for him in the round. And this is the first real rifle round that NAVI actually win in the second half outside of winning the pistol round. Or the second round, I believe. But regardless, yeah, this has been they've waited a long time to get here. And this can't just be the one-off round. They have to squeeze tight now and just keep this going. Never let NIP back into this half.
Yeah, and this was a very fast approach from NIP, so would love to see him just go for, okay, it's actually almost the same sort of setup that they have. Pretty heavy A-lean, they send Headtrick out towards middle to do his work, but that's a beautiful nade, so much damage.
Yeah, they are trying for it again. Electronic and Simple trying to hold the site. Alexi's going to be found. He had a deep angle. He probably could have won that fight against Electronic. I'm a little bit surprised. And look at the smoke use up on top of the box. He's impossible to find here. It's very, very hard. It's lucky that flash came in because I think Hampus would have been dead otherwise 100% of the time. And still, even with the eventual death of Electronic, it will not be enough. Headtrick and Hampus. There's no real reason why anyone should be fighting Headtrick straight up here. They might not know that he's here. That's the only thing that could be working out, but NAVI in a strong position.
Yeah, he's just hoping that somebody gives their life up, but it looks like NAVI are playing a very disciplined game, and now they know his position. So I think that this is probably going to be an attempt at a save from NIP. They try more or less a very similar strategy that they did in the prior. Just thinking maybe one element didn't go our way, and if it did, we would have won that. But this time, actually, more goes the way of NAVI. So NAVI continue this comeback. Still a real chance that they're able to win this map.
Speaking of sort of replaying the same rounds, like you said, Headtrick in the middle, the rest of the team trying to get away. What causes a team generally, you think, to try and replay a round that just failed? What is it? You know, is it you see something where you're like, oh, we can do that again? Like, what is it that makes you say, let's just try and do the same thing one more time?
Yeah, I would say there's two elements to it. One is the mind games, because so many rounds for NIP have been B hits, really solid mid control. You probably would never think if you're Navi, yeah, surely they're going to run an A hit, which is not even where they've been finding success. So Alexiv might be playing that sort of game. Another thing is also just identifying that one mistake and saying, hey, if we fix this, it would have worked. But just a much better defense actually from Navi there. So not the case. And when you have this many rounds to play with, that's another reason actually.
Sure.
So might as well just go for a gamble like that.
Last time up used from NIP. They can sense it. They can feel the end of the map coming towards them and in their favor too. 14 rounds. They're almost there. But now, with no more timeouts, of course, you're never going to be thinking that it could go into overtime, but it could. And then at that point, DGL is not going to be able to say anything more. He's going to be locked out of the conversation. They need this. They need to close this because we've already seen on Inferno what happens when Navi... They're pressured, they start to wake up, they start to hit more shots, and you just cannot get back into the game. That happened on Inferno already, and they have a long history of doing that to every team in the world, it feels like, Navi. So you don't want to be on the receiving end. It's such a painful experience, surely, to feel like you've almost got them, and now they're back, and you're locked out. You can't do anything. It's Bit and Simple this time, and the fact that Simple started to get into the swinger things is just obviously universally bad news if you're playing him.
Oh, yeah. Hate to awaken the beast.
If you're watching him, on the other hand, it's great.
Yeah, we're the winners, truly. Everybody listening too. NPL though, very important task at his hand. Playing around connector. This is really putting a lot of responsibility on the rookie, and he is not having the best game. If he falls, this is a huge pivotal point for NIP to potentially close this one out. Good nades, good utility. But, oh, he's completely blind. Thankfully, there is a supporting smoke at his feet.
He managed to throw a really well-timed Molotov, and I think maybe an HE on top from the other side, so Hampus and Alexi are at least a little bit tagged up.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
This sneak.
We talked about this. This is the kind of opportunity that Hampus makes for himself. It's so sick, and not many players in the world are going to be able to do this. That cracks open the B bomb side. Perfecto. He needed that kill. The fact that Hampus still alive is a nightmare for Perfecto, and there it is. Well done. Finding him and has maybe a chance to defend it. Rez nearly drops and Perfecto swings for the fight. He's out in the open. Still a chance. The bomb is up on the ledge. 20 seconds. There is another walk coming through the murder hole in the middle, and we'll see if they're going to be ready. NPL. Oh, he goes for the spin. He actually had the time. He was going to get shot in the back of the head, but he heard him right at the last second, and now this round is done. Nothing that Hetrick could do. The bomb is too far deep, and he does not have the time for it. Deagle will take him down. Hampus created the entire opening, but honestly, Perfecto, he sealed it again.
Excellent stuff. Excellent composure from Perfecto. This is a tough situation to be in. This is really the old NIP special. They used to run this play all the time when Hampus was the caller. They go back deep into the playbook, and it actually works. It cracks open the bomb site, but one thing is that Hampus, he overlooked that cat spot. If he had taken the duel outright, maybe he would have had a chance to win it, but man, all reliable Perfecto. Such an excellent anchor, such an excellent closer. So frequently praised, but Brolin this time just running straight down mid to take down NPL.
Oh, and he wants to keep going. He's picked up the AK. Electronic sees it coming, but that's bold. I think Brolin realizing if we want a shot at winning this round, it's not enough to just get a kill in the middle. If I can spiral that and springboard that into more and towards the A-bomb site, we might actually have a shot at it here. Hetrick has an AK, but otherwise, good shot here for Navi to get up to 12 rounds, at which point they are well within the margin of error to actually make the comeback happen and cheat NIP out of a third map.
This feels like so many other teams that have faced against Navi. They get so close, and then Navi, they just dig in, they find themselves in those trenches, and you need just a perfect artillery barrage to get them out of it. And it doesn't seem like it's happening. NIP, they're getting close, they're even hidden sometimes, but it's not enough to dislodge the entire team. Electronic on the site defense. It's just pistols for the remaining players, but might be good enough to at least get a plant. Alexi takes him down. Beautiful flash too, but they don't actually capitalize. They're just looking for this bomb plant. They want to take some more money into the upcoming round, and that might spell their demise, at least in this one, because everyone from Navi's here.
Perfecto probably really happy they didn't straight up fight him there. That could have been a bit awkward, but they did not know. Slightly expensive, but Navi will win the round regardless. And it is just, I mean, I think every team knows it. We're not saying anything that is news to any of the top teams, but it really feels like once you've got Navi, once you've got your hands around their throats and their heads under the water, you really have to make sure they're dead, because you let go to check, you're like, is it still alive? Oh, it's all over.
Yeah. As soon as they even get a chance, you think you got them pinned, but they have to submit. You have to take them out of the server. And you know that Navi, it does sometimes even feel like this. When you watch Navi play, they don't even wake up until they're completely pressured like this.
Yeah.
Then they truly start trying, and that's when they find it. This time around, I think it was more of a symptom of the fact they didn't have any money. But now that they have full utility, they've got the op going for simple. Good luck.
2-round gap. Money in the bank for Navi is a luxury they've had to live without for most of this half. So I'm sure they were excited about that. We talked about it earlier. What's a way for Navi to try and change the defense? And this style is super frustrating. If you get caught here, and you easily could, he's still going for it. Surely no one's expecting this. Rez is on the other side, and he does see it coming. Had the gun out. I know that's one of your favorite things. Just no nades, no nothing. Gun out.
Just at least give yourself a chance. But yeah, that's a nice opener. NIP, they've been finding openers though. It's been about closing. That has what has been eluding them.
Oh, look at Simple calling it. He's seen two go down through the underpass. He's got the right idea. They're sort of jiggle peeking it, and the timing is not there. Felt like he had maybe a couple of chances, but at least he got some info to work with. He's been calling it out furiously. 40 seconds on the clock here.
Seems like Perfecto's aware of it, but once again, Hampus up to his tricks, but NPL, he smelled him, pushing right through the smoke, able to even things up, and there we go, Perfecto taking down Rez. That's one side of the attack eliminated, but it's actually multiple things going on the map right now for NIP. Alexi B is trying to make his way onto B. There's 2 players here on A right now. It's been scouted out, but Brolin wins the fight. This might give NIP their chance to put themselves on 15.
It has to. They desperately need it. It's a low percentage.
Oh
Brolin was low, and what a peak from NPL. It's all on Hetrick, and he's going to go down. Simple crouching into it, able to pick up his 21st kill, and it's a 13-14 instead, as Navi will live a little while longer. NIP, that is not a bad shot at here. They could have done something with this round. But ultimately, it's not enough, even with the opening kill.
3 rounds in a row, NIP have found the opening kill. They haven't been able to close one of them. This is what we're talking about. It's so tough to put NAVI away. Doesn't matter how much of a chance you give yourselves, you just have to put them in the dirt. And NPL too, he's been stepping up in these last couple of rounds, that has to be said. He's been doing a great job towards middle. They're putting a lot of pressure on his shoulders, but he's standing tall. It's what you want to see. Now Perfecto, ooh, good jump, but he falls off. But it doesn't seem like NIP are gonna pressure just yet. So he's gotta be feeling pretty lucky about that.
Sometimes mistakes don't have to cost you everything. If they would have been pushing behind that with flashes through the middle, that's the kind of stuff where you don't want to be failing the jump. It looks like a later at least take of the middle for NIP. Just letting Navi settle in, and then we'll see what happens. Simple peeks in. He's quick enough to get the one shot there onto Hetrick. And this is a problem, though. Oh, look at the isolation. Perfecto, he should be dead already. I can't believe he's made it this far out. They're still hunting him down, and eventually they're going to get the shot. And MPL died in the middle of all of that, too. Electronic, he's seen it. He knows that Brolin is there. But can he actually find it? No, he can't. He gives up on the angle. A series of wild mistakes coming up from the Navi side will give NIP a 15th round.
I am almost certain that Electronic spotted Brolin there, but he wanted to wait for Brolin to fall off the balcony to get a free kill, to be gifted one, and to maintain that position. And that might have been the way back into it for Navi, but there we go. NIP, they're able to deal with the setup towards middle. It was actually a very strong setup from NIP. 3 players there, but Simple, NPL, Perfecto dispatched in order. And there they go. NIP took them some painstaking effort to find this 15th round. And now Navi, they've approached so closely that you still aren't out of the woods yet. You can take a deep breath right now, but you got to focus back up.
Playing that mid position like Perfecto was is so uncomfortable when you lose the backup from underpass. And now you're sort of spinning between underpass and top mid all at the same time. And it's just the fact that he even made it back into connector in itself is kind of a miracle. And that's as far as luck would bring him. Good stuff here for NIP.
Yeah, as soon as they recognized that they had the advantage there, that the setup was broken, that's when they pounce. Great idea from Brolin to make sure you're clearing every corner, not spotting anybody on the A site. Yeah, NIP, they feel pretty good about this one.
Last time out for Navi as well, as NIP are on map point looking to find a third on overpass. I kind of want to see this. I mean, we're at the start of a new season. So I actually want to see as many maps from as many teams as I can, just because it's fun to learn. You know, you got those new lineups, a lot of them across the board, really. So this is the first real look that we're going to have.
Yeah, we want to gather all the data we can. Set the season up well and thoroughly. Show us what you've been working on.
21 kills on Hetrick, 21 on Rez, so they're still top of the board, but Brolin is starting to get there. He's at 18. That's the trio right now. If they can make that work, it's definitely going to be exciting for NIP. 2 rounds is what Navi need to bring this into overtime and try and prevent NIP from executing their plan of playing overpass. Nice boost and a nice takedown of Perfecto. He thought he was safe, but he wasn't.
That's an excellent way to find an entry. And there we go. NIP exerting some more pressure towards middle. NPL still holding his ground at the bottom of connector. But there's no one from Navi to truly support him. And as I say that, actually, Simple joins. And at this point, NIP, it does feel like they could have exerted some more pressure towards mid, but they just want to group up and find themselves towards this B site. I think there might be another layer to this strategy still. I don't think it's just going to be that simple B hit. Always one more trick up the sleeve for people like Hampus and Alexi.
Simply wanted it. He could taste that kill, but the Molotov will prevent him. Are they going to realize there is still a second player in connector in MPL? They definitely will not. They were not expecting it. That's such a nice trick. And Alexi goes down, shot at the back, and the rest of this B push, 35 seconds, you could still run A, but it is a huge risk. It feels like they're committed to it now. Simple, not taking the opportunity. Bit is here, and he's going to take one right over the smoke, and Brolin going down, 25 seconds, and they get rid of Simple. Pit is under a lot of pressure, and the backup is not going to be there yet. It's Hetrick instead. Takes his face off, and a nice angle. NPL able to bring it up and stop the bomb from being planted. 10 seconds now. Everything rides on this for Navi. They desperately need to reclaim this bomb site. Hampus gets run down, and the same is true for Rez. What a retake. NPL in charge of it, and Navi, they push it a little while longer into the 30th round.
Man, putting away Navi, one of the hardest things in the world. Right there with diamonds. Just so tough. NPL. He was having such a poor game, but this was a huge one for him to step up in, despite, yet again, another opening pick going the way of Navi. It's all about those last seconds in the round, and that's where NPL showed what he was made of. Showed why Blade believes in this guy, why he may be the future solid piece that Navi needs to have yet another run.
Slow start to this map for him. Obviously on Infinity was great, but he's really catching up, so as long as he's not an anchor around the team and they can keep working on him, I think this is a good sign so far. Luckily for NIP, they can still buy, but Hetrick poking his head out too far, and Simple not interested. Blows him up on the ramp instead. 4 on 5 now. And a slowdown for NIP. Where could they go from here?
Yeah, if it wasn't hard enough. Losing Hetrick, who was so good in the previous round.
And remember, if it goes to overtime, neither team is going to have any timeouts left. So, yeah, they get the money, but they can't take the extra deep breath and get some coach info and try to solve. And that's probably where you really need it as an IGL. You just played 30 rounds. You want your coach to try and help you out a little bit more, and you're not going to be allowed to do that. So, very, very tricky.
You would think that would favor a team with 2 IGLs on NIP, but we'll see if we even get there. Still, an opportunity for NIP closing in on this A site.
Oh, Brawler and Electronic, it could be a replay of the battle from the last round or the previous one. Electronic to get one, he gets traded right away, but NPL is there, covering jungle, and they're going to go for the bomb plant. 2 versus 4. This should be where Navi feels so confident. Retaking the A bomb site, it's one of the easiest bomb sites in the map pool to retake on Mirage, so we'll see if they're going to be able to here. Brawler and Alexi, 2 on 4 to hold on to it. They've got kits, they've got everything they need here, Navi, to make it work. Counter flash coming out, the peak. Oh, he almost lined up. That could have been a sick triple, but instead, it's bid to pick them apart, and it's overtime on Mirage between NIP and Navi. What a great show this is already.
Oh, it was a great flash, a great peek, but a perfect shot from Bit to send it to overtime. But like you said, Anders, there's no timeouts left. Everything, all the pressure, it's on the shoulders of these individuals in the server. The coaches behind them, they're going to have no say in the matter. But once again, Navi showing what they're made of in these tight games. They are one of the toughest teams in the world to put away. They're right up there with FaZe, and they want to make sure that they show the world that once again, they are truly contenders.
Yeah, you've got that small moment in time where it feels like you could bring them down, you could defeat them, and if you don't take it, Simple is not going to have mercy on your soul at all. 15-15. Overtime, the first to 19 is what we're looking for. Now, money back in the hands of everybody. So we'll find out how this is going to be playing out. Looks like a little bit of aggression towards the ramp on the A side, maybe. He's going to back it off. It's something that they haven't really tried too much, Navi. In fact, the most aggression we've seen is either that sort of mid take they've tried, or the one round, I think, where Bit walked into the B hallway. Other than that, it's been very, very quiet on the aggression for Navi.
Yeah, they've done their best work, I would say, in the middle of the round, the later parts of it. So many rounds in that first half, or at least the first true regulation half for NIP on the offense. They found opening picks, but it was just about closing them. Navi did such a great job in retakes. 4 defuses in that final half there. Didn't matter how much NIP felt like they were dug in the post plant. Navi finding ways to dislodge them. And now NIP, they're setting up with some good mid control. A lot of utility being spent in order to take this space cleanly and safely.
I like this, actually. I think this crunch could definitely work. If they get connector right and they're quick with it, NIP, this setup inside of the A bomb site, I think is very questionable. Navi might have made a mistake here. It feels like there's way too much map control for the T side at the moment. Electronic trying to do something, NPL missing the shot, and they both go down, and there's absolutely no follow-up. I don't know why they were allowed to take all of mid and all of connector without anyone from Navi realizing, but it's definitely backfired, and this round is lost.
Have to agree, Anders. Too much space given up by Navi. We'll see if they're able to take anything back, though. They're still fighting for it. Perfecto gets the kill onto Rez. There's just no way.
There should be absolutely no, but you're right. I mean, it's overtime, so they have the money. They might as well go for it, but I don't know. This is such a stretch. This round should have been lost probably a couple of seconds ago already. Bit trying to walk into it, and he is going to get taken down. Perfecto will follow into the grave. And NIP cement what they started. That's good. A little bit worried for a second there, but that's a great find for NIP. They saw it, they felt that there was not that much control in middle, and they decided to go for it.
It's an incredibly worrying sign because it feels like we're seeing Navi regress to the very beginning of this series where they were so reactive on Inferno CT side, where they just wanted to play back. And we already know. Alexi B, NIP, they're good at taking space. If you give them it, they know how to crunch onto a bomb site effectively. Takes all the angles away from the defenders. We saw NPL and Electronic both just have to fight themselves out of a terrible situation. So we'd love to see Navi just at least exert some pressure somewhere. Take an angle away from NIP. You can't just sit right on the bomb sites and hope for the best. It's not a winning strategy. It's already been proven now.
Something that hopefully Navi can remind themselves of, because they don't want to give up any more rounds here in OT. Hampus on the B side of the map. Gonna probably try and just create a bit of a distraction, maybe keep whoever's in middle or on catwalk looking towards the B side, and the rest of it looks like it's gonna be a more standard execute towards the A bomb site. So far they're just walking up, getting really close with no grenades thrown. Contact play. Finally they decide to go for it. Molotovs, and now Navi are gonna know, but they're right on the other side. Electronic, hoping no Molotov is gonna land on top of him because he's in sandwich ready and waiting. Rez peeks in front and crouches right under to take down Electronic. That is a scary peek to take. Alexi will drop MPL, who's trying to come for the smoke, and once again NIP getting a lot of control, a lot of space on the map, and they're using it expertly.
Oh, this is looking terrible, but wait a second. Perfecto and Simple able to find a couple frags, but Hampus lies in wait. This is something that it looks like Perfecto may have overlooked. No way! Spins around to take him down. There is a complete opportunity for Navi, but Rez taking down Simple makes it all up to Perfecto. Bombs planted wide in the open. This is going to be impossible, and Rez shuts it down. A great attempt there on the retake, almost bringing it all the way back, but just too many bodies on the site.
Wow, the fact that Perfecto checked is crazy. I can't believe that. But Simple, he also missed that shot towards Tetris against Rez, and that's ultimately what... That would have put a lot of pressure on the remaining player on the NIP squad. This is crazy, but this missed shot here for Simple definitely making a difference at the end.
Critical.
Wow, 2 out of 3 rounds so far going the way of NIP on the T side. First half of overtime. And Navi, they still have the money to buy into this one, so it's not the end of the world. That's impressive for NIP. That's what you like to see.
Yeah, just a slow creep out towards A. That was such an interesting strategy. It paid off. This time around, NIP, they're taking their time. Really seems like they expect something from Navi. You can see how far back so many of these players are playing. We do have one player from NIP in Hampus that was making his presence known towards the underpass, but everybody else is just lying in wait. Looks like they're setting up for a late mid take. That'll be the window smoke there. We've got a couple players that'll be swinging from top mid. Navi, they're going for their mid re-clear, but it's actually a little bit too early.
Yeah, Navi probably realizing by now, giving all the control to NIP is not a winning formula. You have to stick around and see if you can do something. Alexi could have got his head taken off there. Perfecto getting curious on the other side, and Hetrick was counting on that and waiting for it. Ducked down again is NPL. He did this last time and it worked, and again he's going to be successful. Just catching Alexi. Crouching in though, Electronic, I don't think he realizes. If he comes back to take a look now, they might have him dead to rights. Walking out into the open and Brolin, he was so sure of where he was. Great play, and Hampus on the headshot there to bring down NPL. Bit and Simple. What could they do? They have to go for it, but it's a 2-on-4. NIP absolutely coming alive in overtime. That's kind of crazy. They couldn't find that last round at all. And then overtime, they just make it look easy.
Oh, and then Hetrick already flanking with the op from ladder. Makes it so difficult. Takes down Simple to close it 18-15. NIP, they just need one more to bring us to a third map. Navi, on the other hand, they have to be flawless, and they don't have Blade to work with. This is all up to Electronic. It's all up to the voices in the server from Navi if they want to bring this back. I don't favor their chances, Anders. I think this is going to be incredibly tough, and it would be a huge moment for Electronic as the in-game leader of Navi to actually come up with 3 consecutive winning strategies.
Yeah, what a task ahead of them. It has to be pretty much flawless at this point. We'll see what they come up with. NIP, though, finding some kind of second wind. That is in itself very, very hard to do. Simple, 24 kills right now. Tied with Rez. Only one outdoing him is Hetrick at 27. So, man, that's unexpected. But pretty much everyone in the server is here. No one is letting their team down. Everyone is here to play. And it looks like Navi are setting up for summit control with a little side of A bomb side.
Yeah. Couple players towards Palace. You got the one in NPL towards the ramp. There is still some mid pressure from the side of Navi. Rez, oh, he doesn't spot that out. That's an opener. Electronic is being pressured by all this utility. Flashes go over. Hampus at the jungle. So much damage while blind, but he is taken out through the smoke. And a flurry of frags as Brolin peeking right above the smoke. This is his favorite play, and he's able to reap the rewards of it once again.
Navi's pretty much won the round, but just like that, it comes back. An HE, and then the peak on top. Brolin with a double kill, and I can't believe it. It looked like Navi had every entry they could need. Instead, Brolin trying to walk for the smoke, and Simple will take him down. Hetrick. What is the play here? Making the jump across. NPL acting like he didn't quite hear it, so maybe he didn't. Is this enough of a surprise factor? Simple surely going to be looking for it, and he won't miss this shot. So they live for the first round, but they need another 2. That was a brilliant beginning to the round for Navi, and the fact that they almost lost it anyway it's a bit scary.
Oh yeah, that got way more hectic than it needed to. The converging onto the bomb site, the counter utility from NIP made it so much more awkward than you would have expected. I am just shocked that Brolin found that much just peeking right over that smoke. He's been doing such a great job, even when these A hits are coming about. Just making sure he finds a couple of kills here and there. All right, 16-18. Once again, NIP, they just need one more. They've got 2 more opportunities to put Navi away on Mirage. But everybody knows by now that Navi, they're the hardest team to put away.
You have to really find just one good entry here. Find a way to make it a 4-on-5 and then slow play it from there on out. Navi, on the other hand, they're being pretty quick with it. NPL is all the way on the bomb side. The wall smokes towards the jungle and connector is working perfectly. And they might be able to get a really quick bomb plant behind us. We'll see. Yeah, Bit trying to find a safe angle. Alexi, he's pushing through. This is so dangerous. Oh! And coming through on the other side, Perfecto with the revenge. Sure, they lost Bit, but he's going to take 2 in return. Brolin making the jump, and he's caught mid-air. He could not get through. Brolin is out of it, and now it's all on Rez. No way to escape this, surely. 3 people peeking him at once. It's Electronic to get the kill. And another round for Navi, and we're going to double overtime. They want it. They can sense it, too.
Navi taking the fights on their terms. They're making this game so explosive. You can see the completely different natures of calling style from both of these teams. When Navi's getting on these sites, it's a flurry of action in just a 5-second window. When it was NIP on the offense, it's these slow, meticulous, calculated rounds using all the utility, trying to take all this map control to find these advantages. But Navi, they're coming out ahead in these hectic moments. They need one more of them, though, to send it to double overtime. NIP, again, an opportunity to put Navi away. Hate to see that.
Not ideal. And it's really cost NIP as well. On the grenades, with the FAMAS, there's some stuff missing in this round. Doesn't have to be the end of them, but it could be.
All right, this is the most tempered approach we've seen from Navi yet. Much slower, waiting out the utility, burning the clock. NIP, they have no idea what's going on either. They have no eyes on anything.
Look at where the bomb is, and look at where they're signaling these smokes.
Oh yeah. There we go. They're burning even more utility. This is all working out so well for NAVI.
Oh, that's close. They wanted to be rewarded for that. And eventually they will be. Bits out in the open. He's going to get traded. That nearly got away from them. And a nice shot from Headtrick. They might have found a way. Just letting NAVI walk into that little trap in the middle. And once they sprung it, they were not ready. Perfecto and simple. Bomb being brought through the underpass, but Rez has a nasty angle, and he's going to be able to take him down. Simple, he's got 24 seconds. This should be impossible. 1 versus 4. He's got absolutely no time, no teammates either. Only thing is the element of surprise, but once he fires this rifle, that'll be gone too. There it is. He just has to run onto the site and try and find this bomb plant right now and hope that no one's nearby, and even that dream is gone. 8 seconds. It's going to be NIP to pick up the map on Mirage and bring us a third. It'll be Overpass, the final battleground between these two teams. What a struggle for NIP to get here, but they did it.
Yeah, it felt like everything was working in Navi's favor. They found so much momentum there, but NIP, they were able to withstand it. They brought it to overtime, and that's where they were able to close it all out.
Really impressive stuff. We got James with the interview.
DJL, that must have been a tough game to go for. You're up 14-8. You look like you have it sealed. You run out of timeouts as well. A bit troublesome when you can't talk at that point.
Yeah, I mean, it's hectic, not gonna lie. Like, it's our first game with each other, especially like with Daniel, and we have new roles once again, you know, so it's a bit hectic, but it was definitely better for sure, but still, like, you can feel that it's a first official for sure.
And Mirage in the past, right, with this NIP roster has been a bit of a struggle for you. Headtrick comes in, he looked pretty good. He looked to be able to turn things around for you. You impressed, at least you managed to get the win here?
Yeah, I mean, we wanted to make Dania, Headtrick, comfortable, so we just went with Mirage today, but if we didn't have Dania, we definitely would not.
Well, at least you're honest with it. You've got a smile on your face for sure. You're going to Overpass next, though, which has been a tried and tested good map for you guys. How are you feeling on it with Headtrick? Have you had much time to get him suited into the map?
Yeah, I mean, of course, we have been working really hard and all that, but I wouldn't say that we have, I mean, Overpass overall has been a really good map for us, and it's still a lot of more maps we have to focus on, so I mean, we will see how it goes. For me at least, it doesn't feel that we have a insane map at the moment, so we just trying to review and take it step by step, kind of.
That's what it's all about with a new team. Good luck with your team. See you later, mate.
Thank you.
Welcome to the round table of in-game leaders. I've assembled some of the greatest minds. I've got Nitro, Nexus, and Karakin to discuss all the things around being a fantastic IGL when it comes to Counter-Strike. This kind of discussion I want to start off with is becoming an IGL. Now, I know for you, Nitro, as an example, you just kind of fell into it. You know, you went from being one of the star players into this. But how does it come into it? How do you just start becoming an IGL? How did it work for you, for example, Karakin?
I think already in a young age, when I played 1.6, I kind of was always a secondary caller in that sense. Okay. I was a star player back in the days. People might not know from CSGO judging. Yeah. So yeah, I played under great in-game leaders back then in the Danish scene, but also God B was kind of the last big IGL I had before. I kind of took it myself up. So yeah, it kind of came natural when I was 16 that I had a strong voice and a vision for the game and how it should be played. But I waited until the right moment, so I was mature enough to kind of lead bigger teams.
I mean, for me, I never really wanted to be the IGL, right? I was always the secondary caller, and I guess the thing for me is I never really played with any top tier in-game leader, you know. So I don't really know how others do it. I just know that I was always a secondary caller, and people kind of looked up to me, and they said, "Yeah, bro, you should do this. You know, you have what it takes. You should be the in-game leader. You know, you can do it." So I always went into that path. I tried to stop being an in-game leader 3 or 4 times, but it just, yeah, you know, I was I think I'm better as a secondary caller, you know, I can help my actual in-game leader, you know, and then just somehow I just kept coming back into it, you know, and then I decided to take the responsibility and you know, see where it can take me.
For you, Nick?
I think 2016 I first tried, and I was really bad because I was really skilled on my team, and I was the second voice. I think the second voice in the team is the best because you can kind of do what you want and also be playing your own game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the best job in the world, I think, in the CSGO.
2017 is when I first took over and just went from there. And it was not something that I wanted.
A brawl until the bitter end, but it all came up looking the Ninjas in overtime. DJL put it perfectly in that post-match interview with James, saying it got a little bit chaotic, a little bit hectic at times, but props to Alexi B for keeping his head cool, because man, those T-side calls really a difference maker when we look at that overtime, and then when we're looking at the second half of that regulation period as well. Great stuff from him coming out on his opponent's map pick.
Yeah, the quality of the overtime is really what got my attention. You have to realize NIP were in a prime position to very comfortably go towards that third map, and they allowed NAVI to come back into it. We saw Simple starting to have way more impact. We saw NPL finally figuring out how the hell he wanted to play connector. And once we reached 15-15, I thought this was it. I thought that Hampus, Brola, and Rez, I thought they had let go of their opportunity. We were going to go to a 2-0, but no, there was a pristine overtime from NIP.
Quality is the key word for me. I think it was a quality game of Counter-Strike. As you said, there was a lot of positives to take away. Actually, for both teams, we saw Simple come alive again. We saw Electronic struggling, but having moments where he actually made a difference. And then, of course, as you said, everything we didn't see for NIP and Inferno felt in terms of the support cast, they stepped up. You had Hedrick playing well, you had Rez playing well, you had Brolan having huge impact, especially on the CT side from CT spawn position. So all these different things that we didn't get quite to see in Inferno were delivered here in Mirage. So quality is the essence of this game.
Yeah, we got quality and quantity, arguably, with so many rounds going down on that ground of Mirage. But that's what we love to see when we've got two new additions, obviously, entering the server. And I want to keep on the Hedrick train because, man, he's looking really well integrated into the Ninjas already. Great stuff from him.
Comfortable with the AWP, assertive with the AWP, not afraid of taking duels, not afraid of roaming around. You're going to see the highlight package coming from him right here. Great example, aggressive down towards ramp, not afraid of making these plays, and I love to see it. Matthew, you called out for it. When we bring in these new guys, we want to see if they lay back and maybe become a little bit more defensive, if they are up for the test, up for the task, and I think we saw that from Hedrick over and over again. He was not afraid of fighting. He was not afraid of playing the game, and you're going up against NAVI, your former employee in that regard. So very, very impressed by Hedrick. That was a great, great debut.
Yeah, I agree with you. I thought he was very controlled and measuring his aggression, and he was right most of the time. I think the feelings of his timings were correct, which is the hardest thing to do. If you're a rookie, you've been just thrown into the highest level of Counter-Strike, it's hard for you to know where is the balance. I do want to be aggressive. I'm going to take duels I shouldn't. I don't want to be too passive. Maybe I'm going to play a little bit too far back. I thought he was straight on the line. Whenever he had to make a difference, we had a couple of examples in this highlight. Swings out of apps with the P250, that's his moment. Takes the risk with the AWP, goes to ramp. I thought he was very mature in his decision making, and this is so far an extremely good best of 3, an extremely good debut for Hedrick.
It kind of reminds me of a conversation that we had about Device reintegrating back into Astralis, albeit in an entirely different context.
See the comparison you're doing?
No, exactly. Yeah, man, he's got big boots.
Hedrick and Device.
Yeah, and obviously Manassi as well, which we were talking about. But I think more the comparison I was drawing was the fact that we can get away with players being a bit too passive. We can say, hey, they're just entering the server for the first time in a while, or entering a tier 1 team for the first time, arguably in Hedrick's case. If he had played a little bit more passive, I don't think we'd be looking at him and going, he should have done more, right?
No, you're right. You're spot on the money right there. The thing is, and maybe the problem for Hedrick is, him performing well right now is setting expectations. That's setting the bar quite high from the get-go, and we may be in a period, or we may enter a period where Hedrick is not going to play as well as he is right now, and then we have to remember what you're saying right here. It all makes sense. You're new, you're coming in, you don't have experience, you don't have the whole, travel experience as well, going from event to event to event, which NIP will have to do at some point. So all these different factors, we don't go to see them play in yet, but as of right now, he's setting the bar quite high, he's showing us the potential, and that's, after all, a very good thing for Hedrick.
And we have to remember that the questions around NIP aren't just, is Hedrick going to perform? There are multiple questions around how Alexi B is going to maneuver this lineup, which he finally now have players that make sense, how Rez is going to fare now that he's back on the rifle. And so far in that best of 3, we're getting relatively good answers. Yeah. Rez had a quiet first map, he came back massively on Mirage here. He was instrumental in a bunch of the multi-kills he had towards the very end of that game. We'll have a few examples right here. I thought the calling from LXCB was correct. So it's not just that Hetrick is stepping up. A couple of the elements that we were hoping to see are materializing for NIP, and this is why we're going to a third map.
Dare you say the resurrection, Matthew?
How long have you been sitting on that
I'll see
one?
myself out. See you later, guys.
No, I like
You're
that kind
a
of.
host
I like
now,
that kind of humor.
yeah?
The drier, the better.
Yeah, love that. Well, hopefully they're not going to dry to the third and final deciding map. It is going to be Overpass when it comes down to things. When you're looking at the statistics from both sides of the equations, obviously as GGR was just saying, Overpass, incredibly comfortable map for NIP. Haven't seen NAVI playing it too much. Haven't seen any wins in the past 3 months. How are you weighing them up?
We know the quality of NAVI when it comes to Overpass, especially historically speaking as well. It's a map Simple loves to play on as well, and it's a true test for Hetrick as well. Going up against Simple, going up against NAVI on a map like Overpass, the AWP duel is so distinct in a way that you can always, on the CT side, roam around. You have so much freedom. You have so much time and allowance to go for picks. So I want to see Hetrick take the play that he provided here on Mirage into Overpass. I want to see him roam around with AWP. I want to see him on A long. I want to see him in toilets. I want to see him in underground. I want to see him over towards the B bomb side, because we know Simple is going to do that. But that's the question, right? We're going into a third deciding map right now. The pressure is finally being applied to Hetrick. So can he match Simple with the AWP on a map like Overpass? I doubt it, especially since Simple is stepping up, but can he do just a little bit better? Then that'd be great.
I mean, hopefully for NIP. I think it goes further than that. We heard from DJ in the interview, and he said, you can feel that these are the first official games we're having together. We're making mistakes. Nothing is clean cut and pristine. And Overpass is, I think, a map that's very taxing in terms of knowing your rotations. Oh, here is how many players we've heard on the A side. Rotation from me must come, which means I have to go forward. I don't think that NIP is ready. Personally, I think the CT defense is going to struggle. If Hetrick can step up and individually compensate for that, that's going to be massive.
The same applies to Navi though, right? With a stand-in coming into becoming a permanent player now in NPL.
Just put him on B, you know? He's going to be fine.
Yeah, we'll see about that. I feel like he's a player, we see him in Connect on Mirage as well, a player they're giving a lot of responsibility to NPL, so I'm curious to see where he's going to play on Overpass, but I feel like it's the same for both teams. They're both coming a little bit shaky.
So it sounds like you're saying Navi, you're saying NIP. Are we split?
No. I'm saying Navi.
No, you just like to play devil's advocate.
Yeah.
Is that exactly what you're
I think it's going to be a close game, and I think it's, as Matthew said, two teams that are not quite, there yet.
No, I'm saying Navi's there. I'm saying he's trying to put words in my mouth. I'm saying Navi's here. Navi's
One
good.
of these
Navi's
things
fine.
is not like the other, but we're going to see
Best
exactly
voting
how
I've
it
ever seen.
is going to go down after this. We have been pushed to a third and final decider between the likes of Navi and NIP, both coming in with new blood into the server. We're going to see how it plays out on Overpass as the decider.
Well, well, we get a third map. It is going to be on Overpass. Hopefully NAVI coming out of the huddle are going to be ready. They better be, because NIP look a little bit stronger. It looks like they've woken up. So that's great news if you're an NIP fan. Nice that they managed to put it together. Did get to overtime on Mirage, but Overpass could be something interesting. Before we get into it, if you go and register over at Blast.TV, you are going to get a chance to buy tickets 3 days before everyone else. On the 23rd this month, the general sale is going to be the 26th, so you don't want to miss it. Also, a lot of cool, viewing features and chat features over there, so you don't want to be missing out on that. Alex, what is going to be happening going into Overpass? Who will actually win this? I find this I think it's a coin toss for me right now. I don't know.
It's close, but I'm taking NIP in this one. I have loved the way that they have called on this map. I have loved the way that DJL has implemented his own ideas into this map. I would say that NIP on Overpass has been a saga, and I've stayed tuned. I've watched every episode. Ooh. And so, I'm a bit of a fanatic when it comes to watching them on this map. The way that it broke down, 2021, they had an awful Overpass. There was nothing to be proud of, nothing to be happy about. Then DJL came in, and then everything changed. And that's when Overpass became their home pick, became their home map. And yet, with Alexi B, it seems like they've implemented his ideas, the old ideas. Now they have this extensive playbook that I really do think that it's going to test people like NPL. They're not going to know what's going on across the map. The comms have to be on point for NAVI. And with some of the gaps that we found in the previous map where Hampus is able to sneak behind, I think we're going to see more of that here on Overpass. I think the tactics are really going to actually favor the ninjas.
We were theory crafting a little bit about this in the green room. Is there a world in which you would even have Hampus maybe not take over the calling, but some sort of secondary role just because of the previous success of that? I mean, hopefully not to the point where it becomes an actual conflict between Hampus and Alexi, but I feel like they have enough structure in the team that that's not going to spiral to that level. But if they can play it right, it's going to be Alexi with his current playbook, and then if he ever runs out of ideas, Hampus could be right there and say, well, listen, this has worked in the past,
Yeah, for sure. Even though I think that some people might have ideas of machismo that would violate, where you want to stay the captain, you want to stay the leader. Even the best in the world, and some would call the greatest of all time in Glaive, bowed down to Blame F and let him call on Mirage earlier on in that roster's lineup, or that roster's history.
True.
So that's something to take a note of. And I wouldn't doubt that Alexi would be open to ideas in that regard, especially given the fact that I would say that he was okay IGL on some of his previous rosters on Overpass, but I would say Hampus showed in 2021 that he could be great, or 2022 that is, that he could be great. Gonna be a big test for Electronic too.
It will be. Yeah, there's no doubt, especially because the color that he's up against. And just in general, I mean, NAVI, they were so close to finishing everything. Could they survive the upset of being defeated on Mirage and then getting into this one? We're about to find out. It'll be NIP on the CT side, NAVI on the T side. I'm very curious how this will play out. NPL's had a great debut so far in 2023 on both maps. He was a little bit slow to start on Mirage, but he came right back into it.
I think we've liked what we've seen from both rookies.
Yes.
Head Trick 2, doing well. And Rez, he's going to have to come up. Great off angle. NPL overlooks it. Rez, early adopter of the dualies, but only able to get the one. Good damage, though, inflicted onto Electronic, and he burns a Molotov.
Yeah, not sure if anyone else is there, so gonna go pick up the dualies and walk it back a bit. Simple has the P250, and he's at a point in the map where he's at a huge range. So if anyone's peeking any of these positions with a USP thinking they're going to have it... Ooh, he saw that, and even the Glock. You catch someone looking the wrong way. Brolin trying to play for the team, trying to get the information, and it blows up in his face. That's unfortunate. 3 versus 4 now. And look at who's sneaking out on long. It's Head Trick to try and sort of do what Brolin was doing, but maybe with a little bit more success, it looks like he's going to be able to stab them in the back, potentially.
Oh, yeah. This is a great timing for him. Simple might be caught unaware. Nades being thrown, but no, Simple. Always ready. Even when it feels like the timing shouldn't be favorable there, it's actually causing a big rotation. NIP, they're the ones that are being toyed with in this round. Electronic is deep with the dualies. Hampus caught off guard. Alexi B in the 1-on-4, and he doesn't even know what bomb site this is headed to, and he doesn't need to know. That's what Electronic's saying. Shoots him right in the face to take him down, and NIP, they were left in the dark that entire time.
Yeah, Hampus bringing a knife to a gunfight. That's never a good idea. Didn't work out for him this time either. So clean victory at the start for NAVI. They'll take it. And NIP. I mean, it's a pistol round. Strange things happen. It seemed like it was a pistol round where NIP were... I mean, I don't mind necessarily the attempts to push, but it was very much all on their own, right? Rez on his own, Broline on his own, then Headtrick on his own. There's no setups to do anything more than that.
Yeah, weirdly disconnected. Not what you would have wanted to see. But Rez equipping the Scout. Good damage on a Simple already, but Bit able to find that player at long in Hampus. It's a big victory, and with NIP forcing into this round, you can't really treat your death so lightly. So, Navi slowing down, moving together, just making sure that they're keeping NIP honest. We still see a couple of lurkers. Perfecto on the B side. Looks like it's NPL in the con. And here we go. This boost better pay off for Rez. They need a way back in this round. This is the first shot. Second shot, too. Not connecting.
Yeah. You're not going to get that many more attempts at it. Running through the smoke, that's interesting. A flash is coming through as well, but it's just not enough. They don't have the stopping power to bring down Electronic. Headtrick and Alexi, 2 versus 5 right here. And yeah, they survived the early scare, the scout scare.
Yeah, there's a little bit of damage. It seems like a couple half-baked ideas in the first couple rounds for NIP. Would love to see them play more as a unit, but Headtrick, he's right here behind default, but he gets sideswiped by Bit. Wasn't aware of that timing, and there we go. Second round for Navi. They are able to trump the opposing force buy.
What's your feelings on Overpass as a map in general coming into the new year? I feel like throughout the last year, it's been off and on hated, and then we kind of resurgence again.
I think there's some fair critiques for it. It's very long. It seems like it really does favor oppers, especially towards A. But with how good some teams have gotten in terms of map control and utility, you don't necessarily have to take casualties, which is generally the biggest complaint. And I think it gets a little bit of undeserved hate, but I'm okay with people having preferences, Anders. I'm okay with people having their opinions.
Okay.
I don't have to...
That's big of you, Alex.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, you're allowed them. So I'm cool with it, but I would actually put Overpass in my favorite 3 maps. I think it's right up there with Nuke for me. Maybe Nuke is the best right now in the pool.
Definitely.
But Overpass has so many interesting ways to start defaults, and I think that every time that you want to start a CT side, you have to be aware of what sort of T side defaults they run, because there's kind of a rock, paper, scissors with the 2-1-2s, the 3-1-1s, 1-1-3s.
Right.
And we even see some really unique strategies. I like that Mahone showed the snake strat the other day. That's such a sneaky one, and it's something that you really just don't see on other maps.
And just a plethora of weird tricks with the boosts down and B on both sides.
Yeah.
There's a lot of fun stuff to watch, and some of those tricks can bring you back from some really disadvantaged positions. So it is, I don't hate it either. I think it's fine.
Yeah, some of the ways that people appreciate Vertigo is for all the little tricks, and Overpass has those tricks, but you're actually looking for map control in more than one area.
Yes.
So that's nice, given that it's not as one-dimensional as just, let's get ramp almost every single round. Overpass has so many points of emphasis that are important. Short A, con, water. You want to use any of those to unlock the middle of the map. And I just think that the flanking rotations for TTs are also very fun to watch, and how hectic those post plants can get. Also, it's one of the only maps where there's so many just micro changes in elevation. So truly great aimers truly are going to benefit so frequently. And I would put Bit in those likes. When he switches to the CT side, all of those little just ups and downs, those divots, those valleys, he's so great at just the micro adjustments necessary to still pull off 30 bombs with an M4A4.
That's an interesting thing to actually think about a little bit deeper, because there are a lot of maps where once you've got your crosshair at head height, it can kind of stay there for like most of the time, right? Like you're just running around on the same plane and it's all good. But you're right, there is a lot of that. I've never really thought about that. It's going to be time for NIP to pick up rifles. That's great news. Not the AW and head trick. They just didn't have the money for it. That's a bit of a shame. But plenty of M4s of all kinds now after the change. We're seeing it more and more and more, which is interesting.
And we see 3 A4s for NIP. Only
back.
Yeah, Headtrick and Alexi with the A1S. Seems somewhat positional here, but we'll see. NIP, they need to make these A4s work for them. Show that they're on top of the meta in terms of which rifle's better. The debate is still ongoing. But here we'll see some proof one way or the other. Excellent flash to set up roll in there. That's beautiful from Headtrick. Great connection.
I think we get a strong argument that it very much does depend, like you said, on the position that you're playing. Going to be some positions where you're likely to fight a lot through the smoke, and having the M4A1 is probably just a huge advantage, but so far so good. 4-on-5 start in favor of NIP. Now that they finally picked up rifles. And they seem to have a decent read of this. They're leaning towards the A-bomb site. They're in a position where they could defend this very well. And now we are running the clock down low. Maybe not out of time yet. They have 3 Molotovs on the Navi side. I wonder if that's enough to cement this attack.
It's tough to even know what they want to use that flash for. Okay, wait, they're actually swapping nades around. And it looks like Perfecto's going to be the one that has to bear the utility. Few players, though, from NIP waiting, and they actually aren't mollied out of position just yet. Bit pressing on forward, swipes down Alexi B. That's incredible to peek that deep into long. I can't believe he expected that to happen. And there we go, Simple holding the flank, taking down Hampus, and Brez is a mile away from this one.
The plan seemed to be, it's wait until there's 10 seconds left. Throw Molotovs where absolutely nobody's holding, and then just kill everyone.
I think
anyway.
I don't know if any molly even hit the mark. Or just at least dislodged a CT, that is.
That's true. Obviously, a Molotov that doesn't hit anyone is not necessarily failed in that sense, because it's still a position you'd have to check, so it does make it easier. It's not like it's not worthless. It's just that it looks funny because they're not putting pressure on anyone here, and Bit is just like, all right, I'll open it, and then another 2 openings behind it, and it's done. That's got to be frustrating. I understand that little slap from Alexei, because once you have 3 people defending the A-bomb site with about 10 seconds on the clock, if you can't win that, then that's a really bad sign. You can't really have 4 people on the A, but that's never going to happen. So,
no.
Especially in the 4-on-5.
No, but there we go. I'm surprised that it worked out that well for Navi. Obviously, you made the salient point that the mollies still take away angles they could be playing in, but I'm also just surprised that nobody seemed to shoot back. I guess the flash was very good. I want to actually give some credit to that for the side of Navi 2. But no real forewarning, and I think that might be the only thing left to be desired for NIP. Despite the fact they had numbers, we're never really sure when the fight was to be taken. Nade stack there towards the boost. There's actually a push towards water from NIP, recognizing that that is open for them. And so this is where Overpass gets interesting. When the CTs have this sort of control, there is a lot that they can do, but if they're dead, there's not much.
That was the M4. They can pick it up, but still, what a crisp shot coming out there from NPL. Long range to try and find it. We'll see. Hampus going to get checked, but he's good for the 1 and very nearly the double. He's 1 health left on Electronic. That seems unfair. If Hampus would have found that one, he can probably even escape behind it, and it's a very, very different round. That M4 still being sought after by a couple of players on the NIP side. Good return kill. Still a 2-on-3 and almost a 2-on-2 with the fact that Electronic is, I don't know, fresh breeze away from dying. Just a little bit too much wind and he's gonna fall over. Yeah. Roland and Hetrick. What could they do here?
I think they're being shut out of the round already. Molly's there, smoke towards the jump up. This will be a 5th round for Navi, and when I was prefacing the game in what NIP's strengths are, I solely highlighted their T side. We're not seeing it, obviously. Even though they won the knife round, they're picking CT. I can't really blame them for that. I think that's pretty typical, all things considered. But I would say that their T side is really their big strength on this map. Maybe the stats don't show it, but they do win more than the average team should.
That's worth knowing, though, if you're an NIP fan and you kind of forgot how this plays out, that there is a chance that it could be a rougher first half, but maybe they can make the comeback on the second half. Is that what?
Yes.
Is that what we're claiming?
Exactly. I mean, don't count out the T-side comeback from NIP is what I would say. But obviously can't find yourself too deep into a hole against a Navi team that has shown that they can put up some of the best CT sides in the business.
Ooh, oh, wow. Scary stuff, but he is going to be fine. So will Electronic. 5-0.
Yeah, would love to see Hetrick get activated. He's yet to get on the scoreboard here. The only player of the 10 with 0 frags to his name. But the T-side's working out so far for Navi. And it's actually at the hands of the in-game leader himself, Electronic, at the top of the board with 7 kills. There just has to be something different for NIP. Not too much data to take in just yet as to what they're doing poorly, but yeah, we'll see.
I mean, the only real round that we really have to look at so far feels like it's the round where they get the 4 and 5 and then they just lose at the A bomb site. Everything else has just been kind of, well, Navi with a massive advantage in weaponry and NIP trying to find a 1 in 1,000 chance to get back into it, which just hasn't happened. So yeah, it's that one round, that A defense, it should have held and it didn't. So I think that's almost all we could say at the moment. Hampus with a little jump peek there. It's a very dangerous game to be playing. Really not usually a big fan of the... Feels like such a roll of the dice when you're shooting through like that.
Yeah, very risky. You see he comes out worse for wear. 32 HP already. And Navi going through yet another methodical approach to getting map control. There's a single flash out for Electronic that could allow him to take a favorable opening duel. Nades there. So much damage being inflicted early on, but no frag in either direction.
They're so pressured behind this, with Perfecto holding the pillar on the other side. No counter grenades really coming out from the NIP side. They can't slow them down. And Lexi, he was flashed the entire way through. Even though nobody was looking at him for about 3 seconds, it didn't matter at the end. And I think the fact that Navi are allowed to set up at the exit of tunnel towards the B bomb side and on the L bend looking around the pillar, and there's no nades, there's no HGs, no Molotovs, nothing to stop them from doing it. That's not great for NIP. That's way too much of a luxury for Navi to have.
Oh yeah, it's just so much pressure. And what was great about what Navi was doing there is that they were prodding into that site, like you said, at the mouth of the monster tunnel. And they were figuring out, triangulating every position from NIP. Everyone was making some noise, throwing a nade, so that when they actually made their final approach, it felt like when Navi was entering, they knew exactly where to look. Every flash was just on those NIP players, just nothing they could do. It's a lot easier if you run into a bomb site and you just essentially use echolocation to figure out where they were.
Advanced strategy at this point. What a wonderful start for the side of Navi. Yeah, this is such a great camera angle. You get a real sense of how frustrating it is.
Oh yeah, that one too. 1-2 punch to show the frustrations of Alexi B.
Just flashed and then flashed again, and you're like, I just can't even do anything.
And just shaking your head at that. First time out being used. Defense has proved difficult for the Ninjas. Navi having a fairly easy time. These rounds, sometimes they've gone down to the last few seconds, but all in all, it feels like they're piecing things together very comfortably. Kills very much so in their favor. No one from NIP really having much of a say in the fragging department. Brolin the only one with a 1.0 KD. 4 and 4. Everybody else just a single kill to their name. You'd love to see more at this point. 6 rounds deep.
Would. They need it right now. NIP, we're talking about that, probably felt like they should have been favored coming into this third map on Overpass, given the history for them. Spray is there, gets a little bit of damage from Rez. He's going to try again. All right. Tickling them through the board and through the door as well, but not enough to get a kill yet. Better be careful here. Shots on the high ground as well. I think that's Hampers up there shooting, but 4 people at the B bomb site. That is a huge commitment. Hetrick down to half health behind it. It's definitely worth it. But the bomb is miles away. So right now, the real question is whether or not Brolin can stay alive, find a kill. If he dies, it's going to cause a bit of a scramble on the CT side. Did he see that? I think he did.
Yes, definitely did. But the flash there is actually going to alert Brolin to Bit's presence. That's very nice. And it does look like NIP found a way to win around here. 2-man advantage. Brolin backing all the way up. Wants to make sure that he doesn't die by his lonesome. And with 40 seconds left and just a couple of smokes, Navi, I think they're forced into this. It looks like they're going to have to go for it. Oh, man. Brolin, even though Simple was being boosted, he nails him with the headshot. Perfecto, he hears them doing significant damage. Actually takes down both. But it just seems like the bomb is so far away. 20 seconds. I don't think you can make it at this point. This is going to be a round victory for NIP.
Yeah, it definitely will. Only real question is if they want to fight to do a little bit more damage or just leave it at where it is. And it feels like already they made that choice. So Plenty of money on the side of Na'Vi, but good job for NIP. It's an interesting scenario. I think that's worth highlighting what you mentioned there. Without the flashbang, Brolin has no idea that someone's walking long. With the flashbang, instead of flashing Brolin, it just works as a little security alert for him. He's turning around saying, oh, great, they're peeking me long, and then he actually gets away with it. But yeah, the follow-up peek to take this boost down is super insane.
Oh, and he's pre-aiming it completely, too. Not even looking at the smoke or anything. Just fully expects that to be the only option for Na'Vi. That round, more or less, won off the back of Brolin making a heroic effort towards that A side of the map. We'd love to see some other people still chime in. Like I said, it's just been really the Brolin show thus far for NIP in terms of frags. So he's gonna need help. Can't do it on his own.
Right. 1 kill on everyone else except Alexia 2, and then 6 on Brolin. That's definitely... That's too lopsided. Round number 8 here. Maybe a chance for NIP to take it. Like, you give us a little out, a little bit of hope if you're an NIP fan still to say, well, maybe the T side will be better, but obviously, if this ratio continues, that's not going to make a difference, right? They need to get up to the, I'd say, like 5 or 6 rounds surely in the first half here to make it a realistic bid.
I would love to say 6. Yeah, I think NIP need to hit 6 to have a chance in this one. But they definitely have a chance. With Brolin playing this well, they don't have to worry about one side of the map too much. They're making an aggressive play towards the monster smoke. They want this information so badly, and it goes punished. But Head Trick, that is able to find one in return.
That looked like it was going to be an absolute disaster. They could have all 3 been sprayed down, it almost looked like, but Rez gets to live, and they get a return kill, so a little bit of fortune favoring NIP at the end of that battle. 27 seconds. Definitely going to be a B execute this time. Brolin is scarily close on the other side to being down connector. He can be there so fast, maybe faster than Na'Vi would want, so I'm not surprised if that's what ends the round. A missed flick here from Hetrick, and he's isolated behind the pillar. He can't escape. Brolin's trying to get there, but they need to slow this down. Rez is going to get dropped, and Hampus in the water on his own, and there we go! Hampus and Brolin just in the clutch timing. That's perfect, and that's NIP winning another round.
Great rotation, and the hesitation from Na'Vi after they had that miss molly. They took a while to get out of that monster tunnel, and you could see that timing was essential to find everybody from NIP in place. The flank from Brolin, Hampus's rotation too. A very set defense. This is what NIP needed, stringing a couple of rounds together. They've got some money to work with. Na'Vi do too, given that they won 6 in a row, but a timeout already. Blade looking for some answers.
Imagine if he misses that shot, it's all over.
Oh, wow, that's beautiful from Simple.
But yeah, this timing, the fact that Brolin started that move way before anything was thrown at the B-bomb site. He was closing in the map behind Na'Vi. That is such a great play. Even if he just gets the 1 kill in the round, but he does so much more.
Yeah, takes those angles away, makes it just so much easier on Hampus. If he had to deal with 2, who knows what would have happened. All right, Head Trick looks like he had the spawn, wants to take that fight towards stairs, find an opener for his team. Flash is there, force off the angle, and yeah, you really just can't hang out anymore. You don't know if people are approaching you from either side. So, nothing really spent on the side of Head Trick, other than some positioning there.
There's a suspiciously deep smoke for Effecto's worry that someone's walking out.
Yeah, when it's thrown like that, usually the CTs can just sit in both sides of it, and as it fades, you get the advantage. Nice trick, but it's not what NIP opted for. Another slow default, though, for Na'Vi. Really, this is more or less, I think, maybe why people have some concerns with Overpass. You have to start a lot of rounds like this. They aren't generally too explosive unless you go for the full-on B hit. But it's thorough. It's map control. It's what a lot of people love about Counter-Strike.
A bit taking the angle up at the restrooms, this time with no flash. So just gonna go check it. Not finding anyone just yet. And it feels like as soon as he did that, you could see it called something out and they just ran to pick up the bomb. Okay, that is a peek. Electronics to take down Rez. Oh man, that's brutal. 3 people at the B bomb site, but now only 2 left as Rez goes down. So this defense is stretched really thin. What a nice peek from Hampus, but it still leaves Alexi alone. The rest of the team are scrambling to get here. He needs some help right now. A double as he sprays them down. MPL and Bit doubling it up on each other, and it buys the time. Sniper being wheeled in on the high ground in Hetrick, and Simple going straight for the bomb plant, but they're already on top of him. Roland, nice move to isolate that position and lock Simple in.
Wow, that is a great spray down, great positioning from Alexi to play right on the bomb site in what feels like a spot that's so exposed, and it is. Any flash over, you are completely blind. But he's able to line up 2, and that's the defense his team needed in order to actually mount that defense. I'm pretty surprised he got that much out of it. But that is a crazy entry from Electronic, though. I also want to say the way that Brolin is taking space in this game, he is in his intuition right now is completely on point. He knows what's available to him consistently with what Navi's doing, always making sure he's taking the most ground, and that's just what you need out of an A rifler. They're one of the most, if they're the most impactful position on this map. If you can play A well, if you can actually just keep taking space away, you give your team so much information consistently, and I think this is really actually what's helping NIP mount this comeback.
And in that last 2v1, if you don't take that space away from Simple, he's exactly the kind of player that's going to wreck you with it. If he can be allowed even a tiny bit of space behind those boxes to play against in a 1 versus 2, he'll take that fight.
Yeah.
So good to see him just get squished before, as soon as he comes off the plant, it's almost already over. Yeah, NIP showing some signs of life. A little bit late, but not too late. 6-3. This can still work.
Right. Really been putting a lot on NPL towards Connector here. This is not always the easiest spot. Not the most options necessarily. Not the most you have to think about, but it's just such a pivotal fight. And Brolin, he'll be the opposition this time around, and that's why it's dangerous, because if you lose this now, Brolin has so much to work with. He can rotate in so many different ways, and it costs so much utility now to try to unseat Brolin. That's the big problem now for Navi.
And they're focused on that. Hampus sneaking in. Electronic is so aware. That is a nice pick-off, but otherwise, strange off-angle to be fighting a lot of the time. Brolin still looking down there. They're well aware. They know that he could be, and they're going to be having eyes on it. Simple heads-up play, and they almost get shut down. Rez could have had a multi-spray down. 2 versus 3 instead. Alexi and Hetrick to try and keep the streak going for NIP. It's been looking good so far, but if they let Navi into the game once again here, this first half is still very questionable for them. Alexi, he was good for a double last time, and he's going to do it again. His Simple Bit actually got the headshot on Hetrick at the same time. That's crazy.
Oh yeah, I didn't even notice that at first. That's I didn't know that it went down to a 1v1 there. Nice shot though from Simple as soon as he's rounding the corner. Felt like Brolin's position was going to be pivotal in actually maintaining that mid-round control, but good job from Navi. Just fights being won. This is where it gets pretty worrying for NIP, because positionally they were really looking good, but then Navi were just able to win those fights across the board. And now NIP, some hesitation in spawn. This might have been a misbuy from Hetrick. Don't love to see that, but there's so many different ways that you can get a rifle involved on overpass. So many tricks, and so many ways to actually just maintain space too.
Yeah, you make a mistake like this, you just have to roll with it.
Yeah.
Make it not a mistake and just make it work. 7-3. I still think that's super worrying.
Yes, definitely.
But let's see. Out on long. Defending the baguette. Oh, and the spam right through, just not even needing to check it. M4 is gone, and that's got to feel frustrating. Electronic, that's a bit too much speed. Knife out the whole way walking out of the site. I guess he did find out where they were, so in some sense of the word, it did work, but it's very bold.
See, that's something I would expect from a couple other IGLs in the space, like like a Kerrigan, maybe an Apex, but Electronic, you want to have his gun out. Yeah, definitely Apex, actually. I would, yeah, take the nameplates away. That's who you think you're watching right there. But this is Simple's Hawkeye, Eagle Eye, just spotting the player right around the tree, the one real true win condition in the round. and it's taken right out in a 1v1 duel. I think that's probably the biggest complaint thus far that DJL has when he's watching his team play, is the lack of cohesion as people are losing fights across the board. One by one, no opportunities for trade. You do have to give individual freedoms to your defenders when it comes to overpass. You can't always be in a position to trade, or else you just won't cover every angle across the map. But you would love to see more contingency plans.
But that was the criticism that we had going all the way back to the pistol round, wasn't it? That it was very much sort of one person at a time, and some of the other pushes that we had in the previous rounds were sort of single pushes, no 1-2 punch combinations or anything. And that is a rough way to go, especially maybe playing against a team that has the kind of firepower that NAVI do. If you win or lose those battles, it might be all over. And here's one of the fast plays you mentioned earlier, one of the few ones that's available on this map. And so far, they've traded evenly. There's still 2 people on the bomb side defending for NIP, so they're not really through. They haven't punched through the wall yet, Navi. And the longer they wait, the more backup is going to show up. A third man rotating in from the high ground in Hetrick.
Oh, smoke fading betrays Alexi there. And now Rez in the pit. He is supported by Hetrick, who seems to have locked in this player in Perfecto. Perfecto shouldn't be able to leave, but no, Rez takes the duel. Hetrick was already holding the angle right there. Didn't have to necessarily take that fight. Could have just held on to the space. But now it leaves Hetrick in a 1 versus 3. And this is looking like a 9th round for Navi. Can't see Hetrick going for this one.
No.
Just wants to keep this op moving forward.
And it's so smart for Perfecto. He knew he was locked in as well.
Yes.
He just stays there. He never shows himself from the high ground.
No, just never given up the chase until that fight presented itself, and then he just, all right, if you're gonna give me this, if I may.
That's what gentlemen like. 9-3. Simple's playing pretty well, but the rest of the team is there. Electronics actually top of the board with 12 kills at the moment. And on the other side, Brolin's got a little bit of help now from Alexi finally, but it's not deep enough. They need a lot more, and they need it now. You said you'd prefer 6 rounds. That means they need to win the next 3 in a row, and they're not going to have that much to do with either.
No, this is not the situation you want to find yourself in for the Ninjas. Despite the possibility of a T-side comeback, Navi, they're no slouches on CT side either. And with how Bit's looking in this series and how he seems to be loving the fact that the M4A4 is back in style, I worry for any A side attacks from NIP into the upcoming half. He's just crazy in that position.
A little boost over Trick. Hetrick has the AWP saved from the previous round. That is what they're going to be banking on here. Want to push for the smoke like they tried earlier, where they kind of almost got blown up, but with the AWP covering them, I think it makes sense to try and do something. You need to try and be the aggressors in this one for your NIP. And they've cleared outside of B. They realize no one's there, so they can start to focus a little bit more on this A defense.
Oh, man. That's rough. Hampus, an opportunity, but not able to capitalize. Hetrick's still in the back line with an AWP, and with his presence being noticed by Navi, it might opt to rotate off of this, but I think they're just going to lie in wait and hope that Hetrick does that sort of movement for them.
More than anything, he'd probably love if they run at him straight away. And this slowdown, it's so tense when you just have to keep scoped up and wait like this for a long time. And now with the Molotovs on top, it makes it even more tricky. A smoke, but that'll also block his vision. 30 seconds. Rez gets one good shot in, but the AWP is gone from the round. And it's just Rez, and they know where he is. 1 versus 3. So Navi keeping it cool in spite of running into that AWP at some point. They were not too worried about it, and they're going to be able to win this round, no problem. Simple, good triple on him. And Navi getting all the way up to 10.
Navi are just looking incredibly well drilled. So good at slowing the round down, letting that little just desperation sink in for NIP, that feeling that you have to do something. And even when NIP don't do something, if they just sit around too, they also feel similarly hopeless in these moments. So NIP just haven't found any answers in this half, to be frank. It's been Brolin either delivering you around or not much else. So you can surely rely on him, and I think that's what they're doing in this one. seems like there's just actually no. The solo player is head trick towards A, so they want Brolin to just help him at B, which has been a problem area.
They've said we just need anything to stop this B madness. Looks like they've got the right idea. 4 people there. They've got the rifles. If they can't hold B with this, I don't know what will do it. This should be the best chance for NIP to actually win a round finally. Roland comes in with a huge double Alexi to follow it up, and I think by now, NAVI get the message. This was too much, and they're going to start to fall back. And Hetrick, I think this is smart play. Why stay and fight them up close? Just get a kill, maybe get some information. Oh, he's going to come back for the second one. Good job on the double. Another round for NIP. Even if it's late, at least they get up to 4.
Just been the Brolin show. Almost every single round from NIP that they've won has been off of the back of his efforts. He's just lasering them as they're running into the bomb site. Well-placed shots. Expect nothing less. But NAVI with already 10 rounds, 11 would be a huge luxury. Means you can lose the pistol and the first gun round and you're still sitting pretty. So we'll see if they're able to accomplish that. Hetrick would love to just get some more action here. Feels like he's had to rotate so consistently, not being given too many fair fights. But great damage early on here. This gives NIP a real shot.
Oh, almost the follow-up. That would have been really something. Long and a good little flick. Not the widest distance, but simple. Going to be beating Hetrick to the punch. And that takes away Long, and it probably forces at least a bit of a rotation on the NIP side, which they don't want to make. Again, they've been trying to really bolster this B defense. But having to pull somebody back now, and it's Brolin who's on the mission. And he might do what he tried to do earlier, which is, if the timing is right for it, push up to try and... Oh, look at this. They're all going for it. The entire squad expecting a B hit. Oh, sorry, an A hit, and they actually just all go for it. That's crazy.
Yeah, and now they're sorely out of position as Navi take over the entirety of B. This is the worst feeling if you're a CT. If you have given up the entire site, there's so many angles that you're going to need to clear here. Actually, the saving grace is that Navi haven't planted yet. So NIP will be able to position themselves rather well for this retake, but they're still down a man, and there are 5 people for Navi waiting.
Yeah, I don't know how you could possibly do this. They have got 1 smoke, but the bomb is planted in a very awkward position to try and smoke off easily. This feels like a mission that's doomed from the outset, especially now that Hampers has gone down. Simple, landing another shot. See if they can find a bit more. It's perfecto and a bit at the end. 11-4. Great first half for Navi. They're looking hot at the moment. Second half, it should be theirs. We're about to find out.
T-spawn to connector to B. Through palace to CT to mid.
Okay, I don't even know.
Bridge to A through T-spawn. Yeah, I got it. I think my team, NIP, is going to be best on this map. So here we are, T-spawn here. Obviously very similar, like, artistic style to Dust 2, actually.
The map has open skyboxes, so I think it was great for executing sites. I think that was like Valve's main initiative here.
So let's see in how many seconds I will be on B site if I want to rush.
There's also windows that are very obvious going into the B site, so they want to make it easier to execute. There's plenty of things to boost on if you get smoked off in main. What's great is that there's not many corners going into the B site. It looks good. It looks like a CS map.
Like on side time in 12 seconds, so it will be really tough for CT sides.
This peak here isn't very valuable as CT because the terrorists can come from the left as well, and it's very difficult overall.
They will need to block it immediately and to use utility if they don't want to lose the round instantly. But obviously with throwing flashes through these windows, I think they will blind them.
Like this is the first area you're gonna probably counter a CT if you're gonna take an early peek as T or CT. It's like these angles.
But I think the only problem is like I don't think you can smoke everything off, and it seems like you can always boost over every area that is smoked. So it's gonna be interesting to see how pros approach the map.
Because there's a lot of angles the terrorists can abuse because they can take map control very easily. Very difficult to hold here. Like in general, I think this map is very T-sided.
The left side of B, like going towards CT, I think the CTs definitely have advantages in these areas. The creators of this map had the plan in mind already for it to be kind of, you know, CT oriented.
Like here's the CT spawn. What I think is like, I think that there's gonna be 2 guys at B, 2 going to mid and 1 going to A. Like that's what I think it's gonna be like.
This is kind of middle. I don't think it will be easy to block.
It seems like a really easy area of the map. It's kind of just about, you know, a chess game of utility.
Yeah, short, I think. Yeah, short.
Smaller here. I can short.
We're 3 guys,
One
2
short.
guys.
Yeah. Only short. I hold short here.
Yeah,
Hold bridge.
smaller barrels.
Hold bridge.
Yeah, I have bridge.
I want monster.
Yeah, I need to help down, yeah.
No.
Short low.
Can't push side.
Short low.
2 short, 1 HP. 1 more low.
Nice!
Sick read, guys. Nice, boy.
I have up.
Nice.
It's one of the rare rounds that NIP made work. They needed many more rounds like that. The communication was good. They had a good read on when Navi were coming, but ultimately they only got 4 rounds in the opening half. It is not enough. Navi are 5 rounds away from claiming this opening series of the day.
And we're seeing some good signs from the new addition from Navi. NPL has had a couple of nice maps already. We'll see if he's able to close it out on top. Get a victory. And that would make his day. Perfecto, though, around the site, dancing around it, and it's Headtrick who takes him out. Electronic, he's still here with the dualies, but he backs on up.
Yeah, realizes he could have maybe got shot in the back, and he was not wrong, just the timing didn't work out for him to take that peek. Nice boost to look over. Alexi gets blown up, and that's maybe a way for Navi to get back into the afterplan. The Headtrick's still here with the Glock. It's so efficient. They know, but they can't easily fight him. Rez is there to get some cover, and finally, a little bit of something going Navi's way. NPL alone? I don't know if there is a kit somewhere, but if there is, I don't think you could find it at this point. Gonna jump straight on there, 10-second defuse. There is no way that's gonna happen, and eventually Hampus will find him. NIP, a critical pistol round. If they have any dreams of bringing the second half back, it had to start with the pistol.
Yeah, explosive hit right there. You get the entry from Headtrick, who's also able to find the connection onto Simple. Nice 2K. There was this boost, actually. It made things pretty interesting as Navi were attempting the retake, but without a smoke, without a kit, there just wasn't a hope for NPL. Good start. Like I was saying, I really do think that NIP have a great T-side for this map. I don't think that 4 rounds will be enough in the first half for them, but they're going to make it competitive. And it starts here. Don't want to give anything up for free. Very concerted effort here on the opening default. 3-2, no B presence whatsoever. This runs a huge risk, but at least you keep your numbers, at least you trade, you win as a team, you lose as a team.
Simple with the deagle. That might be the first obstacle, and they've already spotted him out. I think they know that he's here. That should make it a bit easier to try and get rid of him. Bit started to get wheeled in, and that's closer range. Hence the 5-7. So far, the risk you were talking about of someone pushing out of the B bomb site is not really occurring. Navi are staying put for now. So NIP should be feeling safe on that front. A little bit of a flashbang, a little bit of noise being made. Simple probably calling it out that someone's up close. And Bit's gonna go for it. A second flashbang, and he keeps running. It's actually Simple getting the headshot. It wasn't Bit at all. That's crazy. Now they're gonna be moving a bit closer. Simple is out of it, but the 5-7s are still up close. There is a second one as well on Electronic. I don't think they realized. I don't think they heard anything there. This is a bit risky, and that's gonna be the bomb on the ground. 3-on-3, still with 30 seconds. Rez has to be very careful. What a headshot. The flash follow-up, though, makes it impossible for Electronic to continue the fight, but that was about to be a disaster, and it may yet be. Hampus and Alexi trying to see if they can recover this. 18 seconds. The bomb being wheeled in, but they've lost the bomb site again. Alexi, he has to fight this on his own. 10 seconds on the clock, and NPL, oh, he wanted to fight it. And Alexi takes him down just in the last seconds of the round.
NPL full committing to the swing right there. Trusted his aim, but it was Alexi B that came out on top. A hyper-competitive round here to kick things off. I am shocked that Electronic was not dealt with sooner. This drive-by he finds on Rez. That's disgusting stuff. But NIP, they're able to hold on. Keep it moving forward. There's an option here for NAVI, though. They could actually justify a buy. They know that the money, it's in tatters for NIP. The timeouts here, I'm sure it's going to be a point of discussion between the teams. But we'll see. NIP, they waited so long in that 3-2, and they still didn't find the trades as cleanly as they would have liked. That was almost a worst-case scenario for them.
Yeah. Definitely an argument to be made for someone like NPL to try and play around the clock at the end of it, but it's one of those things where, again, that's a high-pressure situation, and with limited experience, not too surprised that he wanted to try and go for it and just see if he could finish it right there. And again, I think he's had a very good day one so far, so I'm not too sad about it. But, you know, if you wanted to add some criticism, you could. A couple of Mac 10s and a little bit of pressure from NAVI. Not too much, but some upgraded pistols here.
Yeah, they're actually playing with this one a little bit more than you would have expected. Electronic buying the Deagle, going down to $1,100. That's actually probably the most curious purchase of all of this, because into the upcoming round, that means he's just going to be on an MP9, some utility. And this time around, NIP...
Did he buy the Scout for simple? Is that why he's...
Yeah, actually, you know what? I think you're right there. I think that's what the purchase was.
You must be right. But you're right. I mean, it's still potentially questionable, right?
Yeah.
I guess we'll find out. Ooh, tagged through. Good angle. And NPL also taking a fair bit of damage. I think just from nades down on the ramp. So this is looking like a decent start.
Oh, Hampus he's actually faking that they're boosting.
Yeah.
The jump off right there usually indicates that there was a missed boost in the water, and Electronic, okay, nice wallbang to take down Alexi. Now Hampus, he's pressed on forward, peeking the angle with a nade, a little bit risky, but it's not going to actually cost him there. And we see that NIP, they're grouping up towards water, all four of their players here. This will be a nice hit into the bomb site because NAVI, they have evacuated the premises.
Taking a risk much like we saw with NIP doing at the end of the first half, sort of saying, all right, let's try and just gamble stack this A bomb site. Maybe it works out. This time it doesn't, so a free round at the end of it for NIP.
Yeah.
Not much else to say, really.
That's all she wrote.
11-7. There's no kit or anything, and they're so far away. It's not worth it for NAVI to go for this one.
Yeah, now they're just in a curious position, NAVI. With the money that they invested, the next round they could, and they probably will, force, but they have this scout, which you kind of don't want to see Simple taken in the next round. You'd rather just see him just drop it, pick up the op, get a full gun round moving forward. But it makes you wonder what's he doing right now, just kind of hanging back. You want to maybe see him seek out a kill or two, at least inflict some damage in terms of money.
Yeah, I'd be very curious if he continues to fight with it, but they are pretty passive at the end of this round. 4-round gap is what we're down to. You did warn that, from your point of view, it looked like NIP are going to be stronger on the T side, at least historically. They do look a lot more composed right now, and I hope they can keep this up because they're going to need to. NAVI, if they get back on top, they're not far away. That's an interesting kill.
Yeah, that's a way to find an opener. Just that Hampus and company, they have a lot of tricks on this one, and they have some people that are incredibly well suited for their roles. Brolin's just one of the best A rifle defaulters, both on the CT and T side. Knows how to peek every angle just perfectly and optimally. And Bit, the one that contests him. This is where really the biggest matchup of the map is for me. Between Bit, between Brolin, they're both so good in this spot.
Yeah, Scout's still in play because, for obvious reasons, they just didn't have anywhere near the money to be able to pick up an AWP, so that's what it is. Scrappy buy coming through on the Navi side. And no real attempts to take too much map control. They're a little bit forward here, and that's a good tag.
Yeah.
Roland's not going to be heavy. Rez also being down to in the 30s. That's uncomfortable. That's a bad way to start around on the T side, having two players that probably don't want to take too many fights right now.
Right, especially with the FAMASs. Simple just totally enabled these players to clean up based off of his scout shots. And Brolin, he's making his way up, flashing right in. Bit dodges it, doesn't go for the swing. Little does he know, he would have been able to find a weakened Brolin already. There's no push, but look at the rotation from Navi. This utility from Brolin seems to have tipped Navi off, but it's actually, they're cluing in on the wrong thing.
30 seconds. Yeah, this is a little bit tricky. NIP could still be in trouble because this one Molotov here, I mean, if they can't put it out, if they get stopped behind this at 20 seconds, there's the Molotov down, and you can see the terror in their eyes. They realize we have to slow it down even further, and finally they manage to put it out. But on the other side, the FAMAS are doing so much damage. A double for Perfecto and a triple for Electronic, and just that one nade. That was the spanner in the works for NIP. They were not ready for it, and Navi, they'll take the round.
Excellent job between the two of them, Electronic and Perfecto. Even with just FAMASes, they were able to hold on to that. That is so well done. Just 4 headshots on top of that, too. Very nice stuff. Late round hit from NIP, and you could see the damage that Simple inflicted earlier, or at least whoever tagged Rez on top of the other shot. All of that comes into play, makes things so much easier. Those FAMASes can just mow them down. And look at this, upgraded weapons for Navi now. They have a couple of AKs, even a Galil on Perfecto. So that's it. We know Perfecto's choice. He likes the Galil more than the FAMAS.
Sensible choice, I would say.
Agreed.
Sensible choice. Now that's huge. And the fact that they can upgrade, again, FAMAS into AK, you don't have to spend that extra money. It's just such a luxury. And speaking of money, NIP don't really have any more of it left. So if they lose this round, Navi are almost there. They're almost at the finish line. They have to stop it. And they're checking out connector. They're clearing that out, and they're going to be able to clear it all the way out. The question is, could they get past the restrooms? Or even if they don't win the fight here, could they just push Navi back so that Navi don't have the information to play with? That has to be part of the plan. Interesting setup here from Bit and Simple. See if they could cover each other, especially with rifles and none of them in AWP. Oh, the sneak in. Brolin with a grenade. They have to keep going. Bit! He's running them over! He's found 2 out of 3 with nades in hand. They had no idea. That is so crazy.
Just perfect timing from Bit right there. Never expecting it, none the wiser. Simple, dancing around the smoke now, able to take down Rez. Just Hampus remains, and he is wondering what just happened to my team. And there aren't going to be any good answers. No one's going to be able to come up with why that worked so well for Bit. Everybody just had their nades out. They wanted an exec on that A site, and it just perfect timing. It's like he's got a 6th sense for this position. Bit, he's world class at A defenses, and oh, it's so beautiful to see him wielding the A4 again.
Oh. That's the kind of round where you lose it and it inflicts real mental damage on the team because
psychic damage.
Yeah, it does, because if you ask around and you say, well, wait, what happened? You say, well, I had a nade out, and someone else said, well, I had a nade out too. Nobody wants to hear that on the team.
There was one guy with a gun out, but he just got destroyed. Yeah. So, oh wow. And also, after he kills Brolin, you just think there's no way this guy has the audacity to push us in short A also. Why would he even do that? And yet he does. And Bit, his time to kill, there's not many people that are faster than him.
No.
And he keeps it up. MP9, doesn't matter. A4, whatever weapon he's wielding, it's headshots all day for him. Simple, connecting too. He wants a piece of the action. And Bit just wants to charge on forward. Is it another headshot? Of course it is. Do I even have to ask?
Had to be, didn't it? It's a very good couple of rounds for him. This time cleaning up with the MP9, and that's 14 on the side of Navi. And again, because no bomb plant or anything, they didn't have the money in that previous round. NIP are in deep trouble at the moment, and they can surely feel it.
Yeah, just didn't have the room to work with in this half. Last time out being used, DJL coming up with another plan. Would love to know what's being said there, because if they mount a comeback, it's going to be one for the ages.
Right. We haven't seen many really, really high-level comebacks so far, early in the season still, but this would be one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe more than anything, especially against a team like Navi, that would be impressive.
Yeah, it really feels like everybody's feeling themselves at this point. Navi, obviously, in the very beginning of this series, we saw it took a while for Simple, for Electronic to find themselves. Maybe the break a little bit long on their end, but now there's nothing you could even say. Simple, 21 kills, Electronic with 20 as well. The right and left punches from Navi swinging.
They've stolen all the AKs, they got the AWP, and they got so much money in the bank. Everything is working out for Navi. A jump peek, but the timing bit, he just came back for it. Brolin must have thought, oh, there's no one here.
Yep.
And as he goes to check the fountain instead, there's just a peek coming. Couldn't have been worse for him. Hampus, that's a cheeky play. I love that play. Sometimes you could do it like that a little bit late, but you can also get there really early on the T side and just kind of sit and wait. And sometimes the CTs will walk past. They don't even know you're there. But this time, they live on the other side. 4 on 5.
Oh, and even though we see on the radar that Navi, they've backed up into both bomb sites, there's just so much darkness on the map when it comes to NIP. Losing their A lurker earlier in Brawlin, they have no idea where Bit, where Simple are set up towards that side, and they're just wasting all this time. 45 seconds left, and really, NIP, they don't have a clue what the setup is for Navi. They still have some great utility, should be able to breach into a bomb site, but they might have to expend that and give up the chase a little bit early before they even get close.
Not that much counter utility on the Navi side, so maybe the smokes can buy the space that you're talking about. Get rid of Simple with that AWP before he puts a shot in. They're trying to do it. Leg shots coming out. That'll slow them down. We're at 18 seconds for the round, and Hampus, finally something's working out here for NIP, but they need more. The crossfire is dead on perfect. It's Bit with another multi-kill. This time they weren't headshots, but we'll take the triple anyway and put Navi at 15.
Yeah, the shot onto Simple, you feel like there's an opportunity there for NIP, but this crossfire, it's one of the strongest out there. Tucked in at Truck, tucked in at Long. Both of those players could just dance around those positions, and they both just mowed down NIP. Great rotation from Electronic on top of that to even be there. If he's not there, who knows? Bit maybe gets 1, 2 on a good day.
I think he's had something like 8 kills in the last 3 rounds, Bit. So he's massively shot up all of a sudden.
Oh yeah, he's definitely here to play.
Pushing Long right as they're doing it. And he's not slowing down even after reeling his position. Electronic hiding in the corner, and this is just falling apart here. NIP getting no shot at it in what looks like the final round. Hetrick's going to be taking down Simple, but yeah, they got overwhelmed at the start of it. Oh, wow. Did he see it? I think Hetrick has a good idea. That's a catch. Maybe they're back. Maybe he can keep them alive. Triple so far on him.
There's definitely an opportunity now. So much time left on the clock. Hetrick really wants the space towards Long. A little haphazard in his approach, but won't actually cost him yet. Perfecto has slotted himself on the site. Actually, no, he backed up. He wants to play incredibly passively here. This is a bit concerning for Navi. They were in firm control of this one, but Hetrick brings it all the way back. 3 kills already to his name. Looks for the 4th. There's the spot. This is an important duel, but Perfecto, he's playing so passively.
Yeah, he wants to wait, try and see if he can get MPL back into the mix instead of fighting it 1 versus 2. And I'm not surprised. Oh, close. MPL taking a lot of space behind it. Are they going to be ready for it? Flash is out, and the sprays are almost good. But Hampus, he lives on just 4 health. And now Perfecto. He called in the backup, and it never really arrived, and he can't get the job done either. A quad kill on Hetrick to keep them alive. It's a long road back, but maybe that could inspire the team. What a round from Hetrick.
Yeah, just collected all the chaos. There were so many moving pieces in that round. Navi, they were pushing forward. They found an opening triple. 2 on Simple, 1 on Electronic, but the returns were there, and that shows that at least Hetrick, he believed in himself, and he was able to hit the shots. I'm impressed with Hetrick thus far, too. I feel like both of the rookies have actually made a really strong case for themselves in this series. There's a lot to be excited about for the future of both NIP and Navi if they're going to be sticking with these lineups.
It's going to be feeling good as well, just being in the public eye and not having to deal right away with all the criticism. Oh,
okay.
Come on. Come on.
Yeah. Like, right when we want to praise somebody else, Simple says, what about me?
Talk about me some more.
Yeah. Why? Just why would he do that?
Because he can.
Just had a feeling.
What a stupid way to die.
Hampus probably thinks he made a mistake somehow, too.
Yeah, his mistake was playing against Simple.
Yeah, you watch the demo back and you realize, what do you do? Just play farther back? Just give him everything?
Should have played another team.
Yeah. Okay, Perfecto.
Ridiculous.
This is a good position for him. And even though things got a little bit chaotic in the last round for Navi, I think things have really settled for them. Perfecto will have an advance warning on this approach from NIP, and it's more than just a warning, it's 2 frags, and he's able to survive 2. Oh no, NIP, I feel like this might be it for them.
Shooting them right in their little booties, Alex. They just get their toes blown off one at a time. That's a horrible image. Brolin and Hetrick, 2 versus 5, 20 seconds left, and trying to breach the B bomb site. It looks impossible, and it is 16-8. It's Navi to bring down NIP, but not without a struggle. NIP with a new lineup and definitely looking interesting, but Navi, they still have that core strength, and today they're rewarded for that.
Yeah, and we could see that it really worked out for them. The strength of their riflers beating that of NIP's. Really not too much to be happy about for NIP on this overpass. You had Brolin showing up on that A defense, but I also want to just again repeat the fact that NPL, Hetrick, they did a very commendable job respectively in their roles. They showed that there's a future that's bright for these teams if they believe in these players, and also it once again reaffirms the fact that investing in the future, such as what Navi does is with Navi Junior, it works. Looking at the next talent to come can actually pay dividends, both in terms of your results on the server and in your pocketbook when you're selling those kinds of players off.
Yeah, I think this is a good start. Something to be happy for, and surely a lot to be looking forward for both lineups, at least what we can tell here. Good to see Simple. He had a rough start to this game on Inferno. It was dreadful. He had 1 kill or something in the first half. It was just completely out of this world, but he made it back. He's ready to play in 2023, and we're all excited about that, without a doubt. So very, very happy to see Navi on a little bit of resurgence. And we've got James ready with Blade down on the stage.
Blade, not a bad outing. What are these cameras, mate? It doesn't really matter too much. You can just talk to me. But not a bad outing for the first run with your guys here. I want to start all the way back on Inferno. Good scoreline win. It was the pick of theirs. It was a map you guys have struggled on more recently. Were you impressed with what you got to see from both NPL and his first showing on a big event like this, now on the main roster?
Actually, Inferno was pretty good on practice, and we even picked it in Abu Dhabi versus Heroic. I think we feel comfortable more than other maps on this map. So yeah, it's a good start for us.
And then we come on to Mirage. You guys were down 14-8. It was looking like you guys would make this epic comeback. Goes into overtime, kind of falls apart. But it has always been a staple map for you guys. So what did you see that went wrong?
I think Mirage is not a stable map for us recently. Like I think for last 5 or 6 Mirages. It's always shaky, and I think other teams are deeply in the meta now, because before we were like really, I think, higher on that level. Now I feel that a lot of teams are in the meta, and it's really hard to play. But NPL is playing in the connector on city side, and I think for him, anchor role suits more, but we are still trying with him this role, so maybe he will still be good on this position. Okay. So Mirage is more, for us, this event overall, I think it's more like we are trying to find our game. We are looking what mistakes are we doing, what are our strengths, and so on and so on.
And in terms of that, are your roles on all maps completely decided yet, or are you still thinking you're going to be playing around with some of them?
Mostly the same. As you saw that, like Beat, for example, he was playing most of his roles like an anchor, like Nuke, Ancient, Inferno, like recently, and now he also playing anchor on Mirage. And Perfecto will try to play more multifunctional roles, and we need to see, we need to feel how good is this, because on practice it's one thing and on the game it's different.
So overall, just tell me, how satisfied were you with this series and getting the win?
I expected like shaky game like this, because we still know that NPL is not as experienced as we are, so he must feel comfortable. And we tried the best to do this, and I'm satisfied with overall spirit of the team.
Okay. That's a positive change. Well done, mate. Thank you very much.
The mind of Blade already hard at work coming off of this one, and that is what we like to be hearing. This series going the whole 9 yards, and ultimately it does end up in the favor of NAVI. We have to give them the props for some great T-side rounds at the beginning, first half of that map of Overpass. Of course, NIP try as they might to claw that one back in. It does come up in NAVI's favor, and poetically, Maniac, Simple's back. It only took him, one half of the first map to find his rhythm again.
It's okay. We'll give him a half. We'll give him a half of a full best of 3 to maybe snooze a little. We've all done it with the alarm. You just don't want to go. You just hit that +5 minute and then you come back to life. Jokes aside, yes, Simple did what Simple does on Overpass. He was very much impactful, but I just think overall NAVI was way superior of the Ninjas in Pajamas. You could see on the T side how they were the one deciding what part of the map they wanted. They had Hampus and the likes of NIP on the back foot trying to react. It was very complicated for the Swedes to know what the hell was going on. NAVI were in control from start to finish.
It was a strong, very strong T side from NAVI coming out. The pace of it was good, a little bit faster in the beginning, then they slowed down. They execute as well in towards the bomb site. I remember around, I think it was 5 or 7 on A, where there's 10 seconds left. They walk into a bomb site, get 3 kills, plant the bomb, and it looks like it's an easy round for NAVI. There was no response coming out of any of the NIP players, and it kind of felt like it was Inferno, the first map in this series, all over again, where individually speaking, they just couldn't match the output coming out of NAVI. Obviously, when Simple is playing like he is right here, dropping 26 kills, 7 deaths, it's hard to match him, but no one, absolutely no one from NIP was able to match anyone from NAVI. Same could be said about Electronic, had a horrible showing on Inferno, came alive on Overpass, and that's the difference right here. Sometimes we need to maybe not oversimplify, but not overdo it either. At the end of the day, it was just a massive difference in terms of raw quality between the players here in Overpass.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to extend the props to as well. Obviously, Electronic not only cooling in game, but actually managing to bolster some incredible numbers, considering we go from that first map when basically the leaderboard was inverted. The fact that, they're managing to put up some numbers as a deadly duo that we know and love. Great showing from Electronic as well to have that resurgence.
Yes, and it's good to see. We know how important it's going to be for NAVI to have Electronic in his zone. I think the work he's done on the T side, specifically with that Overpass, was pristine. He was taking a whole lot of space. He was punishing anytime NIP were trying to grab some of these gray areas. We have a couple of good examples right here where he is the one actually punishing people. So props from the T side. And then once we moved on to the CT side, I thought he just played with the advantage he had. He was very solid on B as well. He's going to be that piece that's moving up and down for NAVI. Great from Electronic, great reaction as well throughout this best of 3.
I don't really have much to add to that, to be completely honest. We spoke to Blade. He said he's comfortable. He was okay. He was happy with the victory for NAVI as well. Happy with the team spirit, and that's the sense I had as well. It was a bit of a shaky game. You can argue that NAVI didn't play their best Counter-Strike on Mirage, but at no point where I sat with a feeling where I didn't believe NAVI were going to win.
No, but what I wanted to grab from that interview, which was, as always, very interesting and down to earth, is that this isn't a NAVI that is already set in stone in how they want to approach their full map pool. Sure. You could see, you could hear it from Blade. He said, listen, NPL plays connector on Mirage. We know that Anchor is a position that fits him more, but we want to try. Maybe Perfecto is going to have a bit more movement that he usually does. And listen, I can appreciate that. Look, they're getting the W. They're moving forward here. They might very certainly qualify for the spring finals. But Katowice is running around the corner. There is a time pressure. There's a ticking timer on finding your Counter-Strike, and this is good for them here to get a bunch of best of 3s where they can do these tests, because they won't have so many until the point where they have to perform immediately.
Yeah, I love how you say down to earth to kind of describe Blade in that sense, because he's very open, very honest. The fact that he said, he's satisfied with this win, that's a very good thing when it's coming out of the mouth of Blade. And, this isn't the finished project that we're looking at in terms of NAVI. I wanted to get a temperature check from you both on the kind of debuts for the squads, both NPL and Hedrick. Where are you standing on them as individuals and what they showed in their opening series?
I think Hedrick had a great debut. I think individually speaking, he was making the difference for NIP in certain moments in the game. Very assertive with the AWP, had a good amount of impact, especially on Mirage and on Inferno as well, for that matter. So overall, if you put them up against each other, I think Hedrick had a better debut, but NPL is the winner, and I think he came alive throughout the game. I think he found more and more impact, had a very slow start on Mirage, then he figured out how to approach it, how to adjust, and I learned a lot about NPL in this one. He was definitely looking better than we saw in World Finals, but still room for improvement.
I think it was important for NPL to have that great start on Inferno. It probably kickstarted his campaign. When you come fresh off this catastrophe that was a World Final, we could see straight up from the get-go, in that first half of Inferno, he came alive, had a bunch of multi-kills. I'm sure it helped. When it comes to Hedrick, I agree. The conclusion is relatively green and positive. Overpass is the only map where, and I kind of assumed it would be the case, he was a bit more lost, a bit less impact than map 1 and 2, but it's all right. They're going to have time to figure out all of the map pool they want to play. The first signs are really positive for Hedrick. In fact, I'd say I'm positively surprised. My expectations were a tad lower than what he produced today.
Yeah, and of course we're going to be seeing a lot more of him and the rest of the NIP and NAVI squad going forward as we can take a look at the Group C overview. Of course, that does conclude our debut games for all of the teams here attending the Blast Premier Spring Groups. G2 versus NAVI. I am looking forward to that one, Matthew.
Me too. Listen, this used to be one of the grand finals in the world of Counter-Strike not too long ago. So we will see if G2 is able to control, that wave of NAVI.
Big versus NIP?
Yeah, Big versus NIP is an interesting one as well. I just wanted to touch upon Maniac versus Simple once more. I think that duel is just going to be an iconic duel when it comes to Counter-Strike. The history given as well, the Maniac were fostered by Blade within the NAVI Junior squad. The lower bracket match, sure, it's going to be interesting. Big didn't show us too much yesterday, but I expect them to step up against an opponent they have a better chance against. Whereas for NIP, I think overall I'm okay with the results today. I didn't expect them to beat NAVI, and it is what it is. Sometimes you just can't win against a team that is supposed to be better than you.
Yeah, I'm not left with a bitter taste in my mouth after seeing this new NIP making their debut, but plenty more tasty dishes coming up next. Of course, we have 2 more best of 3s on the cards. It's going to be a Danish derby to round out the day with Astralis versus Heroic, but now it's time for EG to take on Vitality.
I remember when I was playing in Espada back in the days, we was fighting with Gambit youngsters a lot, and we was losing to them, and people was coming to me and asking, how do you play against Shira, what do you feel? And I told them, guys, I'm not playing against Shira, I'm playing against Nafani, Exile, Hobbit, and they don't understand that we don't have a lot of duels against each other. We just more killing riflers, and only after maybe you will fight with Ofer.
So you got to knock down 2 first, then wait for him to appear. Okay. How do you compare and how do you guys think of Sasha versus Zywoo in the AWP battle, in the head-to-head like that? Because we as talent, we discussed that Simple does things that we would not recommend other players try because you don't hit it. But then Zywoo is a lot more like, plays it through and maybe less off instinct in how we view it. What do you guys see it as?
I mean, it's tough to say. Like a lot of the games when I watch like Zywoo and Sasha playing against each other, like I think for Zywoo it's not comfortable to play against NAVI. You know what I mean? Like Kryptonite, yeah?
Yeah, Kryptonite, yeah.
Kryptonite, I think it's like this. But I don't know. Like 2 different kind of styles of hoppers.
When I teach my teammates so many times how to not pick Zywoo. I show them like how I play, and he do the same, like positioning. Everyone does a good positioning, but accuracy, I feel his accuracy is good. His decision making very fast as well.
Yeah, but I feel from my perspective, I was looking on both of you in 2 years period when you was fighting for top 1. And they have different style of opening a bit. Like both of them can do aggressive moves, and also both of them can support their teammates and control sometimes. That's what I think it's smart opener need to do always. You have both ways, and you are good with both of them. But the beautiful thing that I can like look on both of them, it's something that I remember I heard it in football. When I look on Zywoo, I feel like it's great guy and good player, very good player, insane. And I look on Sasha.
EG are back in town and they mean business. Taking down the world #1 to start off their debut here in 23, they have turned the bracket tipsy-turvy on its head, and now an opportunity to continue the pain train versus the likes of Vitality. But Matthew, for Apex's army, not a too bad start to this 2023 season, managing to take down Astralis, now with Device in tow. And most poetically, arguably, Dupree, his former brother, was the one to be bringing the hurt.
Yes, indeed. It was great to see Dupree posting up some green numbers. It hadn't been the case for quite a while. I know that the game against Astralis wasn't exactly pretty, and if you're a Vitality fan, you probably have sweated a few liters of water during that game. But I would argue that this is a good way to kickstart your event. Make sure the blood is absolutely pumping, that you are all very careful, that you know you can pay mistakes cash. And I agree, I like the fact that they remained calm even when Astralis pushed them to overtime. That to me remains one of the most important aspects of Vitality. How can they hold their nerves? How do they negotiate these high pressure moments? And the signs were green against Astralis, even though it wasn't an easy game.
That was my main takeaway as well. The fact that we get to see Spinks play well, we get to see dupreeh have a good showing as well. You alerted to it. The fact that they were able to win a game against Astralis, as you said, that was very close, without having ZywOo necessarily pop off at any moment in that game, to me is a good thing, because it's a guarantee. We know ZywOo is going to show up. We know he's going to have a great year, like he's always had in his professional career. So the fact that you can get some of these players around him activated is the biggest issue that Vitality have had for a long, long time. We talked about it. First time around, they signed Magic's dupreeh and Sonic, for that matter, coming into the team. We finally thought, okay, he's getting the help that he needs. He's getting the firepower behind him, and this team is going to be interesting. Fact of the matter is, it's just been more of the same. ZywOo on the top of the chart. The rest couldn't really follow it up. Yesterday, or the day before that, we saw for the first time that dupreeh and Spinks at the same time play well and Vitality winning. If that's a sign of new times, then I'm going to be a very, very happy fan.
Yeah, I like that correction there, because I don't want to make it sound like it was just the dupreeh show. Obviously, Spinks stepped up to the plate when he was needed throughout the duration of both maps. And I think, you know, that goes to say about the kind of criticism we were giving them in 2022. We were expecting Spinks to come in looking absolutely fantastic on the squad events. Didn't really seem to fit in the same way on the Vitality.
I just think that there are maps and roles in which Spinks has always been brilliant, and some in which he's struggled. And these are the ones that I'm still waiting to be convinced otherwise. The fact that he was good on overpass, not exactly a huge surprise for me, because I know it's a fight-oriented position and he likes it when he can have movement. But we know, we've seen Vitality on different maps, Inferno is the case, where sometimes he has to be a bit more passive, a bit more stable in his position, and this is when he struggled to deliver that kind of level on the CT side. So good for Spinks to gather up that confidence, but as far as I'm concerned, some problems still need to be solved, or convince us that they have been solved.
Well, let us convince us with his words. It's Spinks with Banks on the mic.
Okay, Spinks, first day of the Blast groups, and individually you were looking really good. I want to see, do you feel more comfortable now in the Vitality system, now you've had a bit more time with the team?
I think so, yes. There is still room to improve, but slowly but surely.
Slowly but surely. Okay, I like it. You're setting the expectations. Now, there are high expectations when it comes to you, considering what you did on ENTS, then coming into this roster to be like the second superstar. How do you view it? And do you feel like you've always been able to hit the expectations? Do you feel extra pressure?
Of course, there is a bit of extra pressure. It's just the way it is. But I also try to remind myself that I don't need to be the superstar, because we have another guy for this job. I just want to be as consistent as I can be.
Okay. And talking about that consistency, we saw some very high highs from you, but then some low lows. And I know for you, you want to be better overall. So have you looked at doing something different this season to make sure you're at your best?
Just try to do what I always did. Just work hard and maybe playing a bit more of deathmatch and whatever need to be done. And also the work with the team will help.
Okay, I like it. And in terms of EG today, do you have to give them more respect now that they beat Heroic? Have you got to give them like a bit more serious thought?
We just said they beat Heroic, so we shouldn't underestimate them. And we just play it like it's a normal game. It doesn't matter who we face, we just do our best and that's it.
And when it comes to doing your best, do you think that you have a significant advantage over them, maybe with just firepower or experience? What do you think is going to give you the win, give you the edge?
What will give us the edge? I think firepower we are better, but it's still the start of the season, and they're also a new team kind of with new members, so it's hard to know, but I don't know, I will go with firepower.
Yeah, don't take a leaf out of Heroic's book and underestimate EG. I'm kidding. Obviously, EG were a very stellar team in that first matchup. But I want to throw it back to what Spinks was saying about expectations for Vitality. What are they for you, Jacob?
I just want to set them straight from the get-go before going into this game and before going into this season. It is one of the most expensive rosters assembled in the circuit right now, and they made that change from being the second, third best team in the world in 21, going into 22, including in Magics and coming in with dupreeh to the lineup. It didn't really succeed in 2022, and I feel like this is the last chance for this this project to actually work out. They have the Paris Major coming up as well. That's going to be a massive motivation for Vitality. Yes. If this team is not a stable top 3, top 4 team when we hit the Major or when we are after the Major, then I will claim this to be a failure for Vitality. It is such an expensive team. It is a team with so much potential. I think Spinks is a great player. I think the pieces they have around them, and Saivu, one of the most stable players and best players in the world, there's no more excuses. We talk about communication all the time, but let's be honest, you have one of the most expensive teams in the world, you have one of the best players in the world, and you have a great support cast around it. What is the excuse for not being a top 3 team in the world? I can't find it anymore, so that's what I want to see for this season.
Yeah, well, obviously Saivu crowned the second best player in the world coming out of 22, so let's get a few thoughts from him.
So the Zywo-Spinks combo has been back in full force, which seems to be the key ingredient for success for you guys. I kind of want to know like how comfortable you guys are with playing with each other now, because obviously he was a star player in his team, you are the star player of this team. So do you feel like this match is working out?
Yeah, we try to have everyone have kind of freedom in the team to have confidence also, because of course he was the star player from Ant, so I was just kind of star player from Vitality, but we need also have everyone have his place from the team, so everyone have kind of his freedom, so everyone can do everything he wants. If you have a good feeling, he can do everything, yeah.
Okay, perfect. I like this style. Now, when it comes to the Vitality project that's been running for a year since you've gone away from the French lineup, Spinks obviously makes about 6 months of this team, but how far away do you feel you are from consistency, like getting big playoff places, lifting more trophies? How far away is that from Vitality?
Now this is a new year, so now we're gonna work hard for that, but of course like I said, this is the beginning. We just need like more confidence and more official game to see if we're gonna lift trophy or not, because of course the last year happened that for us, so we cannot expect like to lift trophy instantly, but we want to. So we're gonna work hard, we're gonna try for everything, so we want to lift trophy.
And that Blast TV Paris Major, right? That's a special one for you?
Yeah, of course. We are excited to be in Paris already, yeah.
Now, when it comes to looking at EG, you obviously reviewed their game against Heroic. Did you notice a big difference in them? Did you maybe see it was more Heroic losing than EG playing better? What was your thoughts on that game?
Actually, I didn't really watch the game, to be honest. No, actually, I think if EG beat Heroic, that means I play good as well, because Heroic is not the team who underestimated the team. So I think EG play a good game, so we're not gonna take this is gonna be an easy game, so we're gonna give everything on the server, and yeah, that's the game plan.
So in terms of if you didn't watch the demos back, what's the preparation for you guys look like when you go into a matchup like this? Does Danny maybe give you some anti-strats or something? They maybe have tendencies? How does it work?
Yeah, of course we like every game we're gonna anti-strat. We're gonna for this game we're gonna play our game plan like we do in practice, like we used to do. So we're not gonna overthink. We're just gonna, because AJ are a great team, are good individually. So we're just gonna play our game plan like we do in practice.
Full focus on that individual game plan, individual firepower, and that will be needed coming up against EG, because let's not forget, they did take down Heroic to actually cement themselves in this spot match.
Yes, they are here, and also I have to say, two very hard-fought map for EG to push it to that 2-1 situation. They got smacked around in the first map, but then they were able to pass on 16-14, 16-14 towards the very end. And this is where I want to direct my attention to Neelan really quickly, because I think that in these very high-pressure moments, these very complicated situations he had to handle, a couple of mid-round calls were exceptionals. Sure, they were coupled with impressive frags. We all have the breezy one tap on Ancient in our mind, but that also comes from an idea. We're going to redirect the play. This is what we're doing now. So there is a little bit of flair in EG that I hadn't seen in a while, and a few individuals that popped off.
Yeah, 100% agree. I think Neelan was MVP for my money in that game. The Ancient T side was one that really stood out to me, and overall it was just great to see EG play some good Counter-Strike.
Yeah, we did see the map picks and bans rolling in earlier, and EG did decide to go with Overpass. So Danny, what are we looking out for coming into this one?
Well, I want to actually go on their last game against Heroic, where they actually showed a good level of misdirection. That's how they actually succeeded against Heroic. So I have this round here to kind of pick apart. So it first starts off with Neelan. He gets boosted, he dies immediately. Automatic, he trades back, making it a 4-on-4 situation. Now, typically, when you're in a 4-on-4 situation, you have the option to either play passive or you can play more aggressive. And you'll see that EG, they actually take the more proactive, aggressive approach. You'll see right here that Hex, he's going to toss a flash for Monster, and then he's going to throw a Molotov for short as well. And you might be thinking to yourself, these kind of seem like empty nades because nobody's actually peeking off the flash here. Nobody's actually contesting towards short. But what they're actually doing here is trying to set up protection for a boost here towards short. You'll see that with those nades up, they have the safety knowing that there aren't going to be any Ts coming out from this area because of that utility. Allows them to set up this boost here. And with this boost, it allows Breeze to actually catch a player completely off guard who's not even suspecting the boost at all. Breeze is able to get this kill. And if you go back to Automatic here, once that kill happens on Ston, he also realizes that Tessus, he's dead as well. Tessus is normally the A player for Heroic. So once he realizes this, he knows now that the A side is probably clear, and this is the next level of misdirection. Typically when CTs kind of rotate back towards the A site, they go back towards bathrooms, but because Automatic has this information, what he does instead is he goes towards party. And this sets up a beautiful situation because with Automatic here, with 50 seconds left, you'll see that Cadian, as he's coming up back towards his connected position, he thinks that Automatic is somewhere here towards the toilets banana area, but he isn't, and that's what allows Automatic, when he turns around, to catch Heroic off guard in the back. This sets up a 4v2 situation and basically a retake towards the A site, and this is how EG were able to convert their 15th round and bring it home against Heroic.
Bringing it home for North America. We absolutely love that. And I love that Danny chose to break down at that particular moment, at that part of the game as well, because it would have been totally conceivable for EG to crumble when they're under that much pressure and the scoreline is that damn close against Heroic.
No, you're absolutely right. And I think two elements that come out of that clip is, first of all, how reactive and proactive the CT side of EG was. They were not just staying in one position, they were re-grabbing information. We saw them coming from the boost. We saw they were reclaiming that door connection, but also they were taking risks. They were sometimes deviating from what is supposed to be the normal path. And I like that. I like this taste that we hadn't seen for a while. Automatic could have gone back to A. That's what Cadian was hoping for. But no, he stayed balloon. He stayed aggressive. He grabbed that map control. So they were more daring that I have seen. And I'm hoping that Danny, for the likes of Vitality, know that it's going to happen.
Yeah, obviously Automatic instrumental in that moment and throughout the duration of that series. So let's get a few words courtesy of him.
And when we talk about you coming up, you obviously left for a little bit, you returned to CS a year later. In this game we just seen, you look better. We've seen glimpses of you actually transitioning better than some other players that came back from Valorant. So how are you finding this transition? Do you feel like you're back in full form now?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because, you know, it's been a year since I came back and I still feel like I'm new to the game. And yeah, and there's a lot of like stuff that I can learn in every game that I watch. I learn a lot. So yeah, I think I'm transitioning fairly well, but also fairly slowly. But that's I think that's just because of how much depth there is to today's Counter-Strike.
Okay, I like that. Good answer. Now, when it comes to Wiz, obviously a very different AWPer and a lot less experience than what you had from Cirque, but what do you feel like he's bringing to the team? What do you think the difference is here? Because he didn't just get stomped, he didn't get rolled over, he was able to hold his own.
Yeah, I think Wiz brings a lot of stability to the team. He's a fairly new player, but I think that his decision-making, his shot-making abilities is just all very consistent. And I think that when you're starting off a new team, that's kind of what you need, is some sort of consistency, just so you can, it's easier to correct mistakes and to, you know, build on what you have when, yeah, everyone is just being more stable in their approach.
And your game today against Vitality, another tough opponent, but it's not going to be any easy opponents when it comes now to this. What does your game plan look like around this team? Because they at the moment seem to struggle from actually getting into these high pressure situations when it comes down to communication. They've spoke about it themselves. Is this something you guys have looked where you could focus on?
We looked a bit at their games, and we do have a game plan coming into it, but I think the main focus is just to, like I said, build on what we have. You know, we practice for 12 days with this roster, and we have some things that we want to try out, and we just want to see how it works against tier 1 teams and how they respond to it. And that's like the phase that we're at right now, is just trying to build a team from the ground up. And I think to focus so much on the opponent and the results at this point is not a good way to go about it.
And that really begs the question on everybody's lips. Can EG replicate what they brought to Heroic today against Vitality? Jacob, what's your take?
It's going to be tough for them. There's no doubt about that. What we saw against Heroic was the best EG performance we've seen probably from the entirety of this CSGO roster altogether. Going up against Vitality today, it's not impossible for EG to replicate that kind of performance. It's not impossible for them to make a competitive game out of it. I think Automatic himself is going to be vital in that chase. He is the star player. He is the guy that when he's playing well, then they have a chance of making it competitive. I will also argue that Vitality is a team that has had a little bit of a habit of sometimes losing to teams below them. So I am optimistic on behalf of EG making it competitive, but in no way are you going to make me say that I think they're going to win.
Look, Vitality is going to decide whether it's a competitive game or not. If they play their best level, it won't be. If they allow EG to dream, then we're going to have a fight.
Yeah, of course, Overpass is going to be the pick of EG coming into things to kick this series off. We know history has told us time and time again, sometimes it's been a difficult ground for the Bees to get their stinging on. We're going to see if they can bring the heat after this.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We got the second best of three of the day ready to go. It's primed and ready. We're back in action. It's a triple best of 3 day, and we got to get this one underway quick. I'm Scrawny. This is Launders, and this is the Blast Spring Groups. The start of the year, the feeling out process to see what's up and who's going to be able to upset, who's able to improve from the year prior. And I would say, it's almost safe to say, you know, I had Astralis and Heroic as the favorites in both of those opening games, yet here we are. In order to secure a place in the last match of Group A, we've got Evil Geniuses versus Vitality.
You had Astralis as a favorite over Vitality?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, how come?
I thought Device was gonna smoke him.
Yeah, that's fair. You got Device back. Okay, that makes sense. We quickly forget about Zygote, though.
Yeah, and when I say favorites in that matchup, I also mean like slight edge.
Sure, yeah.
So,
your personal.
You know, in comparison to the other two.
Yeah. True. Well, okay. Well, Vitality, I wouldn't say they looked amazing in the game versus Astralis. It was good enough. Definitely could have gone the wrong way on both maps. Let's take a look at Overpass again. Evil Geniuses, they pulled a win out versus Heroic yesterday.
2 days ago.
2 days ago on this map.
No easy feat. Excellent grenade. Finds Nealon down to 17 health. So we got the old classic 5v5 post plant. Nice shot from Magisk. That is whiz down. And with a smoke on short, that's going to block off half of the remaining EG players. Hext is down beneath him. Ah, poor guy shoots at the flying target. And for that reason, it's a retake that goes swimmingly. Unfortunately for Nealon, naded down to 17 health. Won't even get a chance to come back and fight this. It's Vitality with pistol number 1.
And maybe if EG win this game, then we call him Wizwoo or Zywiz. Zywiz.
Okay.
If he adopts Zywu today, we call him Zywiz.
We'll give it to him for like at least 24 hours.
Took down Cadian, into Zywu, into who's next?
It's got to be simple.
It's got to be simple next. But this would be a really, this would be a big win.
I mean, keeping it within the group, there's a chance it could be Device. There's a chance.
Hard to combine those names.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's what this is.
That's
really
my only
about.
issue with that.
Sure.
Everything else sounds great.
Sure. Force buy off of the bomb plant. Let's see if Vitality can keep it clean. Simple, smooth, and successful on the entry. Hext gonna get traded out. Magis keeping them at bay. Nice range with that A4, but Breeze uses this as a chance to close that gap, grab the better gun. Him versus Zywu actually has the advantage, not to mention great position. So if Automatic can stop this flank from Apex, we're talking 3 versus 1 at that point. And, oh, it's nearly there. SMG will get the job done. And Spinks, a daunting task here. Doesn't have the kit, has a flash to try and push, but no teammates. And honestly, bomb at that halfway point.
There's too far. He's really behind on time here, and with these 2 guys left, this M4 is looking extra expensive. I think maybe it's time to just chill. Yeah, no kill is going to come his way. Evil Geniuses will pick this round up with basically just Tech 9s.
Damn.
I think Dupree bunked the pillar smoke and allowed them to come up both the left and right side, and threw that in defense. But there was more than just that 1 kill that went wrong. So really nice attack here from EG to kick things off. And again, beating Heroic largely because of Breeze. Got his 28 kills on the map. It's a map that he's played a lot in his career, so not surprised to see him do well. But he came through just in time. In the series, he was kind of okay on map 1 and map 2, and then that 16-14 victory, they smoked him. They also had, I think, a 9-round T-half versus Heroic, so looking for some big things here to start the day.
Triple Deagle set up a Vitality, take that right back. So we're here to find out. Hext off the mark. Magic's gonna go for the alternative boost. Not bad for jumping MP9 damage.
I mean,
you take the 57.
Serious, ambitious, but almost deadly.
That nade follow-up could have also been it, but Hext will walk away. Pre-game interview, we had Automatic talking about the newcomer in Wiz. Says he brings some stability to the roster. Well, some of that, of course, coming by way of chemistry with Hext, having previously played for quite some time together on the other EG rosters.
Yeah, this is great. I think it's so much more comfort.
Yes.
To have a friend.
Mm-hmm.
Everything they say means so much more.
Spinks gonna stop Nealon, but very much stuck on this pillar. So a cleanup from Wiz. And Apex now. Maybe can reach out and grab the gun. Could do him some well, but he'll go with the Deeg into Wiz. T's try to come forward to trade this. Automatic's gonna keep them back. We've got low health on 2 of the 3. We've got Dupree inside the pocket, but he loses his duel to Breeze, and so it's good. Bomb plant in smoke. 3v1 and EG convert like Vitality couldn't.
Yeah, a couple of strong B hits coming out here. This is what NAVI tried to do last map. To the same site. Different team, of course, but looking just as good. Really opening up towards Monster early on. And I think also, it's about time. I mean, we're looking pretty excited about the idea of Vorbor coming in as a coach for EG.
Okay.
Like from the jump off of Copenhagen Flames, because that was one of the most, exciting up-and-coming rosters. And I guess I personally said I hope that NA gets more European coaches, even over players and things like that. Because I feel like it's like a teach a man to fish type of analogy here, where if you pick a player, you bring a player over, they can help out a bit to make a team better. You bring a coach, then they can make so many more players, if they're effective, better in a shorter period of time. And on top of all of that, you also have Automatic, who someone on Reddit just posted the list of players who had their Steam hours open, and Automatic was like one of the highest coming off the break.
I like that.
You know, so he didn't take a vacation.
I like that. Returned and has recommitted.
Yeah.
And, you know, while we're on the subject of coaches and evil geniuses and Vorborg's very obvious impact at this point, I think that moving forward, this recent Sheikh Zula edition is also going to be really great. Because how long has Sheikh Zula been floating around NA? Like, you know, if there's...
I thought he was going to get punished for being such a good IGL and kept on that roster while they kept swapping out and selling the players that he made better. Yeah. That's what I thought he was going to be. Kind of like the Shuhei on... the Mouse NXT lineup. I was like, okay, he's never going to get the move up because he's become too good at washing the dishes is the problem. You got to leave him a little dirty, otherwise you're never going to get promoted. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've lived with you before. I know what you mean.
So I think that it's great. You have finally Sheikh Zula in a position to actually have more impact across more players in the same way that Vorborg does with all of his new players to coach as well.
As much as his undeniable impact could have been had on the other EG teams, it's just nice to see EG put more stock in the main team. You know, that extra layer. Hand it over. And of course, that's very recent, so we'll see moving forward how it goes. But this round, nothing really to talk about. Pistols all surviving, no fights going down. Dupree's back in the bank. So queue up the next one.
What was the thing that Hext said?
The other day, yeah. So if you guys didn't catch that EG versus Heroic match, Hext, who politely explained himself on the internet afterwards, as it all just being fun and games, he was chirping at Heroic constantly. You know, on Ancient, I remember him saying, "Who are you?" But the one that was most notable was, "Welcome to the dystopian future."
That makes me want to know more about Hext.
Yeah, like what is this guy getting up
What's
to?
he reading right now?
What's he watching? What do you do?
Are you reading some...
Who are you, Hext?
Yeah, true. But I followed him back because they won the match. Remember I had that thing with them where I was like, okay, if you win a match at Blast, then I'll follow you back. They finally won one. It's been about 6 months, but they did it. And they did it versus the #1 team, so.
Yeah, I mean, we have to talk about it. Huge, I think, again, just so good for their own confidence to just kind of be like, something that's paid off, right? But the reality is, with that win, all you've done is secured the fact that you don't finish 4th in Group A. You know, there's still a long road ahead of them. Just an excellent start. No speed bumps out of the gate.
Yeah, not a massive reward to be able to play Vitality again in the next match.
Sure.
It'll still be very hard.
Couple more matches if they really want to top this, but guns up. A challenge here on Overpass.
Welcome to the dystopian future, where C4s don't explode.
That sounds like a utopia. Less violence.
I thought that's something you hated about Counter-Strike.
Oh. Yeah. Speak of him, here he is, Hext. Ooh, gonna find Magus trying to keep his head down. And Dupree, able to at least stop that monster presence. Nealon drops piece of utility back behind him and then comes in. And sure enough, we've got CT shuffling around here. He's gonna go through that. Wild scenes from Nealon. And 2 counter-terrorists on the other end, so he's gonna get stuffed on his attempt. Bomb doubles back, Spinks floats forward, and Automatic's found timing here. A gap in the setup. Pressure on Spinks. Breeze, though, gonna just slide right into the crosshair, so easy stoppage on that one. Spinks concerned with his flank. Yeah, that one's gonna suck. Wiz trying to move this forward, takes a bunch of damage, and Spinks can just be the thorn in their side. EG can't move that bomb forward, not with him alive. Nice attempt from Automatic, but in the end, it nets them nothing.
They really need to approach that, I think. A bit of glue on Spinks, on Wiz's mouse 1 maybe, because it felt like he was in the scope, but he didn't click. Hate when that happens. Doesn't happen to me, but every time I see it happen to others.
Go.
Yeah. That was interesting. Eco Cobras. Okay, there's that.
I was thinking Duck Song.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
I went to
Eco
Dodgeballs,
Cobras. Yeah.
Exactly.
Doors open. X close already, but damn, man, util damage isn't making his job any easier. Double ops very early out of Vitality. And one in the hands of Spinks. I'm okay with this. Let's see what he's got. Is it going to be Breeze or automatic? You know, where's this peak coming from? First one's an automatic slide. And it's easy. Down he goes. Breeze, though, finds that timing to push up through bathrooms. Difficult shot to catch that player in sight. And Spinks no longer feeling too safe on long on his own, so he'll double back to the bomb site itself as well.
Going real light on the grenades, approaching on map control. But they're making progress, even at the cost of material. Spinks, he's been doing well, however, in the bathrooms, and now he'll finally die.
Not the first time we've seen a player slip in. Oh, that could have, should have been a kill for Hext. Instead, man advantage EG. Nope. Vitality. Breeze. Claws it back. 1 health, folks. It makes a difference.
2 from behind.
Dupree gets stuffed by Wiz, but there's that trade frag back. Tough job to stop ZywOo. Counter-terrorist split. Ooh, Breeze has found himself again in the kill feed with only 1 HP. And with it, Evil Geniuses trying to hold on to that lead. Magisk silently slips out from Bank. Little bit of damage there and finishes the little that was left. Sprays good from Magisk. And if Zonic wasn't already impressed, a 1v2 clutch is more credit.
That was nice for him to keep the inventory. I feel like Breeze felt like he needed to come help. Probably wanted to die first since he had 1 HP anyways. Didn't want to have to play a post plant with a bomb planted Optimus, his teammate dead, and him in an op. But ultimately, Magisk was just so aware of where he might peek from next. So that was beautifully played. The map was just so quiet on the approach, and they let that kill come so easily. It felt like, all right, how are they going to get into the site from here? But they get the bomb planted. It comes into actually, you know, a 2v1 situation. So almost unfortunate they don't win it. Back to Tech9s.
Repeat round 2's success. The old connector smash. Spinks, though, great angle on the side of this smoke, especially with ZywOo getting the opener. Everybody's drawn towards the op. And it's done. Done.
Yeah, it's going to be done in a second here.
Ooh, gets one with him. Why not?
Nice shot, automatic. Okay, but Spinks is looking great. Controlling space, playing by himself as his rifler inside of the bathrooms, and the fact that he can pick up the op every once in a while, it's an additional layer of fear. It looks like Vorborg's in good spirits, though.
Prior to this series going live, we were in the green room talking to Maui Snake. He said that he thinks 2023 is the return of Spinks.
I think so, too. I do think that's... There was something, you know, unexplainable about how he played so well off Ents, played so well into Vitality, which should have been probably a difficult transition as a player who's, you know, newly great. And then suddenly, after Pro League, falls off for like 4 or 5 events in a row. And it's like, well, what happened to Spinks? But clearly, you could see that for a long time, he was more than capable of playing deep into tournaments versus top teams over long periods of time. So I'm good with that. And I think that would be a really good second star to kind of help Vitality out. And, you know, ZywOo needs that.
Definitely the one that was meant to be.
Yeah, because you know what? I did bring up that 3 of these other players, Dupree, Apex, and Magisk, have 8 majors between them, right? But at the same time, they've also all played for a very long time. And I think if you want a second star to be on the team, maybe it isn't going to be the guys, the super veterans, right? Maybe you do need somebody like Spinks to rely on. And it was just kind of disappointing that ZywOo had a friend for a couple months, and then all of a sudden he was alone again.
It's a lonely life at the top.
Yeah.
Oh, Wiz. Not meant to be alive, but EG, a sigh of relief that he doesn't get killed while flashed. Stressful situation for him to recover the opening frag, but he gets it. And for now, he's still alive with bomb and just behind Nealon, working closer towards this A play. There's been a couple times where I feel like EG's players have snuck into corners without Vitality maybe spotting it. Breeze on this close bathrooms, and right now Automatic in that deep corner on long. We'll see if anybody walks up on him.
It's an interesting way to hold this angle. I think that means he thinks someone could be tucked, I assume. But he's keeping vision on that long line as well.
Ooh, wow. Goes real deep though, just outside the connector. Fingers so fast. And screw your flash, eyes not needed. He's got that sixth sense. ZywOo's op dismantles that encroach. And the only thing that goes the way of EG is this creep out onto the B site. One kill versus Spinks is all you'll get.
He let the pressure mount and then all of a sudden decide to release all the tension. Jumped forward to the fire up pots and took that really difficult first shot, but then turning it into 3. That's something else. It's like right here, he's like, why is no one peeking me? I've been holding the inside of bathrooms for about 40 years now. I'm going to make the round come to me now. I know you guys are around here somewhere. Let me come and find you. 8 rounds in, back to pistols again for EG. Still a competitive game, and they've already shown they can win a round like this, but quite low utility here coming into round 9.
Careful now. It's a good amount of Desert Eagles on the other side. Oof. Poor Apex.
Oh.
How?
That looked like it was
not 1 point of damage.
In the vicinity.
It's Hex, man. He's got that armor plating.
Yeah. No, ZywOo threw it. It would just do more damage.
Yeah, right.
Well, hey.
Okay, Hex finishes off Apex.
With revenge.
And also, that close presence was enough to get Spinks out of the connector. So it's at least going to be map control and 5v4. That's the...
What's the setup right now?
Makings of an upset. Unless ZywOo does what he does.
Yeah, the flashes are the most important thing in this position. So he kind of just wants to keep his gun out. ZywOo to spot for him. Or vice versa.
Here they come, making sound. Multiple bodies. Spinks pressed along the wall. Op misses the shot, goes long, clears that first. Now he's got a way to get away and doubles back. Spinks drawn into the gunfight and the blood is flowing. EG close to getting in, but no cigar.
Yeah, not bad. That's a very standard setup on the A site. It's probably the 2 best spots you could have versus an anti-eco like that. A little bit trickier when you lose that first player, but you still got all that utility in the op. Back dice to make sure you can't lose. So, okay. Oh, that was the Hex shot. Wait, where did he see him from?
On the railing, maybe
from that
short?
angle. Yeah, maybe. I guess it was the top of the railing. The short.
Yeah, he just jump up. And into the action goes ZywOo. Right out the gate. Straight into Automatic's chest. Op, down deep.
Yeah, they even mollied the stairs. Still peeked into it to make sure.
So far, Vitality can be very happy with this outing. Full control. Little hiccup at the start, losing to the force buy, but... Oh, shot. Poor Wiz. That could have been one.
That's still material up here for Vitality. With ZywOo in a forward position outside the bathrooms, calling for a rotation, and the CT's taking more map control on the other side. Chance, though, for Dupree to die. Oh, my God.
Nice reaction.
Actually, it seemed like Dupree was about to win that duel.
Instead, Hex breathes a little life into this round. They've got 2 out from Monster, and Breeze connects in an instant. So Apex is down. We've got man advantage here for Evil Geniuses.
Does he come out of the dirty waters? Hex able to lean it back. Nealon takes down the support, so it's going to need to be Magisk 1v3. Comes wide, can't maintain that spray.
Hey.
And Hexed to punish Dupree as he exits out from Connector is what reopens this round for EG.
That was a really good round from Vitality up until that point. 4v3 into keeping outside B control, and Dupree was going to get up right by the stairs to lock off the B rotation, and then the B player could just leave because it would take too long to get around a monster. And in that moment, we had Hexed make the X Factor play. Still very much about Spinks and ZywOo, however, still doing really well. They neutralized Spinks 1 for 1, but game's competitive. I feel like Vitality could let that slip and feel okay about it. Mostly for Evil Geniuses, just about putting up this second rifle in a row. How close are we to taking out the rest of their money?
Basically all there. Just above 1,000 for Spinks and Apex with this rebuy. Go off, Spinks. Welcome sight is 14 and 6 half so far, 10 rounds into it. But it does feel like the vast majority of those two players' success in ZywOo and Spinks, it's always up towards this A site.
Oh man, they're just skipping a lot of protocol.
Steps,
they're very loose about, they're playing it very loose when it comes to these opening kills on A. So many easy frags for the ops especially.
Which is again, where we've had Spinks and ZywOo knock them down, so feels like that's where you can't afford those skip protocols. And Spinks, just as happy to come around the side of that smoke. Instant 5 versus 3 in this one, and Breeze on 23 health. So EG just trying to get par for the course on this T side. 4 rounds, not bad already.
Must be playing off some kind of read. It felt like Automatic was jumping out that way the previous round too when ZywOo killed him. Wow, in the initial peak, and now the timings are just clear as day here for ZywOo. He's in the right spot at the right time, with time to spare, it feels like.
Hex slide out. Hey, he reopened it in short last time. Going for it again. Smoking off the short water means 2 players stuck in and no rotation yet from A.
Good boost.
And that would solve the problem, you'd assume, but plant behind the pillar. Nicely done by Breeze. Gets down into short. Listen, now it's just guns up. You've got no more utility here in the hands of EG. You gotta fight for what you want. Fight for this space. And Apex comes out from heaven, so it falls onto the shoulders of Hex. Cuts down the short peak first, but Dupree back around from Monster. Able to get that angled. Unfortunately for Hex, he can't see him. And so the defuse comes through easily for Vitality's 7th CT round.
I feel like that was a great use of flashes. Right after they figured out the bomb planter was going back pit, second player was there, then they just started throwing all these disruptive flashbangs in, and then started peeking individually with that player advantage to make sure no good spots could get taken, no one could take CT control. But here, starting flowers for ZywOo, it's like super simple, and that just takes the edge off for the rest of the round. I mean, now he's just walking around, really not scared of anything else.
Want another piece of this? Utility this time to mask Automatic's approach. But the real approach is here outside of Monster. 4 players just sat behind this smoke. Gonna go deep enough that they can still walk through. They found that timing. Nice flash to make Magisk's position awkward, and a deep entry here from Hex, but only one. Line up nearly for Magisk. Still 3 kills for EG, but they don't know about Spinks. And he's quietly slid through. Wiz stops watching, looks back for the bomb plant. Breeze, ooh! With him getting that trade frag and Automatic out from Con, it's enough to get EG 5.
That was nice, pathing there from Hex to run up flat with the pillar. Gave himself a good fight towards short. Guy on the pillar could not peek him on the left side. And that was the first kill, and that could be enough to topple it. So, very clean work right there, and they didn't get tunnel vision. You could see the fight's getting split up between the two of them. Taking out 3 before even thinking about getting that bomb down.
I feel like
it's got to say something.
With Apex's body language, it's the perfect person to keep that camera on.
Yeah.
Every single time. Thank you.
I think that's probably been the best part about EG's T-half so far. The B attacks.
Sure. Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah. They just look a little bit weaker when it comes to approaches on A, or just how easily, again, the kills can be given over to Spinks, who's obviously still playing really well, but yeah, and Zai was playing really well as well. I'm not surprised they're winning rounds between the two of them.
Now EG reap the benefits. Pistols up for Vitality.
Of course, Vitality have some fresh game tape, just playing Heroic 2 days ago. Guaranteed they watched that.
There we go, a little more cautious this time.
I think for sure, though, in the 5v5, it goes without saying, it's such an important part of Counter-Strike because, not because like whoever gets the 5v4 wins 80% of the time. I mean, that's the result, but it's about building tension, and when you build tension, your opponents will make mistakes. And the longer the round goes on, it's really important, obviously, especially on T side, that you're getting map control while there's tension being built so that you can turn your mistakes into more map control and the round getting won. And I think we saw in this half already, Evil Geniuses too many times have allowed that kill to come too easily to Vitality. And it also takes away from further things, like the kills come too easily in the beginning of the round. Well, now you're not going to get kills later on. That can help your economy versus your opponents later on in the half.
Careful now, barrel's tucked. Apex. Uh-oh. Apex. Ooh, stops plant, taps a second, Breeze is nearly dead, and that's gonna put ZywOo in a great spot for at least the one in the sights. Not half bad. Dupree, little to lose here, but unfortunately for him, Automatic keeps it off the mark, and EG close it with 2 alive to keep the lead at 1.
Yeah, pretty clean. They're feeling good. This is already really solid for T-side Overpass. I think while we had the A1S meta, Overpass is the map that I think suffered the most in terms of how lopsided it was. Now, of course, the game's better because more people are using A4s, but it does mean that also you can give up more T rounds and still reasonably expect to win the game. But Vitality have a tiny lead here and a very flimsy buy. A chance for Evil Geniuses to even take a lead. See if they can improve on some of their problems from earlier rounds.
Little change up, considering, like you've alluded to, Evil Genius's success towards this B site. Yeah, put ZywOo in position. Let that op see if it can find one early.
Yeah, I think this is just a read based on how much success we've seen from EG over towards the B site, and it's great that they're actually not going into that.
Little diversity here from EG, but it's going to put pressure on Hex to deliver.
Oh no.
Oh, jumps the gun, but still, Magisk walks in, and now it turns into 2. So, it looked awkward, but Hex capitalized. And ZywOo knows he's crossed to the left side. This should be him a sitting duck. Spinks brings this back. A nice second kill onto Nealon, and how have they managed to get that one back from 3v5 to a 3v2? It's not done yet, but Spinks isn't either. Drops bomb as he re-engages into the bathrooms, and Breeze is gonna be tasked with a clutch.
Yeah, he's been so reliable at every single turn here. And that's the greatest power of, you know, your A player in the bathrooms. Should be your strongest rifler who's independent. And Spinks has proved that within this half, that he's comfortable in that. So not only do they get to stack the B site, where that's where they've lost the majority of their rounds, but they can leave Spinks here with the shadow advantage on both sides and know he's going to be very comfortable. Won't even ask for help unless he really needs it. And of course, doesn't at all. 10 seconds remaining. Breeze in a 1v2, but he's not going to get a free plant.
No, sir. Apex is gonna put him down. No plant whatsoever. So, Vitality. Little 3v5 sprinkled in at the end of the CT side could bode well if this game gets close.
Oh, Hex did everything.
Felt like he fumbled that, you know, kind of spooked by that first little leg, but hey, ends up netting him a double. It's this one from Spinks. A duel versus Nealon that, oh, probably shouldn't have gone his way.
Yeah, this is an amazing half from Spinks, just controlling all the space, and it's one where he doesn't really need friends. I think most of the criticisms, for sure, is when it comes to the T-side lurks and CT positions. has been an incredibly strong player. Cool to see him playing on the A4 too.
The more A4s, the better. Sizing up this site, but with no monster approach. Free doesn't like them just sitting back. Decides to take an initiative off Apex's flash. Hex trades. Now we can get an upgrade maybe for Breeze or Automatic. Couple it with a Nealon boost and maybe you could catch this defense. Sure enough, Apex looking the wrong direction, starts to unravel. Aggression from Magisk, and he hit that dink. He just popped it up into Nealon to take him down to 13. But it's still gonna have to be a 2v3 from Vitality. Luckily for them, it's the two best players of the half in Spinx and ZywOo. And although they are split between these sites, ZywOo keeps jumping for info, doesn't want them to get to so close for free.
They'll make it a fake. Let's see if Spinx moves.
Not yet. Still waiting for the walkout and just missed that short peak timing. Now they're making sounds. Needs to be covered, isn't. And so it goes down real smooth. An excellent half out of Vitality, all things considered. That force at the early bit is what gives half the rounds to EG, but 9-6 as we finish off 15.
Welcome to the esports reverse challenge. Listening is the key in CS, whether that's listening for enemy players' footsteps or communicating with your team.
As a pro player, you need to understand your teammates, whether they're shouting, whispering, or talking backwards. Oh, which is what you're going to do today. Please read the following words and phrases backwards. Your teammates will have to guess what these words are supposed to be.
Your teammate OC has recorded some words and phrases for you to listen to. For each correct guess, you win 3 points.
Work together to find out if your brain can adapt.
My brain will not adapt today. We'll do our best.
I'm gonna say it's Oma.
Oma.
Oma. Oma.
Oma? What the what the hell is Oma?
Ammo maybe?
Ammo.
Ammo.
Yokkad.
Decoy.
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 Decoy. Yeah, decoy.
Yeah?
Decoy, yeah?
Decoy. Garf.
Garf.
Oh, it's easy one.
Garf.
Garf. Frag, yes.
Like frag grenade. Frag. Easy. We got it.
Frog.
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 Napple Oak.
This is gibberish.
Tenalp Og.
Tenalp. What is Tenalp?
I don't know, man. It's super hard. I cannot guess it.
Go on. Own ref. Wait.
Ornefni. Nab.
Ban Inferno.
Ban Inferno.
Yeah, Ban Inferno. Nice, man. Yeah. Pog.
Ban Inferno.
Rapids.
Oh.
By rounds. I think it's Sniper. Wait, I have Mono's number. 1 second.
Sniper.
Pots on B Shar.
Pots on Ebe Sure.
He push monster dead. Nice.
Nice.
Go monster instantly.
Yeah, I'm sucking Evan.
Wally rotate.
Might have missed actually.
Yeah.
Careful.
I'm Wally rotate. I'm
Could
flashing
only be
dildo.
one here max.
Red
You have the
pit.
bomb kneeling. I'm flashing
Yeah.
pit.
Heaven smoke missed, I think.
I missed, I think.
I
Spawn
smoke
dead
heaven,
though. Spawn dead.
I smoke
I
heaven.
think it's pit.
I smoke heaven
I'm
again.
waiting.
You don't have to scale.
Yeah, just hold
I'm
this or okay.
I'm blind. Hold water.
On CT.
Pit.
CT and pit.
Pit.
Peeking right.
Holding right. He's in pit.
Nice! Good shit, bud. Up. Sure.
Yeah, those are some good fucking comms, boys.
Yeah.
Let's go. Very clean.
Very clean,
That is
very
so
efficient.
professional right there. I love that.
Love it indeed, man. And, you know, despite Evil Geniuses getting 9 of the opening kills throughout that first half, it is Vitality who end with the 9-round wins. So still some more that could have been closed. But listen, Hex popping off in that one, understandably.
Yeah, he had a lot of impact. I mean,
80% KAST.
Wow.
Constantly a nuisance down in those B tunnels. And even though he died pretty frequently, he was always there, getting what he had to.
Yeah, he's kind of a scrappy entry, but it seems like he has his eyes on the prize. Like, he's not worried about like looking perfect for himself. He's
here for
got the right priorities.
Yep.
Make the space, take the fight he needs to take.
Let the others finish the job. Vitality leaning down long. Automatics all the way back in bank. There's nothing to spot this or stop this before they get to the site. Ooh, Zaiwu almost gets popped from behind, but he's alive. And the bomb goes down. 5v5. Here comes that rotation. Could be a bloodbath. We've got T's deep down in this bank. Clearing out Wiz first, then more and more. Hex brings it back with the Berettas, but his 1 kill, will it be enough? Breeze is on a single point of health. Automatics only on 80. And there he goes. So all falls on automatic, but it's not impossible, folks. Has to dive back to grab Kit. That could help with the defuse, but the rotation around the bank also gives more time to Vitality to just lock this in. It's not planted for them, but Apex not going to give him that bomb site nor the space to clutch.
Yeah, that was some disrespect right there. All the way downstairs in the bank, just fighting in there.
3
not
players.
Worried about it. Yeah, no. And I think for EG, they're like, oh, they're going to peek here a little bit. They're going to fall back, and then we get like some kind of regular retake going on. But no, Vitality just kept coming forward. Very claustrophobic in here. Again, CT side's not free in 2023 here on Overpass. That pistol could have been important. Just looking everywhere. Breeze on CT side, however.
How do you feel about that?
I like that a lot.
He had the second most amount of multi-kills in that first half. 5 of them, only behind Spinks, who had 6. Getting the job done.
Yeah, there's no topping Spinks in that first half, was there?
No, I mean, no chance. Vitality all across the map, man. I feel for Hex here. He's on his own.
Yeah, they pulled a lot of attention there towards the A site. A very empty A site with no attack coming on.
Rotate tries to come out from heaven. Hex at least brings Dupree down with him, but you could see them trying to scramble back into the action, realizing that, yeah, there wasn't much behind that A hit. And so nicely done by Vitality to just squeeze EG like that, make things awkward, and by extension, make things easy.
You think Zaiwu thinks about stats at all?
No. I don't think Zaiwu thinks beyond round wins.
I don't believe it.
He doesn't have anything. He doesn't have any.
I don't think you average #2 player in the world for the last 4 years without thinking about stats a little bit. Even though it doesn't seem like it in the interviews at all.
Nope.
Doesn't seem like he has a bad bone in his body, but I just don't believe it.
I think as a human being, he is the anomaly of Counter-Strike.
I think that's his greatest clutch, is making us believe he's humble.
No. His biggest clutch is making us believe he couldn't speak English.
Oh, that's true.
And I think, you know what? You want a conspiracy theory?
Yeah, I love those.
I think
contrails.
Freya was in on it.
Oh my God, you think that was orchestrated?
Think about how big of a Vitality stand she is.
That's so true. She has the shoes.
She set him up. to tell us that he didn't speak.
That's crazy.
No. She's in on it. I'm on to you, Freya.
Yeah. She hasn't cracked either. We've been talking about that for, what, 3 years now? 4 years?
She's saving it for her autobiography.
It's the least likely duo. I love that.
So unfortunately for EG.
Well, we know ZywOo is a great teammate.
Fair. Automatic can limp into this one with his MP9. If you get a kill, it's a success story. They put him at the front of this B push, while Dupree will suss out A.
Really did a good job of obfuscating the map with the A attack. Last round, pulling 4 towards that site on the ecos. Here they hunt down a kill quickly, and it looks like they just want to activate behind it. It's just everybody starts pedaling. Okay.
Ooh!
That was a cool one.
A little style on that. I love that Apex just runs around with scouts from time to time.
Said, I taught ZywOo everything he knows.
It's unexpected, yet entertaining. Unfortunately for EG, their hands were tied behind their back this round. They had to take a beating. Slap across the head. And no kill with it, but I mean, Hex is trying to get cheeky, sitting inside that smoke.
You know, I made a video called Our Vitality Frauds. Uploaded that today. But I wish them the best.
Okay.
Yeah. And, you know, with the Paris Major coming up, I think I'm always cheering for the home crowd no matter where we are, right? So.
Yeah, it's fair.
Yeah. Freya and Rio, and I hope they win Paris.
Terrorists win.
That's all I have to say.
Fair. What was the conclusion of the video? Are they frauds?
Yes.
Okay.
2022 at least. Yeah. Apex accused me of clickbait, but you know, the whole video was just about that one point, so I don't know what part was clickbait. Hey, what the hell? What's wrong with burgers?
Yeah, it's Denmark's specialty.
This guy's never had a smash patty in his life.
Gonna get some burgers.
Get some burgers. Yeah, we'll get some burgers and French fries. Okay, buddy?
Guy gets one wall bang.
Yeah, enjoy your mayonnaise.
Starts talking smack. You know, we started this one with the whole Wiz took down Cadian. What if he takes down... He's not. It's not happening. It's not happening.
No,
Chief.
no, Wiz was kind of just dying in that first half, it feels like. But you know what? That was T-side.
Ooh, okay.
So we give him a second chance. It's time. We got the op.
Let's see it.
6-12. This would be the round to do it.
Time to turn it around.
Eat up, Wiz. They don't have an op on the other side.
Just go find that scout. Knock him down a peg. Show us that this is not going to be a Vitality blowout because it's got the makings of it if this gun round goes south for EG. Water control already for Vitality. Ooh, well timed. Nicely done, Nealon. Senses him, his presence in that nade. Nah, not this time. Apex throws one out. Breeze primed to push.
Saw him.
Yeah, but... Oof, oof. Breeze with a double Hex right there behind him. Felt like Apex still thought he was to the left. He definitely saw some skin, but then came back at it, shooting the left corner.
Here it is.
And Wiz catches ZywOo.
Lock it up. Oh,
he thought about it.
He didn't say anything.
He thought about it.
He just took a breath. He's like, you know why he did that?
Because we are losing.
He sees the victory now. You know what I mean? It's not so much about having fun along the way. He's already beat the #1 team in the world.
I love that.
Yeah, Breeze CT side, and then ending very strong at their last match. Oh, I'm seeing good things this half from Breeze.
Where Apex is shooting at Hex now that I see how close he was to Breeze. So by Breeze taking a step forward, Apex gets caught off guard, and Vitality will be caught by the guns of EG. May the CT side begin.
ZywOo's worst map in history was actually on Overpass. I'd just like to point that out. Not really happening so far, but it could be his worst half in history. We'll have to see how this plays out.
16 kills at this point. Everybody mark it.
Yeah.
All right, Wiz, let's see it. This is a cheeky boost.
There's no one in stairs control, so there's a little risk here, and Nealon is just putting pressure on stairs. I don't know if they've blown it open. They don't see anyone cross. Oh, there was a small chance. Not the easiest shot, but would have liked to grab it nonetheless.
Try to go over the smoke.
Ooh, chances.
The thing with like this forward bathroom A setup and an op is, you know, you're gonna get a couple chances before you're just relegated to the site. You've just missed 2, and now he's floating outside of the bank. So sure enough, with more pressure from Util, with more unknowingness as to what exactly is behind it, it's not like Wiz's job is getting easier.
No, it isn't. And they gave up a lot of control. So 3 on the A side is a good adjustment, especially look at the map right now. Of course, the lean is all towards this part of the map, but could be a full exec could still wreak havoc. Oh, there's some damage. Oh, and a shot.
Talk about chances. Ooh, down he goes. Here's the fight from Automatic. Crosses over. Back turn Saiwoo. How does he manage to get that kill? Just loses track of him for a second. A triple out of Saiwoo, of course. And with that, he is sitting on 19 kills. CTs cannot come up to fight. Wiz was given 4 chances. One of them nets him a kill. But the, first shot.
He hits some damage on the first shot, kill on the second. I think they just needed to expand a tiny bit more, take front bathrooms with 1 player, have the out behind, and then have the 3rd rotator come into one of the more passive spots. And then they probably had a pretty good defense with the 3 players they had there. But we can see right now, they had 3 on A and got 1 kill and some damage. Also, the long flash. Was that a CT flash that caught Automatic as he peeked?
Ooh.
Might have been a comm issue where he thought there was 1. Maybe it was a T flash, but I'm not sure.
We'll have to check.
He ate that in full, and that could have been Saiwoo dead, who went on to murder 3.
If we can. But there's the one that connects. He had just previously shot Apex
right
in
here.
the leg as well.
And the second flash comes out. I don't know whose it was.
Magist.
Oh, okay. Full credit then to the T side.
Crosses over blind.
Nearly got away with that, though.
That's a great perspective.
Yeah, that was his David Blade moment for a second.
All right, so dire straits for EG. We congratulate them for winning their first gun round with the weapons, but now their head is on the chopping block. Everything invested here in round number 21. And if Vitality double their round count right here, right now, it's EG force buying to eternity. Hex still trying to do his damnedest to keep up with the likes of Breeze. Oh, Saiwoo opens it up again. Sometimes you just can't stop the woo. And Breeze, from barrels, has done enough
great counter utility.
At least stop him, stuff him, slow him down.
Oh, yeah, they stopped that attack full on, and they saw 2 trying to breach the site, so now they know Vitality going to spread out. Very disadvantaged position here for the Ts. Luckily for them, there's no CT like forward aggressive on A, starting to flank, but it still just bleeds so much time off the clock. Look at them, they're walking through spawn. Oh my gosh, the boost is dangerous, but Automatic wins.
Ooh, and Breeze not gonna sit back, not gonna let them leave. Keeps on that pressure, even with Automatic half health and Hex dead. So the only thing left, Vitality, leaning on Apex and Dupree to just run this rampant at the A site. Utility makes it a little uncomfortable, but they can't catch the kills with ease. And a missed shot from Dupree means EG still in this.
Yeah, that was good. I mean, I like even that the couple of first kills come down and then they just don't go into like some fundamentally sound setup where they just wait. Instead, they look to make sure they're following up on Vitality, punishing them for the fact they had to cancel a big exec, right? Because from Vitality's perspective, they're scared of everything. And some teams might just sit there and think, all right, well, we've shoved them back, let's let them reset and then perform something new. No, EG said, okay, let's even apply more pressure when they're going to least expect it. Money's good now here for EG.
Mm-hmm. Game on. Automatic flashed around by Wiz. Saw the rumblings of Vitality and falls back. But Wiz doesn't stay posted on party. He goes for the steps.
We see the consistent feature of him falling back just a second too early. See if he hangs out a bit longer, but you know, versus his pistols, always tempting to just go back to a safe position.
As he is.
Cutting off the divider angle, I think, is one he should probably sit on for a bit. Automatic has long for him. He's actually gone to the outside. Well, they don't know it's A, so just looking for any info.
Put a smoke in front of him. They add Nealon to the party here on the A site. What you thinking?
I just don't like how he's floating here that much, but now in this spot it's strong for automatic. He can set up automatic to do a lot.
All right.
This bounce flash automatic to stop front bathrooms is the key play. And he has someone at the truck with a perfect crossfire. So as long as Wiz stops long, they should crush the inside of bathrooms.
Looking to let the others shine. Comes down to this flash timing though. First contact's off Nealon, automatic peaks. Cleans up the first. Now that A1S is empty, but Wiz, good support. Gets himself a second and a third. And there we go. Contrast that to that round prior where he's missing shots, and within those 3 defenders, it's 1 kill from automatic. This time, with just pistols, obviously it goes down easy.
There's going to be a few moments here in this half. We watches the demo back and sees, oh, if I just stayed on a position, I would have got a kill. Even on these rifle rounds, it's going to be hard to learn that live. What's that pink stuff that Zywoo's drinking? That looked cool.
Secret sauce. Woohoo juice.
Woohoo juice. Yeah. Sybil's blood.
Yeah. Zonic tonic.
Zonic tonic. There we go. That would be a brand. So I think we'll see. We're not too many iterations of T-side opping here for Zywoo unless he picks one up. Spending every last dollar to put this buy together. EG looking for 10 rounds, and it would come with another eco.
The makings of something here. You know, and this is one of those moments where if that heroic match hadn't happened, we'd think to ourselves like, Vitality surely closed this. But you know, EG have now earned that little bit of hesitation, I think, from the spectator and from their opponents, because it's automatic. It's doable, folks.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, they beat heroic on Overpass, and that's one of their best maps, so we'll see.
It's just crazy when Zywoo's on 20 kills, Spinks is on 24, but automatic finds the timing with backs turned. Zywoo slips beyond him up on A site, so there is still a chance at doubling it back. But automatic smokes off Zywoo's teammates, and Wiz is here to help. CT's come out. Galil needs to snap back over. Tough spot for Wiz. Mandatory kill right then and there. So good thing he grabs it, but he's backing up into connector. And Wiz, risky business. Puts himself straight into Dupree's rifle. 3v3 is where we're left.
I think he's confused about Zywoo being by himself, so he thought there must have been some kind of attack and was just looking for a roof over his head. But here it makes it a 3v3. 25 seconds, attack's coming to the side. Ooh, that could make the difference. And there's no trade. Dupree denies it.
Sure enough, a double in from Dupree, a recovery with that kill on Wiz, and it's gonna make a very awkward spot here for Nealon. Smoked in heaven, Apex down under him. And that right there is Vitality's 14th, locked in by the looks of it. A Hail Mary, perhaps. However, easy for Apex. Shout out Dupree, because he gets that con kill and then doubles down.
Yeah, even if he doesn't get both trades, there's a chance EG can win and come back into it. But a lot of this comes down to Wiz getting scared in a position where he could have just stabilized, and he had all the bathrooms to himself, just handed himself over. I'm surprised that there was no information for him to know that there was actually more stuff going on outside of B, but I'm not sure if anything was actually heard.
Double MP9 now. Limited utility as well. Wiz full flashed. Has to pull it back. Again, not floating here, but again, he's on his own, man. It's a lot of pressure for the new guy. Spinks! Oh! Felt like it had been a little while since he was in that kill feed, but these ones are clean. Instant headshots on the 2 players trying to push Monster. Wiz reels back from that A setup because there could have been a commitment, and now A is going to be found wide open for the taking.
Oh, it's a huge timing here. Dupree will take this. Those kills came in a default, so there was not actually a B attack, you know, being staged, so they have this lurk ready on the other side of the map. And now they're going to bite on the fake entirely. Just look at a stack. And Dupree might not even let him save, even if they go A after this. Oh, they're going to go B with this. Wow, okay.
Oh, there's a chance then.
I'm surprised. They even have the stairs rotation, but yeah.
Smoke fades. Easy one for ZywOo. And then Wiz catches Dupree inside a short, so they know where the last man's at. Wiz survives the attack from behind. Vitality now coming in through the commitment. Bomb can just go A. Unfortunately for Wiz, there's nobody there to pick up the slack, and so they're going to avoid him. Don't feed the beast. Just secure 15 with ease.
Got shade to Dupree with that 2K from Spinks. Had to let his recoil reset and then still nailed the second kill. That was spaced pretty well. Another 2 kills here from ZywOo. Just, yeah, him and Spinks, this great 1-2 punch across the map. 1 or 2 key rounds from everyone else, and Vitality with a ostensible lead. Denying 10 here for Evil Geniuses, even though it looked like there was hope for them in this half. You know what, though? I'm happy to see Wiz having a little bit of awkwardness, because I'm tired of seeing all these honeymoons. You know what I mean? Get so high up on a player, and then they let you down a couple months later.
Yeah.
I want to see more jabbies. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Have a little discomfort at first, and then just get better and better.
Yep.
It's more comfortable for me.
Just seems like the natural route. Spinks, look at how clean these are.
I know.
Boop, bop. Slam. Shabop.
You okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Working on it. Working through it. So a Deagle of 5-7. A valiant attempt from Evil Geniuses, but again, it's that formula from Vitality, right? It's the winning formula that they lean on in ZywOo and Spinks. It's what's meant to be, but Automatic stops it, and so will Wiz. So we're not done yet, unless a 3v5 can come through, and with ZywOo and Spinks alive, it is not impossible. ZywOo can back up, grab that bomb, and pretty quickly it feels like Vitality could just transition into this B hit. Automatic tucks inside connector, but he'll be burned out of that position. So he's preoccupied. That's gonna now take some of the support away from B, but there's still 3 defenders in here by default. So let's see if they can break through. Hexed on the right. Nealon on the left, but it's pistols, right? Remember, there's limitations here. It's not just numbers, but an excellent flash. And ZywOo, perfect support from the back line with Automatic low trying to come out from connector. It has to be Nealon's 5-7. Awkward, sure enough. But a late play out from ZywOo means Automatic has gotten a little bit closer. He'll be met by smoke. And Nealon's in the pocket, can go over top, stops the plant, kills ZywOo, and tries to come back down into this site. A chance for a second, and he gets it. Spinks is dead, and Op can be grabbed. Apex 1v3 is needed, 15 seconds to do it. And as he comes back at Pillar, it's shut down by Nealon, so they'll stuff this. Nice solo play out of Nealon.
Yeah, great amount of patience right there. Just came up at the right time, and there was no way to defend. Could have been watching for that box, but they would have had to wait forever for the chance to shoot back at him. So there it is. EG get 10. They do it with not much to work with, off of a great start, that quick 5v3.
Quick fire on the 5-7, man.
Oh yeah.
Love a 5-7 highlight.
Oh yeah, we were gassing the 5-7 in the green room. 5-7 so great. Great skins, fun to use, $500. It's always on sale. It's OP.
And in the hands of your average human.
Yeah. And for the viewers at home, he pointed to himself.
I did.
That was very humble.
And I looked at you to see if you'd join me.
I pointed at you as well.
Yes, he did. I think it's just more reliable than buying Deegs. I hate to break it to you folks. You're not simple.
You don't get rich buying Deagles.
Nope. But 5-7s. That's a layman's man's pistol. That's a... Yep.
It's the Department of Redundancy Department.
Yes, sir. I'm chief of staff. Look at this nets them as well, right? Shout out Nealon. Saving them in the sense that he closes that last round and pushing Vitality into a dire pistol buy of their own. Wiz and Breeze. There we have it. Cleaning up, making it easy, and keeping themselves within reach of this OT attempt. 4 more to go, but guns back up for the T side.
It's not over till it's over, is it?
That's how it works.
Yeah. And if you watched again the Vitality Astralis game, they looked immortal. They had like Astralis had a lead in the first map. I think they brought it to overtime in the second, something like that. Both maps definitely could have gone the other way from my biased perspective watching. I didn't feel that much strength out of Vitality in that game, so you know, a lot of the good teams would be very beatable at the beginning of the year. It's a very fresh EG in the sense of new roster, probably the team who are going to be more willing to change everything and come into the new year. Be very hard to prep for. So that can work for them. And have already shown a good result, earned some respect here in this group.
Ooh, this is always baity. First guy in for the T's sees the A1S silencer, tries to come around, clear it, and then Wiz is going to knock him down. That's the hope. Ooh, well timed, but also well prepared with Spinks.
And he climbs to 27.
Damn. And that's the problem, right? If Zaiwu had 24 kills and nobody else was with him, then I would think it's that much easier, but you got both the potential stars with the pop-offs here. 27 rounds deep, no sign of stopping. And an A site that is completely clear, barring bathrooms. Finally, but automatic. He's found Magisk, and he can't stop Dupree, the turnaround. He gets both. The setup that was there from the get-go, meant to catch anybody who walks in bathrooms, but what a heartbreaking timing to dismantle that setup as Dupree slides in and poor automatic can't get both. Zaiwu is the nail in the coffin, and him alongside Spinks is enough to shut down EG's attempt at taking down another world-class team here on Overpass. It's close, it's respectable, but today, it's not theirs for the taking.
Yeah, it was a great show of strength, and even though it came marginally close towards the end, they had a good enough round lead.
Inferno up next, of course, but first, some wise words from Zonic.
Zonic, you managed to get the first map in there. It was a bit of a chaotic start, though, from them, right? Fighting back in their way. Was there any nerves going up against EG, considering what they did against Heroic, or just playing the way you needed to?
I mean, I think, yes, of course. It's not, I wouldn't say nerves, but we definitely had in our pre-game that, yes, EG had a rough year last year. And in nowadays, Counter-Strike and modern Counter-Strike, you can't underestimate anyone, and they beat Heroic. So, and I also saw Warborg went out and said that they are looking really strong, at least in practice. So for me, it's cannot underestimate anyone. We're not in a position to do that, and I don't like that.
Definitely don't want that to happen as well. Now, you guys have also been talking to me a lot about the communication side of things. This starting to look better, especially when games like this, when it can get chaotic in some rounds?
Yeah, definitely. I think we, so far, we have activated in Spinks really well. I think he's doing a tremendous job here in Overpass. So it's good to see that the improvements we are doing to try also, as I said before, activating him is working out. So, yeah, I mean, I'm satisfied overall. It's the start of the season, and obviously there's some rust that needs to be taken care of. So yeah, I'm overall satisfied.
Well, Spinks definitely doesn't seem to have any rust. Good luck, mate, going forward.
Thank you.
We're here for a round table with the coaches this time around. We've got Robin from FaZe Clan, Moses, the talent / ex-coach.
Yeah, one of these is not like the other.
And then Blade, the mastermind behind the NAVI system. And the thing I wanted to start off with this discussion with is how you view coaching and how you approach coaching initially when you're coming into a team.
Well, for me, it started 2016. When I got into FaZe, I was very surprised, first of all, because of the communication was so different from what I was used to. When I played myself, we had 5 Swedes. We were famous for having like really good and solid comms.
Yeah.
It was the biggest struggle, I would say, to focus on the communication to make it okay. I don't think as an international team, you can have like the same communication as, 5 players from the same country. So I'm satisfied with having our communication to be okay. So that was my first task to focus on.
Moses, you're on the NA side of things, which there's a lot of communication, a lot of talking.
Yeah, there is. And I think, too, not just the in-game communication, but the communication out of the game. I think, especially in my situation, was probably the harder part, was making sure ideas were kind of flowing between players and they were communicating properly. And when coming to me with the problem, making sure that they're actually communicating with each other about the same problem as well. And that was kind of one of the bigger challenges in terms of communication. But yeah, that's out of things. Sometimes it's rough to get everyone on the same page in that sense.
And for you, Blade, there's a more unique system style that you've got in place for coaching with NAVI, right?
You mean when I started? I don't know, it was more like natural for me because I was like a in-game leader who was actually at the same coaching because we didn't have a coach. Yeah. So I was trying to take control of our evolution process over everything. So I just transited like the same, but more focused on the coach role from behind. And I already knew what kind of things teams lack nowadays, that time. So I wanted to implement some stuff here and there, and some fundamentals, of course. But I still think that even now, a lot of teams lack a lot of stuff, and it's not like in big sport. It's not like that because maybe players are not.
Yeah, well.
Go Russian, you ready?
Waiting for them to do
Guys,
this.
I'm standing okay, let's go, boys. Let's go. You need to go. We do not rush. I'm not having track.
Toilet step.
Nice, one more probably.
Careful, Kerrigan or some shit for us.
Behind me.
Nice.
Wait. One behind you, one.
I'm all bank.
And one CT?
One CT. I'm all bank.
Last CT. Nice. Kill, boys. I'm gonna kill him. He's coming CT or bank. Could be bank. You have CT for me, Matu, or not? Yes.
Bank.
Close CT. Close there.
One.
Close CT. Nice, guys. Good job.
Spins and wins for dupreeh in that final moment of the map. 16-11 is the final finishing scoreline as Vitality close out EG's map pick. And it comes off the back of a pretty good-looking T side, which, Matthew, you brought up aptly. Looking at the history books, hasn't exactly been the hottest look for Vitality on this particular map.
No, you're absolutely right. Historically, the T side of Overpass has been a bit complicated for Vitality. I think they did themselves an immense service when they won the pistol round and then converted, like grabbed them these 3 rounds that gave them a lot of wheeling room. But after that, you could see they were quite struggling to find any success on A. Most of the late B rotations were where the success happened for Apex, and they had to wait that moment and a couple of key multi-kills from dupreeh to actually get through the finish line.
Good game coming out of Vitality. Very good showing coming out of them. Once again, look at the scoreboard. We've got our boy Spinks that we highlighted coming into the game, having a strong showing. 28 kills. Sonic said it in the interview with James Banks as well. The fact that we are good at getting him activated right now. Spinks is activating himself on the server. He's playing some stellar Counter-Strike. Very influential, very impactful. And I think, Matthew, you said it a couple of times as well, on and off air. The fact that he's in this position where he can roam around, where he can move. He's not static. He's not playing an anchor position. Spinks is God's gift to Counter-Strike, especially aim-wise, when he's allowed to roam around and when he's allowed to play like this.
He's bringing a whole lot of freedom and decision of choice as well on Overpass, and I think that's the most important. You see him with the FAMAS, you see with the M4. We even saw them bring a double AWP setup on the A side with ZywOo behind him and Spinks very aggressive. So he has a lot of autonomy, he has a lot of responsibility, but once again, he's one of the key factors as to why the defensive Vitality is so strong. You have to realize it's a 3-1 lead for EG, converting into a 9-6 for Vitality. So they had EG's figured out completely. completely, mainly thanks to Spinks and Zaiwane.
Yeah, commanding in that first half, to say the least. And I love that we got to see, just illustrated in those highlights as well, the proactivity that you're talking about, the different areas of the map that he's able to take control of. Do you feel like there was a different look maybe coming out of EG than what we saw versus Heroic, or was it Vitality maybe just having more control over the ground throughout the duration?
I think Vitality just played better Counter-Strike than what we saw from Heroic. I said it in the Heroic game, they didn't show up whatsoever. I remember this breeze clutch where he's winning a 1v2 where the round is already over. Heroic made so many mistakes in that game. This time around against Vitality, it felt like Vitality were polished, felt like they have a lot of different strings to play off as well. Talking about Spinks obviously having a good showing, Saivu as well, we got to bring his name in there. Yesterday didn't play necessarily good Counter-Strike according to his own standards, but what we saw right here, that's the Saivu we're going to see in the future.
Yeah, 3 certainties in life: death, taxes, and Zaiwu showing up to their damn server, and I absolutely love to see it. I also love that, obviously Spinks coming, being that bolstered supportive element as well. The fact that we get to see a 2-pronged attack isn't just as Zaiwu showed, but he does show up with some fantastic moments on it.
I mean, listen, it's an incredible insurance to have on your team that even his normal is anyway going to be very good. We're sitting here talking about Zaiwu having an okay game. That's 25 kills plus. That's pretty much the equation over which he hovers all the time. The work he's done on the CT side with Spinks was beautiful, and then I think we underrate his trading abilities on the T side. Yeah. Sometimes with the AK, he's just following the pack, and whenever he knows where his opponent is, his trading is so clean. Here again with the AWP, that was maybe not the top of the level Zaiwu, but that was still an extremely good performance.
You can see to the stats right here as well, his involvement in the opening duels. Obviously, he had a couple on the CT side, but also on the T side. You're right, he does trading at a very high level, but he does it all. He's a unique, very, very unique player that can do it all in Counter-Strike. Rifling, AWPing, pistoling, and of course also opening and trading.
Of course, we are moving on to Vitality's pick. That is going to be Inferno. Obviously, they didn't get the opportunity to pick into Vertigo because EG banned it in the first wave. And this is where I'm curious as to how you're looking, arguably at both sides of the equation, but obviously from what we saw of EG versus Heroic, that was the first map of that best of 3 series, and it was just an abysmal look from EG to be opening up.
Yeah, I think they couldn't really resist Heroic's playstyle. Heroic caught on fire really quickly into the game, and then they allowed themselves a whole lot of freedom. I remember Cadian kind of disrespecting the rules of Counter-Strike with the AWP. We could see as soon as he had that momentum, it was a little bit over. When we flip over to Vitality, I'd say one of the challenges for them is to make sure that they have strong T-sides whenever they pick map. And Inferno is one of the few maps I am ready to give them a little bit of leeway. I think they have that security on Inferno. It was the case on Dust 2 as well, but they took it away from them now. So there's not a whole lot of map left.
One thing I'm very curious to see is, obviously we talked a lot about Spinks, and he has individually been struggling a little bit more on Inferno than on other maps, right? When he came into Vitality in the beginning, ENCE, the team he came from, never played Inferno. So he came in very dry, hadn't really had a lot of dry running on a map like Inferno. And sure, in the beginning he was okay, but it didn't feel like he was comfortable on it. Now we see the new version of Spinks coming into this year. We've seen him play great 2 games in a row now, which now almost never happened in 2022. Now, if he can also play well on Inferno, if he can show me that he's progressed and if he's becoming more comfortable and better on that map as well, then we're starting to talk about a Spinks that is a new, relived player.
I just think if we make the comparison to Overpass, which he just had a great showing, that was the case the other day as well, imagine the difference in terms of freedom between Inferno B side that Spinks plays and Overpass A side. Yeah. I'm not saying that you cannot have a little bit of movement on the B and Inferno. Of course, sometimes you can push banana, but it is still like geometrically very limited. You have a line that you can play on. You have a mini bomb side you can play on. And I don't think this is where Spinks shines. I think he likes to get his legs going a little bit of cardio, and that for Vitality is going to be the next step. Having this man being able to provide the same level of Counter-Strike as a map like Overpass, which he just did.
Yeah, definitely an apt point. Obviously, with EG coming into things as well. Is there anything you're particularly going to be focusing on for them if they want to push it to a third?
I don't think they have a chance against Vitality on Inferno, to be completely honest. What we saw against Heroic yesterday was a very clear-cut victory. I will argue that EG on Overpass, they were more competitive in their loss than we saw last year, so it's still not necessarily a bad thing for me. I never expected EG to win this game, but on Inferno, I can't see a world, I can't see a way where they're supposed to take down a very solid Vitality.
Quick 2-0.
Yeah, well, that's what Vitality are hoping to be cementing, particularly coming onto their map pick of Inferno. A chance to burn EG out of this Series 0-2. We're going to see how it goes down after this break.
So the party moves to Inferno, folks. We've got EG trying to continue the successful start that they had to the year versus the likes of Vitality, but the likes of Vitality were the stars of Vitality on that first map, man. You cannot compete with ZywOo, with Spinks, when they're hitting hard like that.
Yeah, but we expected that kind of consistency when Spinks came onto the team, and then the second half of the year started off really good, and it kind of ended around Pro League. But we're looking for the return of Spinks and the continuation of ZywOo. It's looking good so far. When EG played against Heroic on Inferno, they got bodied. It was 16-7, so that was the start of the series a couple days ago. Not a great map from them. In history, though, EG have pulled out some cool stuff on Inferno, but they're just such a different team now. I'm not even sure we can compare them.
Look at this, man. No respect. None respect at all. CTs try to fly down mid. I like it. You know, sometimes you got to be brave, Launders. You got to just try to take life by the horns. But instead, they've been skewered. Even the chickens are dying.
Like, how many guys have actually grabbed the bull's horns and came out okay on the other side?
It's probably at least one guy.
Yeah, one dude. And then he wrote the
textbook about it.
Yeah.
And then all the other guys are probably dead.
He came up with the phrase. He said, "Look what I've done.
Look at me."
Everyone else is dead.
Yeah, I don't advise anybody trying to wrangle bulls, to be honest.
The fight fire with fire guy. Now, that one I understand, but...
Look at this. I mean, you go running down middle, you're hoping that there aren't 4 terrorists standing on that ramp.
Or are you?
But when they're... well, maybe you hope that they're already standing at the top of the ramp.
I think you hope they suck.
Well, wrong day to get that.
Yeah. I don't suck right now.
Easy pickups. So the pistol and the T-side start goes the way of Vitality.
They missed the smoke. Let them through. Oh.
Hello.
Okay, so who's this, Apex?
Nope. ZywOo. You thought you were getting Apex.
No, I meant the impression.
Oh. Either.
Yeah.
Daunting task for Hex to have to go around that corner, so he doesn't commit, and they're going to draw Breeze over. It's an all-in here from EG at B.
CT grenade. Could have been better. Played from far back. Vitality spreading the map, though. Not committing just to B. Got some info here, too. That might be enough audibles for them.
All they needed to be sure, or at least be convinced enough to double back into that A site. So go ahead, save your pistols, evil geniuses. Grandfather them into the next one. We got Vitality. Keeping it reserved, right? I am curious, like after that first win on Overpass, how aggressive are we going to get? You know, our risks and protocols going to start becoming a part of this second map. But at least I'm here in round 2. Safe. And you know what they say.
Better safe than sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I'm excited to see Wiz playing at the T side and rifling as well, because he's not going to be able to rely on the op. Of course, I mean, didn't have a great map when it came to opting on Overpass just now, but yeah, Overpass is just, Inferno is just another challenge in that regard.
Yeah, I think because we haven't really got to see much from him, it's like, I want to see the depths of all his talents.
Sure.
You don't, you know, you've got to be a great opera because it's your role, but opposite rifle.
This is Counter-Strike. You got to be good at everything.
Yes, sir. Especially nowadays. Okay, I think that's the next role that's going to go. We talk about how roles are disappearing. Just wait until all 5 players can op.
Damn.
That's 2035.
Who's the closest team to that right now? Heroic? No, Heroic. No.
I don't know. It's a tough question. Think about it.
Dupree opt for a tournament.
That's true. Got that one really good clip and connector.
Yeah, we saw Spinks actually hybriding last map.
Are you telling me the answer is Vitality?
Right in front of us, right in the noses the whole time.
Y'all gonna do anything with those pistols, or are you gonna sit back?
Back to the CT grenades.
You find Hex gets kind of left on his own sometimes? I've been trying to keep an eye on that.
He hates people.
Yeah.
He said, just get out of here. You need 4 guys to defend A.
You know, like leaving him outside of B overpass on that T side as well. It's like, that's a lot of responsibility for one of the younger players. Be nice to see him have a glorious moment in this series. I mean, he already tried to go tit for tat with Vitality on overpass. And, ooh, Apex. I'm going to have to talk about that flashbang. Bring it up in the debrief. But the bomb will be able to get down to the B site. Nice dink on Spinks. Not able to leave, so 2 kills in this one, and a gun they can actually keep. But
it is characteristic of a dystopian future, though, that you're alone.
Yeah, you think so?
Isn't it? It's loneliness.
Yeah.
Yeah. You like fall in love with holograms and stuff.
Hey, man.
Like in Blade Runner.
Can't blame him.
The first thing Connor's gonna do in like 40 years. Buy a hologram.
Like, oh, you came back, Launders.
Why am I dead?
You're not dead, you're just gone.
I would survive.
Ooh. I think you're too tall to survive the dystopian future.
Wow.
Yeah, I think the tall people go first. It's going to be an advantage to be
To hell with
small.
tall people.
Yeah. Those who can hide under rocks, we're going to make it.
I do require more calories to stay alive.
Yep. You can't hide in bushes as well as I can.
I have back problems.
Me and Maui, we got this.
No tall people in the future, huh?
Or just less of them.
But you know what? It's going to be relative, right?
Of course.
No one's 6'3", then now 5'9" is tall.
Who knows what's coming?
Next.
Clearly. What's next is guns. Whiz up, rifles all around. And we got some floaters here at this A site already. Leaving Whiz to stop an approach. You know, if EG lose this series, I'm not going to be surprised. And I don't think anybody can fault them. And I would just like to see like a marked improvement versus what we got on Inferno against Heroic. Yeah, this group is not over. Again, like these opening matches, all that win over Heroic guaranteed them is they're not 4th place in Group A. They could still be sent to the showdown. Yeah, they could still lock in the finals.
They're still not favored versus Vitality.
Of course not.
No, you need to win a lot more than that.
Saw those nades already. Team Vitality throw them a second time, and this time
third time actually. They threw it with 1 guy the first time, then 2 guys, and then EG are like, well, they're not going to throw it 3 times. Joke's on you. Vitality have a 1-track mind. And sometimes persistence is key. Oh, it's a weird smoke on purpose. But it still gets punished. Of course, I was aware of it.
Draws him in. Breeze gonna stop ZywOo. You still got this emphasis up the short side, though. Wiz combat opping within the bomb site. Does stuff Dupree and manages to get that second. So nice shots out of Wiz on the hold. And he's hoping Breeze can then come back and offer up a double. But they've done enough. They've stopped it, slowed it down, burned the clock, and pushed Magisk back. Nice hold here from Wiz. And a good second attempt from Breeze to also help out with the 2K.
Yeah, that was great. Good shots. And Vitality really took their time to like lay the foundation for that hit, and then they even killed Automatic lurking through the smoke. But Automatic, while he died, I think saw a lot here, right? He got shot back at by somebody beside the guy he was looking at late into the round, so everyone got real comfortable here from EG into their best spots in the A site. Locked up a first round. Look at that.
Run boost. But Apex jumps over top. So we're 3 A site early for Evil Geniuses again, and this time it's going to be the Apartments play from Vitality. Nade on his feet just as he gets into position. A warning sign of things to come, but we're going to get 2 entry attempts. Flashes are good, but Breeze, excellent crosshair placement means it's opening kill EG. And more util where that comes from. We get this continuation on the flash. They actually reroute back towards Boiler and then pull it back on mid.
Yeah, I think they can be heard as well. So Hex, no help right now, but I think they have time, it feels like. I guess we're looking at Hex sitting on a full kit of utility. No smoke, actually. He just has thrown it. If he has anything else, but they probably got to rotate now.
Yeah, of course, especially with Zywoo still carrying that bomb, so
yeah,
he's running over.
Yeah, he's delaying for time here, but he's might be playing retake. We'll see how he
Kneel and smoke
deals with this. Uh-oh, this is dangerous.
The difference maker, but Apex is ahead of it. Oh, Nealon dead. Magis catches Hexed in the bomb site as well, so 2 entries go the way of Vitality, and unpack that one.
I think he was about to throw that smoke even if they didn't hear anything, because we were about to cross the 40-second mark. He basically just needed to throw that just in case. And the walk-up was just a good call from Vitality, I guess. I was kind of hoping that Hex would play committed after his nades came in, and then Nealon would throw the smoke, and then just play 2 relatively committed to the site. And they had a full map here, you know, in a 5v4, and you don't have to do everything. You don't have to push directly at them, but I feel like playing it that safe, or trying to play a little bit too greedy in that position, is where this went wrong.
Feels like the natural timing would have just been after the Molotov burn.
Yeah, because, you know, 40 seconds, you throw that smoke down, they can only exec with 20 seconds left. That's not comfortable at all. So if they did that, they would have been in a good spot.
Gotta be a little quicker. Feel like easily to isolate. What's going on, Apex?
Means you have like, you know, 15 seconds to even check on A to see if there's any more pressure there. Then a rotation comes in. So, yeah, I think that was an unforced error. But worse things have happened to NA in history.
It's a bit of a trend. Silver lining, easy rebuy. So, EG not picking out of the dumpster just yet. Deep Util is going to keep Vitality back for the time being. Hex floats around more aggressively. But the pressure's on. Now, they've left him an extra smoke grenade.
Yeah.
And he's going to juggle that bad boy back. Careful now. Vitality's silently getting behind this, not flashing their way into... I mean, again, they could be caught off with just how close Vitality are.
This is late.
Hex trying to face it. Oh, but doesn't get a kill. Then an MP9 peeks off CT into 3 Ts ready for him. I mean, this just goes perfectly for Vitality. Scramble as that molly hits the ground, but everybody's ready for the gunfights. Yeah. And the gunfights open up the bomb site.
Yeah, it was just way too comfortable. They were ahead of the top, the half-wall smoke, and then they were able to smoke the molly that came in, the retake grenades out of EG, so they were all just ready to trade. No op there as well. That would have been nice. But they just had no idea Vitality would move that quickly in that round, so bit unprepared, and punished for it, but could have been just a gamble gone wrong. Could have been Vitality with a really great read on how they would transition from that first setup to the next, how much time they had to beat a timing. And now it looks like EG will hold hands with the 3 players remaining, all here, curdled up in the A site, hoping to not die. Oh my God.
What?
That's not fair.
And automatic's done for. Oh.
That's not really fair. Yeah.
What do you think Apex's neighbors think of him?
I feel like I'd rather be Apex's than Cadian's.
Okay.
Yeah. Remember Cadian with the air horn?
The air horn.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Ah, Breeze, dude. That looks so awful from his perspective. Zywoo gave him the old rope-a-dope.
It's the only guy who I think I see in expressions that I didn't know were possible.
Yeah.
Every single day.
Yep. Breeze. Nice chance. Oh, wow. Spinks. Count your lucky stars. 8 health as he hits the dirt. Automatic. Nade. Yeah. Soften him up. But again, Vitality confidently just transitioning into the B hit. Apex is gonna get caught not looking, but Nealon can't get the headshot. Oh, Sidewoo just gets the fadeaway through the smoke. So poor Hex dead. And there's more where that came from. They will not be able to hold off on this B bomb.
How do you say getting picked apart in French?
I don't know.
Oh, really?
I don't know.
Les picked apart.
Les picked apart.
I would guess.
Picked apart.
What do you say getting picked?
That's the hard part.
Oh, is that the
yeah,
hard
that's
part?
the hard
Okay,
part.
Okay.
What do you think the odds of Apex being a goat in a previous life are?
He's the goat, man.
No, I just find a lot of those sounds, you know? If you've ever hung out with a goat.
I actually haven't, but you had one.
Yeah, growing up.
What was it named?
Licorice. Her name was Licorice. Yeah. Yeah.
And it sounded like Apex? It's just horrifying to think about. Yeah, it did. Wow.
A little bit. Not all the time, but just sometimes.
You said they're like fairly human animals, right?
Yeah, they're like dogs. Comparable to dogs, except for they love to headbutt.
True. Even their friends, or?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, even their human friends?
Explains a lot, huh?
True.
Here we go.
Okay.
Let's see it, EG. Give us a CT side to praise. Hell, even a round, even some kind of adaptation. Lock out this B site for once, perhaps. Excellent grenade damage at the very least. They've got that going for them. It's ZywOo on a quarter HP, but he's not going to stop. He's going to get real close. Ooh, real close, in fact.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus.
Okay. Of course.
That was very dangerous, though.
Yeah.
That was a great shot.
But not everybody hits that headshot.
That's true. But, yeah.
ZywOo? He hits that headshot.
He does.
Now, can still be brought back. Don't forget, we are talking man advantage EG with that. Trying to group up outside of the boiler, getting a lot of utility in response to their presence. 45 seconds here.
I think they're doing a good job of scaring them on A. That smoke's gonna come up shortly. They do have the resources to re-smoke it. Spinks is standing here, but do they want to smoke out Big Pit and try to approach the site? What are they gonna do, actually? I wonder.
Question will be, do EG press around? Do they come and fight this bracket side? Sure enough. Ooh, Magisk. Not gonna go down as easily as Automatic would hope. Hex blind. Magisk's flashed fantastic. They put one in pit. Double from Apex. And with that, they rip open this bomb site. It looked like they had it held. Wiz, a chance to clutch. You said you wanted to see more than the opping. Well, look, there is little HP left over here. He's got a nade that could be destined for the pit that would easily dispatch of Apex. And then he could just focus on this bomb site, but he's using the element of surprise. Wow. He didn't want to give away his spot, and so Apex gets the kill instead. Vitality shred that A site.
Monster spray from Apex. That second kill was hard. I'll say that lightly. Oh, dude. That's pretty ridiculous.
Oh, it's just when EG looked like they had something going. Vitality, take it right back.
Yeah, we're getting chewed out right now. Nealon on a Mag 7. We just don't see that gun anymore. We don't see any shotguns anymore.
That's okay. That's okay. Well, actually, there's that Abu Dhabi, the Abu Dhabi Nova clip from the top of Hut. I believe it was Shush.
Oh, damn. Was that the world final?
Mm-hmm.
True.
Kept heroic in that game for a little while.
Right. We have one shotgun.
Nova 4K.
One clip.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, but that's classic, right? Nova on top of Hut shooting Squeaky. Fun to play.
There it is.
What
the
do you
money
know?
maker.
A little bit of cash here. Nealon's first kill, folks. Ooh, and Breeze is gonna rack up another, so okay, this isn't free. Dupree's gonna catch the Breeze mid-play, but all the trades go efficiently enough. Listen, you'd lose 3 players, but you get an 8th round on the T side. Take it.
Yeah, they're kind of playing loose and fast right now, and I don't think they're really worried about EG at the moment. So a good couple of kills for the money, but what they need right now is a rifle round and a handsome one. Can't be a messy, lucky one.
Feels like that Mag 7 positioning on CT jump up, that's dangerous, man. Like, what you gonna do? Fight a guy back sight with that? But luckily, Nealon got both his kills on the front of the site, the cusp of it.
Yeah, that is basically the folly of shotguns. Like, I mean, great for holding sights. Terrible to rotate with. Awful.
Well, luckily for EG, there are no more shotguns. We've got real weapons.
Wheel guns.
And a real chance to bring back something. 7 rounds, best case. Nope. Not today, Magisk. And Nealon, smart. Don't stick around. Get back.
Same retakes grades coming out. Right now, at least Vitality behind the smokes. But they have thrown their own Hobbit Molly, so they have some time to delay, and they'll boost over it. So they know that no one's crossed just yet. Looking for any lurkers here. But it looks like they have B now, potentially, that they can still take after this if they want to. Bomb, however, headed in the other direction. Kind of very prototypical spots here from the CT side. And actually crossing the point of time where they could even go back to B. So maybe they'll commit into 3. Oh, big pit kill comes through. Breeze can't even get his smoke out.
Damn. Luckily, Wiz holds off on Arch side.
Are they going to smoke Moto and take this? Comes down to automatic, and he can't win his duel.
Just moved the crosshair.
Uh-oh.
Just pulled it off of the doorway, and then the fight unfolds. He'd waited after that first contact to try and kill a player, and instead, Vitality, timing to a T, kills all theirs.
Yeah, they just didn't see enough right there, man. Like, they could have gambled and, like, played for A blindly, but after they threw their retake utility top banana, they didn't peek behind it. And we saw because that molly came up, they went into the boost on logs and they had that scope up and they're just waiting. Like, okay, they're probably going to overstack towards the B side, if anything, and wait for the hit to come in. And Vitality just come through with the right amount of patience and make that look so easy.
Good luck, Hext. Good luck. They're coming for you.
God. Just, oh.
It's okay.
Everything's fine?
Nothing broke.
Okay.
That scared me, though.
This is the reverberations from Apex's scream. Speed of sound is obviously a lot slower, so...
Let's go!
What scares me is how quickly he transitions into that.
Yeah, he's like the Green Goblin.
Yeah, okay, yeah, right, yeah, that's very true.
Yeah.
All right, I like that. What a character. Yeah. Magisk. Just get through that one MP9. It's all they've got. And look at it. It succeeds in taking down Zywoo. Nealon's third kill after the Mag 7 double. But that's not to say anything about Nealon, because he's not the only one. It's just been a very difficult outing here for EG on Inferno. I mean, they don't even have kills, Mo. They don't have kills.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, they don't.
There's always been, at minimum, 2 players alive every round Vitality wins. And the times that it's come down to 2, only twice across the half.
What's the best stat that EG have at this point in the game?
Let me do some digging.
Give me something promising.
They have more utility damage than Vitality.
All right, that's
in
good.
total. Oh, no.
No? They have the CT side, so they should have far more.
Yeah, and it's close. That's the problem there.
Unlucky. Well, it's definitely not a comfortable map for them. It's just unfortunate that they couldn't win overpass.
I'll keep digging.
think the best thing is there's still time in the half. Not that much, but I just think they're very far behind when it comes to Banana. Honestly, both halves of the map, they just seem very far behind in terms of ideas. Inferno's tough. You got to be good at it. Everyone wants to play it. Even if they don't want to pick it, it's going to come up in deciders so often. You have to be competent on it. And right now it is a sore spot for EG.
Well, I found a stat, but it's not really a good one.
Cool. Well, you know what? I couldn't sleep tonight if you didn't tell me what it was anyways.
You know, EG at least have 3 opening duels successfully won.
Yeah, that is good, isn't it?
It's all right.
It's good.
They only won 1 round, but
oh, that's then some.
At least they've gotten 3 5v4s.
Right. Yeah.
Tough. And again, on a different day.
Oh.
On a different day, then maybe Overpass could have extended this series, but you got the best of Spinks and ZywOo. And even the best of Counter-Strike can't always compete with the best of Spinks and ZywOo. So, you know, you can still get 4 more. A little peek off short side, but Wiz and Breeze both down empty-handed, and their 4-11's queued up. Queued up. Automatic's gonna hear the crossover. Save, perhaps. Guns brought into the next one.
Kind of froze up a little bit there. Wiz Flash got to CT.
Yeah.
That one fight.
Had a chance, but
it was a chance.
Again, just deaths.
Yeah, just lots of deaths.
It's okay. It's the natural order of life.
Do you know the story of Cthulhu?
Hit me.
Just thought it was a cool thing that
okay.
I read about.
I mean, I know there's tentacles involved, so I'm on board.
Yeah, it's like some kind of octopus monster. I can't exactly remember what he looks like, but the idea is that like the world that we live in is just his nightmare. And there are these sirens that are keeping him asleep. And our existence is just a nightmare. And if the sirens stopped singing and he woke up, we'd all die. Well, everything would be over.
Cease to exist.
That explains existence.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, for a nightmare, I'm having a pretty good time.
Yeah.
It ain't half bad.
I think Vitality like the Cthulhu of this situation. Yeah. And they kind of get to decide when the game's over. You know what I mean?
Yes. Because at this point, evil geniuses aren't offering even.
Just feels like they're forced to play the game out, even though it doesn't feel like they have a way of winning.
Sometimes you got to take your beatings.
Yeah. I'm sorry that happened to you.
What do you mean, man? I cast with you every day. I still show up. Breeze, 5v4. Come on now, Wiz. Ugh. You know, you get a kill apiece, you think maybe this defense can hold, but then we've just got this lane side that's wide open for the taking. Breeze at least able to cross to the little pit, but he can't get more. And so maybe, just maybe, because bomb got dropped, Hex could have slid up, but he'll take the apartment's time instead. There's a chance here. ZywOo's back's turned. If he doesn't turn around fast enough, Hex will kill him. And then they've got a 2 versus 2 to try and split back.
Okay.
Now we've got this player tucked down into the graveyard, flash over, Hexed, traded out by Apex, and now they know exactly where Nealon's at. So a tough situation for him indeed. Apex plays around the smoke, Nealon laughing it off. So you gotta still have fun. I love Counter-Strike.
Yeah, not a great match. Not a great match for EG, not a great match for Nealon as well, over on B. Here, you can see just where all the X's are. Almost every single round, there's been very passive spots that all of EG have died in, for the most part. Breeze and Pit, Wiz on that regular angle on Arch. And then on B, I mean, it's not really that different. And it's very one-dimensional in terms of the utility they're using and then the defense they're putting up. It's just really stressing these 3 players or the 2 players over there to get more than 1 kill each, and then they can win a round. And I think that's why we only see 1. Vitality are really comfortable if a team is going to try to do that. And yeah, it's just don't want to beat up on them too much because they've already shown they're uncomfortable on Inferno, but it doesn't seem like much has improved. Just in terms of depth alone.
Kind of feels like some of the same problems that we had during their last season. You know, we were talking about a team that 4/5 of which bottomed out the Rio Major. Evil Geniuses 2 years in a row failed to qualify for any of the Blast spring or fall finals. They are always at the showdown. But they have at least opened up this new format Blast groups with a win. So they won't be 4th at the very least. And at the moment, Zywoo's just going to keep tearing up this B site. We get something out of Hext. He dives back. Can still control back sight, but Spinks is going to slide through middle and finds that headshot on automatic. Never took his crosshair off the placement. And then doesn't even overcommit. So Breeze slides out from Boiler, but I'm telling you, this is not a Spinks that's about to lose tonight. 13 rounds for Vitality on this T side. There's a pulse from EG, but it's weak.
It's like EG are in a haunted...
Whoa!
Ooh. It's like EG are in a haunted house that Vitality built, and then they snuck in lots of traps. You know what I mean? They're home alone right now.
Which one's Macaulay Culkin?
That would make Vitality but Macaulay Culkin. Because they win.
Fair. Magis kind of looks the part.
Oh, which one of those? I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Down goes Nealon again, so 5v4 for Vitality. And Hext at least trades back. But again, it's still man advantage, and it's still an A site that is so prime for the taking. Wiz kind of gets away with one there. The fact that the second T is not quite around that corner means the trade frag's not immediate, but with the smoke down towards this moped, it's a quick plant.
Yeah, it's a big tempo. They said, okay, you don't want to fight here. That's fine with us. We got Moto smoked. We got the site already. Pick control. And Magisk in this very powerful position. It's going to be hard to clear him out. Oh, but they're coming. They're coming.
They don't go all the way around, so Magisk, perfect position. If he gets hard cleared, maybe they can work it forward, but Apex is still just tucked down in Graveyard. Gets cleared out by Hex from underneath. CTs nearly line up. Spinks manages to bring one with him, but the bomb's gonna pop, and Hex will jump on time with no time. So, wake up. Second half starts soon.
They need B right now.
Two.
That's split.
That's
split.
It's some B split.
I'm going B. I'm
going
B.
I'm gonna push him in.
Cheetah dead.
Nice.
That's
nice,
main guy.
Two B main.
Hello?
One more B main. B main and one Cheetah. Cheetah's dead. B main.
Nice. I'm blind. I'm blind.
B main and Lurker.
He's opping, I think. Did you scope? No.
Cheetah dead. Cheetah dead.
Nice.
Let's B main. Let's B main.
Nice.
Off his Cheetah.
I got up. Okay.
Temple dead. Emo one.
Nice.
Emo.
One way. He's dead. I got Cheetah. Bomb down B main. I got the bomb. He's out. Hobbit, guys. Hobbit or Ninja.
Emo. Dead. Nice. Ninja clear.
I got Cheetah.
Emo is clear. I'm in triple.
Mid player and A player. What's he flank?
I respawn temple.
I'm just playing
Ninja one.
Yeah, Ninja?
Cheetah dead.
Nice. The hell, he didn't see you?
Yeah. 2 CT, I think. Stun?
His ramp.
Hall's dead. Nice.
I'm coming back around from me.
One on ticket. On top of ticket.
Yeah, he's ticket. Ah, I couldn't cross. I'm going to area for a second. Opti left side or right side? Is that up on default?
Yeah.
Could be halls as well.
I'm watching halls now.
Nice! Nice round.
Fun match.
Left, rotating. Back up to left.
Nice.
Push it out. Wait, kill. Back up. Come back. It's hot. We can't. Let's go.
Okay,
Where vents? Okay. One is back up behind us. He's Deacon. Deacon, that's back up. Are we certain he's there? No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But he was back up before, okay? He left. He was shooting us.
He's Deacon, I think.
Holding Deacon. Holding Deacon.
He's a Deacon.
Nice.
Sick round, bro.
You're so good. So good, Ilya.
Nice round, boys. Sick Ilya.
I'm going up.
Smoke main.
They smoke me.
Volley is.
I nade in front, Russia. That door. I'm holding door. Holding door.
Top brief right.
Can be outdoor. I have Russia. I have
on top. Picking you.
Nissan. Only one, right? Can be
Coming
outdoor.
Coming door.
He's going back top.
Door one. You hold door, Ilya.
Holding door, yes. Nothing ramps, guys. I pick when you contact Russia.
Nice.
That's the
That's
pit
the
guy.
house guy. Wait, let me pick again. Don't smoke in. Small pit, AVP. D2, small pit and...
We hit
Just
him,
smoke,
maybe.
that side, two sides. One more. Small pit. He's low. Nice. Over. You have smoke. You have... They smoke.
Smoke CT from
One
CT.
Guys, on guys. Peter, you have on guys. He was on guys. Nice.
Pushing through.
I think he was CT now.
We don't know. No, he's smoke on guys.
Watch my CC.
I
think he's
Triple. Holding right side.
Still there.
He's boys.
Let's play.
Nice!
Damn, man, when Zywoo's saying easy, boys,
yeah,
you know you're getting stomped on. And I think this is just the great reminder to everybody that in Counter-Strike there are good days and there are bad days. And I don't think that any of the 5 players on Evil Geniuses would have stepped into this and thought it was going to be an easy day for them. It's not going to be an easy group. It's not going to be an easy event. But luckily, this is not for an elimination. This is not being sent down to the showdown. It's just a reminder there's work to be done. And we knew that on Inferno, that work was needed. They got stomped out by Heroic, and even more so here by Vitality. And if this pistol doesn't go their way, queue up the 3rd best of 3 of the day.
Zywoo makes the play right here. Killing CT spawn, knows they're in CT, and his teammates are re-clearing mid. So time is not on Evil Genius's side, even though they have a good split towards one guy in the back of the site. Magist, will he die? He gets some damage. He tries to fall off. Oh, that's actually maybe going to be a great grenade. Some damage in. And he's living right now. Okay, but they finally take it over.
So,
oh, that's the bomb.
Yeah, the little bit of hex that was left. Nealon wanted to exit towards Banana. And unfortunately for him, when he comes back, there's not much of the player exposed. So how the hell are you going to get this bomb? You won't! Zywoo, Dupree, headshots to close. And now it's 4 spies from now until the end of time if EG are going to do this.
Yes, they go all in. And Zywoo does that. He plays that situation like he has 100 HP. But he understands what he needs to do right here. It's a beautiful first shot. Any bit of damage and he's gone. And then he goes to get 3 more after that. What a man.
Is that the furthest, longest angle on Inferno? That CT thing to back wall?
Yeah, I guess so.
Must be, right?
Maybe mid to steps. Yeah, it's a good question. I could see it being
that's a long gone
one. Yeah, it's pretty far.
And he just one-tapped him like it's nothing.
Right.
Magic's going to be held here. Doesn't check it. Doesn't spin around fast enough either, so...
Oh.
Go for it. Nah, poor
bit
Hex.
high. Keep your dreams high and your crosshairs low.
Keep it back. Lean into the sight. Woo! Hey there. Goomba stomped by Nealon. So now the M4 is going to get a chance to tear him up. So they give...
Oh! Good sense of timing right there.
Sir.
We're here to find out if this is the last round. We don't know yet. Post plant's in.
Wiz and Nealon working with pistols. And poor Neelan's got 7 HP. They know where he's at. He's going to be found out. He's going to get stuffed. And Evil Geniuses will not be able to do what they did against Heroic. Tonight, it comes up Vitality. And on Overpass, it took that absolute performance out of ZywOo and Spinks. But here on Inferno, there was no sign of life out of Evil Geniuses. Back to the drawing boards.
Some things look good here. ZywOo look good. Spinks look good across the series. Kind of the story of Vitality is, where do they go from now? Are they going to look this good versus upper echelon competition? We don't know, but it's a good foundation to see if they'll perform.
That it is. It gives Heroic and, of course, Astralis a chance to run back Group A. That's the next matchup in this group. The winner of that will get a chance to play versus Evil Geniuses. And the winner of that goes on to fight versus Vitality. So all options still open. But Vitality have locked in a finals for Group A. And a finals, again, that comes off of that convincing ZywOo-Spinks duo on Overpass. That's the formula that they want to lean on. We'll throw this one down to James to get thoughts from Magisk.
Magisk, a nice run this time, and quite a stomp there at the end. You guys seem to be fun, having a lot of fun. I hear Apex saying a lot about burgers. We hungry?
No, not really. I think he was just having a good time in front of the PC, and yeah, he decided to make a little bit of fun.
Now, looking at this game, this looked very comfortable for you guys. Spinks has been performing, never really worry about this man. We're seeing the good performances overall, but now it's going to be coming up against tougher opposition, right, and showing what you guys can do. But how's it feeling to start off the season? Do you feel like there's much rust?
I definitely felt like in the first game we had a bit of rustiness, but overall I would say we've been playing decently well, but we also still have a lot to improve on, and I feel like even though the individuals are showing up, that we still have some stuff to fix as a team. But overall, I'm happy with our performance, and I'm glad we are playing some good CS overall.
And now you're one game away from getting that straight full spring finals slot in there, which will be the dream scenario. Don't have to go down to the gauntlet, play a bunch more games. Do you feel like you guys are better than the other teams within here, or do you think you maybe have to have a struggle-some fight against Heroic, potentially, who you haven't matched up against yet?
I think it's too early to say. I think it's good teams in this group, so we have to play our best Counter-Strike to be able to go through. We don't underestimate anyone. I mean, Heroic, they are still a really strong team and potentially also one of the best teams in the world. So if we want to go through as the first seed, we definitely have to keep going, but also keep getting better as well.
And keep confident as well, that's for sure. Magisk, thank you very much. See you later on.
If you looked up commanding in the dictionary, that map would undoubtedly be the definition, because man, from beginning to end, an absolute clinic from the side of Vitality. Jacob, unfortunately, you wish for EG to show up more than they did versus Heroic on this map. Definitely didn't come true. I'm not exactly sure where on earth EG were trying to go on that one.
No, they were a little competitive on Overpass, but here on Inferno there was nothing to be decided for EG whatsoever. I think we were sitting in the green room and was it round 6 or round 7 when Apex got a double kill he never should have had, and I'm like, okay, if Apex is getting away with this, then there's absolutely no way that EG have a chance in this game. It's very disappointing to see EG lose in this fashion, because to be honest, right, we've been positive. They beat Heroic, they beat the #1 ranked team in the entire world in a very, I wouldn't call it convincing fashion, but in a very nice fashion. They were somewhat competitive in Overpass, and now this, it just throws us back to what we kind of expected coming into the tournament, and that doesn't sit well with me, to be honest.
That was a nice little game for Vitality.
Are you happy, huh?
Someone's got a smile on his face.
Whether I'm happy or not, it's just not every game has to be such a hassle and you have to give your 200% energy. Sometimes you can just cruise down your little canoe, have a nice pina colada on the river, and just enjoy life. You know, it's pretty much what happened to Vitality. Life in the green room was good as well. We had dinner, we chilled, everybody chilled. It was a nice game.
I love how that's the in-depth analysis and what you've drawn out from this game. I really enjoyed my
See, but that's because I'm
watching
honest.
Vitality absolutely smash around EG. But in all fairness, you do actually have, some substance to that point. The fact that we see Vitality managing to close one out cleanly, not floundering in situations where, previously they might have struggled a little bit.
Listen, from an analytical standpoint, or from the team standpoint, Overpass gave us way more information about both of these teams than Inferno. Inferno was just, everything is working for Vitality, nothing is working for EG. Whatever the hell situation they're in, they're going to turn it around. ZywOo really cranked the speed, had an amazing game. Apex was clutching. You close your eyes and you know the game is over. That is it. So for Vitality, in terms of confidence, it's great. Some of these games just feel good. Like, just remember how you can destroy people. But it doesn't have a huge informative value, which is why I'm memeing the hell out of this. I'm not going to pretend, oh, my voice just completely went down. I'm not going to pretend I'm frogging my voice. I'm not going to pretend like there is much analysis to be done. They slapped the hell out of them, and that's what happened.
No, and that's exactly what we're so excited for. Obviously, progressing on as we just saw with the bracket as well. Vitality do cement themselves in that spot and are just one best-of-3 series away from making it to the spring finals. But we have the flagship match of the night going down in the Clash of the Danes. It's Astralis taking on Heroic, and you do not want to miss it.
I think throughout all the players I've had, the most important thing was to let them know my vision and like trying to get all 5 of us on the same page. And obviously I've had like a lot of, like I've had Taco, Steel, I've had Zeus as a coach. I've had like different cultures come into my team and try to apply like different concepts. And I think nowadays, like I can apply everything that I've learned to my own game and like my team's game. But I think most importantly, in CS is like getting your players all on the same page and having that same vision. And then from that like vision, you can create your structure and like have all your different plays off of the structure. And everyone like believes in the system, because once one player stops believing, then it becomes really hard. Like Nexo was saying, with like, you can feel that disagreement and like, you just feel it. Like, you know, they're just sitting next to you. Yeah. It's just like such a bad feeling, because ultimately you're the leader and no one knows what's going on inside the team besides you and your teammates, right? Yeah. And like I think that's just the most important part of the game.
It's all been on the same page now. Now, real quick, last thing. Who in your eyes is the greatest leader of all time?
Well, in my eyes, it's Kerrigan. Since when I actually became first-time IGL, I was following him a lot and like stealing things from him and like, you know, listening to his like YouTube and like all the interviews and stuff, like, you know, trying to see how he thinks and like why he thinks this way, like why does he make this decision, you know, like watching his POVs, like, you know, why did they go B now, like this and that, you know. So a lot of things I have in my game is actually from Kerrigan. So in my eyes, he is the best thing in the
Thank you. Nick?
Not to boost the ego, but I think Finn has been like, you've been pretty consistent throughout your whole career, like on top. So I would say him, just like the longevity of him being at the top. I think Glaive obviously had his peak where he was really good and they had really good structure and all that stuff. And they beat the crap out of me. So, but I think overall, I think Kerrigan has been.
It's time for the Danish El Clasico in a legendary clash between Heroic and Astralis. But unfortunately for both of these hometown squads, hoping to dodge placing dead last here in Group A. For Heroic, obviously a painful start to the season, unfortunately being kicked to the curb by the side of EG. For Astralis, obviously they've come in with a few roster changes in tow. The legendary device once again back on our screens alongside Buzz, his first time in a tier 1 team. So I want to get your initial taste, Jacob, of what we saw from Astralis. How well were you rating them in terms of what you expected coming into the season?
I think they did a decent job against Vitality. They applied a good amount of pressure. It was a game that you could argue could have gone to a third map. Vertigo were at some point very close. Astralis were in the lead for that matter as well. So it wasn't a bad showing. It wasn't a bad first start for Device and Astralis. Now there's some added pressure to this game though, right? Obviously going up against Heroic, you enable it, the Danish El Clasico. I know these two teams, they have very strong feelings against each other past the history. Also, the fact of the matter is that you're Astralis, you're coming in with Device. Obviously, you want to get off to a good start. That's obvious. Heroic being the #1 team in the world on HLTV, you don't want to start off by finishing last in this group stage. So despite the fact that we're still in the group stage, I would argue there's an awful lot of pressure on both teams right now. which makes it even more exciting.
In fact, I would argue that Heroic actually has the pressure in this matchup. If you're Astralis, sure, historically, your name is the one that's above Heroic, but things have changed in Counter-Strike. If you just woke up from a 2-year hiatus from Counter-Strike, you might think Astralis is the best team. That is not the case anymore. Heroic have firmly established themselves as the best Danish team. Astralis just went through 2 roster changes. They bring in NAVI, they bring in Buzz. They have multiple reasons why they would not be yet available to challenge these men behind us. So the pressure is on Heroic. For me, that's clear.
Well, let's check in with a legendary in-game leader. It's Glaive with a few words courtesy of Banks.
So Glaive, the first match with Buzz has gone by. You've had a couple more days practice as well. I just want to see what were you able to learn from that first matchup with him, what were you able to improve on such a short amount of time?
Yeah, so first of all, it was our first official game together. So, of course, a little bit of tension going into the game. So now that is shaken off, and now we can talk about how we want to approach the game in the beginning from the next time. I think we learned a lot. I think we learned that we are capable of playing against the best teams in the world, and that feels really good. And right now we're going to play against #1 in the world, so yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun. They're a strong team, and I'm looking forward to play against them.
And you touched on it, right? You're about to play against #1 in the world, but I want to touch on something with you. You've won everything, you've achieved everything in Counter-Strike. I want to see that now you're back with Device. Do you feel like this is your chance to finally get back there again? Do you feel like this is the final lineup you need to make it happen again?
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, I think we have the current 5 we have right now is capable of being the best team in the world. Now it's just about us getting there and proving that we are good enough, and only time will tell if that happens. But we believe in it ourselves, and let's see what the future brings.
That's what we want to see, and Astralis that believes again, and you've got a smile on your face as well, mate. Now, Heroic versus Astralis, it is like the Danish rivalry that everyone gets excited about, but it's also quite an intense one when we get on and off the server with you guys. How do you view it?
How do I view it?
Yeah, the rivalry.
I mean, I think we pretty much always have close games, and when we don't have close games, they usually beat us in a too big of a margin. But I mean, when we have close games, I think it's always great games. They're a lot of fun to play against. They have a unique play style. You got to know how they are playing to be able to win against them. And I think we have a good feeling of doing it. Now it's just about going in, doing the things that we know we should do, and hitting headshots. And yeah, let's take it from there.
Now, surprisingly enough, when we look down the stats of this, the last time you beat them was back at the full finals 21. Obviously, you had a turbulent 22, but looking back at this, looking back what you can learn and take from it, they've pretty much had the same core, only Yabi's come in and out. So is this a team you've got a good read on, do you feel?
I mean, I don't think we had a good read on them in 22, but in some matches, I think we played pretty good against them, and that was because we knew how they wanted to play. But I think they have really strong individuals, and they have an approach to the game where everybody knows and understands what they're going to do in certain situations. So I think they have talked a lot about theory in the game, and that is why they're so much on the same page. And of course, we're trying to get that into our team as well. So hopefully we're able to beat them this year, because I think we have a stronger team now than we had last year. And as you said, in 21 we were able to beat them, and of course in 23 I hope we will be able to beat them again.
It's about time, right? Hopefully it will be now. Now, the other thing I want to touch on is you do have Hunden as the analyst. So is this something where he knows a bit more of their tendencies because he worked with the core for a long time that can help you in the planning for it, or has too much changed over that period?
I think, to be honest, I think too much changed, because I think the view he has on Heroic sometimes is a bit of the old view, where I have played them a lot at 22. I have a new view on how they're playing, and I have seen how they are evolving as a team throughout 2022. So. But I think he's starting to catch up a lot on how all teams are playing, and also some new maps. Ancient, he hasn't played that a lot or coached that a lot, and he's starting to catch up. I think he's doing a great job as an analyzer, and I'm looking forward to keep working with him.
And for the rest of the team, I don't really worry about getting nervous or feeling the pressure of a game like this. But for someone like Buzz, what have you told him before he's gone into this matchup? Because obviously it does hold that extra weight to it.
I think Buzz is a strong teammate. He's a really good anchor player. He's actually pretty good communication-wise as well. Stuff like taking initiative that we're always talking about that we want more of. He's doing that. So I think he will be better and better within this team. Now he needs to get more calm and just chill a bit and go with the vibe because, yeah, sometimes you lose, sometimes you win, and you got to realize that to be able to play your best.
Some interesting info coming out there from Glaive in that interview. Thank you so much, Banks, for that one, as always, particularly when we're touching upon how he views the future of Astralis.
Big words, saying that the 5 players they have right now is enough to be the best team in the world. He believes in it. Of course, he has to, but it's also a sign of confidence coming out of Glaive. It's been a while since he said anything like it. I believe having Device within Astralis, that is obviously a massive, massive boost, but I'm not sure about you, Matthew, but being the best team in the world with the current iteration of Astralis, it has a long future ahead of it. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, that's a big statement. I think Zip is the player that he is. I'm not expecting any kind of huge changes in the near future in terms of level. I think he can provide, but I think it puts a tremendous amount of pressure on Buzz. The reason I say that is that Device is going to be strong. I have zero doubt that Device is going to be strong. He's going to be competitive against the very best of the world. So I think the limitations, the floor of Astralis, relies uniquely on Buzz's level. This is how I see it. If Buzz can actually catch up and improve and progress and get into this rhythm as Glaive is talking about, hell, you're going to have a 4-man core that's really strong. You have Zip that's going to be able to close out rounds. If Buzz is struggling, I think the ship is not going to have balance. I think they're going to take water, they're going to sink. I know it's too much pressure for this young shoulder, but that's just the way I have of Astralis.
You know what I'm impressed with? That these guys are able to withstand the cold outside here in Copenhagen, getting some warm-ups in. Yeah, I guess you guys are just immune to it somehow. I don't know. I would never be able to live here. Anyway, we just saw BlameF, obviously, on our screens just there. And when we're talking about, you know, the firepower that bolsters Astralis, BlameF is always a name that comes into the equation, but sometimes with a caveat.
What a bit of a caveat, right? Because we saw him play the other day, and stats-wise, he had a fantastic game. You see it right here. The ADR is up there, the rating is up there, the saving is up there, as well as Apex alerted to. Sometimes there is something to be said about BlameF fading out of the games, and the reason why I want to bring this up is that we've been promised by Astralis that his role is going to change a little bit. We've been promised that Subnix will move into more of the old roles and BlameF will be a little bit more involved. At least that's what they've hinted in some of the interviews. I'm yet to quite fully see it. I want to see BlameF being involved in the game more because he is a fantastic Counter-Strike player, and there should be no way that we're critiquing him or putting so many question marks surrounding him constantly because he is great at the game, but sometimes he fade out. Despite the stats looking good, the impact he had in that game against Vitality wasn't quite up there.
I know, and I'm thinking about it, that game against Vitality, I don't think he necessarily baited the head out of his teammates, but I do believe he had a truck ton of kills that not necessarily translated into rounds. Because he's extremely good at optimizing whether or not he's going to save, how he's saving as well, which in itself is a skill. But then I understand people's thought, I understand the mindset behind. You look at the stat, you do time, you see 32 kills, and why did they not win? But I believe it's a thought process that's a little bit too limited. I don't think, again, he shied away from duels. I just think he wasn't that involved in critical moments on the CT side. And when he was saving, hell yeah, he's going to cut everybody down.
And we want him to be involved. We want him to be the Counter-Strike player he is because he can make the difference.
Well, let's throw ourselves back to that Astralis versus Vitality game because Danny has a particular moment to be breaking down from Overpass.
Yeah, so that Overpass match, first time that we see Astralis back once again with Device. And one thing I kind of want to point out is that they've been playing very foundational, smart CS. Here's an example, and it's a very simple one actually, but we're going to see an instant 5v4. Device gets the kill, he falls back, and what you see here is that the Astralis, they kind of look like their old selves in a way that they're just playing foundationally sound, where they're all just going to freeze across the map after they get this entry kill. You see that Buzz, he simply just holds towards that bathroom side. Glaive, he just holds here towards connector. BlameF watching towards long A. Zipnix just watching outside monster. They're all playing such passive angles. And because the reason why they're doing this is because in a 4v5 situation for Vitality, the only way to get back into the round is to find information and push. Astralis, they're willing to do whatever it takes to make sure that happens. You'll see right here, they spent the next 10 seconds just waiting for that reaction. Nobody at all on the map moves. And you'll see that eventually Sphinx is going to take the information here. Buzz gets contact, allows Device to get this kill into Dupree, and now they're in a 5v3. So very simple 5v4 that gets converted into a 5v3. Next thing you'll see here is that once they're in this 5v3, there's now going to be additional pressure put over towards B. And when they put this pressure over towards B, the idea here is not to actually take the B site, but to try to pull the rotation of one of the players from the CT side over towards B so that they have a weaker A site. You'll see that's exactly what they do. Zipnix is the only one who comes out, while the rest of the Astralis, they all actually fade back towards A. They come all the way back towards Banana. They come home to basically an empty A site. And this is just something that Astralis have been really kind of nailing down just now, and that's why we don't really necessarily see any loose tactics from them just yet.
Yeah, good to see it being very well-drilled Counter-Strike, particularly on that map of Overpass. Of course, we don't know exactly which maps we're going to get in the pool this time around versus Heroic, but it does beg the comparison between the two in-game leaders when we're coming into this particular series.
If you allow me to be a little bit technical, I really like this breakdown by Mahone, because it is two very different calling styles you're going to see. Astralis slowly but surely trying to integrate Device into the lineup, playing textbook Counter-Strike, playing somewhat simple but effective Counter-Strike, whereas we know Cadian to be the guy who's constantly rattling up his teammates to be proactive, constantly rattling up his teammates to move around the map. And if you take that breakdown by Mahone, one thing Astralis did in that game against Vitality was waiting for that reaction. So if Heroic is overstepping their mark right here, playing against an Astralis that is willing to wait and play out the time, that could be a very strategical, interesting matchup between the two leaders.
It's always a clash. They don't feel the game the same way. They don't see the game the same way. And I do believe that firepower is the tipping element. Because if you have Heroic who are walking into the line of sight of Glaive or whoever from Astralis, and they are able to put them down, then Glaive will effectively slow the playstyle of Heroic. He will force them to take it easy, take a few steps back. But what if they just barge into you and destroy your defense or destroy your line of sight when you're waiting on a T side? That to me is the key. If Astralis want a game, they have to be able to sustain the skill or the firepower at the battle. That's what they need to do. Otherwise, Cadian just going to run away with it. We know how he can play momentum based.
I think that's what makes this matchup, gives it an extra layer of excitement as well. The fact that we've got these two sides hailing from the same region, but two completely different styles when it comes to how exactly they deploy inside the server. So let's get a little bit more insight courtesy of Cadian.
Cadian, I sadly do have to touch on the loss to EG because it was really not expected from you guys. And obviously, first game of the year, the rust, but you told me you'd spoken to the guys, you'd had this boot camp, you thought you'd kicked them into gear. So now you've looked at it. What on earth happened?
A lot of mistakes, missed smokes, missed Molotovs, miscommunication, a lot of mistakes. And yeah, there was a reason why I've been pretty harsh throughout the bootcamp, is because some of these things hasn't been where they should be. So yeah, I actually believe we had fixed more of them throughout the bootcamp, but sadly the game showed a different side of it. And EG played a good game, and yeah, it was 2 16-14 losses on the two maps, so yeah, it is what it is.
Do you think it's that if you played maybe on paper a tougher opponent, that their mistakes wouldn't have happened? Do you think they relaxed a bit too much?
Not necessarily, but I think that, when you play a team that's lower in the rankings and that don't have the same experience, they play a bit of a different style of CS. And sometimes that can end up, you sometimes tend to think maybe that they are smarter than they actually are. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not meant in a bad way. It's just like there's a way that tier 1 and 2 teams play. And if you go out of that, I'm not saying it's better or worse, it's just different, and yeah, that can catch you off guard sometimes.
Some things you expect, some things you go, why the hell did that happen? Yeah. I get what you mean completely. Now, like you already mentioned to me, Astralis versus Heroic is a special matchup. It's a rival matchup, but do you feel more motivated, more excited when it comes to these games? Because even when I saw you just now, you looked more intense than yesterday.
I mean, yeah, like I said, I think it's a bit of a special game. I think both teams really want to win it. To try and cement themselves as the best Danish team. Always nice, and I mean the Danish fans are also clashing a lot these days with who they're cheering for. So yeah, I think that it's going to be a tough game. It's going to be a good game. First and foremost, I am actually really happy to see Device back. No matter the result of the game, I think that he's just such a big name, He's such a great player. He's done so much good for Counter-Strike. To have him back on the server, I think that's very important. I like it a lot. The Danish fans deserve to see a great player like him play. So yeah, I think that's the key part for me.
Now, you just mentioned about some of the fans maybe thinking like a game like this would decide who's the best or who's the not. But right now you are the Kings, and I don't think one game's going to decide that. You didn't lose to them at all last year. The last time you lost to them was full finals 21. So for you guys, this would be, I guess, a more tragic loss if you did lose?
Yes and no. I think that, it depends, like sometimes also when you look at like shape, you are very narrow-minded, like you look at Blast, World Final, where we played with the config as a stand-in, we lost 2 games and then we lost the first one here. So in a way we are on a 3-loss streak as the number 1 team. But then again, if you look at like the games we play with Down, it's a bit of a different story, So I think like games like this one and the next one in this format will define where our shape is. So I'm looking pretty much forward to that. But also this format is kind of forgiving, not gonna lie. So a loss here and there, you can still make it through. But obviously today, I'm hoping to see a different kind of Heroic, the one that we're used to see.
Now, obviously, there's not much data, especially of them playing with Buzz, just 1 best of 3, it was just 2 maps. With Device, a little bit more, but how much are you able to take away from that? Because Device has definitely changed style when it comes to this Astralis.
Yeah, they only played 2 maps with Buzz, so there's at least 4 maps where we don't know where he's playing and if they switch positions and stuff, and that's obviously an advantage going into a game, but it also means that there might be some insecurities because they haven't played together for that long, so it's a give and take kind of thing, and yeah, I guess we'll just have to look out where he is. You know, he had a good start to the series last game against Vitality, but also had a bit of a tough time later on, but yeah, it's always difficult when you have to enter a team like this.
Definitely so. Now, obviously, Hunden is the analyst. He used to work with you guys. I just want to touch on the fact that would he still know some of your tendencies or some of the way you play, or has things changed too much since when he was back with you guys?
Yeah, I think he probably still knows some of them, but I'm not sure it's like in a way where they can gain that much from it.
Okay. So no worries there at all. That's a good sign. And in terms of looking at you guys' play styles of 2 different teams, Astralis, obviously, anything they can do here in getting a win is going to look good for them. For you guys, there's a lot of pressure on it. But are you worried at all? Are you nervous when it comes to this? Because I'm just from both of you. I spoke to you, I spoke to Glaive. I get this different vibe now I'm talking to you both.
I mean, not nervous, but excited, you know. Okay. I think that, I mean, why should all the pressure be on us? You know, they want to win equally as much as we do, and they haven't done it for more than a year, so they're super hungry to do it. And I think now they also have a lineup they believe more in, so their chances are better. But we're excited to play the game, you know. It's one of those games where you can feel a little bit of jitters in the beginning and stuff like this, and that's how it should be, you know. That's competitiveness.
That's what we want to see, and there's a smile on your face at the end. So more confidence today. We feel like we're going to get the full heroic.
I hope so.
Well, the roars of Heroic that we just heard down here in the studio definitely echo that we are going to see full force Heroic because it means so much to both these squads coming into this series.
It's a group stage game, sure, but these 2 teams, they do not want to lose to each other. Yeah. There's so much internal turmoil. There's so much rivalry between the 2 teams that, yes, we can argue that finishing last in these groups is not necessarily a too big of a disaster, but trust me, there's a lot of stake, and the pride these players are going into the server with right now is what's going to make this game a good one.
Yeah, Cadian is right on the money, you know. This is when competitiveness kicks in, you know. There's ego involved, of course, between Heroic and Astralis, and I don't care of the context. I don't care whether or not you can come back into this game. Just in here, right now, you are Heroic, you are Astralis, you do not want to lose against your opponent. There is more at stake than just advancing. It's about superiority. It's about dominating your opponents.
Hell no, certainly a battle for pride, and of course not to finish dead last here in Group A. We've got Inferno, Mirage, Vertigo, if we do so need it. Astralis' pick coming up first. Also, let's find out where Buzz is going to be playing on this map.
Well, good evening, everybody. I hope you're ready. It's time we get into the Danish Derby. I'm Scrawny, this is Launders, and we're prepared to take you guys through the Astralis Heroic Show. It hasn't happened since the fall season at the Fall Showdown, online, of course, and now not only do we get it on LAN, but they have to beat Device.
Yeah, Device. I mean, if there's one way to step up to win the rematch, the countless rematches that they've lost, I think Device would be literally the very best answer that you could have. So why don't we see it? Device here versus Heroic.
Let's go.
He's like, guys, what happened all these times?
Let's go.
And then they probably caught him up. He's seen Heroic get better and better, but now we'll get to see it live. Inferno, yeah, and 2 new maps here for Astralis, of course, so a lot to learn about how they're going to incorporate Buzz into the lineup on these maps.
Yes, very exciting for that reason. Right now, the poor kid's over towards that B site. No, that's down. Excuse me.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's going to be in the B side soon.
Bro. I was looking at the little pictures.
Yeah. Oh, they're about to read the timing's kind of perfect here for Heroic because they're retaking mid now.
So silent.
Yeah.
4 defenders walking down, now running down. And Zipix is going to hear him coming. Stown gets gushed early, so the B hold itself might not go well, but at least the flank picks up a quick one. And Stown is still alive. They're going to push through that smoke. What the? Stown has Device on his head? What did we miss? And now the rest of the CTs jump through side by side by side, and Stown wraps back.
Wow.
What is that?
And he stays alive the whole time. That's crazy. Device jumped right on top of him in the back of coffins, and then he got 2. Very humbly just playing retake there, trying to stay alive, and they come at him full force knowing they lost Banana and still can't pull it out. Shenanigans on round 1. It's a perfect setup with the timing here for Heroic to retake into mid. But this really just is about Stown, the solo B anchor.
Fun and games. Okay. He's on his
Good
head.
start.
How is he on his head?
Yeah.
All right. The fact that Stown just keeps it composed in that moment as well. Okay. Go ahead. Triple MP9, M4s for the other 2. And Astralis, the quadruple Galil, thanks to that bomb plant. So they get through the mid molly, smoke it out real quick, try to quickly jump at this guy on arch side, but Stown wraps into sight.
Yeah, they got a lock off on the rotation, so this is a really good tempo for Astralis. I think it's just about acting quickly enough here, and they'll throw their smokes down. The CT guns are not great, so we'll see if they can get any lucky kills.
Coming through.
But the split is coming on.
You want to push?
They don't want to wait too long.
Flash is underhanded out from Library. Tesses doesn't go out just yet. Stown and Shush fighting this one from afar, and then Tesses delayed, but still arrives and drops Buzz on the wraparound. Now, they put the bomb into the dirt, and Blame F right there with it. So, Device, you've got a little pit control, but you've got no bomb control, and you have no more teammates to work with. Like sharks, Heroic start to swarm. So, the fact that A-Site, like you said, was so cut off from the rotates, I felt like they could have followed through. Instead, Heroic 2-0.
Yeah, they were just a bit too much hesitation, and I think versus a lot of other teams, that would have been a fine tempo because, you know, maybe the rotations don't come so fast, but it's Heroic. They rotate extremely fast, and even though they were all in good places, they didn't turn that corner fast enough, and as they were, the smokes were starting to come up, and Heroic knew at that point, we can just throw whatever utility we want right now and start attacking, because we're about to have the gates open, and they do just that and flood into the site on the retake before the bomb can even get planted. So that's a tough one. Can't take too much time to think with Heroic against them. That's something Cadian said, you know, they are playing a very unique style of Counter-Strike, and when they developed a team, they tried to take what Fnatic had in 2015 and tried to see if that could work. You know, play atypical CS, play together, really heavily stack things, and if they feel like something's happening, they act on that feeling. And it's one thing to be able to do it, but it's another to be right, and they are right very often.
Formula for success, a Danish Fnatic. Ooh, but here comes Blame F with a double deagle kill, so you take those if you can get them. More to be had. TSS keeps him back. Oof. Tough for Glaive. Half his health gone with that one. Glaive and Zippix. Technically the bottom of the talent when it comes to Astralis.
Yes.
But I had a nice conversation when I was casting their opening game with Maui Snake about, you know, the possibility of them being reinvigorated with the re-addition of Device, with Buzz bringing in some fresh face. And, well, if we get Zippix and Glaive giving us a better 23, and if Device can truly return to the form that he says he has, right? Before that first match, Mo, he said, I am in the best individual form of my career.
Yeah, it's a tough one. There are a few exceptions to players who take time off where you're like, all right, well, maybe they'll still be fine. And Device is in that elite few, I think. You know, I could list him probably on one hand from the last 6 years. It's Simple, Zaiwu. I think Shiro might be in that category at this point. Device is another. And it's like, yeah, if they go on a break or whatever, they've just had such a huge amount of longevity and high peaks and consistently high peaks that you just give them the benefit of the doubt. We'll see. They're the aberrations of Counter-Strike.
Right.
But it's also probably actually hard for Device to know that for sure, because he didn't play any of the quality teams at the end of 22, as he will now in 23, but we'll see. Again, don't want to speak for him because he is in that elite few. Top 5 players, something like 6 years in a row. 5-6 years in a row.
Damn. That's Zaiwu's goal.
Yeah. Well, Zaiwu's on top 2 4 years in a row. Ridiculous.
No contest here towards Banana from Heroic. Just leaning on Cadian. And it's simple, right? Just post it up on the AWP. With the flashy fires and drop some nades. TSS called over. And a smoke at the 40-second mark.
That's the 40-second smoke. They're going to go through it, it looks like.
Can't respect it. And luckily for them, there's nobody inside of the bomb site. So, you know, sometimes you got to just trust the disrespect. It works here in round 4. TSS will catch Glaive. So already starting to prime Heroic for a retake. The possibility definitely there. The utility for said retake also looking healthy. Shush, Incendiary, couple of smokes. You know, Banana would very well get blocked off.
Blame F's position is the key one. With the support behind him on Banana, he'll have the high frag location. Buzz is actually up front as well.
All right. Blame takes a quick glance down into the CT piece, but nothing there for him. Buzz, point blank, catches him off guard, but it's traded back by Shush because Zippix backside. And with Zip getting that, oh no, in fact, that's through the Banana smoke. So even with the smoke down in front of Zippix, he still finds a way to get impact on that bomb site, and nicely done, Astralis.
Damn.
Just BMing through the smoke, taking a B site for free.
It was a good call out. Yeah,
converting it for the Rin.
Just the right amount of disrespect. They saw that 40-second smoke. They're like, this is just a standard play right now. We've seen Cadian opting from CT spawn. We're not anticipating a stack right here. It's a really good read on the situation, and then they just organize perfectly into this post plan, even though it's 4v5 after TSS's kill through the smoke. So that's a round to be proud of, actually. And now Cadian saved op. The investment just fully here. Wait, did they save it all? Did they save anything?
I don't think so.
Okay, so just whatever they can afford.
It's a force. As much as they could get.
All right, I think that's a great round. That shows us that this game can be interesting.
Fingers crossed. Again, to reiterate James Banks, Astralis unable to beat Heroic throughout 2022. The last time being at the fall finals in 2021.
It was a spectacular game, of course, even though it was the last win for them. Huge comeback on Mirage. I think they were down like 12-3, something like that, after the first half. But it's not the same Heroic. It's not a Heroic who really choked like that anymore.
It's not the same Astralis either, right? Remember, that's back with Lucky. So, it feels like ages ago. Now they've got Buzz. aced in his first round on land. Down, catching a glimpse of Glaive crossing back behind oranges. TeSS will find the second player in, and he's still hanging on to this box while Stown has even gotten impact in with the pistol. Remember, this is a force. Shouldn't be going the way of Heroic, but TeSS sliding in and out of smoke and giving Jabby enough room to work with just the pistol. So Zip, despite best efforts and 1 kill on the round, it's Heroic right back to winning ways, and now Dire, because those are a nice collection of free AKs given over.
Yeah, 3 free upgrades on top of the op, and 1 saved gun here. Zipix, is he going to swing off this? Definitely pay off to be careful in this situation, but miraculous hold here from TeSS with his 1 smoke to that email pillar to quad pillar and playing off of it beautifully, just staying alive for this amount of time.
So many.
First kill comes quickly, that's the most important part, and then the flashes come in as support, allowing him to peek freely. And they are just so confused. They just don't know how to scale versus him, and TeSS tosses him, no problem. So Heroic with a quick 4-1.
TeSS on roller skates there, just engaging on the right side of box, sliding back into the smoke. Just this back and forth kept it very frantic. Astralis lose track of it all, so they opt not to force in, just give Zipix an AK to try and work with from the last round, and Cadian not going to shy away from those fights down Banana. Insta 5v4 here for Heroic.
Yeah, Heroic are the kind of team, you get brain fog for 1 second, you're not fully amped to be fluid in the round. Well, they're rotating, they're pushing something. They're the best at pressure right now.
Quiet for the time being, but Cadian's posted and ready. And last spotted on Banana, so may not anticipate this one, Buzz. Gives it the second jiggle. Don't know whether he saw Cadian on the first. Thought he could drop him anyways, and not the case. Nice nade. Zipix down to 60 with that. TeSS here to support, so send some shots through smoke. Get a little wild with it. Astralis trying to hope that Glaive can get this bomb in some way or another, but ooh, that could help. Blame F. In with the AK headshot. Cadian drops bomb. That's going to take all the attention off Stown. 3 shots back to back to back, and he collects a collection of kills towards short.
Yeah, great round from Cadian. Right place, right time. Good HE shot as well. Opening kill. Did he ace? Wait, did he just get all 3 ace?
At least oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
It was just all different parts of the map.
Right,
basically.
talk about a collection. Got them all. Oof, oof.
Just didn't miss. Good first shot too. Jumping device. Headshot for Cadian.
Quick little trigger finger. Kept that up on cycle. Ooh, but device with an AK. Finds Jabby prying over the wall. There's another player close, and that's TeSS. So trade frag back. Man advantage canceled out.
Yeah, that was tricky.
Ooh. I feel like I see this with players in the corners, but both in the open?
The Neo Astralis setup, and the flash is really good, so pulls them apart. There's some more damage left here in the 3v3. Maybe this can favor Astralis, but looking at the map right now, they're still searching for an opening. Not ready to exec just yet.
I love watching TeSS play around smokes. He's always trying to milk these moments. Just did it towards half wall, but this time it's actually a great play from Blame F to come through the right side of it. And we've got a live one, folks. Man advantage, drop back by Stown. It's nice that he takes that with no damage. And look at Cadian just staying 20 yards back, not letting them know that both CTs are coming in from the same direction, but now Stown finds no contact. It's Glaive low health over towards Coffins.
This looks like they're gonna smoke the bomb maybe in the situation if they hunt out a kill. Yeah.
Or
not. He misses it.
Ooh, awkward. Awkward indeed. And Blame catches the frag. So now that's going to be Cadian's chance to depart.
Oh, he can shut this rotation off potentially.
But
he has to go far to get away from this bomb, so.
Yeah, too risky. So he bounces back, and Astralis breaking through that B site.
Ooh, and Blame dies.
TeSS tries to press in against the smoke, and then gets overrun by 2.
Yeah. The flash that came out, I don't know if that's a right-click flash behind the smoke so that they could run forward. It's obviously a classic move. Looks like it may have been.
That's what he's looking at.
2 times they've had to come through that smoke. 2 times successful, though.
Smokes aren't walls. Just be bold.
Actually got some time to talk to Castle. And he was saying coming in as the new coach of Astralis, he was comfortable in telling and shifting a lot of the roles around.
Okay.
And just saying the first thing he noticed was just with Blame F, it's like you have a player who has all the stats that point to a superstar, but then he's not taking as many opening duels as he could, basically. And he wants him to be more aggressive, essentially. It's basically what everyone's been calling for,
right?
With Blame F. And he said that Blame F was really receptive to it.
And I think what's nice about that is if you're putting Blame F in a bit more aggro, then I feel like it gives Xyp9x a chance to survive longer, right? And you go back to like the Elisa Invitational of 2022, right towards the end of the year. One of Xyp9x's best LAN performances of the year kind of coincides with these changes. So the fact that he's in his own roles again, that's where you want Xyp.
Zippy boy.
The closer.
And the hybrid, it's down on the op here at the top of B. Still got eyes on bracket control and might be readying a retake on Banana, so it's actually a lot of pressure to respond to here for Astralis, but they might not know about it so far. Sitting behind the smokes.
Some say Stound's the best op in Denmark.
That's me, I said that.
That's why they brought Device back. Had to shut you up. But that's a clean one.
What was that?
Insta shot onto Blame F. Pops his head. Had he gotten that punish on the jump up, it would have been sick. Look, he comes back. Oh, that's 2 and 3.
There he is.
Stound comes around the corner, dies to Device with a double, as all of a sudden Cadian steps behind him. And just like that, this round's been reopened. From what looked like a Stound singular shutdown into a post plant here for Astralis. Ooh, interesting. And TeSS, well, he still leaps and bounds ahead of the rest of the pack. A little jiggle into Device, confirms his position. They don't know that Xyp is back on Banana. Device is gonna walk away from that first fight. His teammate's been smoked off. Skinny cover to play behind, but still Device doing it. Not even an op needed. Device, 4 kills in, tagged and cleared by Jabby, but he does his job. Stound's the op, Device is the rifleman, and Astralis is the winner of round 8.
Yeah, he needs absolutely no help right there. Oh man, how that lineup took place, I'm not sure. Mercury must have been in retrograde. That was just ridiculous, but they'll take that. 2 kills with the open site, even after this fantastic play from Stound, and the site gets toppled. It's all over. I'm gonna chalk this up to an unfortunate. Wow, he actually adjusted a little bit there. That's nuts. Wow, just waking up dead right there after that flash of Cadian.
Damn. Yeah, there was like a little hook at the end of the shot.
Yeah. I thought it was lucky. Forgot it was Device.
What a role reversal between him and Stound that round. Looks wonderful.
Yeah, that's some gameplay.
If you're Astralis, you take it. Take it and run with it. Try not to fall victim to this Cadian Jabby op M4 situation. Not the first time Heroic have had to come in with a full investment. A force that leads them limited. And counter flash. That's the M4, don't forget. More teammates here as well. Nice timing on the turn. Ooh.
Oh no.
The Deagle of Shush catches Xyp9x and gets back into the pit.
Damn.
So safe, an exit from him, and BlameF looks to come and bolster this play.
Oh, they're flanking behind him already and rotating out to A. This was such a good situation, but now Blame just looking the flank, but he can't actually go back to B.
And yet, all of a sudden, Shush comes out of his position, gives Glaive an opening. If they keep eyes on that smoke, then this could still be taken back, but Cadian will catch BlameF 2v2. A chance for Stound to push out, grab a gun, and get his moment. Glaive's gonna be stuck in Little Pit. Cadian also looks to round brackets. And that's gonna keep Glaive so pinned in this position. He has no knowledge as to whether or not that op is still honed in on him, when in reality, it's back on mid. Trying to go side by side with Stound to work up this retake. Device on top of the boxes, waits for the push into the site, and this off angle. Oh, what? Sound turns it on him, and now Cadian's gonna have to run down this pit player, but predicted and yet not finished off. Hello! Glaive comes out of the pit to get Astralis their fourth.
Oh man, what a moment. That's a lot of stress right there, but Glaive running out of ammo, finishes it off with the Glock. That's all that matters. They close it out. Crazy kill from Stound, man. Back to the site and still 180s for it. Wow, beautiful one from Blame as well.
What's Shush up to? Shush flying around the hay bales. Did he get...
Not sure.
I didn't see if he got pushed out of pit by something, or... I'm not sure about that one.
Well, they took that device round, they turned it into 2. They had 1 before it as well, and now it's just pistols here for Heroic.
Nades coupled with them, meant to bombard the bottom of middle, but it's a shooting gallery.
We have a game, folks.
All tied up early on.
This is good. This is very good. You know, seeing X Factor on top of some good called rounds, like this is, you know, it's the whole package we've really been missing from Astralis, and these are great signs. Make no mistake, they're the underdogs. No matter what happens, even if they win this map, that would still be a pretty big upset if they won the series. But it would be a good start.
Loser of this series, the first team to be sent down to the knockout stages.
Yeah. Also, I know people are thinking, oh, well, Heroic just lost to EG, but listen, the beginning of the year, this is when the most ludicrous upsets happen year over year in Counter-Strike. It's honestly normal. And it's actually very common for that team to just like bounce back literally the next day. Like Navi losing to MIBR. I think Liquid's 1 win versus Astralis in 2019. It was right at the beginning of the year.
Complexity beating Astralis at the start of 2019.
Right, there we go, yeah.
Last groups.
Yeah.
You know, and that's like, it's kind of like it happens with or without roster changes, really.
Yeah.
It's just after the break.
Yeah.
That's why some teams, you know, during summer player breaks, don't even take it. There's been a few examples of underdogs, you know, like coming back from that break early, not taking the full time off.
Yeah.
Get ahead of the game. This round, not going as easily for Astralis, though. It's going somewhere for Heroic. Shush picks up the 3rd frag of the round. And Buzz and Device, newest additions to the Astralis formula, both half health. Oh, there's a moment here for Buzz. If they want to go into the B split.
Oh, they're behind him. Now Buzz actually has a chance to get 2. He does.
But doesn't anticipate a 3rd.
But there's 3, yeah.
Poor guy gets a double, turns his back, still dies.
Yeah, that's the thing about Heroic. It could be up to 4. You know what I mean?
At any point, any number of them ready to prowl. Regardless, nice opening kills out of Heroic all across the map. Shush, 25 bullets deep on that one. Gets his apartment's kill. You know, the thing there, too, for Buzz is he's anticipating a 3rd player, but just on Arch. Nope. All 3 short. Oof, nice angle. Okay.
Ouch. Oh, they're getting roasted. Nates go back the other way, however.
Yep, and then another. We've got Tesses and Device dead to frags.
Oh, they're still fighting.
And Stound with another one primed, chucks it out, smoke just thereafter, hits Xyp9x in the background, but Buzz finds the opening that's going to push them into B.
That's the one that makes the difference.
No one here to stop.
Yeah, they're going to come in now, I think both from CT, it looks like. Shush ready to cut him off and actually could get damage through the smoke if they're not careful. Walking back to oranges. Could be in jeopardy of getting spammed. Locked in now. Hard to say who you'd rather be. Astralis have the site, but they're low.
Smoke just ahead of it.
Oh, an HE.
Yeah, it creates a little ambiguity of what side of that smoke are these CTs going to pop out of if they do. And now they will. Flash is good, gets one off the angle, gives Shush just enough of a chance to dive in, but we've got the double up here from Astralis, Buzz and Xyp9x, and it's Buzz who's being put into the clutch. Cadian loses his teammate, loses his chance. We've got a tied game yet again, 6-all, and the question's just who survives this bomb.
Yeah, this one's been about key refrags, and another round where 5 players die, 10 on this one. Cadian locks him up at the end. That actually will matter, I think, for the money here for Astralis. But well, more importantly, they win that round even after taking a barrage of nades, losing the kills really early on. Buzz answers back with his double, and it's the one on Stown that opens the site up. It's good in the chaos.
It's a good game.
It is a good game.
Yeah.
And you know, many more rounds. And even though we have Astralis losing almost every matchup versus them, plenty of those maps actually went to overtime.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, there was a lot of very close ones. Glaive definitely likes calling versus this team, even when they're most shaky. I think it always felt like I think for Astralis and for Glaive, I think they always felt like they could be competitive against a heroic. But closing out is what's most important. Haven't done that in a while.
Also haven't had Device for quite a while.
Yeah.
10 kills in at the moment so far this half.
Yeah.
Top of the board for Astralis.
And a massive 4K round on the rifle.
Up he goes. No kill there for Javi, and he loses his teammate.
Yeah, I think didn't want to. I don't know if he blocked Cadian right there, but knew there was an opportunity where they're going to try to swing. Just rewards Astralis. Now looks like they want to press up and wait, see if Heroic make a mistake.
Here's a lot of footsteps coming, but nobody's really here. Nice flash, blinds himself.
Wow, that was good. I mean,
spoke too soon.
I thought they were going to chill, but they really just didn't overthink that. That's a few times now they've seen an opportunity at hand over on B and just ran with it. That's great.
Stown can take all the shots he wants. That's Astralis with a lead, folks. 7 on this T side.
I think if there's anything, like one criticism on my mind when I think about Astralis in the past year, or even 2, it's just they look foggy sometimes, you know, when they have an opportunity.
Right.
Playing too slow when they should be moving fast. Not today, though.
I like this addition of Device because in just this specific head-to-head, right? We've kind of been touting Cadian, the best Danish in-game leader, the best Danish opper. That's kind of been the tale of 2022. Well, now they're coming for his accolades. Device is back in the server, full-time. Glaive's trying to outcall him here today. And, you know, even Blame F versus Stown. There's a conversation to be had there, so...
About what?
About who's better.
What?
You know, if Blame F...
You're excused.
If Blame F has his way... give him a couple wins. Y'all missed that smile, didn't you?
He's back. That was crazy at the fall final having him in the audience. And we had the crowd shot with Device, and it felt like a real celebrity moment. He is a real celebrity out here.
I did feel a little bad, though, because he was just sat there having a nice beer, enjoying the Counter-Strike. And then from that moment forward, there was just a line of people asking for pictures. It's like, well,
He did get outed.
Yeah, we exposed you. I'm so sorry.
Well, he should have played in the show match, so.
Yeah, okay, fair, sure. Bring him up the elevator. Showing off in this match instead. Check out the top of the screen. 6 of the last 7, all the way of Astralis.
Again, fast. Careful though, cross. Ooh, it's down.
That was definitely a radar moment.
Yep. Just gets dumpstered by the immediate pop-up of Astralis, and Buzz gonna throw himself into the ring, catching Shush inside that bomb site. A is open for the plant and no chance to stop it. We've got Astralis with a lead at the end of the half no matter what.
Yeah, you gotta appreciate that force, man. I mean, they know they have a chance. And again, they don't overthink it. Right into the site. No chance to retake. Astralis with 8. Okay. Even though Heroic lost to EG the other day, they did not struggle on Inferno. That was a quick whipping.
You only lost like, what, 7 rounds?
Yeah, something like that.
7 more than Vitality. Or 7 times as many. Math. Not my day.
You're doing great.
Bomb pops with 4 alive, and Astralis can be proud of this half no matter what. I like the tenacity, right? Like you were going back to, where sometimes like it's foggy, it's just like, it's a little uninspired, but I mean, they're making moves with conviction at the moment.
Yeah, they're jumping on things. And that's when you know a team is really feeling the map. They have a really good inventory of where people are, where they're not, which is even more important, because then you have confidence in taking space together. You believe in the call. And right now, they're moving like 5 fingers on one hand. And again, I thought it was even with Device, I thought it was the individual level where they might struggle. They've got still Glaive, Zipix, and then Buzz is a really new player. Heroic don't have any of those problems. But they're doing great.
Will say, in just the kill differential here though, look at Heroic's scores. We've got nobody negative and 3 of them on 12 frags.
Yeah.
Astralis don't have that.
Yeah, that's true.
But they're winning rounds.
Yeah, they've got... yeah. It's even more impressive, right? They've gotten to save so much.
Yeah, get your kills where they matter.
It's not easy to get Heroic to save.
It's about round-winning frags, and they've pulled that off.
They've always got so many people close to the action. Oh, that's for Coffins. A little slow, though.
Nobody home.
A really great round to end on. 4v5.
Love this.
Well, 3v5 now.
Cadian just 5 feet further forward than expected, and Zipix down for the count. So final push of the half here out of Astralis. Unfortunately for Glaive, we got Shush in the corner, camping and awaiting an easy pickup. But the heavy handers of Astralis were meant to at least try and pop back into the B site. Falls on to Blame F, the only man left, the boulder of Astralis. Has to be brave and around these corners, but it's not gonna happen. Still, 8 rounds on a T side. Astralis absolutely happy with that. 7 of the last 9 all their way, and a second half coming up.
If you're Danish out there, I want to know who you want to win. Do you want Heroic, the team who have won everything in the past year and ended a major final and won the Blastfall final in front of the Danish home crowd? Do you want Astralis to win with Device returning to the team? It feels like for the first time ever, they might be, equal on fans just with the Device edition. They've got a lot of fan power right now, both these guys, which has been some time since, Danish CS has been on the up. It took all of last year to lay the
comeback,
foundation. Yeah.
The comeback we deserved. Ooh, Glaive hears him coming. Oof, shush. Nasty with it. Down goes Glaive. And the scary thing is there's no commitment at all behind that. Just a quick slip.
Assassination, and he's out. Oh, this one could mean everything.
Agent 47.
They're holding him from both sides, though. We'll see if he clears this.
Ooh, Tesseses.
Oh, he's coming. Ooh.
Yeah. Barrel stuffed, point blank by the Glock. And just like that, you got 3 players, 4 Astralis stuck inside that B site. And be careful. Armored P250 on the T side. That's how Buzz aced. They're coming for him. Buzz gets the kill quick, so I mean, there's a little left to offer up, but we'll see what they can really pull off here. Bomb plants in the far side of the bomb sites. Cadian tucked into the graveyard, just like Apex likes to do. They've got the kit, they've got double flashes. I say, do they have a kit? No, I lied about that.
Oh, yeah, no kit? Okay, so...
Yeah, I was going to say, with a kit and double flash, yeah, try to fly out through the balconies. Fly out off the apartments, but...
It's tough. So much stock. I mean, look, we mirror the pistol rounds, right? We had 1 player playing B, spotting, and 4 readying the push into mid. If we took a round, the exact round that Heroic played, you almost have the same option coverage, but you have way more support for the push, the aggressive part of the move. Device dies right there by himself. If that was Heroic, there'd be 3 people there ready to trade. And they could potentially get the kill, plus get more, plus get mid control. So you almost never see Heroic go through with these solo pushes in the same way. There's 2, 3 people in every situation. Easier said than done, but you can see how much rested on that one push from Device. You know what I mean?
I know what you're saying. I get what you're laying down.
You catch my drift?
Tokyo.
Great movie. It's almost too old to talk about now, by the way.
Man.
Crazy. I don't think Buzz was born when that movie was made.
Glaive, careful now. I went back and watched the first Fast and Furious.
Nice.
Honestly, horrible.
Oh.
The special effects.
Yeah.
Like, you can't even believe they're actually driving cars. It's like cut to a guy behind the wheel.
And they go into the truck.
Oh my God, bro. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Like, hit those NOS tanks. That is a green screen,
We
sir.
used to be we used to be amazed by that.
Yeah, we were.
It's better to not go back, right? Because it was so cool in memory.
Now, Too Fast, Too Furious.
Oh, is that when it turned up?
That was, honestly, that's actually the better film.
That aged well. Okay.
Best of the series.
Great to know. I skipped the first one.
Mm-hmm.
When I revisit.
When I become rich and famous, I'm gonna get a car like that.
What car?
Something fast.
Something fast?
And purple.
And purple. Okay.
Yeah.
Iridescent. Purple whip.
Oh.
I support you, man. I hope one day you become rich and famous.
Thank you. I'm trying. We had Astralis try and save 3 players in the pistol. We have Astralis saving 4 guys in the follow-up. Not only are they not getting kills, but they're not getting deaths.
It's just a weird stat that it's hard to say exactly if that's good or bad.
But at least it keeps, of course, this collection of MP9s and Desert Eagles ready to rear their heads in round 18. Why not? You were never going to win that one. And off of these utility damages early.
Excellent utility.
Yeah, right. You're primed yourself excellently.
You know, bad guns, but good damage to soften up these better guns on the other side.
Seems easy.
Yeah. Got the right amount of players here. And Heroic, it feels like they're about to just go into this hit eventually. Now they've got a strong entry pack. They don't get tunnel vision. They're very explosive. Oh, Bomb's walking back to A. Okay. Just a little bit too clever, aren't they?
Mm-hmm. This was always going to be a thing. Cadian versus Glaive. Layers on layers.
In the halls even. Tricky, tricky.
And they're going to keep on going, and they've got all 4 players still fixated on that B site, so... Unfortunately, it is just Device on Arch to try and spot anything at all, and if they just come flying out apps, he's not even going to see it. He won't know how many players hit the ground running. He's just going to know that the A site is compromised for good. And with that flash, he knows exactly what's going down. Damn it. They've popped out and found an empty pit. Now, this is a weird one, because obviously next round's supposed to be full guns. So, I mean, you could still keep the Kevlar. That's worth it. But these MP9s will be chucked away regardless.
Yeah. I don't think you want to give them all the kills, however.
No, I didn't think so either. I thought they'd just stay on that site.
Yeah. Armor alone would be pretty good. At least Buzz gets his.
Do you have any initial thoughts on Buzz you want to talk about? Or just still too soon to say?
Just looks okay. That pistol, like, I was like, wow, that was cool. That was, you know, good aim and everything. I haven't seen anything where I've seen like a move where I'm like, oh damn, he's got some that I really want to pay attention to just yet, but haven't seen much from him. So
I think that's one of the weird things is, you know, the two of us having cast so much of the Academy League in the last year.
Yeah.
When all these newcomers were popping off in 2022, I was, you know, a part of me was like, well, I saw that coming.
Yeah.
You know, it's like it made sense, and a lot of those roster changes, it all made sense. We know Head Trick, we know Monacy.
Well, to be fair, we saw, you know, Astralis try Mister, for example.
Yeah, and that never worked. But I had never seen Buzz before this. So to me, it was like this mysterious call-up. When I heard Buzz was the 5th, I just thought to myself, like, oh man, here we go again. Like, you bring in Blame F in config, but then, you know, the puzzle was never fully complete. And okay, you've got Device back, but oh, we're working with Buzz. And like, who is this? What can he really offer? So far, he's keeping his head above water. But Heroic ultimately are clawing back this game. It's the first buyout of Astralis' defense, so let's see what they've got. Device.
Oh, the chicken. Even the best fall for that one.
Why is that a thing? And now Anubis has them too.
Good. Yeah, be ready to play this dangerous game. If there's anybody who's going to phase the smoke, but it's just anchoring here. Pit side. And they're locked into good spots. We're crossing the minute mark. No rush here for Heroic, but might need to test mid at the very least. Let's see what the response is going to be, yeah.
Still, though, we get this hold on the balcony. Buzz, time to shine. Set up successfully. Player inside of the site draws attention. Just enough to kill the first one so that Buzz can get a double and drop down, which gives Device a chance to come through smoke and get himself kills. So this goes perfectly, perfectly for Astralis. Between Buzz and Device, a full house.
That was great, and they try to go for the contact play. The idea is if somebody's up there with their back turned or playing anti-flash, well, they don't turn ever when you run out, but Buzz makes sure to spot that for him so that he can look into the wall, and it's the perfect coverage. Calls it the play perfectly. 1 round game here now. Or excuse me, it was Buzz up on the balcony.
Yep.
My mistake. Sorry, I thought it was the player from site who got the kills. That was a cool crawl up on the catwalk here from Device. And a great last shot on Cadian. Didn't even look him in the face.
Damn, this round just started. Shush already down on 60. Must have been a nade with his name on it. Interesting situation here.
Very interesting.
Astralis on the brink of tying this game up. More util damage comes through. There's no rush here out of Heroic. Plenty of time to work. Bomb still back on spawn. Another nade. That one, negligible.
Seconds away. I think Heroic struggling to find anything too interesting to do, but at this very moment in time, we've got a 2-player B set up. One coming in now. At the right moment. I mean, I like the map right now from Astralis overall. They are with a smoke as well on the B site, and plenty of time left over. So we'll see if they can put through the hold, but they've got the players in decent positions. However, 3rd player from B just decided to leave. Blaine can still delay in this point. He's got a late smoke.
Not only could he delay, he could just straight up lock him out with Zipix. A kill apiece instantly. 5 versus 3 off the back of that. You're gonna walk away, you're gonna push through.
That wasn't a great round here from Heroic, man. They made him look very vanilla, and then they crushed him on the entrance.
Damn, I feel like they did that with like 5 bullets apiece.
Yeah, that was good.
Just a quick 1-2 from both sides of the hold, and then everybody else disappears. Man, they got them shaking in their boots.
Yeah, man. That was, yeah, they even got the rotate out and everything, but just didn't do a good job of putting pressure to draw out the utility they needed to make that site exec any easier. And couldn't get crazy entries either. Very calm win here for Astralis. They were low on kills in the first half, but now they're also getting kills on top of winning rounds. I think they could see the finish line at this point. Second timeout here, call for Heroic.
Yeah, both front runners deleted, and the 3rd player in was just kind of not close enough to the pack to really justify the follow-through. Not with that little time, not with Blame F. Very comfortably behind that box. In fact, a very good call to just eject. Cut your losses and hold on. It's happening.
I mean, it is happening right before our eyes.
It's starting to feel like this is happening.
Yeah, that's one if you're Astralis, you see a round like that, you know, you might smile. Now, I did see one player in the front had a pistol, but it felt like they had majority guns at least, right?
Yes,
okay,
yes, definitely.
Okay. So another mixed up buy here, 2 Tech 9s, some supporting utility. You need less utility on T side, so it's serviceable. This one's for the lead.
Force behind 3 saved. Not ideal. Look at this call. Look at this rotate already. Astralis throwing 4 bodies at this A site, and it seems to me like Heroic, they're just going to try to follow through.
Device has B handled with 1 hand here. Spotting from the half wall. He's got it locked up.
He can fall asleep at the wheel. And with this hyper commitment and this off angle glaive, he'll die to the Tech 9, but we've still got Buzz inside of the pit, and we've got the other players from Heroic dropping like flies. Fire on top of Buzz. He has to give up his angle, and Jabby just caught Zipix. He knows there's one back sight, but he catches him and then gets more damage onto Jabby. Nice trade out of Cadian, and instead of going for the plant, he goes for the rotate, wants to punish. Battle of the Ops.
Yeah, this is interesting from Cadian because you know his mind is starting to jog here. He doesn't see the rotation coming in. He's almost positive the rotation is coming in from mid. Device is making good time. Could walk into Boiler, actually, off the corner of a scope. And now there's timings being created here for Device. But there's some world where KDM pushes into mid. I don't know if he's going to sit here forever. And Device might make noise if he jumps out too far. Let's see if he can find this.
Oh, man, he's got a clear close left.
Oh, my God. He's thinking that it went back to B. And Device is now starting to walk back through halls. KDM now makes noise.
That sound right there, that's everything.
Here's
Device
the chance.
Comes out, sitting duck.
Wow.
10 players holding their breath as both oppers, like ghosts, silently creep around that bomb site, and it's Device to strike him down.
And KDM's not an easy person to win a 1v1 with, and the way he played it almost tricked Device as well, but he was right in the first place. KDM was just being patient on A. The bomb could have obviously been planted tucked, but he didn't think.
He almost left.
He didn't think Device was going to be there at all, so. Well, that's a good win for both Device on the comeback as well as Astralis as a whole. And that's one that forces Heroic now to save. We get 2 mixed buys into an eco.
Not wanting to let that momentum slip, but now it's forced upon him.
Yeah. In the world where Astralis win this map, huge plays from Device to make that possible.
For sure.
First half in that clutch as well.
Nice air movement out of Shush. Good map in general from Shush, in fact. Tied with Cadian at the top of the board. With that flash, they're going to pop around. Ooh, Vice. Tech 9's out. Tons of damage. Racking up kills. 4 frags with the Tech on the wrap.
Okay, welcome back.
Yeah, it's nice to see you, bud. Spent some time. You know, it feels like he's one of those operators that's not going to get penalized by no longer having 10 bullets. Because Device was always efficient.
Yeah, that's true. He was he's a very prudent opper and very stingy with the ammo, that's for sure. And great on the sidearms, apparently.
Damn, dude. Rec 9. Pad those stats.
Now he's just climbing the board after those 2 rounds.
Sir, just like that, hits 20.
Yeah. Okay. Only the first 3 won here by Heroic. Dodged the flash. So he has the right to stay out here for a few more seconds.
Ooh, plus that.
Ooh, supported push from Glaive.
In a gun round.
With the bomb down in the middle of mid.
Oh, damn.
And they might be able to read the money and know there's no op, which makes it easier for Device, but the support is what's important.
Oh, but nobody watching either side. TESS double kill. Nice second one onto Buzz. Deep goes Device through fire and ejects around to Boiler. Shush runs back, gets caught.
Oh.
Device is unstoppable. He's everywhere and everyone. No matter where they try to run to, Device has got them. And that, my friends, is Astralis' 13th.
Yeah, that's pretty great. He's in full action mode right now. Good push with Glaive as well.
Tom Cruise
down mid.
Still doing his own stunts.
Still doing his own stunts, yeah.
Running through the fire, battling in apartments. Valiant effort from TESS for this double kill, but look at him go.
Damn. That's why there's not many players they take a break and then you give them the benefit of the doubt, but one of the elite for sure.
I also think that the way he took his break was kind of unique, right? Like
he was playing
so much CS.
He was grinding Face It in the summer, and that's when I was watching those demos back in July, June. He was playing more games than most people, but he wasn't coming back at that point.
Right. Like
I was like, what are you doing with all this practice? You just
regaining confidence.
Yeah.
Enjoying the game, maybe, hopefully.
Yeah.
You know, came back when he decided to on his own terms. And it feels like he hasn't missed a beat. You know, he did say in an interview that, like, that first map of Overpass, you know, there's a little jitters getting back on land, but feels like he's now starting to find that groove. Yet again, tearing him up as Heroic try to just get something going on this A-bomb site, an attempt to get aggressive, to push through, to prod, to poke, to succeed, but nothing will be given, not one kill. Measly damage versus Buzz. Astralis leading Heroic 14-10.
When Astralis split, the conversation was with the 2 players and Zonic to go over to Vitality. Who was the most important part of Astralis? That was the question. Oh, was it Glaive? Well, he's nothing without Device or without Magisk and Dupree and Zonic, you know, all these things. But you split up both teams. They've had marginally good success compared to Astralis as a whole. But what was the one consistent threat? It was Device. Device was the one who was good when they were bad. He was the guy top 5, even when they were not winning any tournaments. And then when they won, he was still 2 times major MVP, top 2 in the world, nearly kept up with Simple's 2018. As an individual, Device has always been the best on the team, the best in Denmark, and the most consistent with the most longevity.
He's down, pinned into the corner here. Oh, Glaive, clean. Not gonna let that one slip. So Astralis 5v4 and Device. Minute snap into Jabby, who just wanted a little piece of the apartments. No vacancy. Get out. Util at least forces Buzz away, but at what point? We've already got Shush down to a quarter HP. Tesses and Cadian softened up, and Astralis on the brink of a 15th secured.
Yeah, it's a shutdown.
3 terrorist round wins off of the pistol and conversion. Nothing since. 6 straight out of Astralis without even a bomb plant.
No bomb plant. No map control. And the proactivity here from Astralis inside of middle has been huge. Oh, wow.
He's so good.
Not scared of him.
Oh my god. He's back. He's back.
I guess it's absence that will prove, you know, the respect that he deserved if he does make a really good comeback. It's kind of always the player talked about. Oh, he was set up to win. He was set up to succeed. He was a system player. Well, we'll see. I think this would say a lot.
No save for Cadian either. Cleared out. Just like that. Economic dumps for Heroic, because that leaves Cadian on 150 and everybody else, it's 3.5 grand. 4 spies from here until the end of Inferno. Oh, every kill looks confident.
Yeah, not even here talking about anyone else, really. I mean, here's Blame F, who's the star of the show in 22 for Astralis. Just doing what he needs to. And Buzz looking very serviceable right now on his 18 frags.
I was gonna say, you know, shout out to that. You've got Device kind of taking the show away, but Buzz doing his job quietly. And doing it against real opposition. A chance at a lineup here for Blame to close out the half. Sprays away, just one. We've got more bodies in support. It's Zipix's turn to get himself some kills. These T's straggling behind in order to try and get into this B site, but this one is wrapped up. The Jabby, it's all that's left. He'll get Device, but Zipix trades it, and Astralis have won on Inferno. And this was no back and forth affair. That was pistol and conversion for Heroic, and then 8 CT rounds straight. Dominant performance on Inferno from Astralis to open up the series.
Well, a great first map here to start off with. Device doing his stuff and showing us he's back on the server. How was that for you to watch?
Yeah, pretty entertaining, I think.
And that string of CT rounds, we've got to talk about that. You didn't let them in at all. They got the first 3 rounds, and then it was just consistent from you guys. Is this what we can expect going forward, or is this just a little bit more fired up, given who you're going up against?
Nah, I think we have talked about being more aggressive and don't let these big... what are they called? What the fuck? This big lead, we don't want them to slip out of our hands again like yesterday. So yes, more fired up, more in the face. Yeah.
And now Mirage is coming up next, and I want to just ask, is Blame F still going to be taking over the leadership roles on that map, how it was in the past, or are we going back to Glaive all the way?
No, it's still Blame F, but Glaive, of course. Bring up some good ideas and stuff like that.
Okay, well, let's see if you can get it done. Well done so far.
what I think the meta is gonna be mid here is like CTs have to block this somehow. They have to smoke or mollo or anything, because taking this as T is gonna be pretty easy.
For CTs, it's also, you know, kind of the same way. You can smoke a deeper part of the bridge and you can look into the river part.
It will be maybe easy to block if you are CT side. You just need one smoke maybe here in case they are running on you. But yeah, it's not that easy.
The most important part is I don't think there's like much random like things, you know. You can't just hide behind like random boxes. You can't hide in some corner.
And this is another route that you can take if you're maybe rushing A as T. You can go, I don't know what you call this, maybe heaven or something. You can drop down here to the boats and you go to the main area, to A.
A side looks more fun than B. If you're CT side, you have some more angles to play around.
Probably will get smoked off quite a bit from CTs. I don't think there is actually a way to boost here.
It's going to be difficult for sure as a CT, because most of the times Terry's going to take the mid area here. And
I think the A site's definitely easier to take than the B one. I think the, you know, using utility here makes much more sense.
I think you have to come up with very small things as a CT to take control on this map and how to use your nade properly.
I think the most cool thing about this map though is the river area, which will be probably responsible for a lot of like rotations, since you can fall off the bridge. You can also boost up here, I saw. You can like boost on the here and you can jump back up the bridge. So it's gonna be interesting to see rotation and stuff. I think teams that have a very good slow play style are going to be great on this map.
I think my team, NIP, is going to be best on this map. When Asian came out, when Vertigo came out, like NIP has always been good at like these new maps when they release this.
So teams like Outsiders, sometimes we play pretty slow. Teams like NAVI.
I think at the beginning at least Freya will be good because they are running, they have this play style and they play fast.
When I look at the map, there's not many areas where you're going to be able to rush and get a super like fair duel.
NIP, Heroic and Freya, they haven't played Dust 2 and now they can have some more time to just work on lobbies because all other 6 maps they are good at.
I feel like we are good at theory crafting maps and finding out the first metas to say.
I think this map favors teams that, you know, methodically take map control and, you know, account for everything.
The stars aligning for Astralis in the first stop of this Danish derby, kicking Heroic to a curb with 8 rounds in a row on that CT side. But man, the Great Dane, the man of the hour, it has to be Device. What a return from him. What an incredible map to be kicking off this emotional series, Jacob.
You can't do it any better than that if you're Device. That was a fantastic showing. That was him reminding us why we missed him for such a long time. He is God's gift, or at least Danish Counter-Strike's gift to Counter-Strike, in the sense that he can take over games. He can dictate games. He is the missing piece and the missing X-factor Astralis have lacked for such a long time. We talk about BlameF, of course, having a great stint winning Astralis, but that's what I'm talking about when sometimes BlameF is lacking to find the sheer impact to dictate a game. Device did that right here. I'm not going to say that he single-handedly won the game, but he was a big part as to why Astralis shut down Heroic completely.
It feels good to see Device at this level. It just feels good, like intrinsically, like in your little belly, in your heart, it just feels warm to see Device do that on the server again. It truly does. Like, I'm sorry, it's how it is. Like if you love Counter-Strike, if you love the game, if you're a fan of the game, and you see Device coming into Astralis and having that kind of level, it just opens up all the possibilities in your mind. All the dreams are possible suddenly. He hit that zone in the CT side. We could feel it coming. We could see it happen. He entered that state where he would not miss. He was proactive. He was assertive. He was going for kills. Here, that's a good example. He gets his kill. What does he do immediately? He goes for another one. Pushes the Molotov. He takes the Tech 9 and goes to apps. That is the Device that I hoped to see for a good 2 years. and it feels like it's happening. So maybe they're just lying to me. Maybe it's a smokescreen, but I don't give a shit.
I don't think
I just
so.
want to appreciate the moment.
Like, I literally don't think so. He's such a cerebral player. He's so at one with the game literally every single time we see him play. Obviously, you mentioned his impact on the CT side of things, but there was a T side moment that you wanted to bring up, Jacob, which was a real momentum shifter for Astralis.
Yeah, round number 8, Device did a fantastic job turning around the round and basically putting in impact, as we discussed in that first half. It's a very good round to begin with from Heroic. Stavn in particular with the AWP getting a nice couple of kills right here on Banana. But look at Device instantly coming with 2 instant trades on towards Stavn and Cadian. And look at the rifle work right here. His body hiding behind the pillar, going out, getting a kill, playing the time, and basically sucking Heroic out of the round. 4 AK-47 kills, and once again, Device reminds us that he's more than just an AWP player. Back in the days, he was the Hybrid, he was the Saivu, he's the guy who can do it all. You see the round, they win right here, they go on to win. They're reminding, every single T round reminder of that, apart from 2 in that first half. So fact of the matter is, that is what sheer impact looked like.
And Device has never only been about aim. It's never just been about mechanical prowess. Of course he can aim, of course he can snap with the AWP, but it's always been, at least when he was in his glory days, the combination of movement, positioning, decision-making. When do I peek? When do I stay alive? And this clutch you highlighted is the perfect example. Even with the rifle, if you have these qualities, no matter the gun, you can use them.
And then we come on to the second half, and yet another clutch going in the favor of Device. Obviously, there were other teammates there that impacted this one too, but I break this one down for us.
Well, all the roads lead to Device if you leave it for build. Here it's an A attack coming out from Heroic. A little bit of a miss from Glaive. I think I want to commend Buzz for how long he stayed alive in his position. He allowed for the backup to come his way. He's going to be traded efficiently, and then it's a 1v1. And here the experience from Device, actually from both players, it's been such a mental game, but Device stayed in his position, didn't give any audio cue. He could have jumped down into pit, but he knows if he does that and he lost the gamble, Cadian is here, that's over. And Cadian is the one that makes the first step, and he just has to handle it. That was just mentally a very strong clutch. Both these players eyed each other for a good 25 to 30 seconds. It became psychological, and Device got the better of it.
I think that's what the beauty of this game was really breathing out to us. As you know, we were anticipating, we were theory crafting coming into things. Just the different stylistic capacities that both these teams are able to be deploying. We certainly saw that playing out on Inferno.
We did. We saw 2 different styles of Counter-Strike, and I think we did see a Heroic again that is not feeling comfortable right now. They're not playing at the highest of highest level we've seen them do at. We saw Cadian come into the matchup saying that he thought they would have fixed more of the issues they had at the boot camp, but case of the fact was that they didn't against EG, and something tells me that Heroic right now is not feeling it. But again, you can't take anything away from Device in this one. The last 7 rounds, he went 15-1. Yeah. You know, when you have a guy who's just taking over the server like that, there's only so much you can do, even for Heroic. It was the map pick of Astralis as well, so let's not ring the alarm bells just yet. Mirage is coming up, but it's not looking too good for Heroic, let's be honest.
It's just, life becomes that much easier for Glaive to orientate the CT side when you have Device that's in this mode. That's it, you know, you can have the 4-1 setup that used to be their bread and butter in 2018. They've done it again with Device on banana position, 4 rifles on the A side, but sometimes his rotation is on time. They are 4 when they have to be, so I agree with you. On Inferno, with this Device, it felt like everything was falling into place together. It all made sense. Now we're moving on to a different map, one that Device played a little bit with an IP, but back in the days, not necessarily where they had to go usually. So I'm not expecting Astralis to be that well-oiled on Mirage as they were on Inferno.
Yeah, obviously Mirage used to be the permaban of the championship era Astralis, obviously. They now do play it. We've seen them play it for over a year. I think it was full finals last year that we saw the Astralis core bringing it into the equation. So I'm wondering whether you're saying this is going to 3 maps, Matthew? Do you see Heroic having the firepower, having the defense to be, pushing back into this one?
I'm not going to say it's a given for Heroic. I don't consider that they're going to be just 20 times better than Astralis because it's Mirage. That'd be wrong. I also think that they might have been shaken up a little bit by this loss on Inferno. You could see on their faces the way the last few rounds got around. They felt powerless. So it's going to be hard for them to reset. The loss versus EG was obviously frustrating. Now they go on to a first map that kind of sucked the air out of the room. How is Heroic going to react? I think there's a play to be made for Astralis here. There is a quick opportunity for a 2-0, but they're going to have to work for it.
They really have to work for it, and I agree with you. It does feel like Heroic is a little bit flustered. I feel like we could sense that on Cadian coming into the game as well, that some of the issues he talked about, some of the discussions they've had at boot camp, it was worrying him to some degree that they haven't been fixed just yet coming into this tournament. Still early on, it was the map pick of Astralis, but I agree with you. Right now, I feel like Astralis have the best opportunity they had in a very long time for actually taking a victory against Heroic.
Anyone in particular either of you guys are putting under the microscope? I mean, from either side of the equation coming into Mirage?
I'm looking towards Blame F, to be honest. On Mirage, he's a guy that finds a lot of impact. He likes to play that connector role. He likes to be out in middle. It's one of the few maps where I actually see him be aggressive on the CT side as well, quite often. So I like to see more from Blame F. He didn't do much on Inferno, didn't have to, so there's still more in the tank for Astralis.
I'm looking at Cadian, right? He's the captain. Heroic are the ones in the ropes right now, the one in difficulty. They have had a frustrating show here in Copenhagen. He has the one to be the one leading the charge, showing the example.
Yeah, interestingly, you bring up both the players that are going to be calling coming into this grounds of Mirage as well, as we just heard from the interview with James Bank. Blame F still calling the strats coming onto this particular ground, and potentially the last chance saloon for Heroic coming into this one. It is their map pick, so let's see if they can turn it around on Mirage.
Well, an absolute domination out of Device at the end of that second half, man. It felt like Heroic were in it. Felt like everything was going well. It felt like Astralis just got through with the right amount of kills, not all of the kills when it came to that first half. But then Device did something special, and he just seemed like an unstoppable beast on that defense, and it led them to a super easy victory on map 1. So join us, Scrawny and Launders, for map 2 as Mirage is what's coming up next, folks. Do you have any strong feelings that you need to get off your chest before this one gets started?
Well, Astralis are coming off a loss on Mirage versus 1 win, but at the moment, Heroic are 1 lose.
Ooh, got him.
Bars. So, I don't know, because now, you know, we look at the Heroic EG match, and even though we're in the next day, Heroic are probably playing better right now. Still clearly not completely unrusted here. And Device is playing at just peak form, like straight up that whole map he had impact even in the first half. That crazy 4K round.
Yeah.
That whole, you know, better than ever conversation. Well, that second half looked like it.
He's kind of proven that at least, so we'll see.
That was gnarly.
But yeah, a win on Mirage would be maybe even a little bit harder here than Inferno. For Astralis, we'll see.
Glaive begins by killing Stown on the fallout from the apps, but the bomb will go down regardless. Deep control of the marketplace. Jabby doesn't want to give it up either. Kind of scared him back off of his angle for a second, but he stuck around. And by sticking around, things could get interesting. Device catches TessS in the meanwhile. Jabby decides to take it into his own damn hands, and Shush has slain 2 in the meanwhile.
Damn.
Heroic looked like they were getting boxed in, but a caged animal is a scary thing.
All 5 kills in like a second right there. Really didn't talk much about Jabby, I feel like, in that first map, almost at all.
No, sir.
And he's a key performer, especially when you look at like the fall final victory at the end of 22. Here in Copenhagen, Jabby was like unbelievable.
Yeah. He finished the map 11 and 15 on Inferno.
Yeah.
So just kind of down there.
Still time to get himself up, though.
Yeah, no, Fall Finals was phenomenal. One of his best LAN events ever.
Insane what he did. Mirage, too.
Yep. You know, arguably a big reason as to why they got to even lift that trophy. Couple smokes both sides, and a scout shot out of Zipix. That's right, Zipix. Oof, on the scout and now down in the dirt. Shush wastes no time. Device's scout just as hungry. There's no way to get back into this B site, so go ahead and save. 2-0 Heroic out the gate.
Yeah, I'll try not to give him any more kills here. So, yeah, when it comes to Heroic, like even the Inferno, there was really no questions. Just a really great performance from Astralis in that last map. Thought Heroic looked fine in that first half, and then Astralis was just way better. These are the kind of things you can't predict right now because we're just learning map by map how exactly good our Astralis going to be consistently. That map was kind of wild because Device had so much impact that like BlameF ended that 13 and 13, I think. Buzz had some like 18 kills. He just completely carried. Zipix and Glaive didn't have many kills at all. Oh. So in some ways, it's kind of like, can he do that again? Because if that's the case, then it's maybe no longer as much about like how good Heroic typically are on Mirage, and even if they're playing at a low level, can they still beat Astralis? Because Device was the best player on the server just a few minutes ago. You know what I mean?
Oh, sorry, huh?
Device.
Hell of a drug, huh? Hell of a drug. I kind of just want more of it. I'm hooked. But we'll wait. We'll see what that scout can do. A little 4-man A-stack. Shush on ramp, 3 towards mid. You know, we've got a piece of Heroic on each extremity, but it's this pack towards middle that wants to get the ball rolling. Smoke down Con. I mean, they could just rinse and repeat what they did in the last round. Looking primed. Shush. Ooh, nice flash. Good damage as well from Buzz. It won't get the kill, but it will get Shush to fall away. Mac 10 set up to keep himself in connector, but maybe that's just what sends Shush over towards the other cohort of Heroic players. Into B they'll go. They've gotten very close without being spotted. Now Glaive gets contact with 1 and 2. Soon to be a 3rd and 4th. That bomb's unstoppable. Cadian's gonna make a bit of money. Die out to Zipix and give them a Mac 10. So go ahead, have it. It's scraps as far as Heroic's concerned. An easy 3rd round cutting through that B site.
Yeah, very chill here so far. Put a lot of pressure on this side of the map. And actually, I guess the interesting thing is just that, you know, Astralis, because of the BlameF config pickup when they did have it, brought in Mirage, but Device is that other player that just never played it.
Okay, yeah, true, right? Yeah, now he's coming back to Astralis as they play it.
Yeah, I mean,
he's got to figure that out.
He's played tons of Face It and everything like that. And to be honest, it's not like Face It, like the amount of, like the level of Face It that they're playing, you know, in his pro pug queues and things like that. It's really high, And Mirage is really understood. Like, I guess my only thing is if you asked him how comfortable he is on Mirage, I wouldn't be surprised if he said very.
Right.
But obviously don't know how many scrims he's been playing on the map. Don't know how prepared he feels just on its face. That's hard to say.
In an official competitive sense, we can't look back at some big device performances, but maybe they're going to start rolling in.
Yeah.
Guns are rolling out for Astralis. Everybody equipped, and let's go. Heroic, oof, gonna waste no time. Gonna bombard this B site with Zipic stuck on Van. Full white still regains just enough vision to put down Jabby, but by the minute 35 mark, this site belongs to Heroic. Device trying to stop that bomb plant. Shot just off the mark. And therefore, post-plant has been found. Now, BlameF could just start to work this back around Catwalk. He's got vision. And now it's taken away. A smoke pops ahead of him before he gets into position. So poor Astralis have just been pushed out of this bomb site in the opening 20 seconds.
Yeah, that was it. Those flashes were insane.
Yeah, it was only once Zipix turns towards sight that he gets flashed.
Yeah, as they were coming out. So the spacing was immaculate right there. So it's just been Heroic bullying into B a couple of times now. It's not the worst case for Astralis, holding on to all these good guns. Just going to reinvest into utility again. But it was also the case that even when they picked up BlameF and Config, like those two players played well. But it took a long time before even Glaive started consistently putting up good numbers, or Zipix. They never really ever had a consistent period on Mirage with those two members.
And on top of that, this was one of those maps where BlameF was just like fully calling over Glaive at some point, right?
Yeah, he was calling on Mirage, that's true.
Just kind of took over the whole show.
He actually could still be calling. I'm not sure if that changed, but...
Right, fair. Heroic off that, take a timeout.
Timeout for no reason, just to let him think about it.
Looked like Stown was about to start chirping. I, for one, like that the groups always gives us this kind of, you know, LAN atmosphere, but in studio, where the teams can see each other. You know,
yeah,
sometimes
it's a great setup.
Sometimes at like other group stages, like group stage moments at bigger events, they're normally like in the back of the studio, or they're like nearby but not looking at each other. And this studio is just designed to let you talk shit.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, it's because of that crazy frosted glass technology.
Yeah, man.
Forget how that works.
Magic.
Oh, that's right.
BlameF. Ooh, awkward. Ooh, awkward both sides. Gets away. They come back.
Oh, they came back? Yeah. No way they came back through that.
Rat. And I mean that in the very best way. Goes through smoke. Not gonna let him escape. 5v4 Heroic off the bat.
What possessed him? That's crazy.
He was upset he didn't get his kill too fast, so he couldn't let it go. You wanna dwell in my sewers? Trickle down smoke top con. Buzz sees that as a warning of an A split. Not the case though. It's mid control here for Heroic. They're going back to where they started with those splits up Catwalk by the looks of it.
Map hasn't changed too much here for Astralis apart from Glaive pressed up, and he'll just lose his duel straight on.
Doesn't even get a bullet out.
A little to the face.
Quickness from Tess.
Device will hear this. Oh, and another kill. Zipix actually gets one too.
Out of connector comes Stown.
Oh, they have that covered, and he made noise running away, so they might bait this. Yeah, Stown walks right into the trap.
Excellently done here. It's a nice little recovery from Astralis, and Zipix activates from the back of the bomb site, assuming he can kill Cadian. All good. But Cadian's gonna play around this with the audio cue. Oh, he jumps away from the op shot. However, the second player gets caught, and Cadian quick scope to Zipix. A 1v3 setup. Battle of the Oppers. Had a chance to fall away. Device through windows gives him a chance to retreat, and he sits on bench, awaiting the final strike. The final kill, just one left. With one eye on window, he tries to snap over, gets hit by Device, who runs out and dies! 1v3 from Cadian!
Damn, after that first shot got missed on Zipix, he made up for it, and then some. A beautiful shot into the door, second no-scope on Zipix, and that was an easy 1v1. Put Device in a terrible position. They all did so much up until this point and then fumbled it right here, letting this opening go down.
Ooh, that's quick.
Yeah, even showing a foot right there from Xyp9x. Couple of bad mistakes here from Astralis, but who's going to capitalize on that more than Cadian? Got some great Mirage clutches.
Ooh, that's fast. Okay, back to the action. How about that? We've got Astralis in
MP9 doing work.
4v3, quick swap out to the M4, but we've still got players committed. They had to try and come out. It started to go their way, so they attempt to follow through, and as quickly as Cadian clutches, they're sent back down to the dumps. 29 HP, 1v4 this time around. I'm sorry, sir. I think not.
Okay, he's gonna get rid of that gun. And they have time to go get it if they want to. But he knows he can't save. I bet he just starts yelling at him. Why aren't you chasing me? What, are you scared?
Careful. He's sliding out. Ooh, nope, nothing. Empty-handed, done and dusted. Astralis have their first.
The MP9 from Triple to start the round.
That was clean, man.
Well, that's a new position for that gun.
I've been trying to advocate for the MP7 lately.
It's expensive, though.
It's not. MP7.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
1,700.
Yeah.
The Scout cost 1,700.
Isn't it? No, I think it's 15 now.
Oh, is it 15?
Yeah, it's 15.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the MP5. Isn't it MP5 15?
They're the same.
They're the same. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
they're the same price. It's not like A1S.
Yeah, but you could have an MP9.
You could, but it has a damage drop off, unlike the MP7.
Well, I don't know. Talk to Glaive.
Well, he makes it look easy.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm working with normal skills. Back into the A site we're gonna go, huh, TESS? Oh, covered by Shush. Good team play.
Jesus.
They come right back at that A site, and this time with conviction, they cut through. Device gonna try to reclaim something, but all the while, bomb's gone down, and he's got down, breathing down his neck. So Heroic, it's nothing but a speed bump on the road to a successful T side. Queue up a 6th.
You know, the A4, it's nice to hear more A4s.
Yeah.
But obviously, the goal with Valve is to get every gun to be used at least somewhat.
Sure.
I think they're getting that, right? Because you still have the presence of A1Ss.
Right.
But it's not like, it's not disgusting to see them. Like, they're still viable, obviously.
yeah.
They're still good guns. Some people even debate they're better. They're obviously lying. But one more argument for the A1S, at least for oppers, is the money.
The money's a big one.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm on the MP7 train. Because if you win pistol...
Well, what if you're on MP9 then?
What's that?
MP9's cheaper.
Yeah, but again, I think the MP7's a better weapon. Because damage over distance. It's closer to an M4A4.
How could a weapon be better than the best weapon in the game?
I don't... Well, you know, that's... I'm trying to change the science.
Okay.
Because when you win pistol and can't afford an M4A4, if you play A4, then the MP7's your round 2 buy.
Well, we're on a 1v1 map. I get an MP9 and an HE and beat you every time.
I don't know if that has to do with the gun or just our, you know, what we're working with. What are we doing here, boys? Pushing through the apartments. Stound's gonna catch the second player, but there's actually another right in front. And with the two of them peeking deep, we got Glaive exiting on 43, Blame within 70. 5 versus 4 out of Astralis, but another creep, a crawl. Oh, shush. Dude, that was millimeters that he doesn't get spotted. An elbow seen by Device, misses his chance to clamp down on it, and TESS up from connector has left Xyp9x on his own at A. Not ideal, considering that starts 5v4, that Heroic bring it right back.
Yeah, it was a pretty fruitful push, but then it's just back to the same 8 antics, and Heroic are doing a great job of getting kills without dying, taking over the site. They split through connector as if they never cared about that B player in the first place. It's a weird round. Bomb is still actually just walking underpass at the moment, but it's well guarded, so I think Cadian's just fine. Deny the peek off Cat. 2 players in CT. It's just the HP and the guns right now. Xyp9x being one of the players. You wonder if they can even approach this.
Sit down.
Not anymore.
And they could push, they could try to throw that Hail Mary out as TESS's hands are busy, but it's good cover from Jabby. And it's an excellent T side thus far.
Mm-hmm.
Heroic having a field day. And Cadian so far in their spawn that you can't even hide behind the ticket.
Everyone chipping in. It's like Inferno never happened. Are you looking at a What Gun Is Better website?
No.
Okay, read us some pros and cons here.
Both weapons hold 30 bullets. Both weapons have a reserve of 120. Now the MP7 spray control, very comparable to a Krieg. It's easy, down and left. Okay? So well,
some people say the Krieg is one of the hardest sprays because it's so crazy.
Yeah, but this one's easier because it's an SMG.
What else? Okay, hold on.
The MP7 has better damage at range. Okay, Stound's fine. We'll return to this. We've got all map. SS, go ahead, make some money. It's in freebie here. It's all good. Device is deagle.
Round's over. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, it's all done, right? MP7, 1,500.
Ooh.
Kill reward, 600. You know, $250 more expensive. That's it.
Tons of dollars.
That ain't that bad. That ain't that bad.
This economy?
So the thing is, okay, here's the comparison I want you to make, all right? The MP9 is the A1S. The MP7 is the M4A4. The same way you'd play an A4 nowadays, like you know how it's got its roll, sit back, couple bullet burst? That's what the MP7 can accomplish.
Except you buy it on rounds where you don't have much money. Oh!
Or when you win pistol, you follow through with the MP7.
Oh, wasting money to kill pistols. Interesting strategy, Connor.
Interesting. 29 damage per bullet compared to the 26 of the MP9.
Yeah, but the fire rate.
MP9 does reload faster.
Reloads faster.
MP9 is more accurate while running.
What about while jumping?
The 5th bullet recovery time on the MP7 is almost double that of the MP9.
That's a lot, man. That's crazy to pay $200.
The MP7 can be used by both teams. So you can...
So what? You get a MAC-10 for $1,000. So the MP9, huh? MP9 gang standing strong right now in the face of all this heat.
Simple plays with an MP7 sometimes.
You know what this shows is that Valve should make the MP7 cheaper.
Okay.
There we go.
All right.
Then we can talk.
And while they're at it, buff the FAMAS burst.
Yes.
Because honestly, on T side, SMGs don't matter. I'm playing Galil.
I like it.
Ooh. Luckily, there's a refrigerator in here. Jabby, cool as a cucumber as the fire burns around him. Critical round here. If there's going to be anything of a CT side out of Astralis, they've already lost the lead in this half.
Ooh.
That could have been an opening pick.
Very close.
Glaive's still very far down that catwalk, so Zipic's on his own. But they're not following up just yet on him. No panic from Zip.
I'm not a huge fan of the Glaive Zipix setups sometimes. I just don't have so much like confidence in them as individuals to be playing together. Feels like most of the consistent talent on the server grouped up on A right now. There's been a lot of cracking open of the sites here from Heroic. And Cat of all things. Feels like the wrong spot here for Glaive, but close by on the push now. Oh, and they find a timing with the bomb.
Nice and clean, and then Blame's on the other side just as smoke fades, so they're gonna get pieced up here in mid. Heroic. Lost bomb. Gonna have to play off Jabby running out. Oh, and when I say run, I mean jump, fly. Throws himself into Zipix. Body slams him out of the play. And then Device will deal with that cat pressure as Cadian is left shooting at nothing. Nobody giving him anything of a target. 7 seconds going to expire. Astralis, with 3 standing, have gotten themselves a second round win.
Yeah, that worked pretty well. They were keeping up with the pace. The one gap was obviously if someone jumped out of halls, and we saw a lot actually at the fall final that Heroic were using that with multiple players, including Yabby. It was normally Yabby and Cadian, if I remember correctly, jumping out of B apps when they would even take A, if they go for a mid control, trying to exploit that timing and over again. And here Astralis were not worried about it. They decided to just come through the cap push, make sure mid was clear. And honestly, time was getting low here for Heroic, actually. That was down to 15 seconds, and they hadn't even gotten into a site yet. A little weird.
Can't play a perfect half.
That's true. That's true.
See what Astralis can make of it. The fact
Remember we saw the Heroic play like a really weird slow round on Inferno.
Yeah.
And then that was like a little leverage. Astralis. You know? Oh, okay. Well, not slow anymore.
No, sir. I was just going to say, with how easily Jabby body slammed Xyp9x last round, I wonder if they go target him again, but now he's set on fire, trying to get away, sets up Blame F. Good distraction towards that van. It costs him his life, but at least it took time to kill him. And meanwhile, Stown has found that opening back at the A site, trying to call Cadian over. Yep. CTs should have to leave, but Cadian's just going to wait.
So right now, they might be trying to take over Cat because it stops the Cadian underpass rotation, which is a little faster. If they do it together, Cadian can wait for the push and end up going this direction. If he doesn't go back to A, however, it's harder for Stown to approach because they could be locking him off. So I like the adjustment here from Astralis. Oh, wow, what a shot here from Stown. And Blame F doesn't think he'd run back. He just spotted him.
Made sound. Stown hears it.
Oh! Wow. Wow. Massive play from Stown. One tap was ridiculous.
Oh, my God. Oh.
I thought that what they were doing made sense on paper for sure.
Yeah, I thought for a second maybe Stown was going to go like deep CT, split B, some crazy antics. But I guess...
Oh, wow.
What a shot.
Pieced him up.
He's kind of sick.
He is. HLTV's top, what was he? Top 9 this year?
I believe so.
I think I had him like 7.
So you're saying you were right?
Crazy, you know, Heroic may be second best team of last year. Stown, the only player in the top 20 for them.
Right.
Isn't that nuts?
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, I think Cadian was the only other player even in the top 30.
I'm happy Stown got a bit of time at the end of the year to kind of enjoy some off time, collect himself. You know, not an extended break, but just a one-off, missing Abu Dhabi. Gets to win fall finals and then just kind of put down the mouse and keyboard for a moment. Jumps right back into the new year with impact. Oof, excellent flash over the top. So, nicely done here on the front of that A site. Picking up kills, stuffing Heroic. As they were all setting up to come through with this A play, flash into the ramp. You think you've got Blame F dead to rights, but he'll spray down Jabby and send Heroic back. Again, gonna have to fight for every single round if they're gonna bring back this second half on Mirage. Heroic have done an excellent job of coming out very quickly.
This game's a bit confusing to analyze, isn't it? I mean, for me, like when I'm looking at this, I'm seeing some wacky rounds towards A work. Astralis could have shut them down early.
Yep.
Most of the B plays are just working out beautifully.
Yeah, the Cats of Bs have been wonderful.
Right. But yeah, it's just, you know, 3 rounds now in this half. Hard to say exactly what Heroic are trying to condition them into doing, or if they just basically want to open up A every once in a while, but mainly want to go back to the B site. I'm not sure.
Either way, nice of Astralis to close this with 5 players standing.
Yeah.
You know, makes you wonder if Cadian doesn't pull off that 1v3, how close this could have gotten.
That's a good point, yeah.
You know, that one was also talking about weird rounds. That's sprinkled into the middle.
Mm-hmm.
But very important that they win that, because if not, money would have been bottomed out and would have had Heroic flying off away with double digits.
Mm-hmm.
So this was one of those like push comes to shove type instances. And Astralis decide to push themselves, fly down that ramp, get some kills. Try and set themselves up to finish strong here. 3 more rounds to play out. Feels like Device has kind of returned to normal.
It's like, what is this map? Why do you guys play this map now?
Right. Careful, I'll take another break.
What was wrong with banning Mirage?
What did they ban in the series? Ancients. Okay. Tesses. Gonna Gonna catch the opening kill, but it's not long before Glaive returns the favor, and Device is between them.
Interesting.
SS
He
going
doesn't
up.
know. Oh my gosh.
You didn't see that?
Yeah. Well, he would have seen him on native, but he gets away. But he doesn't. I mean, TeSS doesn't know that he's out here either.
So why would TeSS come back and clear top mid?
Oh my god.
He's going to be looking at connector, but Device doesn't even have a gun out. Oh boy, a chance for Xyp9x to recover, at least, as he flies around, deals damage to TeSS, who gets 2 more headshots, and just single-handedly revamps that hit into the B site. Catwalk control again.
Just saying, if he played on the same res as a Kinder or Rops, 2 great players, he would have been able to see him inside a ladder room. And you wouldn't have to hear the war cry at the end of the round. History would be totally different.
TeSS looking more like Config every day.
Yeah.
Beard's growing in.
The spearman.
Yeah. The spearhead of this B hit.
That one was nice too.
Mm-hmm. Killing Glaive low. TeSS smash.
Yeah. Bam bam.
All right. Astralis not bottomed out again because of these one-offs, but if this one isn't theirs, then it's a weak force buy to try and close, and a very likely 12-3 half, which would just be Heroic recovering from Inferno like it never ever happened. Just don't forget, first half very competitive. It was just once they switched sides that Device goes, you know, something like 16-1. Maybe I'm making up that number.
Yeah, it did feel like that.
I crossed Pimp in the hallway. He dropped some stats.
Did he say something like that? You know what?
Maybe it was 13.
He's actually been pretty reliable on the stats these days, so.
Yeah, not bad, not bad.
Yeah. Okay.
Some would call him an analyst.
If Pimp's an analyst, I'm an astronaut.
And I ain't never walked on the moon.
He's not the dumbest guy in the room, but if that guy died.
Cleaned up his TeSS. Little health for Cadian, another 1v3? Not with 26 health, surely not. Improbable. Not impossible. Just unlikely. Walk away.
Very strange game.
Let it slide.
It's every fast A play, just no problem. Heroic, just like love it though. No chance here for Cadian. I mean, could be a respectable 5. Makes the game interesting on T side. Don't know what to say. Clearly, Heroic are very comfortable and looking way better here in map 2.
A welcome sight.
Yes.
And again, even map 1, like 7-8 half, you know? It was obviously Astralis picking up 8 T rounds is excellent for them, but it felt competitive until they switched sides.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Vertigo's up next.
Yeah.
Or they still haven't finished it.
We say unfortunately because I remember Device destroying Liquid on Vertigo in 2019 every single time.
And he just left.
You know, that's a scar NA will have forever.
Yeah.
They pulled that out in Berlin. I felt the collective North American shiver. Final round of the half. What you got in store for us? Another B-pop. This is where the success has been had for Heroic. Xyp9x, however, will open up 5v4.
Oh, rotations are far, man.
More fights to be had inside of the window, but with no bullets in the magazine, standing in the open, not advised. We've got more support down towards Catwalk. Glaive sliding up, quietly sliding in. Headshot onto Shush, but Cadian's got the trade frag, maintains man advantage. TeSS slides beyond the window, and now it's time for Buzz to give it another go. Tough half for the kid, but nowhere to run. Go ahead and attempt it. Catch us down. Hey. That one's for free, still full health.
Man, they leave an open site right here. They had a player inside of it. They get info, and they actually split up. So maybe Buzz can create a weird timing. Bomb's going to cross up into the site. He's here to clear mid. TeSS watching this. Oh, that's hurt.
Done. With a single bullet to the forehead of Buzz, we get an 11th queued up for Heroic. Excellent T side, map 2.
good position for it, but oh, that's the M4 removed. Shush! A Nova and a Dream! 3 kills from it! I did not expect that to be the hero of this round, but somehow it's kept Heroic in this. I've never seen the Nova get away with something like this. Oh. And yeah, I'll be running away, but that Nova, that big green gun, not the one we often talk about, sat up on top of the hut and thirsting for blood. Some Young might give it to him. He's hunting.
Oh my lord.
He's dropped into the lobby. He wants more. Nova is his friend. He's on for the ace. 4 kills on the back of the shotgun.
That's unreal from Shush. Up on top. Everyone is looking elsewhere. Look at it go.
This earned the hero music. I mean, man, look at it. It's like the perfect habitat for it. In all its glory, the Nova. 4 in the round. And Heroic keep themselves in this series.
And a smoke goes into the window. They do not want to make this mistake. They do not want to give those guns back to Liquid. No more chances, because there will be no more attempts this year. Final chance to write the final chapter. Hunter, of course, turns it right into a Liege, sent to the sidelines, and still OC is nowhere to be found. Hooksy plants that bomb with the hopes of a trophy lift at the end of this year. It's little from OC, and it's far too late. A retake necessary with the talent stacked against him. A phenomenal event from JKS. And while the Kovac's watch is on, guess what? 2 brothers from Bosnia with a childhood dream to win events since this all started. And ladies and gentlemen, believe your eyes! Abu Dhabi with the newest champions! G2 do the unthinkable!
They win a LAN. A first Tier 1 victory for Hunter. A trophy in the cabinet.
So the series starts strong, but the comeback even better. Map 2 belonging to Heroic through and through. A T-side Astralis couldn't stop unless Heroic wanted pain and misery and hit up that A bomb site. That's the only place we really see their counterparts do much. An 11-4 half at the end of this one. Very convincing so far for Heroic, and no true reason to believe it will be brought back. But let's give them the benefit of the doubt. It's a T-side from Astralis that's going to have to be astronomical.
Agreed. Sort of a weird game. Don't know exactly what to find from their T-side. Just watching Device kind of play it here for the first time. And, well, actually, I don't know if they played it recently in their CCT or whatever. Maybe it was the 1-win game. Wow, everything going so well already, though, for Heroic. There's 1 left. This Device, he's down. That's 12. Okay.
Pistol's best 2 out of 3.
Very quick. Yeah, when do we go live, boys? The first half was abnormal, but fun to watch.
I'm entertained.
Yeah.
Damn, Cadian. Out here in the no man's land. Decoy as a fake flash. We got layers. But each layer being peeled back and Astralis exposed here on Mirage. Shush flashed into the ramp room. There's more than 1 player out there. Be cautious. Astralis hoping that a mistake is made their direction. And they can follow through with it, but it's actually just an evacuation of the A site.
Yeah. Damn, thinking about the Vertigo that is potentially coming up next. Astralis in the past year only won it twice out of something like 10 times. But most of these losses are really high round count. I mean, they've got like between 12 and 4 overtime losses, actually.
Okay.
Yeah,
Tight
so
games.
I think they constantly felt like they could win.
Right.
And now they have Device.
And Buzz is young. He must love Vertigo.
That's true. He was born on Vertigo.
Ooh, Cadian. Making sure Zipix cannot get this ball rolling. It's another slaughter, folks. 5 kills and 5 players standing for Heroic. So that one's smooth.
And they obviously just played against Vitality here. And Device had 31 kills.
That bodes well.
It does. They still lost, but in overtime.
Close.
Yes, very close.
Close. Not like this round will be. Desert Eagles up.
It actually required 30 kills from Dupree, 30 kills from Zywoo, and 28 kills from Spinks to win that match in overtime versus just 30 kills from Device. Actually, 29 from Glaive.
Can we get those in slow-mo? I feel like Shush just split a bullet in half and got 2 kills with the same shot. I'm putting y'all to work. I'm down to see it. I'm curious if we'll actually be able to get some, if we get an interview from Device, I would love to know what he does think about the fact that he's come back to Astralis and has to play Mirage, that it's been in the pool more often. I would like to get that opinion. I'll pay you extra, James.
I think everyone lies and just says it's fine.
Okay, sure, yeah.
Because,
I'm okay
because
with
if
it.
they don't, then everyone's just going to constantly bully you into playing it.
Gotta let it slide. And this one is definitely sliding. Sliding further and further away from Astralis having a single hope of bringing it back. 13-4.
So his 2 last matches on the map with Astralis at the end of the last year. Well, besides the 1-win game.
I feel like I'm seeing double.
21 and 32 kills.
All right. The 1 gun round we're guaranteed. Astralis fans rejoice. Enjoy it while you can. Device is the tip of this spear. TSS killed Buzz already. That's 2. Stound just lines one up over the top of the smoke. So unfortunately for Astralis, the 1 chance with guns. Already 5v3 to their counterparts in Heroic. Device has gotten himself into the cubby at the bottom of mid. And they're going to have to try and milk this for a mistake. Will Heroic give them a string to pull on?
Looks like they might. Shush taking a long walk. Not a great fight for him at this distance, but he still wins. No problem. That MP9, such a good gun for the price. These long-range MP9 kills are just, they're killing me.
Gonna bring that bomb back towards mid. Device and Blame F. Oh, and Device gets pulled apart. Blame will get one. And given a chance to fall back. Will he hide? Or will he try? Mightily. For Blame F cowers not. Forward into battle. You hear not the sound of stampeding feet, nay. Blame F quietly sneaks. And TSS in his swamp is just gonna end this. Oh, okay, hold on. That's a bomb plant. Oh, Launders. I should have kept going.
Still can.
Smoke towards market, down. Exiting around, Blame at a distance with another headshot. Severed is the head like the king of the B-site. Blame F reigns above. He sees both, and now it's over. It's not all over, but it is 15. 11 map points for Heroic.
I think that casting was the clutch. Oh, he's got the magic juice too.
But his is yellow.
Yeah. It came from under the table, I think.
Okay, dude. Oh, God.
I'm a big Bear Grylls fan myself.
Yeah. When in the desert. I think what's grosser is eating grubs. But that's just me. I mean, it's all gross.
If you had to choose, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not weighing options here. I'm just saying grubs are gross. Juicy.
Juicy's not a gross word. Crunchy.
Oh, stop.
That exoskeleton.
Okay, dude, stop. I can just feel Freya squirming in the green room. Flash top mid, trying to sell something that's not really there, and all while Glaive's hands are busy, TeSS gets closer. See ya. The bigger picture, very much aware. Heroic, prepared for the push. And Shush, so sharp. Cadian near collateral. Stound's gonna finish this one off. Let's go to Vertigo, folks, because Heroic have bounced back. Yeah, they get wrecked in that second half on Inferno. They win pistol, they convert, and nothing more. Device took them down a peg, but Heroic gets sweet revenge here on map 2.
Yeah, they did give it their best shot. And we'll see. Vertigo could be a very interesting feat. I wonder. We'll see what Exist has to say about this with James.
Exist, you came back with some serious fire in this one and shut them down. But I want to go back to Inferno a little bit there. Got close. It hasn't been great for you guys. You got that win over OG, which we thought would break the curse. But what do you feel was missing this time?
I think as CET we got the really good starts, but I think Device, he played really good. So kudos to him. As terrorist, I think we missed like some initiatives from the players, individual initiative. It was kind of stale, and we just like walked into them, their setups. So yeah.
And what was the team talk like in between those maps? Because you guys came back with fire. I saw some teabagging in there as well.
We focused a lot on the good things that we actually did on Inferno, so we kept a positive mindset. Yeah.
And Vertigo, we're going to get more of the same. It's looking like a much better map for you guys overall. And Astralis, they haven't got too much reps on it.
Yeah, I mean, we watched their game against Vitality on Vertigo, so I think we're kind of well prepared for that, so looking forward to it.
I'm looking forward to it as well. Thank you very much, Exist. Good luck.
It has been an absolutely incredible year of Counter-Strike, so now we need to take a moment to reflect in our World Team of the Year. Joining me up here on the desk, we've got Matthew and Pimp as always, but Launders joining us up here. Great to have you.
I'm back, baby.
Launders!
I'm the one that's not dressed correctly, I think, for this desk.
I rate the shirt though. Did you get that? Was that in London or?
Yes, I got it in your hometown. Yeah.
Nice. London represent.
London
is our city.
You've got a lot to offer.
Yeah, London is incredible. But also, we've had a lot of incredible Counter-Strike throughout 2022. Of course, our World Team of the Year. We've got 6 categories, 5 nominations in each. And this time, instead of Pimp letting you decide who's going to be winning, we've actually got some proper experts from some journalistic resources as well. We've got HLTV, Dust2, we've got .esports as well. They've all decided who should be taking home the crown in each of our given categories. Matthew, I like that we've got these different categories to kind of decipher. I feel like, though, they're not necessarily limited, maybe as they were when Counter-Strike was first released. Obviously, AWP, it's very self-explanatory. You have to be playing with the AWP. But things like support, lurker, it's, you know, kind of up to interpretation how we're going to be viewing those.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. I think there are some categories that are set in stone. We all know what an AWP is. We all know what an IGL is. And there are some that are a little bit more fluid, right? And I also don't think that any team now has a special role for a player, and that is it. I mean, usually you can kind of see the pattern and the structure, but players have to be able to do multiple things to be your own. And also what I like about what's happening is that if the journalists have decided, we can just shit talk the decisions. We can disagree live on air. That's going to be great.
Jacob's already said he's going to be doing
experts,
that.
yeah. Real experts.
Yeah, they're the ones that get the heavy stats, you know, get those articles out there. Absolutely love that. Let's go into our first category. That is quite a strong one because it is going to be coach coming into things. We've got obviously 5 nominations. So that one is going to be Blade, Saw, Cyclone Groove, and Roban. Launders, I want to get your thoughts first of all. Any
if it's not Blade, I'm going to throw something.
You're going to throw Jacob's pop.
Is that already reveal? Like, I'm going so fast. Just reveal after 8 seconds.
Okay, to high overview for coaches of the year. Results are the things that matter most for coaches. So it is Robin, in fact, actually.
Do you think that's how it's going to go, Jacob?
No, I don't think we truly know how much Robin actually has an say in FaZe Clan.
Heroic bid the ghosts of Inferno farewell and absolutely leave Astralis in the dust on the ground of Mirage. In control from beginning to end were the Danes in this one, and it's really fitting that we are going the full distance in this true Danish derby. Question to you, gentlemen, open up. How come Astralis weren't able to kind of bolster barely anything coming onto this ground, considering it was a good look on Inferno?
Yeah, I think we did our best to sell the drama and the gravitas of this second map, saying, you know, Heroic, they're gonna be flustered by this first map. It's time for Astralis. They have a golden opportunity. Acadian just laughed at us. Didn't care 1 second. They reset almost immediately. You could feel from the 5 first rounds that this was a completely different Heroic from the first map. Maybe that spanking just helped them come alive, because they made Astralis look like a bunch of clown on this map. It is a world-class difference between the teams, and the scoreboard do not lie.
Cadian died 3 times in that entire match.
Insane.
3 times. It's ridiculous, right? And I fully agree with what you're saying here. It felt like Heroic were, from start to finish, the better team. Felt like Astralis never had an idea of how to deal with that T-side coming out of Heroic. The curious thing to me was the Cadian obviously called a great T-side, and the entirety of the Heroic lineup followed up with that, did their roles to perfection. But whenever Astralis were winning a round, they won it easily. They won a round, you know, by killing all 5 players of Heroic without taking a single point of damage almost. Then they lost a couple of rounds, won another round where they survived 4 players, and then they lost another couple of rounds. So there was no consistency whatsoever in the way Astralis approached that game. So it tells me and tells the viewers out there a story as well that Astralis were nowhere near Heroic in this game.
What Jacob is alluding to is the fact that Astralis never won 2 rounds back-to-back.
No.
These were only isolated rounds. And I, for one, think it's a commendation for Cadian and how he leaded that game, right? The fact that anytime he was being stomped on, as you mentioned, immediately right behind it was a solution. Okay, they stopped us on the default, we're gonna hit them with the B hit. They stopped it on the B hit, we're gonna go through underground and take that mid control. He always had an idea how to stop any momentum for Astralis, and of course, he had individuals stepping up for him.
Yeah, when we talk about one of the individuals, himself was somebody that was really putting up the damage inside the server. So let's relive his clutch in this mic'd up moment.
Han er bænk forbi. Bænk forbi. To jungle. Jungle og default. Jungle og default.
Hvordan han?
Han er backside. Han er backside. Han er ikke til venstre i smoken. Han er backside. Så er en køkken også. Sygt. Nej, sidste er AV. Han var sliske. Plads lige over køkken. Gå op kort, hvis han er syg. Køkken, det var køkken.
He is absolutely insane. I can't believe he got away with that one.
Look, this is a sick clutch from Cadian, and honestly, he did exactly all he could possibly do to win it. But I feel like the moment he crosses that smoke and misses the first shot, this should be it.
Yeah.
This should be the end. If you're Astralis, you have a pinpoint location, you know exactly where he is. I think Buzz took way too long to react, and when he himself probably thought like, oh damn, I have to go out actually. This is when Cadian had already reset his position. Easy kill on 2 Buzz coming out. Then Zip is just stepping out of a smoke for some reason, gets fallen down, and then it's the 1v1. But at that moment, Cadian knows he had the advantage on the last one. He knows he's far, far away. He plays the clutch to perfection.
It's very telling for Astralis' performance on Mirage, this clutch in itself, right? There was being made so many mistakes, so much uncomfortableness, I would almost argue, could be seen round after round after round for Astralis. Sure thing, we were surprised how well they played Vertigo against Vitality yesterday. We saw Inferno, a great showing as well, but maybe we just got reminded that it's still very early on for Boss and Device being integrated into Astralis, so there'll be some holes in their map pool. Mirage, definitely one of them.
And that certainly echoes your point when we just look at, you know, the round that happened on. Incredibly early on during the game, the fact that Astralis couldn't really adapt and overcome that, yeah, obviously does push us to that third and final decider. I do want to just give some props to the supporting cast of Cadian and co as well. Tezis was a man that we were really praising, and for good reason on that map.
I thought his entry or his penetration power on the T side was massive. It was crazy. The amount of times that he was the deciding factor when there was a little bit of a dicey moment, a 50-50 few seconds where the kill would mean whoever would win the round. I think Tezis was sublime in how he opened these bomb sites. So props to Tezis. Cool down a little bit on the CT side, sorry, but on the T side he was the main instrument that Cadian was using.
Yeah, Shoes as well. Shoes and Tezis. I believe those 2 players are 2 of the players that doesn't always get the credit they deserve sometimes in Heroic. We always talk about Stown obviously being the star. We talk about Cadian being this power bomb of good mood from time to time. But Shoes and Tezis, they do a lot of working in the shadow. This time around, it came to fruition. You saw those 2 were the defining factors.
Did you like Yabi? Did Yabi have a good performance?
Having him on your fantasy team sucks right now.
I love how you had to do the dig.
I
right
just
now,
had to.
You are an
I
awful
just had
friend.
sometimes one from banter just a little bit. Okay, it's gonna happen to me down the line. fine.
Yeah, no, especially with some of the people that we've picked in our fantasy teams. Anyway, moving on from that, we've got to move on to the grounds of Vertigo, which is an interesting, I guess, conundrum when we're looking at the data, because Heroic currently on a 5-match win streak. Astralis, we've only seen them play it once in the past 3 months. That was just a couple of days ago versus Vitality, where they did have a really good CT side, but ended up letting it slip away in overtime.
Astralis maybe should have, or at least could have won against Vitality yesterday on Vertigo. I think they played a very, very good game of Counter-Strike. Device in particular, we question his ability coming into Vertigo. Would he fit into the Astralis system? Would he go in there and make the impact from the get-go? And oh my, did he do that. I think he finished with 34 kills in Vertigo, and as I think it was Londers during the cast for once saying something smart, it took Saivu, it took Spinks, it took Dupree, all 3 of them playing a good game of Counter-Strike to win against Astralis in overtime. So let's be honest, Heroic, they are a stellar Vertigo team, but Astralis showed us yesterday that that's one of the maps they've been working on, and they can play that at a very high level as well. So no reason not to think this is going to be a good game.
Yeah, we're going on the limb here. We're saying that what we've seen the other day against Vitality is what is going to happen again on Vertigo. Of course, we're overreaching. Statistically, it doesn't work like that. But if we're thinking that Astralis is still in a phase where they are searching their own style on different maps, it seems like Vertigo was working. It seemed like they had an idea how they wanted to approach it, that individuals were finding their groove. You look at Device on that Vertigo, on Inferno, and then on Mirage, and you can immediately feel the difference. So we'll see if we have the same Device we had against Vitality. That'll be a key element for Astralis. But I'm hoping, and I'm relatively sure, that we're going to have a better show than what we just saw on Mirage.
Yeah, I guess it's very rational to say that just that one map sample size that we've seen so far isn't exactly breeding what we should be expecting coming into this. So flipping the scripts to Heroic, where we have a hell of a lot more data throughout 2022. It was a map we saw them, playing quite a lot. I think Launders was also saying that we only saw Astralis playing it twice, I think, for the duration of last year. Heroic, where are their strengths lying on this particular map? What is going to be the difference maker?
The map control they're able to take on the CT side. I was just about to say Tessus and Device. I think they're going to have a lot of duels towards that A bomb side. Device coming out there seeking with the AWP on the Astralis' T side. Tessus always aggressive on that ramp area. Always want to fight. Always want to play behind a smoke. Always want to try to cause some chaos for the opponents. Tessus had a very good showing on the map we just saw on Mirage, and he is very comfortable and very confident on a map like Vertigo as well. So I look towards that duel between Tessus and Device. I think they're going to bang heads a lot on that A ramp, and whoever wins that duel has a good starting point at least.
It's about owning the space. When they're on T side, I think when Heroic are given or gifted a little bit of the map control, and Cadian comes up with such high level, high risk call towards the very end of the round. I have a few rounds from the Rio Major in my mind where they just called a late rotation at 25 seconds from A to B, literally to plant that bomb. And I think if you're Glaive, you cannot allow that space to be given to Cadian. You have to fight for it, even if it means trading a little bit and having a weird late round clutch, because if you give away the space, I think Cadian's going to play you like a fiddle.
I buy when you guys are saying that we only have one map from Astralis to look at, so we maybe have to be a little bit cautious when it comes to Vertigo, but we saw them play some stellar Counter-Strike. We saw them have the fundamentals down. We saw them have a default yesterday on Vertigo as well. They played at a very high level, so I don't really buy it. I think it's a map they've been working on a lot. I think Astralis are ready to put up a fight against Heroic. No doubt Heroic are the favorites right here, but I expect a good game of Counter-Strike, and I expect Astralis to put up a good performance once more.
Well, this Danish duel does have to have an eventual victor, and it does all come down to the grounds of Vertigo. Country pride on the line, and also a battle to not finish dead last here in Group A. We're going to see Vertigo go down in just a few.
And so here we are, on the cusp of jumping into Vertigo, a map that will decide whether Astralis or Heroic have to go down to the first round of the Gauntlet, Launders, which means at that point, you could be sent down to the showdown, and, well, that doesn't sound good for anybody.
Nah, it ends badly for most teams, actually, to go to the showdown. That's not going to be very fun at all, and it doesn't seem clear exactly who's going to win this map. Nope. Again, because you look at the stats, Heroic do well on the map, 4 out of 5 victories, but Astralis have gone to OT in most of their losses, like straight up, and they have tons of iterations of play on it, and they also had Device play extremely well on it versus Vitality just
already there
the other day.
Already there, and maybe you will be there. Be where? Be at the Blast Paris Major. That's right. If you guys want to get in on that pre-sale, if you want your tickets faster than anybody else, make sure you guys sign and opt in to be notified as to when you can buy them. Blast TV users get those tickets first, you know? Your friends are going to be like, hey, have you heard? And you'll say, I got my ticket.
I got my tickets, because that's what you sound like. I got my tickets. And if you don't get them, you might never. You know how fast these things go.
If you don't come to the Blast TV Paris Major, you might miss ZywOo winning it.
Yes.
On French soil.
Right.
Do you want to be that guy? Do you?
If there's one event you don't want to miss, it's probably going to be that one.
Look in the mirror and ask yourself, it's time for glory. Astralis, Heroic, Vertigo, Map 3, and the loser goes to the knockout stage round 1. Incredible second map out of Heroic, showed as if Astralis couldn't even touch them. But now we're on Vertigo. Now Blame F, prize down ramp with Glaive up above him. 3 guns between the 2. And 2 players of the 5. The rest of the defense elsewhere. Heroic definitely have the numbers to follow through on this ramp push, but it's about getting close without going down to the Berettas of Glaive. They're just playing with them. Toying around with the thought of popping up the ramp, but quiet so far.
CT's got people everywhere, covering actively as well. That's the important thing. Crossing the minute, they finally show themselves. At the expense of a lot of HP, however. They're getting tagged down. How long can they afford to do this? I mean, if they just score a kill, it'll all be worth it, but that's about it.
Ooh, now they got Glaive on half, so going back and forth still.
Oh, they're failing on their plan. They really want to get one back, maybe get a kill here. No.
Now Blame F.
Oh, but he escapes.
Yeah, I was going to say, right? You saw all of them like, oh, he's committed. But it's only at this point that Heroic start to press in. 25 seconds, still 5 players up each end. Glaive, oh, that could have been an opening. It's Zipix to catch Katie and in towards middle, so everybody else has to run up ramp, and Glaive controls the short side. Blame's going to make sure that the site itself is maintained by Heroic. And now the bomb's been thrown down to the dirt alongside the hopes of winning pistol. Astralis strike first.
It was a good practical setup from Astralis, and they kept everything going, and it's very reasonable for Heroic to try to do something like that and just see if they can get that kill off the peaks. Just one careless mistake on the A ramp and all that changes, but instead what happens is Heroic stay alive, or sorry, Astralis stay alive with all 5 for that long. They get chip damage off, attack comes in and they win. And I just wanted to take a look at their Vertigo pistol round percentage. Pistol round. Oh, that's only... Let me go back 12 months on this. Okay. Actually pretty good. 66%, even across all these losses. So I was hoping it would be lower, then it would be like, oh, okay, well, this is a good start for them. And only because they normally lose the map to begin with. So maybe that would equalize more. But again, this is a team that even in most of their losses have gotten into overtime over a long period of time.
Oh, he's gonna get caught. Buzz, careful now. They can shoot back. Jump up from Zipix is punished. He's thinking maybe just pistols, but met by the Galil, the only Galil Heroic swing with. And now they're gonna group up outside of this B site. Double smoke, so they can block off both sides of the green generator, flash in the middle of it all and try to pop out. You'd assume that's what's coming. And
there it goes, climbing up with timing, but they timed the pop-up from Stown perfectly, so now Glaive is stuck ahead of the utility, and his teammates sectioned off. That now that he's dead, the rotate can't come out. So perfect amount of utility, perfectly placed and timed, and the trades go excellently for Heroic. They don't even need the full buy to get away the robbery.
Yeah, that was a lot of mechanical failures right there. I mean, some damage done, but not even that much, really. So I guess the Galil being in the right hands was important right there. It was like one Galil, and Xyp9x jumped on top of it, but...
Also, it exchanging hands, because Shush never died, but then Stown went up, fully HP'd.
Sure.
So, 2 players sharing the rifle.
Good use of the gun, but still pretty abysmal defense right there.
Long pops, all good.
I feel like we barely saw Vertigo played at even the World Final.
True.
Anubis replaced it.
I was going to say,
almost
Anubis,
every turn.
Anubis was everywhere. And yet, I don't think we've played a map of Anubis so far at groups.
Don't think so. It's been in Veto, so it's been in Decider, but hasn't gotten that far. This is maybe a kill you'd reasonably expect to take.
William's going to have to do something spectacular here if he wants to claw it back. Couple free SMGs for Heroic as well.
Oh no.
Flash to the forehead. Another boost up. Buzz there again. AK is going to best him easily. Rotate tries to scramble into green. Xyp9x going to have to do it with the deagle, and the flash makes him uncomfortable. So sure enough, B site belongs to Heroic, and the bomb is in tow.
It's another situation where the B site might be the weak side of the map. You know, Xyp9x, not the best anchor these days, and we'll see how comfortable Buzz is looking. But as you brought up, like, it's cool to watch the younger players play Vertigo, because I think they're bringing their own style that, you know, some of the older heads are actually learning from, in just different anchoring styles. But we don't know exactly how comfortable he'll be in this system. And B-site, it usually looks like that it's about one person, but it is so important to have a good support for the one anchor on the B-site. It's very, very hard to play. That's such a wide choke point over on B down the stairs. To do that with just a flash that can be thrown by your teammate. Such a simple thing, but very important.
You gonna hold on to this? Ooh. Shush. Oof. Killed by Xyp9x, and BlameF never had to show his hand. So, all right. Get through with it, but the conversion. Oh, clean. Why not? That was the MP9, for those wondering. So the M4 is still here for BlameF, but at least they take away the SMG.
Pimp brought up the TSS presence on the A ramp on the CT side.
Okay.
As he'll be playing short. And he's the guy who really likes to poke around and look for a lot of fights. Good on both sides. Just a great map for him.
Free walkout middle. So this pack of players on the B site about to be unraveled. No one's even looking.
Eat your heart out.
Device maybe in the background was kind of turned this way. I couldn't tell with all the lineups, but it goes down nice and smooth. And then BlameF will be smoked off of the play. So 3. Oh, Glaive. Not even allowed to survive.
Maybe he can ace. Final one on the gun? No. Blame just won't die right now.
He tends not to.
Yeah.
Kind of his shtick. Three-one start.
I mean, Heroic are fierce on this map. This entire veto was just, you know, maps that Heroic are very good at.
Yeah.
And they obviously have one of the best just tools straight up. Okay, there he'll go down. They'll take the M4. And it's a worthwhile upgrade for 1. 2 AKs that M4 brought into the next round. But, yeah. It's just a very good map for Heroic. I mean, there's just no two ways about it. Even Yabby, when he played on Copenhagen Flames, he was very good on
Yeah.
Vertigo.
the reason that they got into the playoffs, I want to say.
Yeah, it was Antwerp.
Yeah.
Saved them from Imperial.
It's crazy to look at like all the different pieces of that Copenhagen Flames roster and just how much success they've found since. Vorborg even.
Yep.
You know, every single one of them.
He took on the toughest job. We thank him for his service.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Device ready to fight here, but a lineup out of Blame F. Oh, and Device didn't get a chance.
No, he's just dead.
We got to see that.
Well, they know that Blame F has to go worry about short now, so they push up fast.
The damage is all right out of Blame.
That's good to move into retake protocols fast.
And Blame's just going to run this straight at him. Traded back by Jabby, sure enough. Blame stits on headshot. He's got the rotate out from Elevator already. They're not wasting any time. But Heroic will waste their time by doubling back to that B site and then faking it in. Shush is going to commit to try and sell it all.
Uh-oh.
But Blame, he's the one piece that hasn't left that A site, so he's not falling for the gimmicks. Not yet, but now that he's deep on CT shelf, it looks like he's also leaving.
It just, if Shush gets a kill, all this gets scary. Crazy attempt on the spray transfer. And the other CT will come on over. A site is open.
They're going to hear that molly pop and realize, damn it, they've been sold snake oil.
It's moments like that where I think Heroic sell compelling fakes in ways that other teams can't because they just do it so quickly.
Right.
Like they had Shush committing to this running rotation. Cadian just followed suit right away. The entire time the plan was to come back to A, but when you do it with so much conviction, those footsteps, it feels like they're worth more. And I think Heroic just constantly do that. Now, Astralis also, they lost that kill on Device. They moved really fast into retake A-ramp protocols. And normally that push it's just disfavored. It's not very good. But because they did it so quickly, Glade put himself in an interesting spot, and they also had a molly to throw with it to make it hard for people to get comfortable on the ramp. I think the idea was molly it so that they smoke it, and Glade was pushing at the same time, but he only gets his one kill. And so Heroic really leveraged that Device frag for everything it's worth.
I believe he catches somebody with nades out too, right? So
yeah,
timing clearly finding them off guard. No.
I thought this was going to matter.
We've all been there.
Yeah.
It happens. Four straight leaves Astralis in an unfortunate spot here. Pistols on 2, MP9 on 1. Cadian thought he was going to get that, but jebaited.
It's a classic emote. Classic.
Right up there with Smork.
Yes.
One of my personal favorites.
Yeah. No mods, no ban.
Me orc, me spam. Buzz again, thinking about playing close. More often than not, he plays forward and then they catch him, clip him, kill him.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Buzz just got pelted by nades and then fire on his feet. Poor kid's on 18 health, hasn't seen a soul and just dies entirely to utility. Nice push out from Zipix to catch Tessez at least. And it looked like he could have transferred it into Shush, but look, a re-aggression. Device, this is beautiful, but he doesn't know there's a player down beneath him. He thought, or he had seen one leave, not realizing there was still an anchor. And now Jabby's going to come out top middle as a late lurk, so they've got the CTs stuck on this B site, which is where they need to be if they want to win this round. 25 seconds.
Yeah, they're still going this way.
Commitment to come through soon enough, but just enough time.
Oh, the smoke's making things weird here.
For Jabby to try and milk this. They've got Blame F stuck between it all. It is flawless from Heroic. The fact they insta-trade Tesses, keep this clean at 5-1 early.
Yeah, and if they have that, as long as they have that Yabby insurance policy, they're comfortable taking their time on the ramp, even with 15 seconds to go. Yeah, poor Buzz. It's a carpet of fire here from his position all the way back to quad. And as they ran away, it was just leaving Shush, just another bait situation. Full buy comes back, Device on the op again, starting out 0-5. Again, great versus Vitality the other day on the same map. Looking for a repeat performance. Astralis looking for a long-awaited win on this map.
Usually close, but not at the moment. Glaive, perfect. They thought that smoke would keep anybody back, but Glaive disrespects it.
Had a few different cameos here on short. Glaive, Device, Blame F. Guess it's who's got the better spawn.
Now the recovery mission's on. How do you get this back? Oh. Blame F, deep position up top. Gonna continue to play for that bomb, and the fact they see it means Shush should be doomed. Will bring one with him, but Glaive there to re-engage along his teammates. Means Jabby at B's all they've got. No bomb possession. He's got nothing here. Nobody to even kill. Astralis will take a second, thanks to Glaive off the short peak.
Yeah. On paper, Heroic have a very good T-side of Vertigo just with the style of play. You know, they can leave Yabby alone. Like he'll lurk on Mirage. He'll lurk on a lot of maps basically really well in the same way that he could do on the Flames. Usually doesn't need any support. And then you have players like Cadian and Stown who will do the same and feel very comfortable. And this map is about double lurking, and it's about basically working A and B deep with like one person, both CT and T side. I think that's how Astralis made their name on this map, honestly, between Device holding on the A ramp and Dupree over on B lurking back in the days.
Just like that, Jabby's out. Just one. Let it go.
Counter-terrorists win.
So nice to see something being put forward by Astralis. Can't have more blowout halves. This series has had a couple already.
Yeah, it's true.
So let's get something nice and close, nice and early. Of course, even with that round win, barely puts a dent in Heroic's economy. Cadian starts this round with like 10,000 bucks in the bank.
Yeah, only have the pistol besides that round as well.
Mm-hmm. Heroic's timeout to talk things over before they come through with an attempt at number 6.
To be honest, I don't know what they would want to try to do differently. They still have every option open. They can still hit A most of the time. They're doing fine. We haven't seen their fast B splits. That's about all I can think of that they might want to try, but just defaulting, I don't think there's any problem with that. They've been coming out ahead on most of these default kills and engagements. And Astralis as well, even though they lost their kills on A, like when they lost Device through the smoke and the spam, it's a one-off. I don't think they have to worry about it too much. I feel like they actually are putting up a good effort when it comes to their A defenses. It's actually even B, I feel like they've got to be a little bit more worried about. You said Buzz sort of being a bit too stubborn about that one spot that he's playing and how he's playing it. He's getting targeted now by Heroic, so they expose him for being one-dimensional. That's going to be a problem.
We'll see if they head back that way, but for now, it's ramp start. Ooh, Glaive got damaged. Tess peeks. Saw the sandbag man. And Blame F traded. So 4 versus 3 with Stown barely alive, but Zipix on the hunt. And Jabby's still sitting bottom B, so who knows who's coming out on top of this one. Device and Buzz back on that CT shelf. Tess.
Oh, Zipix is terrified, but they're actually coming back in his direction.
And he kills the first. Oh! Imagine all 3, but still a double. Worth its weight in gold. The only problem, Buzz had left alongside Device, which opened this door for Jabby. And Jabby's not going to sit back on site. He's getting active.
They know someone's pushed, though.
But will they lose track of him? The fact that he comes back around construction?
Oh, man, he's out.
Because he would have pushed, but it would have been through the ramp.
Yeah.
I don't think they anticipate him being in mid this late.
No, it's over. Now, Jabby knows as long as they don't push him at this point.
He's just got to come back, though, because if not, he's leaving Cadian on his lonesome. Cadian's just sitting on the wood. Look at this. Oh, Cadian's on top. Device didn't see it right away. Jabby's got to sprint back over. No alternative. Device, he's just hunting him over towards window.
Oh my god.
Jabby's gonna save it, but you can't throw Molly because there's smoke on the bomb. But there's also no kid on Device. What are we watching? What are we listening to?
Yeah, it was alphabet soup on that one.
And Heroic, that's a 6. Got me frazzle-dazzle.
Alternatives. Yeah, that's how it felt.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that Astralis almost somehow won this. And what was that device? It was just, he was on his screen for so long, he couldn't believe it. I think he was just, and Device actually, Cadian was watching the flank, and Device was so flustered by that, he even checked the stairs, even though the Cadian was sitting up there,
right,
holding it. Well, because they hadn't found Yabby. They didn't know who pushed.
Just perched.
Yeah.
Like a gargoyle. Hold on now. We've got damage on Jabby and Shush. We got Tess dead already. Buzz on the M4. And timing. Dude, Jabby is missing timings left and right.
That's crazy.
Ooh, nice catch.
Yeah, that's speedy.
Mm-hmm. Because of that, nobody's turned back yet.
Oh, boy.
I thought for a second maybe Jabby's...
Oh, it's watched just because.
Cadian. Well done. Not going to let that happen twice. Glaive loses his teammate on the other end, and Shush insta-headshot as well. Blame F could have gone and saved that AK. Instead, Heroic takes 7.
And then Jabby comes out after, missing a timing, and just causes problems for them. Having had no idea that Buzz just came through on that flank.
What a game.
Yeah, it's sort of hard to get a hold of this situation. Again, I felt like they were putting up a pretty good effort on A, but they failed not too many times to really be that defensible. I think they have the fragging power. It feels like they're pretty in tune with the protocols, when they want to approach, how they want to attack, but they're not winning enough of their duels. They're getting outplayed. Heroic being very tricky about it, sometimes pushing through that smoke on the ramp, sometimes getting the right span timing on short. Astralis might need a little bit of luck to actually secure some more rounds in this half.
I mean, the economy is not playing into their favor, that's for sure. But shout out Jabby. We talk about him missing timings. He's not missing kills. 13 and 2.
He's missing timings, but not dying. That's a big map.
SS comfortable. Hasn't lost vision, but does take some damage. Still picks up Device.
Gotta win that round.
Damn, man. Device is getting bullied at the moment. Yeah. 1 and 8.
Used all this juice on Inferno, it feels like.
Well, ask Tess for some of his.
That stuff has vitamins in it, for sure.
Little peek out from Glaive here. And he hears one rifle, but there's much more where that's coming from. But if he slides down the left side, he could catch them off guard. He'll be underneath the scope. Nobody's actually won. Oh, okay, yeah. Smart.
It's an interesting spot. It could get clear, but it still can work sometimes for a first kill. We'll see. Yeah, they walk right under it.
Nice. At least one.
It's one with info on 2 and the intentions of Heroic. Dangerous. Yeah, Blame F wants to walk out, but at the same time, no smoke for him to play sandbags.
Chance
to
shine.
Very brave angle.
And they almost put themselves on a platter for him, but I mean, Shush comes around the corner prepared. Blame has previously been on that same angle, but up above. Now Shush can just focus forward. Jabby actually picks up that elevator kill. Buzz tries to tuck in along the wall. There are no teammates to help him, and his enemies have left, or at least all the others. Jabby sticks around with Bloodlust, 3 kills on the round.
Damn.
16 and 2, 10 rounds deep.
Damn, yeah, he has been an absolute obelisk, seen from everywhere on this map. Unkillable, it feels like. Yeah, that was a pivotal trade position. This 1-for-1 would have been more valuable, of course, if Device got his. And then I think Blame, that was a weird spot to play. I guess he was playing under it, like you were saying, because they might clear above him.
Yep.
So, yeah, that makes sense. But
still dies so fast.
You just see the head. You just see such little of him.
You know, it's wild as well, right? Jabby dropping bombs at the moment.
Uh-huh.
Guy came into the map with a 0.86 rating in this series.
Oh, okay.
You know?
So he saved his juice.
Yeah. 17 kills across the first 2 maps. He's right on the brink of that. 10 rounds in map 3. Like, okay. Loves a little vertigo. Triple MP9s, double deagles. Astralis just trying to hold on for dear life. Tons of ladder sound. What's going on here?
Always Always antics with these guys.
Where's this going? Right on Zipix's head. Blame F gonna swing with the MP9 by the looks of it. That's a T-smoke ahead of it, which Blame actually exploits. So making the most of what they've given him, and not the only one. 3 with lesser weapons. Oh, it's going perfectly for Astralis.
Okay.
Flawless from Astralis.
Not a single rifle coming in. No ops either. Just the MP9s. What a great weapon. I'm sure they would have won with MP5s as well, or MP7s, or whichever number you like.
Oh, man. Bang for their buck.
Okay. It's a weird round. They only got 3. You know, overarching themes in this half. We're not seeing too much of it, Astralis, that should inspire confidence. Now they're just looking for anything they can get so we can see this T side, it feels like.
Cool smoke, so that you can come upstairs and get an angle on sight. Cadian trying to make the most of it, and will catch Buzz. This smoke right here, love it. Device not able to deal, but woof. Gnarly off angle from Jabby on top of the railing just to elevate himself. Very clearly catches Zipix off guard, but Blame preoccupied with the A site, bomb down on the ramp.
And they're still going B, it looks like. I don't know if that bomb is going to commit up here.
No, it's leaving.
Yeah.
And Jabby done gone deep.
Now, this is not a weird rotation, so it looks like Astralis will actually move fast back to this way, and another hunt for Jabby, who's just been hard to kill, hard to find. An absolute menace. Oh, that HE is going to do damage. Oh, no, it didn't do that much.
Could have been worse. Jabby's right beneath. Ooh, Blame falls down. Device still up there on the right end, but up. Here we go. Shush. 1 bullet. And, of course, just slides down under left through the grate he sprays. Gives heroic number 9.
Well, that's one of the few moments for Device here in this map. And unfortunately, it's in vain. Not enough without the entire clutch right there. And just these 3 rounds on an island right now for Astralis.
Nice shots.
Yeah, they were.
But as said, not enough.
Reference game here from Jabby just inside of, what, 12 rounds?
17-4.
He's not done yet. And he's been working as a mercenary, mostly alone.
Yeah. Facts.
Just being weird, moving in silence.
Like a librarian.
Mm-hmm.
Bunch of freaks.
I love librarians.
Yeah, name one.
You have to have masters. You have to have a master's to be a librarian in Canada.
Really?
Yeah. That's why you don't understand them.
Oh. What are they doing all day? Reading books?
Yeah.
Couple nades exchanged. Let's go, Astralis. Chop, chop. 6 rounds, best case scenario. And they're going to try to isolate Buzz again by the looks of it. He's flashed, he jumps up. Oh, pile blind. Zipix trying to fall away. Glaive, close support. Trying to put an end to this onslaught. Molly falls down on the pedestrians. And they're held back for the time being, but the thing is, it's pretty quiet, so they don't really know how many players are here. They're trying to peek out into it to confirm those numbers. And Glaive will line one up. Tessas comes around the side of the smoke. So as Astralis think they're pressing outwards, they actually just get played. Deep angle from Tessas taken versus Blame, and that is Heroic's double digits.
Yeah, leave it to Tessas to make the magic move. Look at that slide through on the smoke. 2 players dead. And I feel like it was just because Astralis froze up trying to deal with the attack coming in. They forewent kind of half the site and taking back those B stairs. And just as Heroic were sitting there waiting, wondering when the reaggression is going to come, when are the flashes going to come to take this over again, they never did. Tessas said, okay, I'm going to come forward then. And look what happens. He catches 2 off with a flash from Cadian, his own teammate, to help him scale through. I think that was an invitation to try to fight back really hard from the CT side, but instead they just let the fight come to them, and that's Heroic's comfort zone.
Javi hanging on to his corner as Cadian fires off. They've done it before with MP9s and Deagles. Very, very close to this ramp play. But now they start to fall back. This is different. A little boost. Late game change up. But the best you're gonna get is 5.
Yeah. Better late than never, but never late is better.
Ooh, oh, he got spotted.
Ouch.
Did he? He only had an MP9. Regardless, TSS dismantles the first piece of it, and here comes the last. Xyp9x trying to hang on to mid, but Stound's having his way with everyone that faces. Devices nailed the double, and he's still going. Imagine. Shush puts an end to the hopes of Astralis in round 14, and now 4 is the best case. But luckily, that last round, the quasi-buy, now the full-fledged purchase means Device is on the op.
At least there's that for basically one potential round at the end of the half. Mirage looked a little dysfunctional. Vertigo's looking a little dysfunctional as well here in the first half. Not exactly.
No, he didn't see him.
Inspiring confidence. Oh, he just went for it.
Yeah, he just went for it. It's like, in this case, size matters, bro. The MP9, you shouldn't see it. But still, it's all about that 6th sense. See you, Buzz. Another rough half for the newcomer. 4-13 is where he will end this one. And already 4 versus 3 for Heroic. TSS wastes no time. I feel like he's been inspired by Jabby in these few last rounds. Moving it forward. Jabby cooling off because his teammates now feasting alongside him. A-site completely clear. We're gonna get this late lurk out of Jabby as we have had. Nice nade damage, but it feels like too little, too late. Jabby gonna take his sweet, sweet time. Device popped the moment he tries to get into position, and now poor Xyp9x tasked to 1v4, but here comes Jabby to end it. Oh, and he's gonna, yeah, he's gonna try. Oh, Xyp9x not gonna let it happen. Sit down. Who do you think you are? It's still the 12-3 lead, something Heroic will be proud of, and something that Astralis need to somehow come back from.
Up. Nice. Come on, jungle. Come on, shadow. Jungle.
Nitro A player.
I'm planning. Make planning.
Holding. Plant 15.
Holding.
Yeah, he faked it.
I don't see him coming.
I'm pushing now. I'm pushing now.
I don't see him.
The guy can't come.
Wait, planted like default.
Default. Fire. Close to me dead. Fire. Wait. I'm reloading. I'm ready, guys. I'm pushing. Half HP.
Nice! Shit!
Down!
Yeah, let's go, bro. They're going now.
I don't hear them this all.
The other one's going B. He's going B. Where are they? He's dead. The others should be B. One was halls. Actually, Ruff's. He's peeking.
Nice.
Dead.
One more coming in.
He might come back now.
He will go back, I think. He's a Mac 10.
I flashed, I'm going back.
Yeah, good. John, go first. Just run into side, John.
Arch, go B. Just come peek, please.
Nice.
Nice.
Wesley's gonna go lane, guys.
Flashing lane right now. I'm going grave.
Nice. Well played, John. Good job. Keep good job. Nice.
Coming library one. Coming out library. Mid. Boiler. Short. Planning. Happy plant.
I killed on mid. One is still low, I think.
Go short.
I'm on long.
I have long, okay.
Alright.
Stay.
One is low still.
Going down.
Low HP, I think.
Nice!
Alright, I kill. Nothing mid. I'm going to be.
Smoke B. I'm moving over. I'm blind.
City only.
I have it still.
Same.
One B main. One more. Two
more.
Reload.
One more.
Balls, last guy there.
Far back.
I'm burning. I have contact.
Yeah,
okay.
peeking your contact.
Nice!
Nice shots, boys.
That deny. Flash.
Flashing A.
Strike, go strike. That boom.
Jumping over.
Temple one.
Come.
Only one A.
They smoke me.
Towards me.
Going through.
Towards the arch.
Burning. He's peeking me.
Damn, man. 12-3 is the half. Astralis jabbied in the TESS as they tried to play it out on Vertigo and have been left grasping for anything. But they got barely 3 rounds, Launders.
Yeah.
Nothing consecutive. Just 3 measly rounds.
Dude. And the Device movie was special on Inferno, but the sequel, kind of like Sicario 2.
Sure.
Don't want to watch that.
Do you believe?
Not really. In Heroic? Yeah.
Yeah.
These boys are rocking right now. They've got the rust off. They look sharp as hell.
Damn right.
But Astralis, we haven't seen their T side really with, I think, with this whole new roster, at least not on LAN at the very minimum. So something brand new. That'll be kind of nice to watch for. But,
oof.
Dude, with the way that Yabi was playing in that first half, I don't know.
2 clean P250 kills. Shush about to get swarmed here. Oh
my God.
A chance.
That was disgusting.
To have turned that upside down on Buzz. What a wonderful moment that could have been for Shush, and what a wonderful moment this could be for TESS. He comes around the ramp corner. That's a freebie. Or maybe not. Pimp decides to pop up, take him down, and give Astralis a hope. Because that's all this pistol means, is that they've got a hope in the second half.
I was just so disappointed with the A ramp fights. Just, 60-40 fights not going the way of Astralis at all. Everyone just seems so uncomfortable with just the angles of the map, which is not the thing you want to talk about, to break down something close. Such a heated matchup with these two teams. Again, Inferno was special, but it was like as soon as Device stopped carrying, everyone else played the same. Well, there was just not much there, so.
On the very first map of the event, we got that Blame F30 bomb on Overpass. He also hasn't had one of those miraculous moments, and now, just like in the first half, pistols don't mean shit.
Wow. Toss him out. Now Cadian's amped up. First map wasn't so hot. Mirage was a little weird, but they still made it through pretty easily. He himself carried through, got that 1v3. And now they're pretty close to the finish line here on Vertigo. And TESS is a key position for him, one of his favorite spots. And that's probably what defines Heroic on this map. I think they're all very good at it, and the rotations and their personalities really fit to both sides. But I think Shush is probably the best B anchor in the game on this map. And then TESS is such an insane short player. That's a much more, I'd say, competitive category, but really good at it.
I just liked all the crazy moments Jabby managed to get himself into throughout that first half.
Yeah.
He feels so confident, like it just, that classic, like, well, I got to play my own game. That is Jabby on Vertigo.
Yeah.
And that's what we got in the first 15.
Yeah, I don't think people can really teach him what to do in his roles when it comes to T sides.
He just kind of grooves.
He's kind of up. He's a front runner. People are learning from him.
One of the most individually impactful Vertigo players in the world.
Yeah, seriously.
But actually. with a double kill in this one, 21 and 8. And that's why I love, like, you know, just the reminder that, like, from map to map, you can get whooped on map 2 and map 1.
Whoop them back.
Offer not much, and then just jump into the third one. It's like, yo, stay refreshed, folks.
That's true.
Every round, every map, just
look alive.
Sit up straight. Come on now. But Zipix from pistol to scout to M4. And now, having shut down Jabby. Ooh, losable. Deagle shot's clean. He's going to chase down the CT who runs.
Oh.
He's just running. And I would have... oh, man.
What would you have done if he hit that through the floor?
I would have flipped this table.
Okay.
And the whole
I would have let you do it.
Yeah.
Even if it broke my phone, I think it'd be worth it for the moment.
But alas, no wall bangs. And alas, no round wins. Not for Astralis anyways, trailing by 10.
This is not how I wanted this rivalry to start this year. Inferno was cool, but, you know, 2 flat maps here, back-to-back from Astralis, a lot of dysfunction.
Yeah.
They made a lot of changes, so, yeah, it makes sense that they, you know, might take a second to get good. Who just moaned?
Tessa's. Ooh, careful now. It is just a scout after all, but it's also device.
Yeah.
Started this map 0 and 5, maybe 0 and 6.
Yeah, kind of had one good round that they didn't win. That's it, pretty much. Buzz wasn't much to watch anchoring B in that first half. Overall, depressing situation, I would say, for Astralis in this series. Now that Inferno is so far away. See if they can get some dignity rounds here.
Glaive not too concerned about that one, but here comes the train back to the bottom B. Shush, deep position. Most certainly going to catch them off. Ooh! So clean! Shush slays bottom B.
Put him to bed. Tuck him in. Turn off the lights. That's 15 right here.
Give him a little kiss. Thank you for the ADR.
Damn. That was a good ang.
11 map and match points. If you missed the first map of this series, then you missed the most exciting part of the game, because honestly, it felt back and forth in the first half. 8-7, you know, 8-7 T side out of Astralis, and then Device, just a showstopper. Everybody getting excited for the return, and now just absolutely flat maps. 16-4, 16-4, looking likely. Total turnaround from Heroic, and safe to say, they've shown up, right? From top to bottom, each individual who has given a chance to shine has.
Yeah.
You don't need Stown and Cadian when you had Jabby doing what he did, and Shush nearly catching up at this point.
Feels like maybe if they got that first game of the tournament, like if Astralis got the EG opportunity,
right?
They could, maybe they were in a form that they could have pulled something out. But at this point, Heroic are just back at it.
Yeah, I mean, the beauty of this situation is that if Astralis lose, they're sent down to the knockout stage 1. And who's Heroic's next opponent? Evil Geniuses. Revenge, nice and early. Or EG prove, no fluke. Stown shuts down Buzz. The only thing that's left here for Astralis is a push into the B site. They know there's a guy back quad. They want to deal with it, and they will. Nice scout headshot. Again, you're looking for anything here. They're going to need a miracle to get past the M4s. Lined up nicely, traded out efficiently, and Device blind as a bat. Soon to be put down as map 2 and map 3 fall absolutely flat. Tech 9 in hand, a little more damage done, but Shush has had enough. Cadian and Co. with a convincing victory over top their Danish counterpart. It's a head-to-head that will go on all year, but it's one that begins the same way 2022 always was, with Heroics hands lifted.
Yeah, they'll feel good about that. They didn't even have to get loud for this one. They kind of quietly closed that out, and Inferno, again, was the only tenuous point. After that, it was basically heroic all day. Unfortunately, I feel like they wanted this game to be closer so they could feel better about the victory, and we didn't even get that.
Unfortunately so. Nicely done by Jabby again. Slow start to the series. Map 1 and 2, nothing to talk about. Absolutely takes over Vertigo, and with that momentum, the rest of his team slides in right behind him, rides his coattails to an excellent performance out of Shush, who does take the top of the leaderboard, but not the most amount of kills. 23 for Jabby, 22 for Shush. And nothing to talk about when it comes to Astralis. Unfortunate as well, because that, again, second half out of Device on Inferno was so world class. So world class. And we'll throw it down to James.
Shush, one hell of a bounce back after the first map, 2 16-4 scorelines, but it seemed like you guys came in with a bit more fire on the next two maps. You feel good with that one?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely got some good rounds in a row. On the first map, it was a bit of a struggle with the money, and we lost some key rounds where Device got 2 on B, and they got the whole side, and that pretty much ruined our whole economy. And on the other 2 maps, it was just flowing so good.
And I saw some teabagging, some laughter. We saw this heroic that really wanted to take it to him. And this, again, just puts to bed the debate over and over again. You guys are just the best team in Denmark, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's right. I mean, after the first map, we hear someone from Astralis say that they're fucking trash or something. Ooh. Then we're like, okay, let's show them.
Okay, so there is some fuel to this fire when it comes to it. And again, one thing I want to look at is the fact that, was there anything in your mind, considering the game against EG, where obviously Device had this great first map, that was there some worries that maybe you would not be able to do this, especially the pressure and everything in this game?
No, not really. I just felt like we had some rough rounds, and it was hard to bounce back. We really tried, but we just kept losing the key rounds. But we definitely knew that we were playing good, we were communicating good as well, and we just had to believe it in the next 2 maps.
So all this rust has gone away now, you guys are feeling ready and prepared to take on the rest of the tournament?
Yeah, I mean, after EG, we had a lot of newbie mistakes, and we saw them all and make changes. So I definitely feel prepared, and we all feel good about ourselves and the team.
Very nice to hear. But you will be playing against EG in your next game. Revenge times, are you going to show us if it was a fluke by them, or do you think they can put up a better fight than what at least Astralis did?
I mean, I was watching a little bit of the game, and I feel like EG is playing good CS, so we shouldn't underrate them.
I like it, man. Now, I've got one question for you from our Blast TV viewers at home, and they want to ask, if you were having your last ever meal, what would you eat? A very morbid question, my friend.
Honestly, I don't even know, because so many people ask me what my favorite food is, but I have no clue at all.
Like, what would you have? Just I can give you anything, one thing, go.
I have no idea, honestly. Like, I like everything. Like, there's one thing I don't like, which is risengrød. It's like a Danish dessert. Okay. It's not really a dessert, but you eat it for Christmas. It's like a rice pudding.
Oh, okay. I think you should have that then, because you couldn't answer the question. There we go, mate.
Shush, you need to trust your instincts, man. Just like you did in that third and final deciding map.
I would definitely not eat this, at least.
Yeah, rice pudding.
Yeah,
rice pudding.
That sounds horrible.
Yeah, it's a weird one. It's actually quite good. I don't know what he's on about, but yeah.
Yeah, well, we thought it was going to be a dramatic finish to this series, but it turned out to just be Astralis plain and simply fizzling out into this one. No hiding who the real heroes were coming into this one as well. Cadian and co looking stellar from basically the beginning of map 2, closing it out 2 16-4 victory.
Honestly, slightly disappointed. I'm not gonna lie, I'm slightly disappointed with how this game turned out. I thought the first map was setting us up like a masterpiece of a series with both teams full cylinder, but actually what we saw is that once Heroic hit flow state, there was no competition, there was no debate. What we saw in Mirage was actually not only map related, it was just team related. They did exactly the same on Vertigo. It was a bit repeated with different heroes this time, the Yabis and the Shushes, and honestly, you look at the scoreboard, it's a very clear story.
It was like it was a smoke screen. Device second half from Inferno when he went 15-1 in the span of 7 rounds. That was a smoke screen for all the problems and all the differences there were between these two teams. Because I agree with you, you should be slightly disappointed. You should be disappointed that Astralis weren't able to put up a fight at the very least. It wasn't a competitive game. It wasn't even a fun game to watch. It was quite boring to sit in the green room and just watch Astralis get absolutely smacked by Heroic. I was disappointed. I expected more. Back to the training grounds, back to the server for Astralis. You got to do better.
Definitely not a disappointment if you're a Heroic fan, though, because there were plenty of highlights to be looking at throughout this one. Although Shush, you know, couldn't give James the answer he wanted, we certainly got the answers that we wanted inside the server as we relive some of the highlights from, I guess, the later stages of that Vertigo coming into things. Great to see the supportive hero really showing up and getting some praise.
Sure did great, and then you will look at some of these highlights and his positioning specifically on the B side. He is that late getaway option for Cadian that he used many, many times in this series, and that's why Heroic is so obnoxious to play against on Vertigo, is that you might have the feeling that they're fully committed on the A side, but what you don't realize is that Shush is taking the 1v1 on B, and if he's had it or if he's got the space, he's gonna call back the rest of the boys. It's really hard to know how they're gonna end up these rounds, and you could see that Astralis were lost a couple of times, late rotations, completely out of timing, mainly thanks to this guy, Shush.
Severely underrated player in my book. I think he's fantastic. I think he's gonna be in contention to be the best supportive element or whatever we want to call him for this year.
He was already in the award. He was in the last three.
Award, and he, according to me, he could have been closer to winning. He didn't get a lot of points in that vote for whatever reason. I think Shush is a fantastic player. He got to show it once here more, and he's just stability. You said it yourself, if you're Cadian, you can always rely on Shush to show up with a certain level, and this time around, he exceeded the expectations a little bit as well.
I can also see you smiling a little more than usual, Jacob, because Yabi, he was doing work. He was jabbing towards
you said something about, you know, that HLTV fantasy pick and having Yabi on it would be a bad one. I am pretty goddamn happy for him showing up, because he had 2 bad maps, but then he came into live.
Not bad at all.
No. Listen, Yabi, we want to see more of this from him. We spoke about him when he came into Heroic. We spoke about him perhaps being the X factor, perhaps having that ability to really raise the floor of Heroic. I think from a team perspective, he's delivered. From an individual point of view, I still think there's room for improvement. I still think he can become more consistent. I still think we can see games like this on Vertigo be produced more often from Yabi.
Look, he's provided a whole lot of good games at the end of last 2022, or last year, I should say. What happened on map number 2, that was the odd one. That was the exceptional. Yabi completely disappearing from a game, even though his team is winning. That's why I was messing with you. I knew you had him in the fantasy team. The truth is, we know that Yabi's providing. He's been doing it time and time again. He was the main instrument in that deep run in Rio as well, in Copenhagen, and I'm glad he provides again on that third map.
Yeah, providing indeed, of course, a Heroic will be going up against EG in a rematch, which is going to be a very spicy one indeed, but unfortunately for Astralis, that does mean they placed dead last here in Group A. So let's get a few words, courtesy of Zip.
Zip, obviously, it stings when it's a tough loss like this, but the positives were there on Inferno for sure from you guys. I want to see on the next 2 maps, though, it just felt flat for you guys. What was the issue when you guys were looking back at that? When you think of what rounds you were going through and not being able to challenge them at all, what do you feel was missing?
I feel like what we had going on in Inferno was that we were aggressive and we dictated the game. And on Mirage and Vertigo even, like, they dictated the game. So I think it was just a matter of us playing a bit too scared when we got behind, maybe. Didn't take the duels, and they played, you know, aggressively and on the T side really fast, which, well, we didn't really expect too much. So yeah, props to them.
And one thing I would say when it comes to the Vertigo side, I was seeing that when you're talking about like not being as aggressive there was like the pistol round, for example. Nice setup, you managed to walk away with it, that you're waiting for him to come into you, that was good. But then it was like the CT rounds following up with guns, you were also doing the same, and they were kind of being able to take a lot of control. Is that what you were noticing?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like many of the rounds were just like over, like in the start, you know? First peaks here, first peaks there. Like, we didn't really string around together on CT side, I felt, at least on Vertigo. So yeah, it was tough playing Vertigo today. It wasn't like in practice, so yeah.
And we've definitely seen you play better when we come to that Vitality game as well, right? Obviously, it was still a loss, but it was an overtime loss. It was still a close game. But it's still very early on for you guys. So where do you feel as you get towards at least the end of this part of the stage?
Well, there is positives to go take away from here, definitely. Like the Inferno game, Vitality, I think we played great. They played better, but I think there is positives to take away, and obviously there is hard work. We need to be working on some stuff, and we got some days to do that now before the gauntlet kicks off. So yeah, we put in all the hours now and come back stronger for gauntlet.
The grind continues. I'll see you then. Thank you very much, Zip.
Yeah, of course, it isn't the end of the road for Astralis just yet. Before we move on to look at the gauntlet, we can take a look at how Group A is shaping up. And as we were talking about, Matthew, that rematch, EG versus Heroic. EG literally silenced everybody in their opening series here in 23. Now it is time for Heroic to hopefully claim some revenge.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough match for Evil Geniuses. Two birds, one stone, as they say. If they were able to beat Heroic once again, they would not only prove that what happened in the first round was legit, but also that they just had maybe they were a bad shape against Vitality, because they made mincemeat out of them. But personally, I have Heroic heavy favorite in that one.
And this is exactly where Astralis have ended up. Of course, no elimination in these early group stages, only qualification as the winner of each of the 3 groups. Moving into the gauntlet, it ain't an easy ride going forward, because as soon as you get eliminated out of this bad boy, you go to the showdown. That's horrible.
It's not going to be easy for Astralis. It's not going to be easy for any of the teams going down in the gauntlet. There's only a few spots left after we found the group winners. And I think one of the main takeaways for me for watching Astralis the first couple of times they played is the limit in the map pool. Right? We've seen them play some good maps, we've seen them have some good halves, but there's still a long way to go for Astralis before they become hyper competitive.
Yeah, I agree. I just wanted to put a few words on Buzz as well. Yes. Obviously, I think he was underwhelming so far. To an extent, I understand this, but I really hope that he truly catches some win, because I think it's very easy to have that learned helplessness or self-helplessness, where you struggle and then you feel like you can't do it, and then another official is coming and you don't have any confidence, which leads you to play poorly. I think it's very tricky and complicated as a rookie to deal with underperforming, and I'm hoping he's going to very quickly correct that course. I'm not talking about hyper carrying at all, just being able to maintain and have that input that you need to be, not just be lacking behind.
Now, gentlemen, time to get your salesman hats on, because we've got our CS Money play of the day, and I want you two to convince me why I should be voting for your chosen play. Matthew, you're up first.
Okay, I have to sell you Hetrick, and I have to sell you Hetrick on Inferno with the AWP here, doing a plethora of kills, being very aggressive with the Tech 9 as well. Oh, that was an absolutely disgusting drive-by, closing it with a 4K.
Selling you Zywoo is the easiest job in the entire world, because he is one of the best Counter-Strike players to ever grace this game, especially with the AWP. To think that he didn't even want to be an AWP back in the days, but primarily a rifler, is ridiculous, because this third shot, by being blind with a flash, it's absolutely absurd that he can do it time and time again.
And I can put my salesman hat on right now, because this bad boy on map 1 was absolutely insane, and this is definitely where we're going for with the AK here. Double kill in an instant, plays the clutches to perfection, dancing with the pillar, left, right. Now you see me, now you don't, now I'm here, you can touch me, you can touch this device.
Man, you've given me a lot to think about in terms of who I am spending my very valuable vote on over in the Blast Premier Instagram. Of course, we'll be crowning the King Plate of the Day tomorrow in our pre-show. But whilst I scratch my head over that, James, who have we got in our contention for our Mersk MVP?
Well, you guys have your plays of the day. I have my Mersk MVP of the day, and that's looking at who currently right now is on this beautiful leaderboard with a chance to grab it. Now, we spoke about Estitag yesterday alongside Brokey, and Brokey, he's still way up there, but look at Mr. Zywoo. We say he sometimes starts off the year slow, but right now, this man is already heating up. He's feeling good. He's looking confident. And okay, it was against EG, but this man, it doesn't matter what rounds you put him in, it doesn't matter what team you put him up against, you can rely on him to do the big damage that the team needs. Again and again, we're seeing now Spinks join alongside him, and it is going to make things a little bit easier for Vitality, and Zywoo is very happy to share the spotlight. But this man, he's doing it with the AWP, he's doing it with the pistols, and he's doing it with the AK. Let's see if he stays there.
Yeah, Zywoo, man, he has been looking like an absolute beast to start off 2023. Going to be seeing plenty more of Vitality going forward, as they are in that graduating matchup, I guess, to be heading towards a spot at the Blast Premier Spring Finals. But of course, plenty more CS on the cards tomorrow. We're reducing just down to 2 best of 3s as we're heading into tomorrow's games. It's going to be Group B gracing the screens. FaZe taking on OG, Complexity taking on Team Liquid. One thing is guaranteed tomorrow, some North American hearts. They're going to be broken, Matthew.
Why do you always go to the broken hearts?
I don't know.
It's so negative. What can you say for sure and any team is going to win? See? The half glass,
because
half
you know
full
what?
glass?
Maui was rubbing it in our faces when EG managed to beat Heroic. So he's got to experience some pain tomorrow. Sorry, Maui.
Fair enough. Pain for Maui.
Any thoughts from you, Jacob, to close the day?
Nothing at all to add.
Nothing at all? Well, hopefully you'll have some more
Just a
thoughts
normal
heading
day.
into tomorrow. We are going to be back at the slightly later time of 3 o'clock if you want to join us here for the pre-show. So make sure you join us then. Good night.